Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at the Majestic Star Casino on the Score, Sports Radio 670 Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. And this game ball is brought to you by Al Pamani. And Ed, my vote is for the Bear coaching staff for the adjustments they made at halftime. What's your vote, Ed?
We got to start out the year with this. Folks, he just stole that from me. Why, you dirty rat. He asked for the game ball to give it to somebody, and I said, Doug, I want to give it to Trestman and his coaching staff.
Sure, you said that.
Shut up.
Yeah.
To Trestman and his coaching staff coming in at halftime, making the adjustments, and the reason why, my Lord, the Bengals ran up 245 yards the first half. We ran up 93. Second half, we ran up offensively to another 230 yards, and we shut them down to 95 yards. First downs, they had 11 the first half, 7 the second. We had 5 the first half and 12 the second half. It's nice to finally see a coaching staff come in, make adjustments, come out in the third quarter, and take command of the football game. Proud of the coaching staff, Doug. That's why I gave them the game ball.
Rightfully so. And also, too, if you take a look at the Bears, the big question coming into this football game, or questions, was what's that offensive line going to be like? And number two, what about Cutler? 0 sacks, ladies and gentlemen. 0 sacks today. So that offensive line did their job protecting Cutler. And Cutler, 21 for 33, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception, and he had a quarterback rating of 93.2. When you play that West Coast offense, you need a 90 or plus quarterback rating. He got a 93.2, and he also, if you remember that correct, Eddie, he ran for 16 yards on that rush for first down.
Absolutely. It was great, Doug, to see we have 4 new offensive linemen. And the past 7 years, whatever it's been, 5, Doug, we've had 4 guys that cannot play at this level in the National Football League starting for the Bears on the offensive line. Year after year after year. The fans could see it. Everybody could see it. And the game has obviously turned into a passing game, so you need protection. And what did we do about it? We really did nothing. We brought Cutler in and forgot to protect the guy, getting sacked constantly. So we have Garza back at center, 4 new guys, and they did a terrific job. First half, the Bears looked to me just a little tentative on their play. I thought they could have been a little more aggressive, especially in the middle of field, really let it go and go after the Bengals. But all in all, Doug, when they came out the second half and took control of this game, that was just great. Just great to see the young offensive lineman playing, Cutler firing the ball, and defense taking advantage, getting turnovers. And again, to see a dominant defense win a Super Bowl, those days are long gone.
Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 24-21 over Cincinnati. And Ed, you mentioned the defense. The one thing that bothered me at Ted was the fact of the long drive Cincinnati had. I
know where you're going to go with this.
Yeah, 94, what do you have, 97?
97, 91, and 80.
And to me, somewhere along the line, you have to be able to make a stop. And that part bothered me a little bit. But the fact is, though, once again, the turnovers, the takeaways came from the cornerbacks. You know, Tillman's 2 interceptions, and you talk about Jennings picking up the fumble. So that's 3 takeaways, which the Chicago Bear defense, that's what they've been doing in the past. That's what they did today.
Doug, let me tell you where I think the problem is. If there is a problem on a defense, you have your 2 O-men, your 2 defensive men, you have your 2 inside guys, your I-men, your defensive tackles. And if you folks watch the game, all game today, we got no push up the middle. A great pass rushing team. The pressure comes from the middle. Our guys, for 4 quarters, barely got off the line of scrimmage. They ran up against the middle of them, and we put very little pressure on their quarterback. You've got to cave the middle of that line in. Now, if that next week, when you got the Vikings coming in, if that persists, Doug, then they're going to have to come in with some kind of a blitz package, whether with the Mike linebacker, Sam linebacker, the strong side safety, line tricks up the middle. They're going to have to do something because I was very disappointed, again, in the play of our defensive tackles today. And again, not to talk in circles here, Doug, but I'll tell you what, just watch them waiting for him to do something in the middle of our line, and they never caved it in the entire game.
Well,
that's a problem, my friend.
Yeah, the pressure wasn't there, Ed. I think we had one sack, and Shamak got that sack. And the fact is, you're absolutely correct. We know in the basis of basic defense that there is no question about it, that pressure on the inside makes it so difficult for that quarterback to step up. That is why offense, especially offenses that they call the West Coast offense, they are trained. What they call is wall off. The center
of the line.
Two guards, wall them
off right at the line of scrimmage.
Right on scrimmage. Then that quarterback can step up, and then the rest of those guys from the defensive lineman on the outside can go right by him. Well, you're right. We didn't get that pressure up the middle. And the only way to compensate for that is that if you find somebody better that can rush up the middle, or, like you said, which is absolutely correct, bring some linebackers up inside on that gap across from the center on either side of the center.
Doug, I saw a couple of times where Henry Melton, I obviously lined up at his defensive tackle position.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't go forward. He went to the side and got in front of Wooten, who was rushing from the outside, the left defensive end. He was playing at that particular time. We went down the side and ran right into him. And then you've got to stay in. When you rush the passer, forward down lineman, you better basically got to stay in your line, stay in your lane. And again, Doug, they just didn't do it. And if we could sit here and see that for 4 quarters, what do you think the other teams that are going to play from week to week to week, they will work against it, Doug?
There's no question. I think that has to improve. There's no doubt about it. The one thing, though, you liked about today was the fact that you saw that offensive line. You saw Kyle Long. You saw Mills. You saw those guys hold their own.
How about hitting somebody, and if it's short yardage or whatever, we're actually blowing guys off the line of scrimmage.
Correct.
Remember how many times in the past years, Doug, it'd be first down on the 1 yard line to go in for a touchdown, and we couldn't even push it 1 yard.
But the difference is that the line makes, and you could see it in Cutler. All you had to do was watch Cutler. I mean, he had the time to throw, and we saw that today. I mean to tell you, those balls that he were throwing were lasers. He was throwing lasers. And Marshall, if you want to say that he looks at Marshall, that's okay with me for a while because that kid makes some great catches. So did Jeffrey. So did the tight end, Bennett. I mean, these guys are all there making these plays, and you got Forte coming out of the backfield. You almost got something says here, hey, hold it. We got some potential here. This could really work well.
Right.
And they took their time, too, Ed.
He hit 5 receivers today.
Right.
And we hit Bennett, a tight end, on 3 receptions. And that was certainly nice to see that, hey, guys, guess what? We do have a tight end. But to move the football, but again, Doug, if the one thing, I mean, players made some individual things that were really great, takeaways, etc. But what I was impressed about was the coaching staff, Doug, to come in at halftime and, for God's sakes, come out and let's have a game plan and attack what wasn't working. Let's find something that does work, and it worked.
And it did work. And the fact is, coming off of this game, I'm going to tell you something. Cincinnati has a very good football team. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, we know where their strength is in the defensive line.
And we handled that.
And we had these young kids, 2 young kids, right on the right side of the line. I tell you what, did a hell of a job, pal.
Yeah, and that was the big question mark. And the big question mark was, could we do that? Could that offensive line do that? And if they did it, would Cutler come in and be, successful? He threw the 1 interception. And I know you and I disagreed, Tad, about this, but the guy did hit him on his shoulder, Eddie. He threw that ball off.
Doug, if you looked at it real good, the ball was released, and the guy just and then he hit him. It was, hey, listen.
It's a difference of opinion, Ed, because I looked at it. You could take a swing. If you're swinging a golf club, if somebody nudges you on your elbow, you think it's not going to throw that ball off?
Doug, my swing is too fast and too good. The ball's long gone, so no, doesn't work.
I've seen your swing, Ed.
That doesn't work.
Let's got the Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, great to hear you. Great at New Year. I look forward to a great season and hearing you guys in the post-game show every week.
Thanks, Mike.
Quick comment here. The defense looked really bad. Aside from the fact they were no pressure on the quarterback, that guy could have stepped back there and had a picnic. I was really disappointed in a lot of missed tackles. These guys Briggs missed like 3 that I saw that they couldn't wrap their arms around these guys. I know it's the first game of the season, but had it not been for those turnovers, I mean, obviously we wouldn't be talking about a victory. I'll just hang up and listen for your answer. Thanks, guys.
Mike, you're right. You're absolutely correct. I mean, if you saw the aggression, the tight end, many times he was dragging people, and people were bouncing off of him. I saw Jennings get basically run over. So, yeah, that's got to get sharper. They got to get sharper on defense and making those tackles. But once again, the difference of that football game is the fact that the Bears have a tendency to come up with the takeaway, Ed. They come up with the takeaway. It looked like all was lost until all of a sudden Jennings got the football. When he fumbles the football. And I don't know, nobody even hit him, I don't think.
Well, I'll tell you what, here, the whole thing, for the whole game, you know what, when things started going bad or whatever, for the Bears, Doug, they didn't give up. They didn't cave in. They stayed in. They fought all the way to the end. And that was really a pleasure to see, believe me.
Yeah, and also the tempo of the game. The tempo of the fact of these guys coming out. And
into the huddle, out of the huddle, get up there. They
call
gave
the play.
themselves exactly. It's nice to see, guys. Hey, guess what? We can play out of a shotgun, and guess what? Cutler can sprint out.
And he did. Remember that one play he made with Forte?
Yes.
Sprint out the outside, come back and threw the football. We're going to go to an update right now.
Snap to Jay, play fake to Forte, throwing, corner out, left side, end zone. Touchdown, Brandon Marshall. Touchdown, Bears.
That highlight courtesy of WBBM. Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We are live at the Majestic Star Casino on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. We want to have a special thanks to GM here, Greg Gaffey, and also John Sheldon, the Senior VP and also Chief Marketing Officer, who treat Ed and I pretty darn good.
Absolutely. This is a very, very fine
nice
casino. Nice people.
Very nice people. And also, we got to say that digging into the numbers is brought to you by Julie. Before you dig, call Julie 811. And the number that I look at, the one that I think is real important, is the fact that the Bears' offensive line gave up 0 sacks. And that's a big key with this football club. No matter how you cut it, you saw where the Bears went out, got a new guard in Slauson. They got a new guard with Long. They got a new tackle. So everywhere down the line, they were looking to try to improve this offensive line to come out the first game against a team, Cincinnati, who last year had 51 sacks. So I got to hand it to our offensive line for doing what they did. Let's go out to Barry in Oak Lawn. Barry on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug and Ed.
All right,
Happy New Year to you.
Same
Happy
to you.
New Year to you. Look, I have just one real point to make, and I'm pretty sure you guys will agree with me. Brian Urlacher, you can tell where he's missed out there on the field. I know not just his physical capabilities, but his ability to put men in the right place at the right time. It seemed like it wasn't any communication going on out there. I thought that the middle linebacker got caught out of position a couple of times. So how do you think about that?
Well, it could be, but the fact is, when it's all said and done with Barry, if you take a look at it, and Ed brought it up first when I remember I was talking to him, we were watching the game. When you watch these football games, and from my position as a linebacker, and I can remember correctly, the fact was, I'll tell you what, you're only as good as those guys up in front of you. And those two guys on the inside has got to have more pressure on that quarterback. And that makes a big difference. Now, did they make mistakes? Yeah. I saw James Anderson, though, the linebacker, make some nice plays on third down situations. Again, you saw Briggs doing what he has to do. So, yeah, they made some mistakes out there. But overall, when you're taking a look at it, I want to see more pressure coming from the defensive line, especially the interior special line.
Hey, Barry, let me take you back to several years ago when we had two guys, one called Washington and the other one Traylor. We had two monsters at defensive tackle when Brian Urlacher was here, and those were the best years Brian Urlacher have ever had. These people would crush the middle of an offensive line, and they gave Brian Urlacher a chance to shoot in if it was an in run or whatever, shoot a gap, get up and go, and made him look good. And today what you saw, obviously Urlacher wasn't there, but I'm going to tell you what, we were stymied. We were beat at the line of scrimmage. Our two defensive tackles got walloped today. Pretty darn good. But again, going back to Traylor and Washington, they did a phenomenal job and helped Brian Urlacher. And then along came Tommy Harris when he was healthy, and he could bust up the middle. And again, Barry, a good pass rushing team. It comes from up the middle.
And that's what the Cincinnati had, too, by the way. But that's why, again, I'll go back to our offensive line. They walled it off pretty damn good.
Yes, they did.
You saw Cutler get back there, and you can see what this guy can do if you give him time to throw. I never saw – the ball was a laser. He threw lasers out there. He was throwing passes to guys that they had to be within maybe 6 inches to be caught, and they were caught by the wide receivers who I am very impressed with how they went after the football.
Absolutely, Doug. We have some big bodies out there. 5 different receivers he went to. You got guys 6'3", 6'4", 6'5". We've got a tight end now that we can utilize over the middle, and with a game plan that'll go to them and utilize it. And I think each week, Doug, I think we're going to get better and better. They'll get more confidence. And I'm like, really, as funny as this sounds, I'm really not that worried about. I'm worried about defensively, because when you give up 97 yards, 90 and 80, and you have certain areas on your defense that's not functioning correctly, it could be a bad sign, my friend.
Eddie, let's take a break. We'll be right back with the Majestic Star Casino postgame show.
Hang in there, callers.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks.
Doug, you were a little violent.
Yes, I was. We are live at the Majestic Star Casino postgame show with Bradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And Eddie, Majestic Star, winning flat screen TV every Saturday at Majestic Star Casino in Flat Screen Frenzy, starting at 2 p.m. every Saturday.
I tell you, they really promote this place, don't they? And Doug, we talked about their steakhouse here, folks, at the Majestic Star Casino. I'll tell you what, they have a New York strip here that's about as good as I've ever had anywhere, period.
That's why when we were done eating, Ed was putting it in his pocket to take home. We're going to go out to Adam Hogue. Adam Hogue, by the way, our guy who covers the Score website and our beat reporter. Adam.
What's up, guys?
What'd you think about that game, Adam? That's how you called it, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, hey, actually, I predicted 24-20, so it was off a point. But no, that's not how I saw it playing out, definitely. It looked pretty bleak there for the Bears when it was 21-10.
Yeah.
But you got to give them credit. They came back, and I think you learned a lot about Mark Trestman. Guys, I think Mark Trestman just outcoached Marvin Lewis. And the assistants, too. I found the chess match between just early on in the game was even interesting. I thought the Bears really did a good job of holding together and not panicking. They stayed committed to the run. They stuck to the game plan, which is, I think, in the past with some of these offensive coordinators you've seen here, they don't always do that. Sometimes they panic. I think Mark Trestman had a plan, and you saw with that fourth down play call.
Yeah, that's big.
With 8 minutes left, that's Jay Cutler called it ball, and I think that's exactly what it was. But it wasn't just that they went for it; it was that they ran behind Kyle Long and Jordan Mills, the 2 rookies, in their first game, and they got the job done.
Yeah, there's no question they did what a lot of people were looking to see what would happen with Cutler, how he would handle himself, and also how the offensive line would handle themselves. And we looked at it and we said to ourselves, hey, hold it. The offensive line gave up 0 sacks. And we saw Cutler, lasering. OB was talking to me about it and saying, listen, watch him how he throws his football. He's coming off the foot, coming off, bang, firing it because he had time to throw the ball.
Well, the key, the key what happened here, Adam, is offensively. That's been the problem with the Bears, okay? That has been the huge problem. What are they going to do? It's the opening game. You're at home, God forbid. We lose another big game in our own living room. And I'll tell you what, they came out. They were kind of conservative, but what I like to saw, I saw the tempo, the up tempo of the offense, getting in the huddle, getting out, and actually running the play, keep going and keep going. I'd like to see him be a little bit more aggressive. But the key for this game today was our offensive line. 4 new guys. Could they work together under the opening game? And for all they did, they worked together. The second thing, which I think is basically as important, if not more, is that this coaching staff finally figured out that at halftime there is a thing called adjustments. And they came in and on both sides of the ball made the adjustments and brought a victory home here to the Chicago Bears and the fans. And that's great to see.
And guys, I think that it was impressive how Trestman put together his plan. You said that he was a little conservative early on in the game.
Yes, they were.
They were, but what they were doing, and Trestman talked about this after the game, was that they didn't want to ask him to do too much early in the game. They wanted to keep Jay Cutler comfortable. They wanted to make sure the offensive linemen were doing things that they knew they could handle. So that's why they came out a little conservative. And then when they needed to, they opened up the playbook a little bit. And what I thought was really impressive, guys, at halftime they had 97 yards. And the Bengals had 245. Yeah, 245. So, they were just getting crushed yardage-wise at halftime, but they were still in the game. They opened it up a little bit. They asked Jay to do a little bit more. They trusted the offensive line. And, guys, when's the last time you heard Jay Cutler talk about his offensive line like this? I mean, it started in the preseason. He was talking up these guys. Usually it's just him kind of avoiding the questions in the past years, and then every once in a while he has a little bit of criticism too. But once again after the game, he said, look, these guys deserve credit for winning the game, and I think he's right there. The offensive line came through. I thought it was a little dicey at times with the run blocking. It wasn't always there, but I think they did enough, and I think that's something that they will continue to improve on. And I think we saw today, running behind those two rookies, those guys can run block. Just specifically Kyle Long. I think you got to like what he can do. He's a mauler out there.
Yeah, Adam, what you saw was our offensive line firing it out and moving that defensive line and opening some holes and making things happen. And I think it's just going to get better. These kids aren't going to fold up. These kids are young, fearless. They're big. They're quick. Kyle Long is as fast as any lineman I've ever seen, and he's as big as a house. And I like what went on there today. I really liked. And, again, when I mentioned conservative, it was conservative, and I can understand that. But listen, Adam, I don't care who you are and at what level you are. When you're in that your own 40, you're on the 50 or on their 40-yard line, that's when you open it up. That's when you go after them and you try to put the dagger into them.
Yeah, and they did so, and I think they did the protection of the offensive line gave Cutler, allowed him to be able to move his feet and scramble a little bit. They opened up those holes, allowed him to step up. You saw a couple times on the run, he was able to make some big plays, whether he tucked the ball or hit Matt Forte down the sideline on one of those. That's just going to create more opportunities for Cutler. Instead of just being under distress, he can actually use his mobility to his advantage because, yeah, guys, I think that's something that they don't use enough. And it's not necessarily today. It wasn't necessarily part of the game plan. They didn't really roll him out or anything like that. But the protection was there, and that allowed Cutler to find some open holes and create some big plays there. You also have to question, guys, some of the coaching I thought in this game was weird. Brandon Marshall even said after the game that he was confused why they left him a safety one-on-one with him on that touchdown right after they went for it on fourth down. That was a little confusing. That brought the blitz, and that left Brandon Marshall for a 19-yard touchdown just one-on-one with the safety. He's going to beat the safety almost every time on that.
You know, when you talked about the offense and we talked about the offensive line, obviously that was really what we wanted to see. We wanted to see that. I was a little concerned, and so was Ed was concerned. When I go back on defense, and I know we have to get the offense cooking. I mean, there's no question about it. Before we win anything, the offense has to cook. But I was a little concerned about the long drives. When you get a team down on their own 3-yard line, you cannot let them run drives set 97 yards, and then have another 91-yard drive, and then have an 80-yard drive. So that, to me, concerns me a little bit about the defense.
Absolutely. I was surprised, guys, in the first half how much the defensive line was really they were just sitting back and they weren't doing a whole lot. Nah. And I thought that was in an area where the Bears really had an advantage today because Andrew Whitworth, the Bengals left tackle, was not playing, and I thought Julius Peppers would really get after him, and I thought Peppers actually overall had a pretty quiet day today. So maybe you worry about that a little bit. Now, Trestman said at halftime the adjustment they made with the defensive line was basically they just weren't getting the pad level low enough. That when they looked at it, when Mel Tucker looked at it at halftime, the Bengals were just getting lower. And you guys know it's all about pad level. They made that adjustment. I still think they can be better going forward, but they did look a lot better in the second half. And that allowed them to stimmy the Bengals offense because they didn't move the ball a whole lot in the second half. It was really the first half the Bengals looked good. Second half, not so much. Charles Tillman had an up-and-down day. He liked the turnovers, but he was getting beat around a little bit by A.J. Green. But Green was slowed down there in the second half, and that allowed the Bears to stick with it and come from behind to get the win.
Yeah, the other thing, too, you take a look at this football club, you say to yourself, okay, the fact that you got a field goal kicker here that just banged one for 58 yards. So when you get down to a tight football game, it's always kind of comforting to know that you could bring in Robbie Gould, and all of a sudden he can kick one 58 yards.
Well, here, Adam, let's just wind this thing down here. Let me tell you something, Adam. The people that we have that play the inside on our defensive line, and I'm going to tell you, I don't think on a play-to-play, quarter-to-quarter, game-to-game, they're good enough to have a super pass rush. And so we're going to have to come with all kinds of creative blitzes, move the line to the stronger weak side because we do not have one person or two defensive tackles that are maulers that can blow up the middle of that offensive line. And they're going to have to make adjustments defensively. Mark my words, Adam.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. I thought that Mel Tucker was a little bit more creative with the linebackers. I have to go back and watch the game to really watch the game again to really see the specifics of what he did. But it did seem like he was bringing a couple blitzes to help out. But I thought the defensive tackles could be better, definitely. That was an area I thought was pretty strong with those three guys because you know what Henry Melton could do, and maybe he was just a little bit slow today because of conditioning. Remember, he missed a lot of practice time, and he really rushed it this week to kind of get back out there on the field to be able to play every down, which they were rotating Nate Collins, and Collins had a pretty good preseason, but I wasn't sure how good he was today. Again, I have to kind of go back and look at it. I thought Paya was okay. He moved the offensive line around a little bit and had a strong game, but it's certainly overall you wanted to see more production from the entire defensive line. And like I said, I thought Peppers was a little quiet today.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Adam. Hopefully next week we can beat the Vikings.
Sounds good, guys. Talk to you later.
Take care. Also, too, what they're doing at defensive tackle, they're moving Peppers in there. Now, they'll put Peppers in there sometime at defensive tackle. And Wooten.
And Wooten at defensive tackle also.
What does that tell you? That they're literally want to start getting some things done, come up the middle.
There's a problem there, Doug.
Yeah, let's go up to Early in Phoenix. Early, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing today? I agree with what you guys are saying about the defensive line to a certain extent. First half was really, really horrible. I thought Stephen Paya had one of his best games. To me, he had 3 tackles for losses. Those are like sacks to me, any tackle behind the line of scrimmage. But and the fact that Shay Cat was right there as well. I like what the defense did in the second half. They made the necessary adjustments that they needed to do in order for them to be successful. And the Bengals have the best off defensive line in the NFL, arguably, and they didn't even sniff Jay Cutler. So potato. We got sacks and they didn't. So I like what I saw in the second half, not in the first half. I love the adjustments. So, and as far as the Jay Cutler interception as well, it looked like it was an option route, and the running back went inside instead of outside, and that's what Burfict was. But other than that, I liked what I saw, and I'm more positive than negative.
Good
I
call,
know
Early.
what you guys thought.
Good
yeah,
call.
Early, you're right. I mean, you take a look at this. I mean, let's face it, coming into this football game, how many people were all over our offensive line? How many people were saying, hey, what do you mean you're starting 2 rookies, the right tackle and right guard? How can they possibly be? Well, you saw what happened You ended up with no
they
sacks.
stepped up to the plate in the exhibition season, but we know what that means, Doug.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, first game at home, they all stepped up to the plate, and that's a good, positive thing.
We're going to take a break. You're listening to the Majestic Star post-game show with O'Bradovich and Buffone, and we'll be right back.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks with Doug and OB, live from Majestic Star Casino, 1 Buffington Harbor Drive in Gary. Majestic Star Casino. Come play your favorite slots, table games, and daily promotions only at Majestic Star Casino. And presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. And only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's radio home for Bears fans.
Those highlights were courtesy of WBBM Radio. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks, and nobody works like Motorworks to make your business, to get your business. We are live at Majestic Star Casino on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And also Felipe Sparazza. He's live at Majestic Star Casino for 2 shows on September 14th at 7 p.m. and 9 p.m.
This hour is brought to you by the Illinois Lottery.
Hey, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Rich, who's on to Dan Ryan. Thanks for waiting, Rich. You're on the score, buddy.
Hey, it's an honor to be on with you guys. You guys are legends, and we love both of you.
Thanks for calling, Rich.
Well, we're all season ticket holders. We just got back to our meeting place in the south suburbs here. We drove home, and we're trying to temper our excitement here, and I know it's hard to tell what a team you have from one week to the next in the NFL, but I have never seen a rookie coach come out and beat a quality team like this on opening day in a long time. I mean, I can't remember the last time, because this was a really good team we beat. And I just want to know if you guys were surprised by what you saw out there, and going forward, I feel really good about this right side of the offensive line, and I got to tell you, I haven't been this excited about a couple of rookies in a long time. And I just wanted to give one shout-out to a good friend of ours, a commish out in Mokina, old gray-haired boozer, couldn't be at the game today, but we love him. And thanks for having me on, guys. Go Bears. We loved the game. It was a great day.
Yeah, Rich, you have to get excited. There's no question about it. I mean, because all the questions that were in our mind, we saw the Bears really answer a lot of them today. I know it's only one game, Gay. Don't get me wrong. I understand that. But you weren't playing a tomato can here. This Cincinnati team is pretty damn good. They had, like I said, they got a defensive line, and we talked about it, 51 sacks last year. And so, there's something good here. We saw something. We saw maybe the tempo. We saw them changing. And Ed brought it up first about Trestman don't want to take, say we didn't make any adjustments. We know we made some adjustments.
Yeah, there's no question about it.
But the fact was, you got to be excited about this. And you got to be excited, too, because the fact that Cutler has been under a lot of fire. They said, will he be able to adjust himself to Trestman? Will Trestman be able to teach him? Will he listen to Trestman? You saw what happened today. The kid had a 91.5, something like that, quarterback rating. He had a couple touchdowns. He had one interception. He threw for 240-some yards. He ran for 16 yards. He saved a lot of times, Ed, with his feet of keeping the play alive.
Absolutely. Well, Rich, there is a thing to be good about. I mean, this isn't like baseball player. You play a baseball game, you got 100 and some odd games, and hockey and whatever have you. You only got 16 games to show your wares. And it's nice to see him come out, and again, Rich, with an offensive line that actually functioned and played like you're supposed to play. And they didn't give up for 4 quarters. And it was nice to see, and just build on it from week to week to week. And, certainly the Vikings aren't going to come down here next week, and, they're not coming here to lose. So take every game week by week. But what we saw was positive today, and all they can do is build on it, Rich. So feel good about it, pal.
Yeah, also, too, I want to mention, Ed, if you want to hear more on Ed and I, Buffon.com. Just go to Buffon.com. We got more on the game if you guys want to hear some other stuff that Ed and I have, our thoughts about what happened today. Let's go out to Gary and Carrie. You're on the Score, Sports Radio 670.
Hey, guys, how you doing? I enjoy your show. I talked to you a lot last year, and it's a great day for the Bears organization, especially the fans.
Absolutely, Gary.
What I wanted to point out, I don't know if anybody's noticed this yet, but from the preseason on, with the offensive line, but the Coach Trestman has instilled some good discipline I haven't seen hardly in ever a long time. The only penalties I've seen were the 2 holding calls on running plays by Martellus Bennett. I don't know if they maybe had one false start call, but when you have a disciplined line like that and your offense does what it does, we're going to win a lot of ball games.
Yeah, we had 4 penalties for 59 yards. They had 8 penalties for 84 yards. And also, too, you want to talk about coaching. Did you see where Cincinnati, toward the end of the game there, they took all those timeouts? When it finally
they took a page out of our book.
Yeah, exactly right.
They took a page out of our book.
And they're all of a sudden now they can't stop the clock. And all of a sudden the Bears are just going up, or they can't stop the clock. Cincinnati. That is called coaching. That's something that's a good point there. There's a lot of little things happened today that we would kind of overlook. But the fact is, you only had 4, like you said, 4 penalties for 57 yards.
Well, get into the huddle, break the huddle, call a play, break the huddle, get up to the line of scrimmage, bang, 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 one after the other. And the tempo was a lot quicker today than I've seen in a long, long time. And maybe that, and I'm not sure, Gary, maybe that has something to do with it, that they get in, they get the call, they get up to the line, they run the play, they get back in the huddle, and they go bang, bang, bang. And maybe, just maybe, that's the reason why we didn't see a lot of miscues.
Ed, not only maybe, Ed, you're absolutely correct 100%, because it's not only the Chicago Bears. All you have to do is watch the NFL, what's happening nowadays. You watch Denver with Manning. You watch all of them. You watch Green Bay. Everybody wants to get that tempo going. Everybody wants to get out of that huddle. Everybody wants to line up. First of all, it puts the pressure on the defense.
Absolutely. So the defense can't come in with all their different nickel, dime,
changes, yeah, right,
revolve,
exactly.
whatever it might be.
And plus, too, it keeps you sharp. It keeps you going. There's nothing worse than you out there and you're waiting for a signal to call and what play is going to be called, and it's down to 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and then all of a sudden,
Timeout.
How many times did we see that last year, Ed? A ton. Let's go out to Paul in Woodridge. Paul, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, just got home, listening to you on the way home. Good show. Always listen to you.
Thank you,
I
Paul.
just want to give a shout-out to Kyle Long, going up against a $55 million lineman.
Yeah.
And he put up a goose egg against them.
Those guys, I mean, all the way down the line. You talk about, as Ed said before, we only had one returner, right? Guards at
and
center.
Kyle Long,
Right.
4 starts in college, and everybody,
Right.
you know, hey, I know it's only the first game.
And you got to hand it to the coaches that are
Pretty damn
coaching.
good.
Real good. I mean, like we always beat the hell out of them when when things are going sour and all that. But there's a whole
And rightly so.
Yeah, but there's a whole different attitude here. This is totally different. This is a different attitude than Webb had. You know, he was always talking about something he's going to put on his webpage or whatever. The fact was these guys really want to get in there and play. You know, and you got a hungry right tackle, a 5th round pick,
Mills.
Eddie Mills. You got to figure, well, he's really excited. You got to figure as long as he's excited. You know, Bushrod coming from New Orleans, he's got to be excited. And so you'll take a look at all these guys and say to yourself, hey, hold it. They're putting together an offense. I mean, to me, that's, the only thing that could hurt you will obviously be injuries down the line.
And I think they're Paul, they're just going to get better. I mean, I don't think they're going to regress from today. I think in line play, I think in the run play and the different kinds of runs that they can run now because you've got guards that can get out and pull out and get around because of the quickness and speed of them. So I think you might see the run game get a little better, and I think the passing game will be there from week to week. I think these kids will get better from week to week. They'll get more cohesive, and I think Cutler's going to be more confident. And listen, folks, this really could work for us. This game is all about offense. I'm telling you, it's all about offense. You have quarterbacks throwing for 4,000, 5,000 yards because of the rules. You got Stafford, quarterback up in Detroit. The last 2 years, he's thrown for over 10,000 yards. It's a passing league. And I think we've got some horses up in front. They're going to do nothing but get better. And our wideout, our receivers, I think they're quality, and I think they can take us down the road, in a positive, winning way.
And also, too, that one play that Tressman called, 3rd and inches. Now, 4th and inches. And we had to get this alive, keep it alive, to score, to make a score. And I look at Ed, I said, what would a ballsy call be, Ed, at this point in time? He said, I would run a fake and I would throw it in.
That's right. I'd run a dive into the line and pop it out
and throw for a touchdown.
That's exactly what I do. Or I said, have Cutler come out because it was so short.
Yeah.
Comes out, he gets under the center right away. First sound, bang, drive it up the middle.
And even Cutler said, though, Tressman was a ballsy call, and I thought it was the right call. There's no question about that. Let's go out to Bill in Crystal Lake. Bill, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, I just wanted to tell you, earlier in the week when you were online and you said you thought the Bengals were going to win, but you picked the Bears anyway.
Yeah.
You were right. So that's all I wanted to tell you. Thanks for taking my call.
Hey,
all right, buddy.
Hey, excuse me, Bill. You're going to hear that for the next 15 games.
Yeah.
Okay? So
somebody said, why don't you take you pick against the Bears? I said, how can I pick against the Bears? To be right, Ed. Everybody, I picked this team and I want to be right. Oh, I can't be right. The fact was that you have to take the Bears on this deal. I thought, though, that defensive line would give us a lot more problems than they did, but I am so proud of what that offensive line of the Bears did.
You can't say it enough, Doug.
You can't say it enough. You cannot say enough what they did, and you cannot say enough what Cutler did. You can't say enough how that kid threw that football, and you can't say enough about how those wide receivers snagged that football out of the air. A lot of these weren't simple guys wide open.
He's got some real bona fide weapons to throw to. We have a tight end that can catch a football. He's a big man. He's a tall man. He's proven that he can get it done. He's here with us, and they'll utilize him more and more, splitting the seams, running a corner route into the end zone or a post route, Doug, and they like they did today. And I just think it's just going to get better. And Cutler's going to have the time. This offensive line is not going to regress. They're just going to get better week by week, and that'll have a chance for Tressman to implement, Doug, different kind of pass patterns, different kind of formations, both running and passings. It was a great, positive win today. And when they came out the second half and took command of the game, he says, well, there weren't adjustments. Well, I don't think I have to believe that. I think there were adjustments because they shut them down on both sides of the ball and brought a great victory home for the Bears today.
You're listening to Majestic Star Postgame Show, Radovich and Buffon, presented by Motorworks. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Postgame Show, presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks. To earn your business, we are live at the Majestic Star Casino on the Score. Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffon, our phone number. 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 24-21 over Cincinnati. And come to the Majestic Star Casino and play Daily Swipe and Win. 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Field Goal Mania. Now through September 28th. Once again, Chicago Bears win 24-21. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to John on the north side. John, you're on the Score.
Hi. I don't know if you guys saw it the same way I did, but did our rookie right tackle goad one of the Cincinnati veterans into a stupid penalty that cost his team a shot at the ball at the end of the game?
I don't know if he goaded him or not, but the fact was that was the call, right? Was against somebody that slapped him in the back or something,
right.
Hit him in the back.
Absolutely, and Cutler was right there, called the referee's attention to it, and bang, out came the flag. It was just, you know what else? It was just smart of him.
Yeah.
He was put in a situation like that, and he was smart enough not to retaliate, and the guy from Cincinnati just kept on doing it, and then he finally grabbed him and threw him to the ground. I'm talking about the Cincinnati Bengal player, threw him to the ground. And, then Cutler says, hey, yo, and threw the flag out. And it was just a stupid play by probably a stupid football player on the Bengals.
Well, first of all, it cost them, number one. Number two, they were at that point, too, obviously, that they were out of timeouts. And that in itself was a coaching decision or a bad coaching in my mind.
They took a page out of our book.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what they did.
How many times we do that last year?
Oh,
right?
my God.
I mean, it was forever. So, yeah, once again, everything worked out for us. Let's go out to Dr. Patrick in Palatine. Dr. Patrick.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Ed. Hi, Doug.
Hi,
this
buddy.
is, I know who it is. Hey, Pat, this is my guy. He has been, Doug, he has taken care of me, my God, for, 40 years or so, and he's
Hey,
kept
Doc,
me
that's
going.
a lot of work, isn't it?
And I tell you, Dr. Pat DeSillo, I love him, and he's a Bear fan, and he's an old friend. What do you got, Pat?
He sure is. Doug, Ed, it's not too stupid a question, but I have two quick questions. Number one, how do you see the middle linebacker position at this point in our near future? Do we have how do you foresee that position since you don't have Urlacher anymore? Are you positive about that situation?
Yeah.
Or are you concerned? And secondly, real quick, you mentioned this to me before. It's the offense, the big O, that makes that's the defining factor, not
Absolutely.
the defense anymore.
Absolutely.
Could you elaborate on that very briefly, if you could, because you made a cogent point about that
Well,
when
go
we
ahead,
spoke
Doug.
on the phone earlier.
Take on the linebacker.
The linebacker situation, and we saw Bostic play in the exhibition season. I know it's exhibition season, but we know the talent's there. We know the speed is there. He's just got to learn more. That's all. And they also have Williams there that can play that middle linebacking spot. And then when you saw what happened today, a lot of times neither one of those guys are in there in special downs. They got James Anderson in there, and he made a couple nice plays today. So I think we're going to be fine at the linebacking position.
Yeah, Pat, I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think we've got a veteran and a rookie. And they're talking about Anderson coming in. I'll tell you what, he played a pretty damn good football game, Pat. And I don't think that's going to be a problem. I think, in time it'll just get better. And this is not a mystery, Pat, about offense, okay? And when they made the change in coaches here, we finally got somebody that came in that understands offense because of what's going on the field and what the rules say. And I've said this, I can't tell you how many times for how many years. You've got quarterbacks. All you got to go is see New England, Green Bay, New Orleans, all these quarterbacks throwing a football all over the field because of the rules. And defense, all of a sudden, is not the main thing. It's all about offense. It's all about throwing the ball down the field, and that's what this game has evolved. You got quarterbacks throwing for 4,000 and 5,000 yards now. And finally, somebody came in here that actually understood it. that they got a quarterback, but they didn't have the 5 guys up front, and they didn't have the receivers. I mean, year after year, Doug and I would sit here and watch these games and see what's going on and never attend to these positions. Other teams did. We didn't. You're playing Green Bay. You're getting your brains beat out year after year. You see what Rodgers is doing. You see what their receivers are doing. You see how the rules are. You can't touch a quarterback. You can't touch a receiver. Throw the damn football.
Yeah, there's no question. And I think that was probably, if anything, aggravated Ed and I more than anything was the fact that you didn't even address it. We knew.
Yes. That's mind-boggling, Doug.
We knew you needed a tight end.
How could you have a GM, a GM and a head coach and offensive defense and not figure it out?
I think everybody, even on the street, you talk to people, say, well, I was watching New Orleans. Well, did you see their tight end? I was watching, New England. Did you see their tight end? I was watching Denver. Did you see their tight end?
How about 49ers?
Yeah, 49ers. Did you see their tight end? You say, wait a minute. We don't have that tight end. Then obviously coming in with the guard position and the tackle position, and you say, well, what about a wide receiver position? All of a sudden we start talking about this offense and said, wait a minute, Cutler's no damn good. You know that Cutler, he can't play. Well, certainly, maybe not. He can't play. Like I said, you got a Mercedes and you put 4 ball tires on him the last 4 or 5 years. And that's what happened. If you think about it, in the last 9-10 years, what was our offense? The best offense ranking we had was 16th when we went to the Super Bowl.
They're always 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st, year after year after year. And again, you go back to the general manager we had and everything, and we had such a talented defense and wasted all those years. And again, you play this game to be a world champion. That's what it's about, okay? And have the opportunity, the Bears, and people say, well, the Bears are cheap. Bears are not cheap at all by any stretch of the imagination. They'll go out and find people. And again, Doug, to sit there and play against teams like Green Bay and the teams in the National Football League, and you see what they're doing, and we're so far behind and never make the proper moves to correct the situation.
They did this year.
Yes, they did.
Mind-boggling. This segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended. Update coming up right now. Welcome back. The Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at the Majestic Star Casino and Score Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffon, and our thanks also to GM Craig Gelke, and also to John Sheldon, the Chief Marketing Officer of Majestic Star.
Yes. This segment is sponsored by Mercy Hospital and Medical Center, Chicago's choice for superior heart and vascular care. And by the way, Doug, just a little shout out to an old friend of mine, Paul Tamaraz of Motorworks. He had a little setback. But I'm going to tell you what, this guy's a bulldog.
He's tough
I'm going to tell you what.
He's tough as nails, that guy.
He's come back, and I mean, whatever it was, it's passed. And I tell you, he's as strong as a bull. And he's
way to go, Paul.
Oh, absolutely. He's doing fine. God bless him.
God bless you, Paul. Good job. Let's go out to Harry and Skokie. Harry on the score with Obie and Doug.
Obie and Doug, I've been listening to you guys for years complain about Lovey, and I'm looking so much to having you guys praise Mark Trestman. I think it's a new decade. These guys are really on the ball.
Well, you can see by the game today,
well, Harry.
Yeah,
Harry, let me ask you a question. What did you see out there offensively that was different? What was different? My God, Cutler was standing up on 2 feet.
No, more than that, which I've been telling Lovie Smith may be a good defensive coach. He was just not a game day coach. I went to the Super Bowl. In fact, the other thing I wanted to, Ed, I forgot that you were there in 1963 when I froze to death, and there was an article in the True about you guys, how you said it was the coldest game you ever played in.
It was a very, very cold day, but it was
I remember
a great...
2 things about that game. I remember Y.A. Tittle afterwards, how beat up he was by you guys, and how cold it was.
Well, on 2 things you're right. On 2 things you're right. But I tell you what, we won the World Championship, and as a matter of fact, this is going to be a big reunion coming this Sunday. down at Soldier Field, and the Bears are honoring us at halftime, and that's an awfully nice gesture.
I'm going to be there, but I'm telling you, I am so looking forward because I think the rest of this. I mean, they may not go to the Super Bowl, but they're going to be enjoyable, and you guys are going to be happy with the coaching, and unlike what's been going on for the last 5 or 6 years.
Right, Harry. Again, I'll say it again. I think what you're going to see here is after the first game with this victory, they'll go and correct the mistakes that they made, but at least we have some legitimate football players on the offensive side that looks like they can get the job done. It looks like we have coaches that understand offense, that understand the passing game, that understand about getting the team out of huddle, up to the line of scrimmage, calling a play, run right, plays over it, get right back in, let's go again. And finally, we've got some quality receivers because this game is, Harry, about offense. Did it used to be? No. But about the last 5 years, it's been all about offense.
And the fact is, too, you take a look at the Bears, you say, okay, the defense is good enough, all right? We always know the defense has been good enough the last 9 years. But then you take a look at your special teams. And the special teams, we're talking about gold. How about that field goal for 58 yards?
You know what?
That's good.
You brought up a great point, Doug. Our defense, if you go back the last 9 years, year after year, and our special teams, folks, if you go back, if you can remember, look at the field position we've had for the last 9 years, 8 years, 7 years, year after year, because of Hester and the special teams on punts and kickoffs. How many times did we start on the 35, the 45? Our opponent's 45-yard line, our opponent's 40-yard line, 1st and 10. How many times did that happen? We had great field position and couldn't do anything about it. Think about what I just said.
And today we had good field position. Today we had good field position offensively and defensively, though. I got to tell you, how about that punt that Pilots put down there on the 2-yard line? Those kind of things are important in a football game. You're right, because field position, you get to start it. If you get started too close to your own end zone, you got some problems.
Doug, there were so many times all you had to do was go 10 yards, 15 yards, and you could kick a field goal, and we couldn't even do that.
No, we didn't do that. There's no question about that. And so the fact is that's been really working on. The special team's been working on. The defensive line, we know it needs some work. There's no question about that.
There's no question about it.
Yeah, and the offensive line is coming around. Now, hey, hold it. Maybe I'm being too optimistic here. And the fact is, I'm looking at this and saying, boy, I tell you what, this looks terrific. But it does look terrific. I mean, I'm talking about a game we went into and we didn't go against a tomato can. I keep saying that. That defensive line for the Cincinnati team had 51 sacks last year. That Geno Atkins, that guy is supposed to be a world beater. He had 12.5 sacks last year. He was all pro. And so you take a look at this, you say to yourself, is this really working here? And you're looking at Trestman. You're looking at how the calls were made. You're looking at even Cutler not being beraggled out there,
Doug, what's great, he's got so many different targets to hit now from so many different offensive sets that Trestman has put in. I mean, we've got Bennett the tight end. We got Bennett the wide receiver. We got Jeffries. We've got big, huge targets, legitimate people that can stretch the field, that can catch the ball, that can come over the middle and make this offense go. Not just one guy. We've got 3 guys, 4 guys now that you can put in a set and really do some damage. And I think they will as time goes on.
That's the one thing. You looked at this, you said to yourself, it almost looked like there's something you could be really proud of offensively when you saw some of those passes, some of those throws that were made. And we used to see other teams doing it and go, boy, wish we could do that.
Yeah.
And you saw some of that today, buddy. You saw some of that today.
And I think you're going to see more of it. And we may be a little bit overboard about this, Doug. But I tell you what, so what? If we are, we are, because we saw things today in a real live football game that we found an offensive line that could step up and fight for 4 quarters and knock people off the line of scrimmage. We know that we have some quality receivers, Doug, we can move the ball down the field. We've got a quarterback that is better than an average quarterback. And these receivers in this offensive line, not only, Doug, they can make Cutler better.
Absolutely.
And if they move him out of the pocket with his accuracy and go with the shotgun and go with a no-huddle offense and keep that offense getting out of the huddle, coming up the line, play after play, It's something to build on. It's something truly that we have. We have receivers. We've got some kids that can fight on the offensive line. We've got a quarterback that can get it done. And all we can do is build on this. And I'm really looking forward from week to week to week. I mean, are there going to be some setbacks? Yeah, there's going to be some setbacks. Hopefully there's no injuries, Doug. But if our defense can keep playing basically the way they've been doing, Doug, and try to fix a couple of the ills, I don't see why going into this season, Doug, in a few weeks, why we can't be one of the better teams in the National Football League. From what I saw today, again, I think we'll get better, and I think we've got a shot at. We got Minnesota coming in, and I hope they come in and take care of business.
I agree, Ed. You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. And Obradovich and Buffon will be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks at On the Score. Obradovich and Buffon, we are live here at the Majestic Star and talking about the Chicago Bears win. And our phone number is 312-644-6767. And this hour is brought to you by the Pace Soldier Field Express Service. Visit pacebus.com for more information.
This hour is brought to you by the convenience stores of a Speedway.
Speedway. I love Speedway. Anyway, talking about this game, going back to it, and talking about what's happening with this team. You know, someone come up to me and said, "Listen, Doug, aren't you guys getting a little bit ahead of you on your skis?" You know, you're kind of optimistic because
and if we are, so what?
So what? But the point I'm making is that if it was bad, and if you know Ed and I, and if it was bad and we saw, even though they would have won, would have said, "Hey, hold it." But I'm going to tell you something. I saw something there today that I've not seen, Ed, in a long time, and it struck both of us. It really did. Now, could it be just one football game? Maybe, but usually that's not the way this thing works. You know, you're seeing a tendency here. And the key that I really see, and we'll go back to it, and Ed talks about it, it's the offense. You talk about the offensive line. You talk about what's going on with the wide receivers. And mainly, everything, no matter what, in the National Football League goes back to what? It goes back to the quarterback. Take a look at all the teams.
Plus, you got Forte in the backfield running.
Right.
He's a bona fide threat coming out of the backfield, catching passes. He's a bona fide threat, Doug. And you put all this together, you know, there's a reason to smile about it, and there's a reason to feel some optimism, you know, as opposed to the years that have gone by. I mean, you know, everything was a hope and a prayer. Well, now I think we have some people that in time they'll get better and better. And there's enough of them around. I think we have, again, going to the offensive line, which has been the problem here. I mean, long time.
How many years?
How
many years we talked about the offensive line? How many times we said, what was a couple of years ago when O'Meal almost put Cutler in a casket? You know, you almost killed the kid. But it could have got him for murder. He got sacked about 7 or 8 times. How many times did we see that? How many times did we talk about that? How many times did we talk about Webb? How many times did we talk about that whole offensive line? They said it was a sieve. They had 0 sacks today. 0. I mean, when's the last time when you and I could talk about something like that?
Never.
What? Never. In 10 years.
It's not like when.
Yeah. You know, I mean, yeah, I got to get excited with that.
That you got a right to get excited. You got you know, and who knows? Maybe they might go out and fall on their fanny next week, but I don't think so because I think they have too many quality players now. And again, Doug, you know, we'll see what this coaching staff what they can do. But boy, I'm going to tell you what, to see them come out the second half and put up the yardage they did, and to stop the Bengals for those people producing yardage. Stop them on third down and first down conversions. Doug, that was big. That was huge today. To come out in the second half and totally reverse everything and take care of the game and finish the game. And finish it, Doug, in a professional manner. And show some guts going for it on fourth down.
You know what that does, too, also, Ed? By that happening.
Players believe in the coaches.
There you go. Exactly right.
Players believe in the coaches.
You start believing in a coach.
Absolutely.
You start believing what he's saying. And I'm telling you what, that goes a long way. Let's go out to Mike in Chicago. Mike on the score with O'B and Doug.
It is such a privilege to be on the air with you guys, the greatest post-game show ever in Chicago.
Well, thanks, Mike.
I enjoy both of you guys and watch both of you guys play. But I wanted to touch something you just said, too. I got a defensive question, but this could be the year that actually the tight end is pivotal in this offense. I mean, we've been waiting for a long time for tight end to be a focal part of this offense, and I think this year we're going to probably see that. But getting to my defensive question, or a point that Ed made earlier, you don't have that big-time stud on the line.
No, we don't. Not even close.
I think this year you're going to have to be as creative as you ever been on defense with the personnel that we have because, we're still long on the tooth on defense. So I think this year you're going to have to be very, very creative.
I agree with you.
In my call.
Yeah, that's true. And the fact is, we saw some of it today. By creative, we're seeing now they're moving Peppers inside. They're moving what?
Wooten's inside playing tackle. They're trying.
When it comes to passing, passing situations.
Right.
And so I know he's going to adjust some of that stuff. There's no question about it. And then Ed brought up a great point, too, about a lot of times if you want to get up that middle pressure, then you send your linebackers. You send them up into that middle stuff, and that causes a lot of havoc, too. So I'm sure they'll be able to do some things with that. But the one key, though, you look at the defense, they're still doing one thing. They're taking the football away. And that, to me, takeaways are probably the most important thing you can do defensively. We had 3 today, 3 takeaways. 2 interceptions, obviously, by Tillman. And, of course, Jennings, the cornerback, picks up a fumble. So we have 3 takeaways. So I think that to me is so important.
There's an old philosophy, and George Allen brought this up, and he was a coach here. He was our defensive coordinator when we won the world championship, and he came up with the theory: 3 takeaways, you win. 5, it's a lock.
Right.
But that kind of blew up, Doug, because folks, listen to this. We played in Denver one year. We took 9 takeaways. 9.
Lost.
We went up and we played in Green Bay. We took 8 takeaways and lost. But the fact of the matter is, it still is. I think it holds pretty much true, though. If you take 3, you win. 5, you got a lock.
Let's go out to John in Prospect High. John, you're on the score.
Hey, Tom?
John.
Hey, listen, guys, I'm as excited about this win as anybody else. But I think you're way over the top.
Okay. Sure we are.
Tina Tillman and Robbie Gould won that game for us. It had nothing to do with Jay Cutler. The ghost of Lovey is still there. There is still way misused time, the clock, the timeouts that Jay had to take. Come on, I know this is the first game, but they've had an entire summer to get this right. Peter Tillman and Robbie Gould won that game.
John, and you are saying the color had nothing to do with winning that football game?
Well, don't take that exactly literally, because, yes, he was the quarterback, and yes, but he was awful the first half. How many yards did we have in the first half? 97?
96,
Come on.
yeah.
Come on. Peter Tillman won that game for us.
But put it
You
this
know that. I would like you to admit that because our defensive line had nothing. We showed nothing.
You're right about the defensive line. You're right. But what you saw was a better offensive line. And what you saw, Mike, come on here. You're talking about we have receivers that likes we haven't had here, and I can't remember. We do have some quality receivers. We got some young kids that have just come on that line, and it was their first league game, and I'll tell you what, I thought they stayed up, fought it, and played pretty damn well, and kept Cutler upright instead of prone.
I don't know what game you were watching, okay? And I understand about maybe we are getting overexcited. But let me tell you this right now. There was some good football played out there, especially on that offensive line. And you want to talk about Tillman? That's what he does. He gets takeaways. There's no question that's what the Bear defense does.
Right, he's right about the defensive line.
Right. No. We talked about that from the beginning. Yeah. But the fact is, though, the things that were so important to the Chicago Bears and probably to anybody that's looking at them was the fact that what was my offensive line going to do? And don't tell me that Cutler did not have a good football game today.
No sacks.
No. Don't tell me he didn't have a good football game. You don't get a 91.8 quarterback rating for not playing a good football game and throw for 2 touchdowns.
That's okay. He's entitled to his opinion, just like everybody else.
No, I understand that, but there's something about color that pisses people off sometimes, and no matter what he does, they're going to say he's not going to be a good football player.
That's okay. He's a Bear fan, and so what? Let him have his whatever his thoughts and feelings are. Fine.
But the thing about it is, you got to take a look at what's happening out there today. What did you see out there? Did you tell me that Cutler was a bad football player today? That Cutler couldn't play today? If you said that, then that's wrong.
Told you what I saw. I saw an offensive line that could do something, keep our quarterback upright, and I saw some coaches offensively that could put a game plan together, move the ball down the field, and we can strike. That's what I saw.
Let's take a break. Welcome to Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. We're live at the Majestic Star Casino on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon. And also, don't forget to tune in, if you get a chance, to Buffon.com. And Ed and I have some more stuff on the Chicago Bears there if you are interested. And what do you have in mind? What are you waving at me?
I was waving a read that I thought I was supposed to read, which by our producer said, no, I don't have to read, but you put this in front of me. And again.
Well, no, what did I put in front of you? What did I do?
The one that's over here, Doug. Okay?
Well,
right, never mind. Get on with the damn show, will you?
You're such a jerk sometimes.
I'm a jerk?
Goodbye. Let's go out to John in Hawthorne Woods. John, you're on the Score with the jerk and Doug.
Hey, Doug and Ed, how you guys doing tonight?
What's up, John?
Hey, I thought I would give you a call. I was driving past Gary on my way down to Indianapolis tonight, and I heard that last call. I was ripping on Cutler, and I got a couple comments about Cutler's first half, and then also Forte I'd like you guys to comment on.
Okay.
One is that, Cutler had a couple easy drops in the first half also.
Yes.
That were drive killers. And, I mean, he could have easily been 26, 27 for 31 today with unbelievable numbers. I thought he had a really nice game.
John, I agree with you. Go ahead.
And that throw that he had that throw to the left sidelines, that ball must have been about 3 inches too high. I think it was either Jeffries or Bennett couldn't barely pull that one in.
Yep.
I mean, Cutler was putting the ball right on the spot all day. He had one in the third quarter where he put one about 2 feet off the turf to keep it away from an interception for that was about a 12, 13-yard third down pickup.
That's right.
I thought it was unbelievable. And then lastly, did you guys think that Forte was maybe trying to bounce too many balls outside instead of taking it up the seam? There were a couple 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2s that we didn't convert that I thought I saw seams, and he was bouncing stuff outside a little bit too much.
Yeah, a lot of times he likes to do that because they feel a lot of backs do that. They feel they can get outside and get that yardage on the outside. If you take a look at the difference when Bush came in the football game, everything was straight ahead pounding, and that's why he put Bush in at the end there. And I think you're right. Yeah, I think a lot of times he thinks he can bust it loose, he can go for the big one instead of trying to really grind it out maybe 5 or 6 or 7, 8 yards. Your thing about Cutler is absolutely correct. Twice he picked up first downs. One was was on 3rd and 15, and one was from 3rd and 17. And he picked up both of those and hitting Marshall. I mean, he put that ball right where it had to be, and it had to be a perfect throw. I have no complaints whatsoever about that kid today. Even talk about the interception, I still say the kid got hit, but let's say that he did not get hit, and the fact that he was intercepted. He was putting that football right on the money for the touchdowns, for the first downs, and that's what you need out of your quarterback. Let's go out to Rob in Lakeview. Rob, you're on the Score with Obie and Doug.
Gentlemen, how you doing? It's my first-time caller,
right,
long-time listener. You guys are an absolute must-listen to post-game show there is in Chicago.
Well, thanks, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
I want to say that, first of all, I think we got to say great job to Phil Emery. I mean, he created an offensive line in the period of an off-season, taking almost the entire line, shifting it around, and now there might be a force he's reckoned with, and that's just it's awesome. My thing today was, Trestman looked great, but the defensive coordinator, Mel Tucker, he came from Jacksonville. I think they were 30th in the league last year.
Sure.
In terms of overall defense. It did look like they were – did they forget how to tackle? I mean, I saw a lot of guys going with their head down, not wrapping guys up, bouncing off players, and that's not the Bears' defense that we know. There was very little game tackling. They weren't mobbing the football. I hope they fix that pretty soon because that's what we're known for, stout defense. I don't want to see this team not do as well because our defense is just simply not hitting people properly. That's all I got to say. I listen, and thanks for taking my call, guys.
You know, Rob, if you have to look at the game and say, okay, fine, what has to be improved, you're absolutely correct. Defensively, there were a lot of missed tackles. And missed tackles where you saw where guys were stopped, let's say, for example, on third down, and all of a sudden you see a tight end dragging somebody and picking up the first down. That you're right. You can't say that didn't happen because it did happen. So obviously they'll I don't know how you correct it because you're not allowed to hit anymore.
Pursuit,
in camp.
Doug. That's how you correct
but
it.
Once you get to the guy, Eddie, you got to bring him down.
Yeah, Doug, wherever you go, if that ball's thrown out in the flat, everybody knows where that ball is, and everybody takes the proper angle and get over there. It doesn't matter. Every play, you've got to have great pursuit and the great avenues to get to it.
And then you got to finish it off. You got to make the tackle.
Absolutely.
You know, and I think that's part they need to do to get better. But all in all, the times came when they needed to make a stop. You saw the Bears do that. And once again, they do it by the takeaways. And that they're very good at. But they get back, and I agree with the caller that, Rob, that the fact was that they need to get better at tackling.
You know what, Rob? This was really a huge game for the Bears. You know, I know a lot of times when we were in the playoffs or we needed a game and we were at home and we had to take on Green Bay, whoever, and we lost in our own ballpark. Okay, you had a whole new coaching system, the drafts, a whole new change in philosophy about the way we're going to play offense, and all new offensive sets and the way you got to run it. And I just look at, and I just think it's terrific because, again, the way National Football League, the way they're playing football in here. So for this coaching staff to come in, and it's the opening game here, and to come and have the young players stand up to the plate and take care of business. And defensively, we took some balls away. We have a couple of weak areas, but I think we can compensate for that by some blitzes and by moving the line and tricks. But it was a huge game today for the Bears. There's the whole Bear organization and for all the fans. And it would have been horrible for them to come out and have the Bears just absolutely stink the stadium up. And you know what? They didn't. They stayed in there. They hung in there for 4 quarters, and you saw a different kind of an offense. You saw different coaching. You saw different philosophies, offensive sets, and that was a good thing to see. And it was the opening game, and again, such a huge game for the Bears. And damn it, we got a victory, and let's just build on it.
Well put, Ed. I couldn't have summed up any better than that. Let's go out to Gene in Normal. Gene, you're on the score.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
What's up,
All
Gene?
right, Gene.
Hey, so you guys touched earlier on the weak play of the defensive line today, and I think it's pretty scary when you look and 3 of your 4 leading tacklers are in the secondary.
Right.
But I want to know how long you think veteran DJ Williams is going to stay at that starting linebacker position before we get that hard-hitting rookie Jonathan Bostic back out on the field. I'll hang up and listen to your answer.
You know, that's hard to say, Gene, because the fact is, why did they say we're going to start Williams instead of Bostic when Bostic went through the whole, training camp? They might have found something out that we don't know. Maybe, and I did see this with Bostic. The fact is, reading his keys, differentiating between a run and a pass. Getting back on coverage, coming up and making contact with somebody trying to block him. That's going to take some time. There's no question about that. But there's no question about his ability. We saw him do a lot of that. So I think only time will tell. Williams, they say he's hungry. They say he wants to be a big part of what's going on in this defense. I think they have the luxury now to put both of them in the football game. Because what's happening is, and really passing down situations, you take a look at a guy they're really leaning on. It's the strong side linebacker and James Anderson. So they have time to work those two out and see who is the best, Williams or Bostic. And you may just, again, too, the fact is that Williams has not played. He's not played all preseason. So he's going to have to get in there and get some work done so we can see what he can do.
I'm sure that kid will be worked in there on running plays. And a little stat here, Doug. Let me leave you with this. Since 1966, the home team wins 57.3% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
They really do. And again, congratulations to the whole Bear organization and to all the Bear fans. And there's nobody more loyal on this planet than the Bear fans. I mean, whether we all seem to take off after them in a bad way or whether it's a good way, but we all love the Bears, and it's our team. And again, this game was so important to get off on the right foot. And the things that we saw were so important to improve in the areas, receivers, offensive line. It was just a damn real good thing to see.
And also, too, I think you were leaning toward the fact that you win that first game. There's a percentage out there that says that you have a good chance of going to the Super Bowl. Most Super Bowl in the last 47 Super Bowl winners, Ed, they won that first game.
Oh, you're trying to top me with statistics now?
No, I'm just trying to extend your certificate.
Statistics is the word, Doug.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Engineer Dominic Medicino.
The best.
The best. Producer Ethan Shaw.
The best.
Producer Mark Jolliffe.
The best.
On site, Rick Camp.
Phenomenal.
Unbelievable. Promotions, Matt Santamaria, Danny Kalanko. Promotions, Ashland. Hope I do this right. Schnuckle. Is that right or not? Okay, that's not right. And promotions, Danny. Is it Volcano or Volnaco?
Oh, for Christ.
I can't read his writing.
Please?
Will you stop yourself? I can't read that writing. Was that a B or a U?
I don't know. Hey, all you fans out there, we love you. Thanks for calling in and listening to us. God love you.
Bears and Vikings underway. Line drive, and about halfway deep in the end zone. Patterson out to the 5, running right of the 10 to the 15. Big opening. 20-25. Gold's got to get him. He did. 30, 35, 40 to midfield. To the 40 of the Bears. They are not going to get him. Too much speed. Too much. Patterson had a touchdown. The opening kickoff. Minnesota jumps in front 6-0 on a 105-yard return. Cutler with Forte on his hip, takes the snap, looking left, coming open. Bennett, goal line, touchdown! Touchdown, Martellus Bennett, touchdown Bears! Jay takes, sidesteps to throw, plenty of time. Lofts it down the right side. He's got Marshall, 5, end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Brandon Marshall from 34 yards out, and the Bears have taken the lead on the Vikes. Power formation, but Jay's going to throw out of it. They swing it into the backfield. Caught by Forte, 45 of the Vikings to the 40. Chris Cook hits him around the waist and spins him down inside the 35. Down near the 32. Shotgun snap is back. Jay leaving the pocket right. Jared Allen knocks the ball out. It's scooped up by the Minnesota Vikings, and Brian Robinson running free at the 40, 30, 20, and he is going in for a touchdown. Sack, strip, scoop, and score for the Vikes. They are an extra point away from tying the game. Brian Robinson goes 61 yards. 2 yards deep in his own end zone. Comes out right to the 10, to the 15, to the 20. First to the 30. Devin with a sprint to the 40. Blocked by Stelz at the 40. Devin, the sideline, slides out of bounds in front of Josh Robinson inside the Viking 25. The snap, Jay, play fake. They're going to throw over the middle. Tipped in the air, up in the air. It's batted around and intercepted by the Vikings. It was tipped twice and intercepted by Minnesota. It is Kevin Williams. The Pro Bowler takes it away, and it's a red zone turnover for the Bears. And that is first and goal, wiped out by the evil Ricochet. Here's the snap to Potter. Sidestep to the pocket. Under a blitz by Williams. It's picked. And it's picked up on the other end. Jennings running the sideline to the 20. To the 15, 10. 5. Dives in, end zone. Touchdown. A pick 6. Timmy Jennings. Ponder on 2nd and 8 from the 20. Going to go to the end zone for Rudolph. It is broken. Nope, he caught the football. He took it away from Major Wright. Touchdown, Minnesota. They are an extra point from tying it up. Wright defending Kyle Rudolph. That's Ponder's money man in the passing game. Snap Jay. Little pump fake. Now throwing, opening up and coming to get it. The safety picks him off. It is Harrison Smith coming in front of Brandon Marshall. And played center field and picks off Jay Cutler on his 28th pass attempt, and the Vikings have 3 takeaways. Here's Ponder, going to throw down the middle. Pass is caught by Greg Jennings inside the Bear 10. Fry and Tillman on the stop. That's a big-time throw and catch. On 3rd down, a 22-yard connection. Cutler on the take in the gun. Offensive line protects. High throw, snagged over the middle by Brandon Marshall. Down to the 48-yard line of Minnesota. That was a pass that had mustard on it, to say the least. and big hands snagged and pulled it in, a 12-yard reception.
It's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, a Chicago tradition after every Bears game, and only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's radio home for Bears fans. Majestic Star Casino. Come play your favorite slots, table games, and daily promotion only at Majestic Star Casino, and presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business.
Welcome to the Majestic Star post-game show presented by Motorworks. We are live at the Radisson Blue Aqua Hotel, 221 North Columbus Drive. On The Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears, 31. The Minnesota Vikings, 30. That's right. That's right. And I got to tell you, the way this game started in the first half, I said to myself, no brainer. This thing is going to be over with. They're going to take care of this football. They're going to go out there and they're going to just win running away. It took a last drive by Cutler and by the reception for Bennett to make this thing happen. And I got to tell you, the one thing that's encouraging about this, and Ed was looking at the stats. He said, do you mean we had 265 yards the first half, which we did, right, Ed?
269.
269. The most thing that's encouraging about this is that in football, you look at the quarterback, and if you got a quarterback that can bring you back in the fourth quarter when everything is going against you, when you have 2 minutes and you're facing a bad time, and you come out to score to win a football game, that's a big plus. And I saw that today, and that's a big thing that Cutler did today.
Well, actually here, Doug, when you looked at this, he was 13 of 19 for 146 yards for almost close to an 8-yard average, Doug. And in rushing, we had 19 rushes for 123 yards for 6.5. 16 first downs in the first half. Third down conversion, 3 of 6. Bad thing, 2 turnovers. But, Doug, what I saw today, and I mean, congratulations again to the Bears here. We won the game by a point. The fact it could be a 1 point or 100 points, it doesn't matter. We're 2-0. That's a great start under a new head coach, hopefully an all brand new system, folks. Offensively, what we had the past 10 years, it went right in the garbage can. It's a passing league, and we're going to move the ball down the field. You're seeing it from all different kinds of multiple sets. And guess what? They finally figured out that we have a thing in the National Football League called a tight end. Actually figured it out. We have one that's 6'6", played for the Giants. We've gone to him the first game. We've gone to him now. Cutler on that touchdown pass, put it up high and to the outside so he could leap. He is 6'6". If anything, jumps up in the air. If he misses it, it goes out of bounds. But the fact of the matter is we've got a legitimate tight end on this football team, and every football team that goes to the Super Bowl or is a juggernaut on offense, the majority of times the tight end is the receiver on the team. Again, for some reason, for years and years, we could never figure it out on this team. Now we've got a legitimate tight end. We've got an offense running from multiple sets, wideouts, whether it's 3 right, 2 left, it doesn't matter. All kinds of motion. You've got Forte more and more involved into the offensive set, out into the flat, running the football, sucker plays, delays. These are things, folks, we haven't seen here in a long, long time. One other thing, Doug. Defensively, I don't know, folks, what you saw out there. To me, they looked a little lethargic. And I'm going to tell you something. What's a little bothersome, if Julius Peppers isn't going 110 miles an hour on every play, where are the other 3 guys? I know we have a problem at defensive tackle, and we do. We don't have a Washington, a Traylor. We don't have a Tommy Harris. But we have got to be creative, and I saw a blitz come up the middle with Lance Briggs that worked. But for us to get any pressure, it's got to come up the middle because our defensive tackles can't do it. So we're going to have to start blitzing. And again, like I said last week, Doug, moving the line weak to strong and coming with a lot of line tricks.
Yeah, and Collins come through today. He made a nice hit, the defensive tackle, causing a fumble. The only thing that I'm going to really look at that I thought was really a bad call. So when the Chicago Bears were down there on the 1-yard line, we're on the 1-yard line, and they pull off that play action thing, gets tipped up in the air by somebody, and Williams intercepts the football down there. We're running the football extremely well. You've got Bush. You got guys there that are really bangers. I understand it, but you're on the 1-yard line, first and goal, and I could not understand that call. Other than that, I look at the game and say, okay, fine. They went back and forth. They come up with some big plays. The Bears did what everybody was doing and what they all should do when you play Peterson. You put the extra guy in the box. But when you put the extra guy in the box, that means that quarterback, meaning Ponder, should have a field day out there. He should be looking at people and making a lot of receptions. So the game plan was right. They did the right thing to do it. But the key with this kind of a game plan is the fact that if you make mistakes or something happens to you, that how do you react? And like I said at the beginning of the show, how do you react to a problem that where you have to put the football in the end zone with maybe only 2 minutes left to go? If you look throughout the whole league, you'll see Brady do it. You see Manning's do it. Roger do it. So when you take a look at all this, you say to it, we got a guy. He just did it. They come back and won 31-30. A lot of people are going to say, well, I'll tell you what, those Chicago Bears are real lucky. They're lucky they won that football game. How many times have we said that? We were on the other end of the stick. Because you need that guy. You need that guy in the fourth quarter. And you need that tight end, like Ed said. We were so disappointed for years. Ed and I talking about the tight end. Get a tight end. Find a tight end. The tight end is the best friend a quarterback could have. And that's exactly what happened today. That was a hell of a catch. And Marshall, too, by the way, made a nice catch. So,
well, the fact of the matter, Doug, right now, with the different offensive sets that Mark Trestman has put in, and we have the quality receivers now. They, like you said, they went out and they got Bennett. They brought some people in here. Marshall is as good as they get at a wideout. So they're doing things that are attacking offensively down the field. And, again, things that we haven't seen here in a long, long time. And you know why? And I just harken back to it, Doug. It's a damn shame the last 10 years to have a defense, the defense that we had with Brian Urlacher and the guys that we had here, and that you could have won a Super Bowl with. And we only got there one time, and we didn't win it. But they would never address the offense. Never addressed it. They never thought they had a problem. They brought Cutler in there, but guess what? They forgot to put 5 guys in front of them. And they forgot to get quality receivers.
That's what happened this year, and that's the difference in the offense. The game ball is brought to you by El Pamani Ford. Visit apford.com, and the game ball is going to go to Ed. I'm going to turn it over to you and let you make this decision.
Bennett.
Martellus?
You got it.
Okay, he's the guy. Martellus Bennett, the tight end for the Chicago Bears, gets the game ball from El Pamani Ford. Let's go out to the airlines here. Let's see what we find. Lou in Waukegan. Lou, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, I want 2 quarts of whatever you've been drinking, but Dougie this morning.
Okay.
Okay, because this ain't the airlines, it's the airwaves.
Airwaves, I'm sorry, yeah.
Wait till Eddie.
Good catch, Lou.
Hey, wait a minute.
Wait till Eddie
Doug,
says
listen, hold it.
Go
Doug,
ahead, Eddie.
Well, Doug can call it whatever the hell he wants, okay?
Tell him,
well,
man.
He's not bigger than you, Eddie.
No, he's
You just
not.
start slapping him around. Okay, listen, the Bears have got a horseshoe up their ass. Let's face it, okay? And they ain't going to
Lou,
the Super
stop
Bowl.
yourself.
They ain't going to the Super Bowl with this kind of play.
Lou, why do you say that?
Lou
They got a
doesn't
horseshoe up their ass. They're 2-0. They come through in the fourth quarter to win the football game. You know what? Give them credit while they're going. I mean, I understand you think I didn't think that the New England Patriots one time had a horseshoe up their ass, or Green Bay had a horseshoe up their ass.
How about New England last week? Had a horseshoe up their backside. Okay? What did they beat?
Buffalo, barely.
By a couple of points.
Right.
These, listen, you're going to have these games. You're going to go down to the last minute, the last second, and thank God we had the wherewithal to get it done, move it down, and get it done. But sometimes you're going to have some laughers. But the squeakers, guys, you want to win. We're 2-0. Come on, guys, let's take it here. It's a whole new system, both offense and defense. I know they say, well, it's staying pretty much to the old defense. Well, yeah, in some respects. But the fact of the matter is, all new coaches, new system. We're 2-0, and we won a real tight game. It's a good thing.
It's a great thing, not a good thing. The fact is that, you know what? I never saw us do that too many times in the past. Have you? Where we taking the football at the end of the game with 20-some seconds left to go and win the football game.
The chances of that happening, Doug, were none and none.
None. You're listening to Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We're live at the Radisson Blue Aqua Hotel.
Motorworks.
On Columbus Drive. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767.
Snap is back to Jay. Slides left. Throwing. Back shoulder throw. Martellus Bennett. 2-1. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. We are tied at Soldier Field with 10 seconds to go.
Courtesy of Majestic Star. What? I can't hear you. There we go. Now it's coming in clear. Those highlights courtesy of WDBM Radio, Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We are live at Radisson Blue Aqua Hotel on Columbus Drive. And we're on the Score Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767.
Doug, did you get the Al Pimani read it?
No, give me the Al Pimani read.
Right here.
Right here.
Right there.
Thank you. Martellus Bennett won our game ball, brought to you by Al Piemonte Ford. Al Piemonte Ford. Visit apford.com. Al Piemonte, been around here longer than Obradovich and myself. The guy is just phenomenal and a great guy and has a great car place out there. So, yeah, go visit Al Piemonte. Let's go out to Jordan and Carey. Jordan, you're on the Score.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
What's up, Jordan?
Hey, not to be one to know what's best for play calling, but what do you think Trestman was seeing on the goal line that made him want to go to the pass instead of letting Forte get behind the lead fullback or having Michael Bush pound it through the middle? What was going on with those play calls?
Pounded right behind Kyle Long. Take your chances with that kid. Him and Mills all year long.
I didn't understand the call, Jordan. I'll be honest with you. I was just kind of hysterical because you get down there. I understand you have to throw the football. I know the play action is important. I know the Bears can do that. But they got power runners, and they got some guys in the front that can block. And that's where I would have went with it. And all of a sudden you get the batted ball, and that could have cost you. There was no question about it because now you're going in for the 7, and you're just taking over the game. And when that happened, that gave life to the Minnesota Vikings. And, Jordan, I can't tell you why he did that. And probably he'll say to yourself, well, they would not expect that. Well, even if they expected you running it, you can blow somebody off the line of scrimmage and catch a half a yard or a yard and a half and have a touchdown. So I don't have the answer for that call. I really don't.
I think it would have been a great trust factor, Doug, if Trestman would have called the play, behind Garza and the 2 young rookies on the right-hand side, and to show these kids they have faith in them. I think last week, Doug, they were just blowing people off the line, and why not stay with it? Because that's another thing we haven't had around here is an offensive line that can move people out. So I'm sure you will not see that pass play again, Doug.
Yeah, and if you're going to do it, do it with Bush. Bush is your short yardage guy. Bush is your guy you bring in when to score touchdowns in 1 yard or less. So if you're going to do a play action, do it with him, not with Forte. So, but that neither here nor there. He made a shot at it. I don't think it was a very good call. But other than that, I was kind of happy what happened out there today.
Doug, the whole game, I wonder how the listeners feel about this. The whole game was kind of
back and forth.
Yeah, kind of like, it was like a little sloppy, defensively, I think we came out, we were a little lethargic. It just didn't seem like they were ready to play. I don't know. Just a thought I had.
Mistakes were made on both sides, there's no question. But we do know this. If we take a look at the Minnesota Vikings, there ain't no way in hell they're going to win anything as far as a division.
That quarterback. That's exactly, Doug. That team is going nowhere, and I feel sorry for Leslie Frazier, but he is the head coach. He's the guy making the decisions. Does he really believe that Ponder is the guy to take him to a Super Bowl? Are you kidding me?
No, that's why Castle's up there, and I don't even think Castle can do that either. But they got Peterson, but that's not enough. Let's go out to Bob in Palatine. Bob, you're on the score with O.B. and Doug.
Hey, Doug and Ed, how you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, I want to give kudos to Kevin Hester. My God.
That's right.
Over 300 yards.
Yep.
Boy, this is a great trend. If this guy can just concentrate on this, we're going to have a great performance from him this season, don't you think, guys?
Absolutely. And here's the one thing. Ed and I talked about this so many times.
Yeah.
Go back in the past, the fact about the field position for the Chicago Bears. You see the field position, the difference it makes for that offense? He had an 80-yard return, a 70-yard return, I think like another 45 or 50-yard return off the kickoffs. That puts you right in position to score. That puts a lot of pressure on the defense.
Bob, that whole Devin Hester thing, trying to make him into a number one receiver is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, year after year trying to make him in. As a matter of fact, if they wanted to make him a receiver, they should have used him as a decoy. The position he should have been playing, if they wanted to make him, they should have put him in the slot, put him in motion. Use him as a decoy, if anything, because he damn sure couldn't catch a football.
I think Ed, they wanted to justify his salary, by saying, okay, well, the guy plays two positions.
The only thing they did, they justified their stupidity.
They did that. And the kid, look, he's showing some action. I think he's turning
Doug,
things around.
he is what he is. He's a great returner, probably the best this league has ever seen. And now hopefully he's getting back on track. Why the hell you try to take, accentuate the positive, make him better at what he does? All of a sudden the Bears are going to figure out that this kid's the number one receiver in the National Football League? Are you out of your mind?
That is why, though, Ed, they didn't let him go. How many people out there thought that Hester would be gone? They said, well, we could put somebody else back there.
Most everybody.
Everybody, except them, except the coaches. They saw what this kid could do if he just stuck to what he does best, and that is doing returns. Let's go out to Dave in Milwaukee. Dave, you're on the scoreboard, O.B. and Doug.
Guys, thanks for taking my call. Great day. Go Bears. Hey, look, I wanted to say a couple things, and I'll hang up. One of them was it's great to see a team that actually knows how to come back 2 weeks in a row. It'll be nice to see what Cutler really can do when he's finally protected by what seems to be a good front line, which, and also having weapons and plays that are being called that allows him to use different weapons to throw. So I like how he's spreading that ball out. And I guess my question to you guys was the issue of, do you think Hester's playing better just because he's getting to concentrate on one facet of the game?
Nope.
So I'll stay bear down, and I'll listen to your answer off the air. Thanks.
Dave, I'll just jump in first. There's no question about it. There's absolutely no question about it. That's what he always should have done. That move never should have been made. But let's say that they did make it. I mean, my God, you could see that wasn't happening. He couldn't remember the plays. So what do? You should have put him back there. This coaching staff had the wherewithal to figure it out and sit this kid down and talk to him and get the job done. And what he does best is bring it back, and that's what we have.
Yeah, he was very low. You remember at the end of the year that when Lovey left and Hester said, I don't know if I want to come back. I don't know if I want to play. They must have talked to him.
Well,
and gave him the shot.
You know what, Doug? We could go into that, with Lovey and some of his favorites and all that, and I don't even want to touch that. It's a new era. We got Trestman here. We've got Hester back doing what he should be doing, and it's one damn good thing.
You're listening to Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. That's right, we're live at the Radisson Blue Aqua Hotel on 231 North Columbus Drive. Obradovich and Buffon.
Stay in there, callers.
312-644-6767. Chicago Bears win 31-30.
Your Bears start the season with 2 comeback wins, and this one dramatically sending the Vikings home back to Minnesota. Losers again. They haven't won here since 2007.
That was Jeff Joniak talking about Minnesota Vikings, who lost again at Soldier Field. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. We're live at the Radisson Blue Aqua Hotel, 231 North Columbus Drive. Obradovich and Buffon, we're on the score. Sports Radio 670. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. 888-866-6767. And digging into the numbers is brought to you by Julie, Julie. Call 811 before you dig or visit. And we come up with this one, and I come up with this one basically for the third down play. The Bears were 7 for 12 for 58%, and I thought that was the best, fact out there. And so, once again, for the second week in a row, I came up with this. All right? Let's tell the truth, Ed. Come on, for God's sakes. Let's go out to what do we got here? Nate D. in the south side. Sati on the north side. I'm sorry.
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
Good.
Hang it in there, kid.
You guys are lucky today because the aqua's absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah. So listen, I wanted to add a rebuttal to a gentleman that called a couple of callers ago, and he said, well, the Bears they just don't. I don't think they look like a Super Bowl team. And to be honest with you, I've been hearing that on the score from callers all week. But it's I tell you what, the Bears have showed that they have a great deal of heart the last two games. Okay, and that makes them a Super Bowl contender. It hasn't been pretty, right? It hasn't been pretty. But when you look at how most teams will respond to interception, fumble, right?
Adversity.
Four takeaways. We should have lost the game.
Yeah.
Be honest.
Yeah, 4 takeaways in the second half, right? But but Cutler, who could have sulked about it, right? Cutler went out there and rallied the troops, and got down that field, and they scored that touchdown. They won the game. You know what I mean? And all week I've been hearing, like all last week, people are calling into the score saying, "Oh, the Bears, they look just like last year's Bears. There's nothing changed." I mean, well, that's certainly not true, because if this was Lovey's Bears, we'd still hear Lovey Smith in press conferences trying to tell us to be patient with Jamarcus Webb.
Well, it's as simple as that.
This is not Lovey's team. This team is certainly better than Lovey's last year's team. And if nothing else, this team has a lot of heart and a lot of soul and a lot of gravel in their gut. And that makes them a Super Bowl contender.
Well, I tell you, we absolutely agree with you 100%. I think Doug and I, everything you said, I think you're right on, and they just got to build from it.
That's exactly right. The fact is that old statement, the road to success is always under construction. And the fact is, you're going to change, but you got to develop yourself each week and then move forward and pick things up. Like today, once again, how to make a comeback. You're not going to be on top all the time, but how to make a comeback. That's the most important thing, I believe, in professional football. Let's go to Rashad at Hyde Park. Rashad, you're on the score.
Doug and OB, thanks for taking my call.
You got it, buddy.
Great victory today, 2-0. Can't complain. I was telling you, guy, everything's pointing up right now as far as with the Bears. One thing I want to touch defensively, after the first 2 weeks, I think it's safe to say that the defense, although we might not hold guys under 20 points this year, they're still making plays, causing havoc and turnovers in key situations, which is key, especially if this offense can build on the moxie and the wherewithal in which they've had to come back 2 straight weeks. I came into this season thinking it was all about Cutler. And what I've seen from him these first 2 games is that his composure, although he's been rattled in the first half or had some sketchy moments, when he needed to make a play, this year he's making the play. And I think that makes a world of difference, and I give Trestman so much credit, along with Emery bringing in a tight end, in which we yelled about all last year about not having a tight end to throw the ball to. You saw it today. The guy was open on third down constantly. You know what I mean? And having that compliment of Brandon Marshall, it makes a world of difference. I just wanted to see what you guys thought about that offense showing some moxie.
Well, Rashad, I'll just jump on the defense side, and I like what you said. I mean, do we look like we're a stellar team that could stop anybody at any time? I would say no. But then again, going what's happening in the National Football League, again, it's all about offense. You got teams with 15-1 records, 13-3, ranked 32nd, 31st, 27th, 25th in the league, going to the Super Bowl. But the thing that you brought up was they were opportunistic, and they got some takeaways. We got 3 takeaways, I believe, and that kept us in the ball game. Now, is our defense going to be stellar every week? I don't think so. I think we have a big weak spot up the middle in our defensive line. But if our offense can continue to get better, I love the numbers that they put up running and passing in the first half. And if we can work on that, there could be a possibility come halfway through this season. You never know, pal. We just might get there.
Total yards for the Chicago Bears is 411. Now, 411 is a lot of yards. We gave up 350, but Ed will give you the numbers of teams in the past that won the Super Bowl. For example, the Giants one year had what? They were 32nd.
The Giants were 9-7, got in as the wild team, won the Super Bowl, and they were ranked 27th in total defense. That same year, New England was 13-3. They were ranked 31st. Green Bay Packers were 15-1. They were ranked 32nd. The worst defense in the league. Those two teams, one of the worst, were the New York Giants. They won the Super Bowl. And again, Doug, I mentioned this last week, but it's worth mentioning again. We were 15th in total defense, and we couldn't get across the river.
Well, the fact is, when you come down to defense anymore, and it's been that way for a while, but I think now even more importantly, the takeaways are the key to a defense. And that is the key, is the takeaways. Obviously, you saw it last year. We scored, 9 touchdowns defensively, or 10 touchdowns last year. So the fact is you want to take away. This is what Lovie Smith was good for now. Lovie Smith knew defense. He knew what would make defenses click. And one thing to make you click is getting the takeaways, and that's what the Bears do.
I think Lovie Smith Doug's probably one hell of a defensive coordinator.
That's right.
And I think when he got promoted to head coach, I still trying to figure out all these years that they could never figure this out, where the game was being played.
You don't see Mike Martz having a job, do you? Or Mike Tice having a job, too, of both offensive coordinators? Won't happen. Let's go out to John. And John and Algonquin.
Hey, guys.
What's up, John?
Yeah, Lovie Smith had a great defense, but he couldn't get the big game done. But I just wanted to say that what really got me on today's game was that not only once, just repeating what the first caller said, not only once near the goal line, but twice. I could understand one-time passing, but when you got 2 Class A running backs in Bush and Forte, you got to pound that ball in there. You got to get a touchdown out of maybe not the first one, but at least the second time you're down there at the goal line.
John, you finally got some bulldozers in front of you too. I mean, we had offensive linemen that couldn't break a balloon. We've got this kid Kyle Long, Mills, Garza. I mean, we got some people that can blow people off the line of scrimmage. And I'm telling you, if it's 3rd and 1, or if it's 3rd and a foot, whatever it is, or 4th and a foot, go for it.
Yeah, the one was disappointing. The one was first down.
You're not going to out-trick anybody in this league, Doug.
1st and goal. I mean, that to me was an automatic in my mind. But anyway, won the football game. Let's go out to Gary and Lions. Gary on the scoreboard will be in Doug.
Gentlemen, I've been agreeing with just about everything you guys are saying. I think Cutler had a fantastic game, but I think he made 2 mistakes. And when he fumbled that ball, he should have thrown that ball away, because if they would have sacked him there, he was out of field goal range. It would have been a 57-yarder today. I don't think he could have hit it. And with 2 minutes left to go in the game, he got his team to the line of scrimmage. He turned and looked at the bench. That look on his face said, I forgot to play.
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see where he forgot to play. He made the mistake when he threw it down the field, though, and he undercut that Smith intercepted him, or Harrison intercepted him. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, who's the guy that brought this team back to win the football game? Who's the guy that made those throws? That back corner to tight end, that back over the shoulder throw, perfect. Absolutely perfect. And not only was it perfect, it took some guy with some kind of great hands and size to make that catch, which we got, that tight end. So there, you can't go out there. You guys understand one thing. Ed and I played a long time in this game. A long, long time. If you think in your wildest dreams you're going to do everything right every time, then you're a moron, because it doesn't work that way. The key is to come back after you make the damn mistake. The key is to get your ass back on the field and go after it again. That's what I liked about this offense today. They made mistakes. They made 2 mistakes down near the goal line. But they bounced back. They came back, and they scored, and they won the football game. That's what, to me, the game is all about. You're listening to Majestic Star Postgame Show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We're live at the Radisson Blue Aqua Hotel.
This is a beautiful hotel.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Wow.
It's gorgeous. And how about this kid, Gordon Taylor? Gordon Taylor runs this place down here, the marketing guy.
I'll tell you what, folks.
Outstanding.
If you haven't
Outstanding
you should
guy.
come over here, folks, and just take a walk through the lobby.
Yep.
And my God, the bar area and Fellini's, their Italian restaurant. This place is absolutely drop-dead beautiful.
Yeah, you want to move in. That's the only problem.
Well, why not? We can work out a deal with Gordon.
O'Brien and Buffon. We'll be right back. Welcome to the Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. And also we're at the Radisson Blue Aqua Hotel on Columbus Drive.
Touch of class.
Touch of class. A very, very good place, like we said before. Gordon Taylor.
Yeah,
Yes.
as a matter of fact, you mentioned Motorworks. I stopped out there the other to see Jim Hub out there, and I'm going to tell you, you should see the addition that they're putting on out there, Doug. I mean, it is huge. Huge service bays, and incredible.
Yeah. How much bigger are they going to get, Ed?
I don't know. They're getting pretty big. They
I tell you,
obviously know what the hell they're doing.
We really like them. They jump on this station. They're on the station quite a bit, and they got a good place out there. So we highly recommend you go out and see them. Let's go out to who is that? Mitch or Vince? Who is that guy? Mike in Clinton, Iowa. Mike, you're on the Score.
It's a privilege to talk to both of you.
Thanks, Mike.
To both of you. I do have a bone to pick. My game ball goes to the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
And Ed, what do you think about the 2 rookies? How they've stood up for the last 2? Doug, I'm not putting you down, but Ed Obradovich had to go up against linemen. What do you think about them 2 rookies on the right-hand side?
Well, obviously, so far so good. And what I like, I tell you what really impresses the hell out of me. Number one, it looks like, and if they're making a lot of mistakes, they really cover it up pretty good. They're good enough to do it. But they look like and act like what the hell you're supposed to be out there. I'm going to tell you something. This kid, Kyle Long, game by game, and him and Mills, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. And what you need in this game is you got to keep that quarterback upright. And when you need that 4th and 1 and 3rd and 1, you got to have the bulldozers there to make it work. And I believe those 2 young guys, after 2 games, more than qualify.
Yeah, just take a look at the sacks. There was 1 sack today. Now, I got to say this about Cutler, though. There were times there where you see how he extended the play, how he got out of the pocket, got out of trouble. You expect your quarterback to do that. All the good ones do it.
Well, I'll tell you, what was great to see offensively in those first couple of sets? We get out there, Cutler bootlegs, we pick up a first down. The next play, it's first down, and what do? Come with a reverse to the opposite side. Boy, when's the last time, on a first down and to run with a bootleg and run from these different sets? That's stuff we just haven't seen.
Yeah, and also with the bootleg, last year, you could always plan the fact if he's going to run the bootleg, it's going to be a crossing pattern by Marshall coming across. This time, they come across with the bootleg, and they hit the tight end going across.
They hit Bennett and come right back with the reverse. And how many times do you see that on first down? Not too often.
Let's go out to Steve in Chesterton, Indiana. Steve, you're on the Score.
Hi, guys. I love listening to you guys. And a couple years ago, Doug, I met you. You were out in Whiting, Indiana, at the Whiting Clark High School football banquet. Yeah,
absolutely.
It was a privilege. I told the producer, the guy who answered the phone, I am a Packer fan. I'm a shareholder. I've called the station before, but I got to give the Bears some props this year. In 2 games, and I know a couple callers, that one caller said that they don't think they're a Super Bowl team. you guys are right. Super Bowl. There are no great defenses in the NFL anymore.
None.
I mean, yeah, Seattle's a great defense. They won 12-8 last week. If they faced a team that was a great offense, it probably would have been a different story. And that might happen tonight in that Sunday night game. But I mean, to see the Bears offense like this, I mean, as a Packer fan, I'm worried this year that the Packers aren't gonna win both those games, let alone maybe lose both the games against you guys. I mean, this is an offensive coach who's making the right calls. Yeah, Cutler made some mistakes. Brett Favre used to make mistakes. But at the end of the game, Cutler's the one who led them down the field and won the game. And it's gonna be tough this year for my Pack. So.
Steve, let me tell you something. Rodgers threw for a ton of yardage yesterday, but I'm going to tell you what. I truly believe that Rodgers, he liked to have our receivers up there in Green Bay. This is the first time we have some kind of an offensive line in the last 5 years, and we have some kind of an offensive threats from the wideouts, the slot, the tight end, things that we have not had here. And we're into the second game, through training camp, into the second game of a whole new thing here. And it's a good thing. We don't have to find, I believe, offensive linemen anymore. We don't have to find the wideouts. What we have to do is fine-tune the offense. And so far, we're 2-0. And again, I'm going to tell you what, I take our receivers over Green Bay receivers right now, period.
Just think of what happened to New England. Did you see New England's game? They do not have a wide receiver. Do you see how it affects Brady? You see how it affects that team? See how it affects them scoring?
How the hell Belichick ever let Wes Welker leave from that slot position and go to Denver, I'll never know.
And it's showing. It is showing. And this segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended.
Let's get to the callers there, Dougie.
To the airlines, Ed? Is that what it is or no?
Airlines is good enough for me. Airwaves. Slow waves. Big waves.
Well, back out to the airlines. Let's go out to Chris in Jersey. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys?
All right, Chris.
First, let me say my game ball goes to Hester.
Okay.
Because he gave the offense great field position all game.
There you go.
Three times.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Now, the next thing I want to do is let's leave the past in the past. I don't want to hear any more about Lovey, anyone else in the past. That's why we brought Trestman here. Let's move forward. Now, let me say this. I like the fact we have a quarterback that can throw the ball. I like that. Here's what I don't like. I don't like the fact that we have all these weapons and he's making these turnovers still. We got the fumble and the one pick down in the red zone and then the other one down the sideline. Here's my deal. When we started to move the ball on offense, you saw that defense fired up and they went after them. The minute our offense came to a stop, a halt, it looked like last year's team. The defense had trouble trying to stop the offense. Ponder was moving the ball, and I almost wanted to puke when I saw Ponder moving the ball on us. Did you see the throws he was making?
Yeah.
This is Ponder.
Mm-hmm.
So my thing is here, now, you give us a better opponent, because if this was Cincinnati and we played like this versus Cincinnati last week, it would have been a blowout. We have got to take care of the ball better, and we had 2 games at home. So I want to see how we look on the road because that's going to show us. We're all talking about the 2 wins, but let's see what we look like on the road next week. I believe we're on the road next week, right?
I think so, yeah. I think
yes,
we are.
Yeah,
we are. You're on the road.
So let me know what you guys think because I think that he has to minimize those turnovers. We have too much talent for him to still be doing what he did last year. And I think in a contract year, which everyone is seeming to forget, what is Emery going to do?
Chris,
is he going to say...
Chris,
yeah.
let me just jump in here a little bit. You know, if you go here, just look at the league, 32 teams. Tell me where the 32 top quarterbacks are. There aren't. You've got maybe a handful at the outset, at the biggest, maybe 2 handfuls of quarterbacks that are really bona fide. They play the game. They really don't make all the mistakes. They do this. I mean, they're quality quarterbacks. There aren't enough quarterbacks in this league. And I believe, Chris, that Jay Cutler is. Now, he's been playing here handicapped for quite some time. I know you want to talk about the future, but the fact of the matter is what was, and it was reality. Now, hopefully here, each week and in practice and in the games, he'll get better with the offensive line, and he'll get better. He'll get sharper. Because I do believe Cutler can take us to a Super Bowl and win a Super Bowl. Because, Chris, there aren't 32 top quarterbacks out there. Would you rather have Cutler or Ponder?
I'll take Ponder.
I'm sure you would.
No, you're right. He's right. The fact is that in this game,
Doug, there's not top quality quarterbacks to fill all 32 teams.
No, they're not.
Period.
But even the top quality quarterbacks, they're not always on the mark. They're not always 4 quarters of top quality play. Basically, you take a look at all the good quarterbacks. If the key is, can they come back from adversity? Can they come back when they start screwing around and throwing an interception or doing something like that? Can they come back in the fourth quarter? That's where the game is at. That's so simple. It's ridiculous. You can't get a quarterback to go 4 quarters and be the great. Except the other night we saw Manning. That was the first time with seven touchdown passes he had. Let's go out to Dan in Syracuse. Dan, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys?
All right, Dan.
I just want to remind you guys of the former general manager. He brought in a whole new offensive line. He brought in John Tate. He brought in Fred Miller. He brought in Reuben Brown. You know, Ruben Garza from the Falcons. And Coots was the only one that was a holdover. You know, he brought in Thomas Jones. It's the same thing. He brought in the tight end from Denver there. His name escapes me for a minute, but he brought in Mushib Muhammad. It's the same thing. This is the same thing. You know, there's a whole bunch of hype right now. You know what? But this coach, he's no better than Lovie Smith, and I love Lovie Smith. Lovie Smith, he worked with what he got. He got with the most out of nothing. This new general manager, he ran Lovie Smith out of town. Ran him out of town. He could have rebuilt the offensive line. He could have got all new linebackers. He could have gave this coach a little bit more. But no, he ran him out of town. And for everybody in Chicago that wants
quarter and win the game. No, don't get me wrong. I like the guy. He's okay. He's a good guy. You know, but I just don't like the tactics. But the fact is that we have to wait until we get down to the last second to win the game.
I don't know if that's the case. And you say to the last second to win the game. The course of the game is to always to win it, no matter when you win it. And basically, a lot of times that game comes down to the fourth quarter. When it comes down to the fourth quarter, then what happens is most of your quarterbacks step up to the plate then. But I have no complaints with Cutler so far this year. Now, I understand you talking about Hollywood. You talk about, the scrunch face and this and that. I could give a damn about none of that. All I care about what happens out there. And the fact is that they never look better as far as moving the football. This is the second game of the season. The second game of the season. And so what happens down the road is you have to keep improving each year, and then each day. So I think that there's a good chance the Bears will move forward, and they'll start meeting better teams again. But once again, like I said, Cincinnati wasn't a bad team. Minnesota was in the playoffs last year. I'm happy with what happened today.
Yeah, Joe, let me real quick. We had 269 yards the first half. You know, and you come out firing. We had 19 running. We were 13 of 19 pass attempts for 146 yards. And we rushed the ball 19 times for 123 yards for a 6.5-yard average. So we ran the ball, we passed the ball, we did what we had to do, and used the clock up in the first half. That was good.
You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670 Obradovich and Buffoon Warrior live at the Radisson Blue Aqua Hotel. We'll be right back. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We're live at the Radisson Blue Aqua Hotel, 231 Columbus Drive. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone talking about the Chicago Bears win 31-30. And this hour is brought to you by Lewis University. Now we're going to go out to Adam Hogue, our Bears beat reporter for 670score.com. Adam.
What's up, guys? Obviously, today's win wasn't what you would call pretty, but why it's so important, I think, is because either way, win or lose, those guys are going to go into Hallis Hall tomorrow, look at the film, and probably get some pretty good teachings from the coaching staff. So to be able to pull out the win the way they did and still go 2-0 and know that there's that much you can still improve on, it's obviously pretty important for the Bears to pull that out. And I think, you got to give the offense credit. You got to give Jake Cutler credit for coming through on that game-winning drive, and give Mark Trestman a lot of credit, too, for the plays that were called.
I think you're right, Adam. The fact is that in the course of a football game, you just don't know which play is going to be the play that's going to put you over the hump. And the fact is that means you got to play them all 100%. And so I think what's happening here is we're getting all these calls coming in, and you guys are looking for perfection. You're looking for something to be, it's beautiful. The guy's going to throw. He's going to throw 18 passes, complete 18 of them, throws 9 of them for touchdowns, and everything is wonderful, and everything is hunky-dory, and the line's going to block, and everybody's happy. And let's all go skip through the tulips. It don't work that way. The fact is you have to go out there, and there's adversity in that in 4 quarters. It's the guy that can bounce back is the guy or the team that's going to go to the playoffs.
Yeah, and obviously Cutler throwing the interception today, you also had the fumble, and you talk about adversity, that's what it is. And we've seen that in the past from Jay Cutler. So you worry about him getting it all together and still coming back out in that last drive and being able to execute the way he did. And that's, I think, a testament to maybe this coaching staff. Give them a little bit credit, and not just Mark Trestman, but also Matt Cavanaugh, who does most of the communication with Mark Trestman during the games. And actually, Trestman opened up about his play calling on that last drive, saying that, a lot of that is scripted because when you're on a 2-minute drill, that all the calls are made at the line of scrimmage, and you're going to kind of go through what you scripted ahead of time. Mm-hmm. But when you get a stoppage in the clock, you're able to go back to the play card and make a call that maybe will work. And that touchdown pass to Martellus Bennett, both the players and Trestman said was something they ran 2 or 3 times in this game, and they knew it was going to be there. As long as Jay Cutler put it at the right spot, and it was a nice back shoulder throw, and Martellus Bennett, who, by the way, guys, suffered a shoulder injury today right at the end of the first half. That's something he played through in the second half, and he said it'll still be an issue going forward. But obviously he was able to play through it today and still made a really big play at the end of the game.
Listen, Peanut Tillman really came off. I want to say, Doug, I believe it was the second quarter.
Yeah, it
was obvious this kid was in pain, and because he plays through a lot. And what happened? Adam, do you know? Is there any injury report whatsoever on Tillman? If it is, what is it?
Well, they didn't give us an update after the game specifically on him, but what I can say is that last week, guys, he suffered a little bit of a knee injury, limited him in practice, and that was the issue again today. It was that same knee. I don't know if he just tweaked it or exactly. We don't know how bad the injury is, but obviously he played through it. Now, I will say I think he was a step slow, and you saw that horse collar tackle later in the game. Mm-hmm. You could debate whether or not it was a horse collar. Some people I know didn't think it was. I did think it was a horse collar, but I think that came as a result of kind of being a step slow. Obviously, you need Charles Tillman on the field, whether he's hurt or not, but it is something, I guess, to watch going forward.
The other thing, too, Ed and I were talking about this, the fact that how important now Hester is for field position. And we saw that happen today, 80-yard return, 70-yard return, a 40 or 45-yard return. Did you see the last kickoff to him? They didn't kick it to him. They kicked it short. Remember they were doing that 3 or 4 years ago, and all of a sudden the Bears were getting that great field position. If this kid can come around and stay where he's at, this is going to be a big plus for the Bear offense.
Yeah, guys, he averaged 49.8 yards per kickoff return today, 249 yards overall. That was he's breaking his own kickoff return record today by doing that. It's a Bears franchise record. So obviously a huge game. He gave the Bears really good field position today. I thought the Vikings were kind of playing with fire there by still kicking it to him. So I wasn't surprised when they kicked it short to Joe Anderson on that last drive, but you saw it give the Bears really good field position for what turned out being the game-winning drive. And I think you saw today how valuable Hester can still be and why they didn't cut him, why they kept him on this roster as just a returner. Now, I will say that punt returning today was not as good. I thought there was a couple balls, actually both of those punt returns, I thought he should have ran up and fair caught. Instead, it cost the Bears about 20 yards or so.
That's correct, Adam. Thanks a lot, buddy. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, no problem, guys.
Take care. Let's go out to Greg in Lafayette. Greg, you're on the score. Greg.
Greg, are you there?
Yeah, how you two doing today?
Good, Greg.
Just thought I'd let you know, back when you guys were youngsters, I waited on you at our family bakery in Rensselaer.
Oh, is that
Holy
right?
cow.
Man, that's going back
Daryl's
some
Bakery
time.
Shop. Long time ago.
Yeah, there you go.
Just thought I'd ask, what's very frustrating when you're a fan? We get a turnover, midfield, mind you, 2 runs and a pass out into the flat to our tight end. And I'm sitting there going, we don't have any urgency to try to go down the field a little bit to get down into field goal range or try to go for a touchdown after a turnover.
Well,
Very frustrating.
Greg, I you know something, I kind of agree with you because I'm kind of from that school of thought, whether it be old or whatever, is that when you get that turnover and you're on your own 40 or the 50 or you're on their 40-yard line, that's when you attack. That's when you become aggressive and you go downfield. Because if it is intercepted, it's down on the 5-yard line, the 10-yard line, or in the end zone or whatever. So you're really not going to get that hurt. But that's the time to be aggressive. When you're in that zone, that area, that's the time to move the ball over the middle or that fly pattern. I love to see it.
You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We're live at the Radisson Blue Aqua Hotel. We're on the Score, Sports Radio 670. O'Bradovich on the phone. Our phone number is 312-644-6767.
Hang there, callers. We'll get right back to you.
End over end. And returnable about 8 yards deep. He's coming out. Makes a veer to the right, to the 10, to the 15, the 20, and a cut. He's got a sideline 40. He's got 2 to beat to the Viking 40. He shoved out of bounds. He gave it his best effort. He was shoved out by Josh Robinson, and the Bears can strike quickly offensively. They are deep into Vikings territory. 70-plus yard return for Devin Hester.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We're live at the Addison Blue Aqua Hotel on North Columbus Drive on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone talking about the Chicago Bears win 31-30 over the Minnesota Vikings. Eddie, let's go back out to the airlines and let's go out to Dave in Gary, Indiana. Dave, you're on the Score.
How you guys doing?
All right, Dave.
Well, hell of a win today to start off. I mean, it was pretty awesome just to you sitting on your couch and see that the game end up that way. But it's so maddening to hear all these people talk so negatively about Jay Cutler. I mean, we're talking about 2 weeks in a row to come from behind victories and then to complain about the quarterback situation. It's a bit absurd to me.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, I really do. And here's the other point with that. He's what we have. The only guy that's going to take us anywhere is going to be Jay Cutler. So get that in your mind.
And you're not going to find another better quarterback out there. And if he is, it's Brady, it's Rodgers, and you're not going to get him. I mean, we do have a quarterback, Doug's opinion, in my opinion, that can take you to the Super Bowl. I mean, he truly can. And there's not a lot of teams out there that can say that. Number one, the team we just played. If you think the Vikings are going to the Super Bowl with Ponder at quarterback, hell will freeze over before.
Yeah, I guess, again, Bucko, that won't help. Now, I understand a lot of times you're going to go through a football game and say, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? To me, that's football.
But
it's all part of the game.
But, Doug, when you look on the board there, and it's people, I don't know, people just don't like this guy?
Probably not. I don't know. They're expecting a lot more, maybe because Trestman came in. They expect maybe the offense to be just smoking and flying.
How about we're 2-0, and we put a lot of yardage through the air and on the ground the first half. Our second game, I tell you what, the whole damn game looked lethargic to me, Doug.
It did.
And the defense came out, and I don't think they were up to it. You talk about slow, the slow skis. That's what they look like to me today.
Ed, it happens. in football, it happens. You know as well as I do.
Doug, it does happen, but that's what you as a coaching staff, that's what you got to guard against, because you can't talk about going into the 40th game or the 89th or the 121st game. There's only 16 games.
There is 16 games, and you win those games.
And you better have the troops ready to play.
And the moment of truth comes during a football game. All football games got a moment of truth, and he did it. That's all I can tell you. I can't tell you any more than that. He did it. Let's go out to Black Psychic in Avalon Park. Black.
Hello, gentlemen.
What's up, Bob? That's physicist. I'm sorry.
No problem, Doug. I realize you're tongue-tied. This was one hell of a game. As Adam Hogue said, it was an ugly game. Before I go into my little diatribe, first of all, congratulations, Ed, on your quincentennial celebration as an NFL champion.
Well, thank you. It was great. You know, I haven't seen some of these guys in a long, long time, and it was a great for the Bears and the way the fans brought us on at halftime. You know, I just on behalf of that 63 team, can't take the fans and the Bears enough.
I just want to go into what you also said. You heard of a group serendipity, you said. Well, this game was serendipity in the making. I mean, let's point out, first of all, you had Stephen Paya. He had a damn good game. He had constant pressure in the backfield, very disruptive. Blake Costanzo playing special teams. He put the nail in the coffin with that strip recovery in the last few seconds of the game to preserve the win. Corey Wooten, he's a monster in the making. I mean, he was pressuring Ponder, so Ponder really couldn't get anything established. Now, the difference to me in this game was in the final 10 to 15 seconds. You had, prior to the winning pass to Martellus Bennett, Cutler was trying to throw to Marshall. Marshall wasn't even open. And I said, I hope Minnesota didn't see that play. They didn't. That the game-winning pass, Minnesota's defense failed to adjust. Hey, have a great day, gentlemen.
All right, physicist, thank you. Let's go out to Brad in Wisconsin. Brad, you're on the score.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up, Brad?
Hey, I'm up behind the cheese curtain up here in Wisconsin, and I watched all the games at Mike's Garage. And I got a concern about the defensive line. I mean, we had no pressure, and we've got Peppers for the last two games now has been single blocked and not getting any pressure at all on the quarterback, and I think it's a concern. And I don't think we're really talking about the defensive line yet.
No, you're right. Going into this football game, that was the one thing we were going to look at. We're going to look at what's happening with, Peppers on the outside, also Melton on the inside. And so Ed and I talked about this over and over and over. We thought we didn't see the pressure that should be happening. I don't know what's going on with Peppers. I really don't know. I know some say he might be hurt. He may not be hurt, but I know this. He's certainly not playing up to what he can do or what he could do. So maybe there's something we don't know about, Ed.
Well, in the last couple of years, I tell you, he's put a lot of pressure on. But you know what, Doug? I know some people, especially Danny McNeil, he always thinks that Peppers should have a lot more sacks. And so do I. But, Doug, there's a reason. There's a reason. He's basically the guy causing all the havoc in there, caving in from his outside rush spot. Where this should come from is in the middle. And if we had a pass rush up the middle, Julius Peppers would have that 14, 15, 16, 17 sack year, okay? But we don't have the pressure up the middle, and it was last year, it was the year before, and we haven't had it since Tommy Harris. And a good, great pass rushing team, Doug, comes from the middle. And again, I'll say it again, Doug, time and time again. And if you don't, you better be creative up the middle with blitzes.
You're listening to Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We're live at the Addison Blue Aqua Hotel on the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed Abramowitz, Doug Buffone. We'll be right back.
Here's the snap to Potter. Sidestep to the pocket. Under a blitz by Williams. It's picked. And it's picked up on the other end. Jennings running the sideline to the 20. To the 15, 10. 5. Dives in end zone. Touchdown. A pick six. Timmy Jennings. the NFL's interception leader a year ago, and the Bears do it again. They keep doing it every single week in the NFL. They take the ball away, and there is no defense that scores like the Bears. 45 yards on the return, and the Bears have taken back the lead.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks with Doug and OB. Majestic Star Casino. Come play your favorite slots, table games, and daily promotions only at Majestic Star Casino. And presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. And only on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com. Chicago's radio home for Bears fans.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks and also presented by Radisson Blue Aqua Hotel. That is where we are right now. We're at the Columbus Drive, 221 North Columbus Drive, and on the Score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon, phone number 312-644-6767.
Hey, Dougie, we have somebody in the audience here that walked in, probably one of the finest general managers in any sport anywhere, and it just happens to be Jerry Vannesi, who was a general manager and helped put the team together in '85, probably the finest, maybe arguably, if not whatever, the best team to ever play and win a Super Bowl, and he was the general manager, and he's our old friend and quite a guy, Jerry Vannesi.
Hey, Jerry.
Hey, Jerry, you got a second? Come on up here.
Come up for a second, Jerry. I'm still...
Come on, round over there.
Where's my contract, Jerry? You keep promising me. You said it in the mail. I kept asking you for it.
He lied, Doug.
God, Doug, I'll give you a $20 raise, whatever. Do you? You got to hear it. He brought my contract in, he said.
He did?
Yeah.
How much did you give him, Jerry?
$1 more than he was worth.
That much, huh?
He's very frugal. He was very frugal.
The old man signed it.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly.
Oh, my God. Let me tell you a quick story here, if I could, and even out to our listeners. I tell you what, Doug Atkins and I, probably the greatest defensive end to ever play this game, a Hall of Famer. He was a member of the '63 team. It's about 10 years, maybe 15 years after we're done. So we go in to say hi to Hallis. So we come in and we sit down and we're talking to Coach about this and that and reminisce and everything. And in walks this gentleman. Never saw him before in my life. He walks in and says, "Excuse me," and he walks in with 2 checks and told him, he says, "George, sign here and sign here." And Hallis did, and then Hallis introduced us to him. He said, "Jerry Vannesi." Who the hell is this guy? Well, anyways, he walks out, and I turned to the old man and I said, "Coach, you got to be kidding me. I never saw this guy, and you let a guy walk into your office and tells you where to sign 2 checks and walk out? That's got to be a first."
Probably was.
Holy cow, Jerry.
You had to justify every expenditure.
Oh, my God. You're telling me about it.
Hey, Jerry, what's your take now on the Chicago Bears? We saw all the turnarounds. We saw all the changes made, the new coaches, new GM. What jumps out at you?
The number one thing that jumps out to me is Phil Emery. I really like him. I like his style. And I like his way of going around and building a team. I thought his decision to take long reminded me of our move on Mark Ports.
Yeah.
And
oh, wow. What a great, yes, absolutely.
And I just think, you build your front seven, and he believes in that. And, he went out and got Cutler a receiver that he needed. So I like what he's doing with the team. I think he stands out to me more than anything.
A lot of people talk about this as a quarterback league, in which it is a quarterback league. You see Cutler come in here, and the ability is, there's no question about it, the ability was there. I always thought, too, in the past that, it was like putting 4 bald tires on a Mercedes. And this kid has more ability, and just like you said, when you're out there and you know that, you got to bring people in to help the guy out.
Yeah, you do. I mean, he can't win if he's on his back.
Can't.
And Walter couldn't have rushed without having the line he had in front of him either.
True.
Doug, Jerry, you stay with us here for a few minutes here. Let's go out and get some callers.
Let's go out to Pete in Lake Geneva. Pete, on the Score.
Hey, you guys there?
Yeah, go ahead, Pete.
Well, this is quite an honor. First of all, I wasn't planning on calling in, and Mr. Vinici, I was out at your house 2 years ago working on your DirecTV. Do you remember?
I sure do. You need to come back.
He's going to call you again, Pete.
Yeah, it was a small job, and I stayed there for like 4 hours just because of listening to him talk. It was just amazing. So it's quite an honor that you're there. I called because I want to talk these people off the ledge. It's a 16-game season. We have a new regime, and we just got back-to-back comeback wins.
Bingo.
I mean, this is just insane to me. I had no intention of calling tonight, but I just can't take. I don't understand. Look, everybody in life gets knocked down. Not everybody gets back up. And Jay Cutler is a great quarterback. He just hasn't had what he needs to be a great quarterback.
Well said, Pete. Well said.
Well, I think that's all part of it. The fact is that, and Jerry can understand this, and he understands it better than anybody. What do you see in a player, Jerry? You see talent, of course. You see somebody can run, somebody can catch, but isn't there something more deeper than that? The fact that guy is going to be out there?
The intangibles.
Intangibles, yeah. Exactly right.
Heart, character, desire to win, leadership.
And that takes somebody to figure out somebody like that, and I think that's part of it. You go into these football games, anybody can go out there. You start out the first quarter and you're winning by 30, 40 points. It's a walk in the park. Think about it. Think about it when you come down and you make all kinds of mistakes. You do stupid stuff. Now you got to do something about it in the fourth quarter, and I think that's where Cutler's coming through right now.
He is, definitely, and he's always had the skill. He really has.
The skill was always there, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Now he's getting the chance to demonstrate it.
Let's go out to Bob in West Burbs, wherever that is. Bob.
No, it's called Poplar Grove.
Oh, Poplar Grove. They put down West Burbs.
Way up north.
Okay.
Now I have to change direction because Mr. Vinici is there.
Oh, well, good.
But
keep it clean.
Yeah. No dirty jokes.
Let's put it this way. For the first time in a long time, there is an actual direction from the top to the bottom with this organization.
There you go.
And you can see it. It's coming through with Jay Cutler. And to all the Jay Cutler haters, I'm sorry, if you don't like his sprowl or whatever, remember, everybody kind of iconicized Jim McMahon. Jay Cutler is 10 times the quarterback Jim McMahon was, and Jim McMahon won us a Super Bowl. Jay Cutler will win us a Super Bowl. And Brandon Marshall and Martellus Bennett and all of the other tools that Mark Trustman and everybody else in this organization have recreated. I see, this is my opinion, but I actually see a New England Patriots type of dynasty coming forth because they have a thought, they actually have a vision, and they know what they're doing. And it's been proven 2 weeks. Now we're only 2 weeks in, but 2 weeks in. And Doug, OB, you both know this. How tough is it to come back in the last few seconds and win a game? They've changed the mentality of this team.
Tough to do and well said, Bob.
Yeah.
Your words are well taken, believe me.
I got to mention this, too. Tom McGrath is the winner of the weekend stay at the Radisson Blue Aqua. And so, Tommy, you won the award. You got to stay here for the weekend, and this is a beautiful place, just beautiful. And he was talking about, Jared, they talk about organizations. They talk about, I guess we know what happens is how much input does a coach have into, like, say, for example, who's going to be drafted or who the people are or, obviously the guys that run the organization like you ran it. How much do you listen to all of that?
Well, you try to build a consensus. Theoretically, you have the right to veto a choice if you're the top
manager, right? Yeah.
If you want to. But ironically, the only time that Mike and I ever disagreed on a player was the fridge, and he wanted the fridge and I wanted a receiver that Oakland wound up taking. Neither one of them had long careers. But I told Mike the night before when we went home, which was like at 10 o'clock at night, and we had to be there about 4 o'clock in the morning. I just said, go home and sleep on it. If you still want him tomorrow, I'll switch over. So we took the fridge. But he felt he was the one player that could immediately make an impact. But you try to build a consensus. But the caller is right. It starts at the top, and it works. It filters down within the organization.
But wouldn't you say, though, Jared, that you have, for an organization, you still got to have some kind of feeling for each other?
Absolutely.
The general motor for the coach.
Yeah, we had complete trust in each other, and we knew what each other wanted.
That's great. Now we're going to talk about the Chicago Bears next week. Hopefully, they're going to beat the Pittsburgh Steelers. And we got to thank our engineer, Eric Brown, our promotions, Dylan Grass, producer, Brett Lyons, producer, Ethan Shaw, on site, Rick Camp. And we really thank Jerry Venisi for coming down and talking. Jerry's been
general
a
manager of probably the greatest team of all time.
There's no question
Jerry
about
Venisi.
it. And also coming up next, Connor McKnight till 5:30. The White Sox baseball will be at 5:30. On behalf of Ed Radovich and myself.
And our crack team, Doug.
And our crack team. We'll be back next week where we take on the Pittsburgh Steelers at Pittsburgh.
Here we go.
Matt Forte going for the end zone, spills in, touchdown, touchdown Bears. Matt Forte, a 5-yard run with Slauson pulling from left guard to right, and the Bears extend their lead over the Steelers. It is 9-0 in Pittsburgh. Straight eye formation, everybody packed in tight. Jay under center, Polamalu coming to the line of scrimmage. Jay takes turns, handing off. Michael Bush is denied at first. Second effort, he is in for the score. On 4th and inches, second effort for Michael Bush. And the Bears have extended the lead over the Steelers. It is 16-zip. Roethlisberger on 3rd and 6 takes, now throws. It is intercepted. Threw it right to Major Wright. Wright running right to the 30, to the 15, to the 10. End zone. Touchdown. Picks. No flag. Major Wright. And it keeps getting better for the Bears defense on takeaways. They rush 4. Picked up. Jay to throw. Going to the end zone. Left side. Earl Bennett makes the grab, but he's carried out of the side. Incomplete on the far side. Earl Bennett from Jay with Shamarko Thomas defending.
Chicago.
I'm going to tell you what.
Challenging the ruling on the field.
Big Tom?
The previous play that the receiver had both feet inbounds.
That could be a touchdown.
After reviewing the play, the receiver had control and 2 feet down.
Yes.
It is a touchdown.
Can you make up
touchdown?
a call?
Touchdown Bears! Earl
Thank
Bennett.
you.
Safeties are deep, and Roethlisberger in the gun under a blitz. Has to cock the ball. It is out and in the hands of Julius Peppers. Peps running right. 35-30. Pep to the 20. Pep to the 10. 5. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Their second pick 6 of the night. And Julius Peppers. Welcome back, buddy. Welcome back. Bears have expanded the lead to 40-23.
And now, live from Harry's Sports Bar and Countryside, it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich.
The Bears go down that dusty road with their toolbox of concepts, with Willy Wonka leading the charge. Bears win, go to 3-0, beating the Pittsburgh Steelers 40-23.
Willy Wonka?
Willy Wonka. That's our guy, Willy Wonka. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show, presented by Motorworks. We are live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside. That's right. On the score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And those highlights were brought to you by WBBN Radio, Jeff Joniak, and Tom Thayer on the call. Chicago Bears go out and win this football game. And I think one of the biggest things they did tonight, Ed, was the fact that they took that Pittsburgh Steeler crowd out of the game. And they started out early. They got the defense going like it always done in the past. They had, 5 takeaways, 5 turnovers?
All day.
All day.
All day.
Scored 2 touchdowns. And that play that went to, obviously, to Bennett was outstanding. That was the play, I think, that turned everything around. Threw in the side, threw in the end zone. Hell of a catch.
Doug, the thing I noticed the most, and I had mentioned last week, about our pass rush, especially up the middle, and I said for them to they really got to get creative. They got to come with line tricks, move the line, and they've got to blitz. And if the people here and you people listening at home watching it or viewing the TV, that's all you saw. The Bears for 4 quarters, they came after the Steelers. Why? They did not want Ben Roethlisberger come out after starting 0-2. They're at home. They're wounded Lions, and we're going to go in there and let Ben Roethlisberger beat us. We cannot get there with our 4 down linemen. So what did they do? Tucker came, our defensive coordinator, came with blitzes. I mean, they came from everywhere, just about every play for 4 quarters. Now, is that going to work for the rest of the season? Who knows? Because I'll tell you, in this league, who the hell ever would have thought that the San Francisco 49ers, after 3 games, would be 1-2, and our real good friends from up north, the Green Bay Packers, are 1-2. We're 3-0.
And so you talked about the fact that the Bears sent their linebackers. DJ Williams comes up with 2 sacks.
Doug, we came with the corner. The corner,
safeties,
the strong and weak
everybody.
side, and it came play after play after play, and that is only because of Mel Tucker, obviously, and it's right in front of us, folks. First 2 games, we can't get there with the 4 down rushman. We just can't. So what do you have to do? You got to get creative. You got to come with the line tricks, and you got to come with blitzes. Now, the only problem with that is you rob Peter to pay Paul. I hope sometime, Doug, down the road here, but then again, the way this goofy league is going, that we don't get caught short blitzing and somebody tears us apart.
Yeah, the other thing, too, that was real important is that the calls that are on the offense. For example, I thought this was a big part of the football game. Going for the touchdown on 4th and 6 inches. We take the shot, we give it to Bush. Bush goes over and scores the touchdown. We don't go and settle for the field goal. That, to me, is being aggressive. You also think, too, you talk about Forte's 55-yard run. That was big. So what they did was they started out early.
Run?
And Cutler's run.
Cutler's run.
That guy. When he ran into, what was the guy's name? Almost buried him.
I'll tell you what, that was big-time stuff. And the thing that I didn't like about it, he laid in him with his right shoulder.
And got up. In fact, he got up. So all in all, when you take a look at this football game, as Ed said, the blitzes were coming. We were going after them. We took our time, and we waited. That play and that catch by Earl Bennett at the end of the game was just like the other Bennett's catch last week. They're making big plays at big time. So I'm going to say this, hand it to the Chicago Bears with 5 takeaways, and they scored how many points off those takeaways? 23 points.
Yeah, you know what, Doug? You got all the people here excited about, and all the people, all the Bear fans, wherever they're at, are excited. We're 3-0. We've got a new coach, a new philosophy, and you see Trestman calm, cool back there, and he is the guy talking to Jay, making the plays. They're making it happen. You can see the 2 of them working well together. But I'm going to tell you what, Doug, if we'd lost this football game, I would have gone back to the first half with 1 minute and 48 seconds to go. We had the ball right between our own 30 and 35-yard line, and I coined one of your phrases, we played dead.
Yeah.
Doug, we played dead. We didn't try to. I mean, we were aggressive. We made aggressive plays the first couple of games. We've been aggressive, and then all of a sudden we're up 24-10 with 1 minute and 48, and we're going to run the clock out and go in at halftime. Guys, that's when you go after your opponent. That's when you step on their throat and ram your foot right through it. That's what you have to do in this league.
The other thing,
Doug,
too.
And I'm just saying, I'll guarantee you, if we'd have lost this football game, people would be talking about that particular series of downs with 1 minute and 48, and you play dead.
Well, that was the important part about going for the touchdown with 6 inches on the goal line. That was being aggressive.
Yes.
I think you got to take a look at what happens here through the whole football game and understand that what they were doing. Actually, what they did was they got off early. In other words, they got on top of them early.
Doug, they also played a real stupid football team. I mean, a real dumb football team.
How many dumb football teams are there?
Apparently, there's a lot this year. Apparently, there's a lot.
But let me tell you something. You have to beat the tomato cans. That's part of the deal. And a lot of times you don't beat the tomato cans. The Bears beat one again tonight. When you take a look at this, you take a look at I have to make a game ball presentation by Al Pamani Ford. Al Pamani Ford, visit apford.com. And here's what I said to myself. I said, Doug.
What did you say to yourself, Doug?
I said to myself, Major Wright really had a hell of a game. I thought DJ Williams had a hell of a game. But you know what I did? I took your suggestion.
Gave it to Cutler.
I gave it to Cutler.
You're damn right.
For making the play, making some big passes.
It's about time. He's done it for 3 weeks. He's brought us back under tough situations, made the right calls, made the great throws. He deserves it.
He does. And again, too, that defense deserves something with 5 takeaways, 2 touchdowns scored. I never thought they could continue doing what they were doing last year.
The takeaways, there's no question about it how
big
huge
time.
It is. But I'm going to tell you what. We've got 13 games left to go. I'm going to tell you, sooner or later, this defensive line has got to step up. The 4 down linemen, you cannot continually take 2 and 3 and 4 people and blitz them along with your front 4, Doug, and think you're going to go through this season and get into the playoffs or get to the Super Bowl. It's not going to happen, my friend.
Yeah, and the problem with that, too, also is Henry Melton went out. I don't know how hurt he is. It looked like his knee. First of all, he's out. So Peppers, again, too, was in between. I never saw him he made one big pass rush. The interception, obviously, right into his hands. Again, too, and you're absolutely correct. You have to come up more with the defense. But I got to tell you, the things that Tucker is doing right now, the things he's doing with those linebackers, and he has those linebackers who can make those plays, I'm telling you, they're creating havoc. And the havoc, a lot of times, Ed, is what we're talking about. They're sending them up the middle. And then they're coming on the outside with the cornerback and also with the strong safety. Let's take some calls, Eddie. Let's go out to Scott in Arlington Heights. Scott, join the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Doug and OB, great to talk to you guys.
What's up, my friend?
Doug, I talked to you a couple years ago on Veterans Day. We were at Hooters downtown.
Yeah.
Yes, National Guard means no good, I think you told me back in the day.
That's what they used to say.
Great win tonight. I got a little bit of concern about the special teams. That blocked extra point. What are the Bears going to do about that? That's gonna hurt them.
I have
that's NG no good, right, Doug?
NG no good. The other thing too was trying to block that punt. Now there we try to become aggressive, but you got to be smarter than that. And that after that penalty, that led to a touchdown. So again, too, there's a lot of things we could pick out that was wrong in this football game.
A lot.
A blocked punt, a blocked field goal. But the other thing that's important, too, is the good things that happen and the things they need to happen during the course, of that game.
Yeah, here, just before we go to break, Doug, when you go to the first half, and I'm looking at Jay's stat, his quarterback rating was 75.0. 75, Doug. And his average yard pass per attempt was 4.1. Roethlisberger was 7.8.
That's the West Coast offense. Again, too, you bide your time. You take your shots when you're supposed to take your shots. That's exactly what they're doing. You could almost fall asleep half the time when they start throwing those 5-yard passes, 4-yard passes. But eventually down the road, Doug, you have to open it up.
Exactly, Doug. The only reason why I'm pointing something out like this, and especially with a minute 48 to go, somewhere down the road, you can't play football like that. I mean, you've got to be aggressive. You got to go after, and you just can't play laid back, and you can't play scared.
I guess what they do, too, Ed, if you jump on top of team 27-10 or something like that, you have a tendency to back off a little bit. But there are going to be times when there's going to be a shootout that you're going to have to go deep. And a lot of times, again, too, you have Marshall, you have guys that can do that. But they took their time that first half, and they controlled the clock, they controlled the sticks, and then they scored. And I think that was very important. Sticks, is that what it is?
Sticks. It's either the chains or the stakes, my friend.
You're listening to Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We are live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill. Countryside. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
That's all Bears fans here in Pittsburgh making the noise as Jay takes a knee once again. It is third down. He'll do it one more time, and that'll wrap things up. Here from Pittsburgh.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks with Doug and OB, live from Harry's Sports Bar and Countryside.
Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show, presented by Motorworks. We are live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside. On the Score, Sports Radio 670 Obradovich, and Buffon, our number 312-644-6767. And digging into the numbers is brought to you by Julie. Call 811 before you dig or visit IllinoisOneCall.com. The numbers are, the Bears had 5 takeaways for 23 points.
Doug,
outstanding.
Yeah, you look at this, and we're going to get to the callers right away, so hang in there, callers. You look at this ball game. That's what this game was. 5 takeaways. We didn't give up the ball one time. Not one stinking time. You look at some of these other stats, Doug, they're a little scary. Steelers had 459 total yards. We had 258. Third down, we were 5 of 15. They were 3 of 11. But those takeaways, Doug, that was the ball game, period.
That happens in every game. We know that the takeaway to turnover ratio is so important in the football game. But the one stat that you said was something the Bears needed to improve on, was that defensively with third down situations. Pittsburgh was 3 for 11 for 27%.
Right.
Last week, the Bears were at 58% defensively.
Right. Absolutely.
So they improved there. So the fact is, the takeaways, the improvement on third down, and also, Eddie, time of possession. The Bears held the ball 31 and 36 minutes. 36 seconds.
31, yeah, right. And I'm going to tell you something. How about a little kudos to Mel Tucker?
Yeah.
You know, coming into a situation where it was all the last 10 years has all been about defense, takeaways, and all this. And this guy came in, and I liked what he did with the blitzes today. You know, he knew what he had to do. I like that. And a little love for Mel Tucker, because Doug, I want to tell you something. To come in and to earn the respect of a lot of veterans on this defense who have played for these other people for 8 or 10 years or more, Doug, I think he's done a hell of a job in getting the players respect, and I like what he's done defensively.
Yeah, and the fact was that he didn't change much as far as the calls or the names of the defenses called, but the guys are out there producing.
Well, that's understanding your personnel and applying it to each 1 week after the next, and according to who you're playing and what kind of a defensive game plan you're going to come with.
You know Peanut Tillman played hurt tonight. You know that coming outside. You can't play cornerback with a bad knee. That kid played almost 3 quarters that way.
I've always told you, Doug, I think the toughest position in football, I know a lot of people will say quarterback, whatever. I'm telling you, I think the toughest position, especially on defense, is a cornerback.
And there's no question about that. What I liked about the football game, and you had brought it up at the beginning of the show, there was something exciting about Cutler running that guy over and getting a first down. I don't know what it was, but Cutler just mowed his ass down.
He just showed everybody on his team. He showed his coaching staff and everybody, you know, that we're not going to give up. We're not going to play dead. We're going to win this damn football game. That's the kind of play that he made. At least that's the way I see it.
No question about it. Let's go out to Mike in Puerto Rico. Mike, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you doing, guys? I just like to say that I was happy with the defense and what they did this game. I was happy with the offense, save the third quarter. But I kind of want to piggyback on that last caller and talk about the Bears' special teams and how they were kind of disappointing. I mean, they gave up blocked extra points. They had that penalty that almost turned the tide in the game on roughing the kicker. And Adam Podlish has not been punting well. He didn't punt well this game. He had a very low average. And I think I'd be remiss if we didn't bring up the exodus of Dave Tobe and them not being able to re-sign him as a special teams coordinator. How do you think that's affecting the team, and do you think they can rebound from that the rest of the season?
Yeah, those things, a blocked field goal, that is something that can be corrected, and a punt. It's very, very simple. You know, you don't have to be a genius to figure this out on special teams. When it's a field goal or a block point, everybody lines up on the center, obviously. Your first look is inside, head up, outside. For every man, for the center, for both guards, tackles, ends, and blocking backs. It's inside, head up, outside. If you look what our outside blocker on the left, he went right to the outside. He never even bothered to check inside, head up. He went right to the outside. Guy came right up and blocked it. But that can be corrected either by, if they don't think this kid's got the wherewithal to do it, they'll replace him. But that's the rule. That's what you go by.
Yeah, the rule mostly in football is always inside, and you always take the inside.
Inside, head up, outside.
Right,
Your
exactly.
first look is inside.
Mm-hmm. But the fact is, though, you still had last week we had Hester run for 249 yards. Now you're seeing what happened. They're not going to kick it to him anymore. And if they do, it's going to be deep in the end zone, or we have enough guy trying to get that football. They're trying to bounce it around.
He's still a force to be reckoned with, Doug.
Absolutely. Let's go out to Big L in Rogers Park. Big L, you're on the score.
Yeah, hey, Big Doug and Ed.
What's up?
I love you guys, man. Mel Tucker had a great game plan today, but
you bet he did.
I'm with you, Ed. You can't keep doing that. And you play cover 2, you got to get some pressure up front, man. We didn't get nothing up the middle, man. Melton didn't do anything, and Pye didn't do anything up the middle. I've seen the defensive ends flushing Rothenberger up, and nobody was there to make the tackle.
Well, that's the whole game, and Ed will tell you because he's a defensive lineman. The fact is that I know we said this for
by the
2
way,
years.
This isn't just this
no,
year.
This has been going on.
Let me tell you something, Big Al. This has been going on, and I mean, you somehow, when you were like 10-6, you're winning games. A lot of this stuff gets covered up, but that is blatant. That's right in front of you. Our inside men cannot penetrate. They cannot push the center and guards back into the quarterback. That's it. That's why Mel Tucker, and you saw it today, my God.
Blitzes
he
up
came
the middle.
with every blitz you could think of up the middle to help. So they understand it.
And that's the case. That's the case in football. That's why you look for a defensive tackle. That's why you try to find somebody that can go out there and cause havoc and go up that middle.
You got to find a Tommy Harris, a Trailer, or a Washington.
And that's why the Tommy Harris, Eddie. Look at all the defensive ends, how many sacks they got.
Oh,
Tommy
my
Harris,
God.
Defensive tackle.
That guy was when he was healthy, Tommy Harris was terrific. When he got hurt, what are you going to do? But I tell you what, I like those big Washington and those Trailers, those guys, they just cave everything in.
Now, I think I'm correct on this, but we had 2 sacks. I think they're by Williams, but the defensive line did not get a sack. Is that correct?
That is correct.
They didn't get enough sacks, so that doesn't bode well. But anyway, that's all part of the stuff we're looking at. We're trying to dissect it, but there were a lot of great things that happened in this football game. Let's go to Jeff in Berkeley, California. Jeff, you're on the score with Doug and OB.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, Jeff.
Listen, no offense to you, Doug, because I think you're both great, but I want to give the game ball to Ed O'Bradovich, and for 2 reasons. Number one, 2-3 years ago, Ed, you said on the air on this show that when George McCaskey took over this team, he wasn't going to take any of the garbage that had been going on. And I haven't heard anybody give you credit for that, but you were 100% right. You could see the changes. They got rid of Angelo, they got rid of Lovie Smith, and this team has been better ever since. So that's number one. The second reason is, and actually I guess Doug could get half a game ball for this. I agree with both of you guys about the defensive line. I've agreed with you since you've been talking about it. And I think the reason for that is that, remember, Lovie Smith liked the smaller, quicker players. And I think it's really stupid to go for small, quick players for defensive tackle. I'm with Ed on that. You want big, stout guys there. So that's all I got to say.
Yeah, Jeff, you know what? If you take, you know what you just said on last about the defensive line. I think a guy like Henry Melton is a good swing tackle. He's a guy that can play maybe either position or it, but as a backup. Okay, he is just not big enough. And I know maybe there's a lot of people out there like him, whatever have you. He's a good football player, but I'm telling you something. You cannot have a game and gone MIA for 6 games or 5 games. You can't do that. You can't play like that. I mean, and it's right in front of everybody. I mean, it's there. You can see it.
This hour is brought to you by Ronnie Colasimos, Oaklawn Toyota. Yeah, and you talk about that defensive line. I want you to take a look throughout the course of the NFC North. You see the big guys in Minnesota. You see the big guys in the Green Bay Packers.
They played a 3-4.
Sue at Detroit.
Absolute Dominic Sue.
Yeah, so you got to, you're looking for some stout guys in there that can really make some pressure, and it makes the defensive end's job a lot easier because now he can come in and try to make those sacks.
I mentioned this last week, and real quick, and then we'll jump back to our calls. There's a ton of them online. But, folks, like Julius Peppers, I know a lot of people say, well, you know what? Where's his sacks? He gets like 8, 9. Maybe once in a while he'll get in double digits. He gets no help.
That is the biggest problem because, like you said, you came up with a name, Tommy Harris. When Tommy Harris is playing defensive tackle,
my God,
they had the kid out there, a young kid was playing. I forgot his name. I thought it was Anderson or something like that, playing defensive end. Ended up with 10 sacks.
Well, I think he had 12 his first year.
First year.
First year he had 12.
Why?
And you know what? And he should have gave. taking Tommy Harris to Hawaii for a month or something.
For years. Because the fact is that quarterback, when he cannot step up,
you got it.
He's going to get nailed. He's going to get nailed by a guy from the outside.
No question about it.
Let's go out to Gary in Cary. Gary on the score.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
What's up,
All
my
right,
friend?
Gary.
Another exciting game there, and again, when we were losing that momentum there, and of course I agree with you, and when Jay Cutler bowled over that guy, I thought that sort of changed the momentum around, and we've got the money players on the offense that do the job. Now you can add Earl Bennett to that, and that was one hell of a catch, and it was that behind the quarterback view that got him that touchdown where you saw him slide that foot dragging the turf in there.
Right. But hey, Gary, how about the guy throwing the football? He's putting it in an absolute perfect place where one guy could make it, and that just happens to be our guys.
Absolutely, and he's turning into a money player, and I think before this is all said and done, he's going to have his best season he's ever had. And the line, I don't know if they even sacked Cutler tonight. I mean, they're not. Nobody's talking about that offensive line, but I thought they did another good job tonight.
They did a good job, but here's the other thing too. You have to take a look at this, and Cutler won't get credit for this. How many times you see him tonight extend the play? How many times you see him move around? How many times you see him to get out of harm's way? See, that's a good quarterback. A quarterback that can extend himself. Not always if the offensive line blocks, because you can't block it all the time. But if you can move in that pocket, back and forth, get out of the way, roll out, hit some passes like that, that's what Cutler does extremely well. He's a better athlete than most people think.
Doug, before we got to go to break now, right, guys?
Yeah.
You callers, please hang in there. I promise we'll be back as soon as possible, and we'll rip right to you.
You're listening to the Majestic Star Post-Game Show presented by Motorworks. We are live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Post-Game Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks.
Motorworks.
Earn your business. We're also at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside on the Score Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. And the proprietors out here, this is a father and son operation. John and Jacob. Eddie, you and I met them, two nice guys. I mean,
yes.
This is perfect. This place was packed. There you have great food. And don't forget to stop at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill when you're in Countryside.
I believe we're going to be here next week.
You are. We're back next week.
We are going to be here, so tune in next week. We're going to be right here.
I will have the turkey, bacon again, panini. And you had the...
and you had part of my pizza, and you had a big chocolate fudge, whatever you're not supposed to eat.
Don't say that.
Okay.
My wife's listening.
Okay.
All right, that's it.
Okay.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Rashard in Hyde Park. Rashard, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey,
What's up, Rashard?
I'll never complain about being 3-1. Considering Minnesota and the Packers lost today, I think we're in a good spot.
3-0.
Yes, sir. Now, what I do find a little concerning is that when we get some success running the ball, it seems like we go away from it, especially when you're in a situation to put your foot on the throat at the end of the half or even in the third quarter. You know, pound the ball. You know, you got those two running backs. I'd like to see them commit to it a little bit more. And I like to also throw a shot.
You know, they tried that. Pittsburgh, by the way, ganged up on that running game. You know, after Forte ran for that 55 yards, and in fact, you saw down in the right on the goal line, like about 1 yard, we tried a play action pass. I thought that we should have ran the football there. Obviously, last week too, I thought we should have ran the football one time. It was a short yardage play. But they have to get the running game going. I don't know what the exact yardage was. Eddie, did you have it there that we made?
The rushing yardage.
Rushing yards.
The Steelers had 21 for 80 yards.
Uh-huh.
We were 28 attempts for 107 for 3.8.
Yeah. So I mean, neither side really burned it up.
No, they were both 3.8.
Right. So that's the whole deal. Now you want to take a look at the quarterback situation. The quarterback situation. Jay Cutler. His quarterback rating was 90.8. Now about Roethlisberger. His quarterback rating was what?
92.1. I thought it should have been 72.1.
The first half it was. But the second half, he came around. But once again, you can take a look and put all these numbers, throw them all out there. What's the main number? The Chicago Bears won. That's what you need to know.
Yeah, but Doug, you still got to talk about the particulars, whether they're positive or negative.
Oh, sure.
You know,
I'm not
and there were
saying
as
that.
many good things as there were a lot of bad things. And, you know, and again, it would have been a hell of a thing to go into Pittsburgh they're just not a very good football team on either side of the ball as far as I'm concerned. But, boy, those 5 takeaways were so huge. We get 23 points, and that's basically the ball game.
Yeah, and the one thing you just mentioned, though, and the thing that really concerns me the most, and you had mentioned the fact that they're not that good. What's not that good for Pittsburgh is their offensive line. So I'm taking a look at our defensive line.
And we couldn't do anything.
We couldn't get a sack.
That's very troublesome,
You know,
Doug.
it bothers you a little bit.
You betcha.
Let's go out to Joe and Bartlett. Joe, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, good evening, gentlemen.
What's up,
Good
Joe?
evening. How you guys doing?
Good.
I love listening to you guys.
Good.
You know what? I was actually watching the game at home on TV, and I found myself an excuse to go out and get a cup of coffee so I could listen to you guys on the radio. It's a beautiful thing.
Well, thank you so much.
When's the last time somebody, especially the Bears, hung 40 on the Steelers? And I'll wait up before I'm done. I'll listen to you guys answer. But you know what? I don't know what the stats were for us with Ben. I think we knocked him down 3 times, sacked him 4 times. I don't know how many hurries we had. But he's the hardest guy in the NFL to take down as a quarterback.
Yeah, we had 3 sacks. And
linebacker.
and I think Williams had 2 of them.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a hard thing to do. But I'm going to hang up and listen, and I love you guys. But when's the last time somebody hung 40 on the Steelers, whether it be the Bears or anybody? And you gentlemen have a great night.
Yeah, there's no question the Steelers are, they're a football team. When you think of the Steelers, you certainly think about how good they are. You know, you think about their running game. You think about their defense.
Yeah, when you think
it's a different team now.
Exactly. They ran the football. It's the old school, ran the football. Roethlisberger, you know, he managed the game. He did well. He's a hard guy to bring down. But they come with such a creative defense. I mean, it's incredible. And so what have the Steelers been known before? You know?
Yeah.
Steel curtain. Defense. They'll come after you with everything they come. Hell or high water, they don't care. They come right after you. And that's what they build their reputation on. And that's how they won Super Bowls, by not turning the ball over and great defensive play. Although, not tonight.
Well, they don't have the players anymore that they had in the past, the Harrisons. They don't have that. Larry Foote is hurt. So a lot of things that Dick LeBeau does do. And, confuse everybody, whatever.
Well, that's what he does with that 3-4 defense, and he's done it for years.
Hey, listen, there's somebody calling us from Atlanta, right? Jason Golf. Remember Jason? Jason Golf.
Jason is. You kidding me?
What's up, Jason? How would you like to be back in Chicago?
Are you the star now down there, or what? What is it?
I'm trying to be one. I'm trying to be one day. Hey, man, and watch the game with a bunch of Chicagoans tonight. It was a great showing on national television. It felt like home for a couple of minutes. That was a great game to watch, man.
3-0, pal. 3-0.
Yeah. This is a real team. The balanced offense. You got guys actually being where they're supposed to be when the quarterback's throwing the football too. This is good stuff to watch.
You know, Jason,
I didn't expect this tonight, though. I did not expect this.
You know what, Jason? You're going to have a lot of good stuff to talk about down there this whole football season. Because I'll tell you what, this whole National Football League. I mean, my God. 49ers 1-2, Packers 1-2.
How about Atlanta?
Yeah, and people scoring all.
Yeah, people are already jumping off of bridges here.
Yeah. I mean, you've got a team in Jacksonville that they can't. They're lucky they score 2 points a game, not even 3. I mean, and this league, Jason, is crazy this year so far.
No, definitely. This is what Tagley Boo wanted. This is what Roselle wanted. It's been a fun night, man. It's been an absolutely excellent night, and it's been good listening to you guys. I'm actually headed over to the community gym, so I'm gonna be listening to you guys while I'm on the treadmill. But you guys sounded good as always, brothers.
A quick question, Jason.
Hey, hold it, Jason. Wait a minute. You're heading over at this hour to the community gym.
This is when I get a chance to work out.
Yeah. You sure it's not called the Hollywood Bar and Grill?
Something like that. I'm going to do 12-ounce curls just for you, OB.
All right, kid.
Hey, Jason, quick one. Atlanta Falcons. You said they're jumping off of bridges down there. What's the problem down there?
Well, you got a right tackle. They got switched to left tackle. They shouldn't have been playing right tackle. And you got a defense that's been playing with smoke and mirrors for the last 10 games or so. So, every once in a while when you don't have a pass rush, this is what happens.
There you go.
Bears fans knew what it was before Julius Peppers came. So that's what Falcons fans are going through right now.
Maybe you brought the disease down to them from Chicago.
That's exactly what I did. It's always good to hear you too, though, man. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks for calling, Jason.
Thanks, Jay.
Much love, brother.
Okay,
Much
bye-bye.
love.
Good man.
Great guy. Jason's a terrific guy. Let's go out to Jason in Brooklyn. Jason, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Guys, what's going on? Just wanted to give a quick comment on the game tonight.
Sure.
Specifically with Cutler. All the people that were questioning his toughness in the Green Bay playoff game, I think they can just go and eat crow right now. But specifically with him, what I loved tonight was his decision-making. There was a play where it was a third down, and he kind of scrambled a little bit in the pocket and evaded the lineman and made a pass to Marshall, who dropped it. But nevertheless, he was able to avoid the sack and get a really good opportunity to try to get the first down. Didn't come through, but whatever. He didn't make a lot of boneheaded plays tonight, which was great to see. And I really thought he played a great game. Obviously, the run for the first down was tremendous. I'd like to see the Bears get a little bit better on D. They seem to give up a couple of big plays here and there and maybe dial it back a little bit when they could have put the foot on the throat. But great win. Very excited that 3-0.
Jason, I think what you're seeing out there is a relationship with Cromer, the line coach, and basically our offensive coordinator, and, of course, Mark Trestman, head coach, in total contact with Jay for 60 minutes. Obviously, they've gone over the plays, what they're going to run in each week, and you can kind of see and kind of feel the relationship that Jay has with the head coach and his offensive coordinator. And if this continues to go and get better, I think Jay will become a better play-calling quarterback. He'll realize situations a little bit more. He won't be so helter-skelter with his passes and with that football. And I think it's all due to a relationship that was built when Mark Trestman came here and got the offense up to speed. I think really, Doug, that's where it's at. It's more about a relationship with Jay, with the head coach, and the offensive coordinator. And I think what you see here is through that relationship, I think Jay has become, I think, a lot better, don't you?
Well, no question. And the fact is, he's seeing results.
I mean, I don't want to put him in a Hall of Fame,
but he's seeing results, Eddie, by this fact. This is what you do, Jay. Don't be afraid to dump it down. Don't be afraid to get the short pass.
But my point is, I think that a lot of that has to do with stability with the head coach and a coordinator. Jay believes in them. They believe in Jay, and we're moving forward with it. That's what I see.
That's what happened last year, and that wasn't there last year. He questioned everything that was said.
Mike
Tyson, Mike Martz, right.
And the year before.
Right. Digging into the numbers is brought to you by Julie. Call 811 before you dig or visit IllinoisOneCall.com. Those numbers, the big number on defense was third down. Their third down efficiency, 27%. Last week it was 58%. So this week, pretty damn good, 27%. We'll be right back.
Safeties are deep, and Roethlisberger in the gun under a blitz. Has to cut the ball. It is out, and in the hands of Julius Peppers. Peps running right. 35-30. Pep to the 20. Pep to the 10. 5. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Their second pick six of the night. And Julius Peppers. Welcome back, buddy. Welcome back. Bears have expanded the lead to 40-23.
Welcome to the Majestic Star Postgame Show, presented by Motorworks. We're live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. And don't forget, more football, just tune up Buffon.com. If you go to Buffon.com, there's a lot of football there, mister, and you'll learn a lot. And the other thing I want to talk about is give Majestic Star John Sheldon and Craig Helfie for their support, Eddie, for what they've done with us and all that, and we really appreciate it.
There's absolutely no credit. As a matter of fact, I do believe against the Packers on December 29th, the last game, the 16th
We're
game.
down there?
I believe we're at Majestic Star Casino, I believe.
Great people. And also, this segment is sponsored by Mercy Hospital and Medical Center, Chicago's choice for superior heart and vascular care. Now, I can tell you this, I'm a patient. Dr. Paul Jones there at Mercy Hospital, one of the best. There's no one better. And I'll tell you, I go there and I feel just terrific, and the guy does a great job. So go to Mercy Hospital and look up Dr. Paul Jones. It's got the Bill in Kewanee. Bill, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, good evening, guys. I watched the game tonight, and I got to say, I thought actually the defensive line played really, really well. You've got Ben Roethlisberger throw a few picks. He fumbled the ball 3 times, lost 2 of them. One of them got returned for a touchdown. You lost Henry Melton. It took a miraculous play by Antonio Brown to even make this game a game. Charles Tillman was out. You know, it's one of those things that it's really easy to get on these guys because they didn't get a sack. But man, and the other thing is that Ben Roethlisberger's a big boy. You know, if that's Drew Brees back there, I think they have 3 sacks on him.
Well, the one thing you probably, you're talking about, what you probably didn't notice, a lot of those times there was blitzes that were there. It was the linebackers coming in. It was the linebackers forcing the issue. And again, too, I don't agree with you. I don't think the defensive line played that well. I thought they were okay, but there wasn't anything that says that if you have an defensive line, you don't have to resort to the blitz. You don't have to go back to the blitz. You don't have to blitz. Well, we had the blitz, and we did do the blitz. And that's what you do, what you have to do. Let's go out to Fernando in D.C. Fernando, you're on the score.
Doug, OB.
Fernando.
Legends. Love you guys.
Thanks, Fernando.
I've called you at least once a year I'm calling you guys.
Thank you.
But here, my thing is the offensive line.
Yeah.
Their offensive line, they weren't the greatest. They haven't been, supreme. They haven't been superb, but they still have kept Jay Cutler clean. And they've given the opportunity to make plays. And let's be real, we're going to keep seeing the same play every time. We're going to see this next couple of years where Jay goes, he has to scramble out of the pocket. He runs out, and he destroys a defensive back on a scramble. He's given the opportunity, and now we have an offensive line that has a little bit of sense. You don't have Jamarcus Webb anymore, but every time this man comes out here and, every other offensive possession, it's a holding call or false start. We don't have that anymore.
Well, the fact is, the pre-snap penalties are not there. You're not seeing those. But here's the other thing that's important.
Just smarter football.
There's no question, right, Eddie? There's no question. There's no question that offensive line is better this year. Not even a question about that. But the other thing you have to take a look at it, Cutler is getting rid of the football. He's throwing it quick. He's not sitting back at a 7-step drop. 1, 2, 3, bang, football's gone.
The plays are getting in.
Let's be honest, that's more of Mike Bart's fault because that guy was an idiot.
Well, I think you're being kind, okay?
Thank you.
Let's go out to William in Lake Park. William on the score.
Hey, Doug. Hi, OB. How you doing tonight?
What's up, my friend?
That defense stunk.
Which defense?
Our defense. We need to tighten it up.
It didn't stink. Come on, William, damn it.
Doug, hold on a second.
No,
hold.
It didn't
William,
stink.
Let me step in and let me just hold it now. They got 5 takeaways, William, which is phenomenal.
And
3 you win,
points.
5's an automatic. But I think what William's referring to, guys, our defense gave up 459 yards of offense.
Thank you.
That is a fact, Doug.
I know it's a fact. It's also a fact that they got 5 takeaways.
I don't give a damn.
You should give a damn because that's the difference in the football game.
I do. That's what I'm pointing out. 459 yards.
You
Who
can't
the hell
tell
do you
me-
think gave that up?
Let me ask
the Green
you
Bay
think
Packers
they stunk
played
them
there?
because they gave up 459 yards?
Do I?
Do you think they stunk? I want to know if you think they stunk if they give up 459
I
yards.
didn't say they stunk. I said what William is referring to, why he didn't think they played so well, is because they gave up 459 yards.
Not playing so well. He
Are
said,
you blind?
He
Can you
said
see
stunk.
that?
What, you see the
Can
5
you see
takeaways?
it?
You see the 5 takeaways?
I mentioned the 5
for 23
takeaways.
plays.
I mentioned the 5
but it doesn't
takeaways.
deserve a word stunk in front of it.
Who said stunk?
He said stunk, and you agreed.
I agree. I backed him up because
sure.
I said what he's referring to is 459 yards, and then you became slightly aggressive,
no.
Douglas.
I just figured that a lot of times you have to
We know there's 5 takeaways.
Well,
but I said what he's referring to is the 459 yards. That's what he's saying.
So then you say your defense is stunk because it's 459 yards? He didn't say they're stunk.
Let
At
me
least
say
they got
it one
5
more
takeaways.
time in case you forgot. The reason why I said it is, the reason why he said it, William did, is because they gave up 459 yards. Period.
But he said that because the defense stunk. You can't say that. Then say they stunk, but the fact is they took 5 takeaways, which gave the Bears 23 points on offense.
We understand that, Doug.
Okay, let's go out
there.
But
they gave up 459 yards.
Let's go out to Rick and Rockford. Rick on score.
Are you guys cool?
Yeah, we're done.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
We're finished.
Let's all give each other
Take
a hug.
a deep breath. You got it.
Oh, jeez.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I'm kind of tailbacking on those. Was that guy from Puerto Rico?
Yeah, he was in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, very likely. I want to talk about the special teams. Devin Hester, they're paying this guy a ton of money to return these punts or kickoffs, and both actually. And we saw today they're starting to kick the fishnecks, rubbernecks, and even the Flavis towel, where they're not kicking it to do it anymore. So what are the Bears going to do? How are they going to use this guy and make him effective? Because right now we saw it today, they're not kicking them anymore, and it's only the 3rd week. I thought this was going to happen maybe halfway through the season, and we're paying this guy a ton of money, and he's ineffective as a returner.
Well, the fact you said ineffective, the fact is they're getting good field position from him. Now, here's what they're also doing. They got Devin Hester, say, on kickoff. They have him back in the end zone. They put Weems up in front. In other words, if you kick the ball short, they're going to have Weems, who was a returner, take the football and give you even better field position. I think the fact that it forced you to really kick the ball shorter, put you in better field position, which he did. Now, you're not going to kick to the guy. Not after last week, after him running back 249 yards. And so, yeah, you're going to pay that money for him. But the fact is, all said and done with, you still, with time the smoke clears, you're going to get a better field
Rick,
position.
More often than not, that's exactly what's going to happen. Sooner or later, he'll catch something and he'll break something. But the fact of the matter is, you might have a punter shanking a punt, et cetera, or trying to punt the ball out of bounds or whatever have you. But you definitely will get better field position, regardless.
You're listening to Majestic Star Postgame Show, presented by Motorworks. We're live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside. On the score, Sports Radio 670, Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767.
Roethlisberger back to sling it again. He throws, and the pass is thrown right to Chris Conte. There is takeaway number 5. Feet first slide, and a hit after he slid, and that draws penalty flags. At the 40-yard line of the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Bears swipe Roethlisberger again.
Now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks, with Doug and OB, live from Harry's Sports Bar and Countryside.
Those highlights brought to you by WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show. We are live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside. The Majestic Star postgame show is presented by Motorworks. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767.
Okay, before we go to the
What?
callers,
Don't start,
I just
all right.
want you to read something.
What?
Okay, Steelers, total offensive yards.
459.
Thank you.
And then take a look at the other stuff.
But I was
5 takeaways.
That's all I asked you to do. I didn't tell you to say anymore. That's all I
read
asked you
them
to
all.
say.
Okay, that's all right. I'm going to let it hang. Okay.
Leave it alone. I mean,
And by the way,
I agree with you somewhat.
And I agree with you somewhat. Somewhat we agree with each other. Hey, listen.
What?
Melton torn ACL, right?
Torn ACL,
Yeah.
I believe, out for the year.
He's out for the year. Oh, that's too bad. Really too bad. Let's hate to get one of those things. How bad would you ever get a knee injury, Ed?
Yes, I did. And
ACL?
both knees, lower back, both shoulders separated.
And a brain. A brain transplant.
No, don't go there.
No, don't go there. No, I'm sorry about that.
That's working, pal.
That's scary.
The rest of the body doesn't work too well.
Let's go out to Sean in Aurora. Sean, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you guys doing? Love your show.
Thank you,
thanks for taking my call. I just want to make one point and throw a question at you guys. No matter how many yards the Bears gave up tonight, I mean, they took advantage of those times that they turned the ball over and they scored points, and that hasn't happened in a long time. Secondly, I just want to talk about Martellus Bennett because that guy is a beast, and it's 2 times that he has come up with some awesome touchdown receptions.
That was the other
What
Bennett.
are your thoughts?
Well, the other Bennett you're probably talking about made a hell of a catch.
Yeah.
But again, too, last year, how many times did you ever, Ed and I talk about the Bears need a tight end?
No, Doug,
And they finally got rid of that bum Kellen Davis because that guy was garbage.
He could trip and fall down as he goes out trying to catch a pass.
I mean, how many times did he get called for penalties on the offensive line because he didn't know the snap count or, he was in the wrong formation?
Well, Sean, it's a whole new day.
Yeah.
It's a whole new day, whole new system, whole new. They brought a tight. They knew they needed a tight end.
They got him.
Because if you're going to get anywhere in this league offensively, you better have a tight end because more often than not, he is the key receiver on each of the teams you see that have been going to the Super Bowl or won the Super Bowl.
And the other thing, too, is, use your back coming out of the backfield. And they're starting to use Forte more. The only thing I see about our offense, Ed, I don't see us running screens very well. That's the only thing I have against what's going on with the offense. A screen to the back or screen to the wide, screen to the wide receiver. That we have not yet got into incorporated in our offense.
But you know what? What's great to see, Doug, and I'm telling you, offensively, to see the quality receivers we have now, from the tight end to the flanker back to the wideouts, Doug, and the multiple different offensive sets that Cronin and Trestman put out, play after play. That's really great to see. You give the defense a lot of headaches when they come out with all the multiple formations, people in motion, with the shotgun, with the bootlegs, with the sprint outs. That's nice to see.
Yeah, especially when they start the game out. They start the game out conservative, but the fact was they're throwing to Jeffrey. Remember, Jeffrey must have caught 6, 7, 8 passes.
Right.
They weren't over 4-yard passes. What they were doing was moving the chains, getting down the field. They were getting first downs.
Took advantage of what Steelers gave them.
Let's go out to Dan in Naperville. Dan, you're on the score.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, love your show.
Thank you.
Listen to you often. What I want to know is, okay, we got Jordan Mills, Kyle Long, Roberta Garza, Matt Slauson, and Jerome Bushrod. Why are they so much more effective than we had when we had Gabe Carini, we had Chris Williams, we had that Marcus guy, Webb? Why are they so much more effective?
Because they're better ball players, first of all. I mean, that's a fact. The fact is they are better ball players. Kyle Long, even Jordan Mills is a rookie. Slauson started for the New York Jets. Yet Bushrod, who was an all-pro at New Orleans. That is why they're better. And that's something why we always talked about our offensive line. They couldn't play dead, half of them.
Exactly. They couldn't play dead.
That's right.
Well, what happened? What truly happened is you finally got some management in here.
That's what I say.
That's exactly what happened. And with George McCaskey, enough was enough. This is year after year. We're going nowhere. What you see is what's going on is right in front of you. You got to have blinders on if you can't see it. And therefore, they made the changes. They brought a general manager in that obviously gets it, an offensive. And we came in with an offensive coach. That's what he's been doing for decades. And we brought him in. So this is the right way to go because this is the way the National Football League is going. And finally, George McCaskey got the wherewithal, and I think, Doug, they made the moves, and it was a positive move.
Well, it was.
But Mike Tice, though, wasn't he supposed to be a genius at rebuilding the offensive line?
Well, where's Mike Tice working now?
I don't know. Where is he?
Nowhere.
Well, here.
Where's Mike Martz working now?
Here we go.
Nowhere.
In defense of these guys, Doug.
I'm not defending.
Okay, let's not get into this other argument.
Okay.
But you back me up on this one, Doug. Perry Fuel, about 4 years ago, whatever it was, When we needed a defensive coordinator, he was one of the top guys recognized, and he made an appointment with Lovey to come in. He didn't even come.
Well, I didn't know
He
that.
went to the New York Giants, and they went there and they won a Super Bowl. We couldn't get, Doug, correct me if I'm wrong on this, we couldn't get what I guess you would call a big name or a big-time offensive coordinator to come in here.
Okay. Didn't know that either.
Because I think that the word was, Lovey with the defense and special teams, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that we really had a shot of really bringing anybody in there. Do you agree with that, Doug?
Well, I took a look at this, and you got to look at the facts. The facts are, you always hear this statement, well, those Chicago Bears, they're cheap. Those Chicago Bears, they're cheap.
That is not true.
That's a lie.
That's not
true. It's
true.
a rotten lie. They're stupid. They were stupid going back 3 or 4 years. When you bring in Chester Taylor, when you bring in Marion Barber, when you bring
Frank
Omiel,
yeah.
Malamula, you bring those guys in, you bring in Sam Hurd, who's now in jail somewhere, and you spend about $10 million. That's it. They're guys would come here and die. This became a place you come and die and collect money with the Chicago Bears. Well, that stuff is over. You come in here now and you're going to produce. That's what happened to Urlacher. Why do you think Urlacher's not here? He's not here because he couldn't produce. They're not going to drag anybody along in this program. You either play or you're gone. And that's the way it should be.
Well, that's the way football has always been. I mean,
Yeah.
Listen. With Brian Urlacher, he played 12 years, 13 years?
13 years.
13 years, and so many productive and wonderful years. And then you start to get nicked. And just like I did, Doug, you did, and
Everybody.
people before me, you and after us, and forever will be, it happens, folks. You get nicked, and then another thing's happen to you. You lose a quarter of a step, you lose a half a step, and when you do in this league, you're gone.
Yeah, and there's no question about that. And I think that's why you saw this year how many older players were getting 1-year contracts in the National Football League. All the guys. You see Ed Reed leave Baltimore. You see Welker leave New England. You saw Harrison leave Pittsburgh and go to Cincinnati. So that's exactly where it's at. Let's go out to Bill in Green Garden. Bill, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Just excited about the Bears, but I don't understand why we can't get more pressure from the defensive line. Just seems like they're close. They don't get a sack. They just barely miss. What's going on?
I think our defensive end, I think there's quality there. Obviously with Julius Peppers, I think Wooten is a big comer. McClellan, I still have doubts about. But I think with those three guys that we have now, can we win with them? Yes, we can. The problem I see is the interior of our line, our defensive linemen. It's just not there. Nice guys, whatever you want to say, whatever. But, boy, it's only a 16-game schedule, and you got to come every game, and you got to cave that middle of the line in. That's your job. That's what you're paid to do, and you can't do it. Changes have to be made.
Yeah, and the fact that Henry Melton now is out for the year, he's gone. See, because I think Henry Melton wasn't up on his game because he missed a lot of the training camp. I think it had to be something to be gradual to get better. He's not going to be there now. And so that's going to be a major problem for the Bears to come up with some more ball players that can play inside. Paya is the guy that right now they're going to be counting on. Collins is another guy. So, yeah, that defensive line, that defensive tackle is so important because they are taught. I am a firm believer in this, that offensive line are taught you wall off. The center and two guards wall off that middle. And when you wall off that middle, there is no question, Ed, and you know this as well as anybody because you played the damn position at defensive end. If that quarterback can't step up into that pocket, he's going to get his ass drilled.
You got it.
But if he can step up into the pocket and step up way up into the pocket because they walled off, the center and two guards walled off the two defensive tackles, you got a major problem
Doug,
on your
you've got
hand.
the perfect example. The New York Giants, I think it was approximately 3 years ago where they were 9-7.
Yeah.
And they went as a wild card and they won the Super Bowl. They won the Super Bowl. You talk about on sacks, almost sacks alone, Doug. Those four guys created such havoc.
Right.
They didn't have to blitz. The rest of the guys stayed in coverage. They took away whatever the offense was trying to do, and the quarterback was running for his life because they had four guys that really got after people.
there's nothing wrong with blitzing. And I told you this, and a lot of people don't know this, but one year I had 18 sacks. I had 18 sacks for one reason. We blitzed almost every down.
Yep.
Every down we were going. We were flying. You know, Butkus go inside, I'd go outside, cross, do all those things. But like you said, which would happen many times, we got a caught. We can't continue to do that because somewhere along the line, everybody's going to be picked up, and you're fried.
Right.
And they're going to make a big play on you.
Somebody's going to beat us,
Right.
you know, when you start pulling away from the linebackers and the defensive backs and pulling with coverage, you're going to get burned sooner or later.
Let's go out to Bill on the south side. Bill, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug, you need to get on OB because the Bears scored more points on defense than 7 offenses today.
Yeah, really? Is that what it was?
Right.
Well, they got 23 points.
Yeah.
5 takeaways.
And the other thing, that the return yardage, you minus that from the total yardage of Pittsburgh, and then you get 0 yards that they gave up. No, I'm just kidding. But you need to get on OB.
Oh, yeah, I did. He and I had an argument about this. And again, too, Ed was coming back.
All
to the fact.
I said.
I know what you said.
I'm defending
the guy
called
in
and I said
it was stunk.
what he's
and you agreed that he stunk.
What he's probably referring to is that they gave up 459 yards.
No,
plain and simple.
You should have been a lawyer. You should have been a lawyer, Ed. There's no question about it. I mean, the way you took that and twisted it around. Should have been a lawyer. There's no question. This hour is brought to you by Woodfield Nissan. Yeah, again, too, we chuckle and we laugh a little bit because, hey, listen, when was the last time the Bears were 3-0? I don't know. But the fact is, though, somebody said, well, Doug, who did they beat? Well, they beat Cincinnati. Well, didn't Cincinnati beat Green Bay? Oh, yeah, they did. That's right. Beat Pittsburgh, who is a lousy team, which I agree with you 100%.
You know what, Doug? Green Bay, okay?
Yeah.
Because defensively, they really haven't been there. But the 49ers, they've been there.
Yeah.
And that's a going team with Kaepernick at quarterback, and they're 1-2.
Ed,
they can't score.
Let me tell you something, Ed. During the offseason, most of the teams sent their coaches to college places, Texas A&M. All those teams that run that that offense, pistol offense, they found out how to defend. Let me tell you something. Did you see Kaepernick today? I watched the whole game. It wasn't there like it was before. The fact was that they took the run away. They were crashing the end down. They were swinging the guy on the outside. They were covering. It puts a lot of pressure on. Now, Seattle, I don't know. Seattle is just a team, but Seattle played a bad team today. But San Francisco today looked awfully ordinary to me.
Absolutely, Doug, and I mean, again, I don't know what the odds of Green Bay or what the odds of San Francisco were getting to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl, but I'm sure they were pretty damn good.
Pretty
and
strong.
I'm kind of when you see this and you see what's happening and the scoring and my God, that Jacksonville team is just god awful, Doug, and there's teams pounding away. It's crazy this year. So what I see after 3 games, and I know it's not a whole lot, but there's not a lot of whole games to be played. But I'll tell you what, this looks like a wide open league to me.
What the hell? Did you ever figure that Carolina could beat the Giants 38-0?
Never.
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 If somebody told you, Ed, I'll give you odds that the Giants don't score. You say, get out of here. What the hell are you talking about?
What Manning at quarterback? Never.
Never. It happened. It does happen.
It's a goofy year so far.
You're listening to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We are live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside on the Score. Sports Radio 670 Obradovich and phone 312-644-6767 talking about the Chicago Bears win over the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll be right back.
One of the guys shook my hand. He almost broke my hand still.
Yeah.
He said he was, I don't know how old he was, but I was like, geez.
Yeah, it's one of the guys that.
Tough, man.
Ed Obradovich, who works at the Score, number 87.
That's the guy.
Yeah. Strongest grip.
Dude, that's
ever.
the guy.
Yeah.
87.
He does not mess around.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah. That's good, though.
No,
because
they don't make them like that anymore.
Hold on. Big man, tough guy. Good. Push. That's great, though. A young kid coming up to you and saying, listen, Ed, they don't make him like that anymore, and let's shake hands, and you ripped his arm off his arm.
No.
You did it on purpose.
No.
Yes, you did.
Will you stop twisting things? That came, at halftime.
When was that?
That was at halftime last week.
Yeah.
When they introduced the 63 World Champ team.
Well, how did you get to see Costanzo? What'd you do?
Because right after that, I had to go do an interview, and the Bears were coming out.
Uh-huh.
And I somehow I just ran into the kid and put his hand out, and I put my hand out and
shook
his hand in, and it was Kyle Long,
Yeah, and ripped his fingers right off his hand. And
that's the first. Somebody had mentioned it to me. I was in a restaurant, Gianni's restaurant, as a matter of fact, Palatine. Somebody came up and told me about that, where Costanza, made that statement.
Yeah, I heard it too, but I didn't hear it. Someone told me about it, the same thing. I said, did OB jump out of the stands and grab the guy and start choking him? I mean, what did he do? I was worried about you. It really was. You're listening to Majestic Star Post-Game Show presented by Motorworks. We are live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to David in Elmwood Park. David, you're on the Score with OB and Doug.
OB, Doug, how are you? I just want to know what was going on in the first half of the Bears game. We had Matt Slauson looked like he was kind of lost on a snap count, and it looked like it was going to cost us some timeouts with Cutler.
Yeah, they did.
I just want to know what was going on. Was that the offensive coordinator, or was that Matt Slauson? Can you clarify that?
I can't really, David. All I saw what you saw, was the fact that it was down to 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and all of a sudden, did you see the one time when you saw Marshall out there calling timeout?
Right.
And he was calling timeout. I don't know why he was calling timeout, but they were trying to fake that thing that they were going to do that third down play, and they didn't want to do it. They were just trying to draw everybody off sides. Right. So, I don't have the answer to that, David. Usually, like I said, they've been real good at that, not doing that, Ed.
Yeah, well, Dave, sometimes that's going to happen, especially, this is a whole brand new line, and really it's their third game in full combat. And so I think you're going to have problems like that, Dave. I don't think that'll be a continuing thing with Slauson or anybody else, because I think each week they'll just get better. But can that happen? Yeah, it can happen, but I don't think that's going to be, the normal. Believe me, I don't think so at all.
Well, because we get so worried about it because it happened so many times.
Oh, before?
Last year.
Oh, my God.
And you say, oh, here we go again. Well, we're not going there again. We haven't seen it, and we have not seen where there's been a problem of getting the play in, because the play is coming right,
Trestman's handling it. Trestman.
It's not coming from the upstairs, downstairs, then to over.
Right, and I think I mentioned before earlier, Doug, that and it's probably worth maybe mentioning again, the fact that I think you can see the communication between Croman and Trestman.
Right.
And I think that it's what I sense. I think there's a great understanding between the three of them, and so far, everything being brand new for Jay and being brand new for the head coach and the offensive coordinator, I think it's working pretty damn good.
Well, I'll tell you another thing, too, and I think here's another. We have not mentioned this very much, and we always talk about Trestman. But I got to tell you, I believe Matt Cavanaugh is really helping out, the quarterback coach for the Chicago Bears. I really believe he's helping out, because I heard Cutler talking about him, how they would have to come in like on a Tuesday or Wednesday, and how he was tired and all that. And he said, no, we got to do this. We got to learn this. We got to be this way. And Cutler's joining the ranks, and he's listening. Whereas like last year, Ed, as you know, he didn't want to listen to it.
He didn't buy in anything that was going on here.
None of that stuff he talked about.
Nothing, Doug.
And the fact is, when you take a look at it, maybe he was right. Maybe he was right to push Webb, who turned out to be a bust. Maybe he was right to walk away from Mike Tice.
Well, Doug, when you spent your first 4 years here, basically on your back and getting slammed around.
Yeah.
And you've got guys that are 6'7", 340 and 30 and 50 pounds, and they can't block air. It's unbelievable.
Well, you saw what O'Neal did to him when they played Detroit, a couple of years ago.
Oh, my God.
Did you ever see anything like that in your life?
No. And I think they were paying him $8.5 million.
Yeah.
Then they signed him as a free agent.
Something like that.
Yeah, I believe they did.
Free agent.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. Their decisions are so much better now. Let's go out to Patrick in Bartlett. Patrick, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Ed. How you guys doing?
All right,
Good.
Pat.
Hey, listen, I got a quick question for you, and it has to do with this let's play it safe attitude.
Yeah.
The first half, you're on the 30-yard line. We got 1:48 seconds left.
There you
It's
go.
24-10. And you know what? We have the chance to drive down the field, at least at minimum score, kick a field goal or something, and demoralize these guys when they're going into the second half, as opposed to knowing that we know that they're coming out in the second half with the ball. I don't understand why there was this kind of complacency. Can you comment?
Ed brought it up right away. As soon as he saw it, and he looks to me and he goes, "What the hell are they doing?" I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "There's 1:38 seconds left to
48.
go, and they're killing the clock." Now, the Bears didn't have any timeouts left. I was saying on the opposite end, I said, wait a minute, why isn't Pittsburgh calling timeout? Try to get that ball back. But again, too, you want to go for the throat? OB talked about it. Tell him what you said, Ed.
I just think that's the way that you have to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's coming in talking about offense, about throwing the football and moving it down. And what's the matter on maybe third down, and if it's, say, like 8 yards or 6 or whatever, what's the matter with going to a fly pattern, throwing the ball 40 yards, 50 yards down the field? It's almost the same thing as a punt. Could he catch the damn ball? Our receiver could. Could he be interfered with? It happens an awful lot of times. But I mean, to go down and finish him and end it. That's my belief, Doug. When you got him on the run, finish him.
And I thought that too. That thought when it was 4.
They were 24-10. We won 24-10 with a minute and 48.
Right.
I thought, and we're on a 30 or 30. What somewhere between a 30 and 35. I thought with Trestman we'd go down, we'd be aggressive. We weren't.
And I thought because of the fact that when it was 4th and 6 inches down on the goal line, normally what happens is somebody come back and says, kick the field goal. They went for the touchdown. That was being aggressive. I thought it would carry over, Ed,
Absolutely.
into this position.
But it's nice to see him do that.
Well, yeah, no question about it, because that's a fact that I don't think you can score enough points. Ask Green Bay about that. Ask Green Bay about opening up 16, 16 points ahead.
What Green Bay was down, like 14-0?
They're
something
up.
like that, and then Green Bay answers with
20-some points or 30 points.
Yeah, I think about
30
30. No, I
points.
think about 30, and they're up. I think about 16 or whatever.
Right.
And lo and behold, bang, lose the game.
It fell apart. That's why you can't let anybody up. And I thought there was a point in time in this football game with the Steelers. I said, wait a minute here.
It's getting a little scary.
It's getting scary.
Getting scary.
Because these guys are starting to
Because
come
we
on.
haven't put them away.
Right.
And even though we're getting takeaways and we're scoring, these guys are still there.
They're still alive.
Yep.
They're still kicking, and they're desperate. I mean, that happens. So I think that, all in all, the fact is that the Chicago Bears played their game today. They came out. Collar played his game. They had used Forte. They had the tight end. But the key here, I thought, was that one play, two, in my mind. One was the 6-inch touchdown. The other one was the Cutler running over that, I think his name was Jordan or something like that.
Golden.
Golden, right.
Golden. I think, Doug, that play really showed me something, and I think he showed his teammates, hey.
Yeah, right.
We're out here, and we're not going to lose this damn football game.
And that's important. I mean, again, too, to take your quarterback and say to yourself, that guy is willing to put his ass on the line, basically, because you get hurt. You doing stuff like that.
And especially when he threw his right shoulder
into the guy. I mean, there was no problem. I mean, he went right after him. So
I think Jay.
Kudos.
Did he make the right play?
I just want to see him do it again.
Yeah, I'd like to hit him with your left shoulder. But I'll tell you what, though. I think that play was very important.
Yeah.
And I think it showed all his teammates and all the doubters, this kid's here to win. He's here to win a Super Bowl. I think that's what he showed.
You're listening to Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. We are live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside. On the Score, Sports Radio 670, Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Dial us up even if you're sleeping.
Was that somebody that was waiting to talk to us?
They're everything in football. I mean, anybody. It's universal around the league. When you're +5, when you're +2, you're going to win 80% of your games. +3, you generally win them all. And we were +5, so that just shows you the, and we still felt that at the fourth quarter we were still fighting for the win. So we didn't do some things offensively that we would certainly want to do, but overall the guys just kept fighting, and we were fortunate to wind up on top.
That highlight was brought to you by WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer talking to Trustman about the turnover ratio, which we all know, and he had mentioned that 2, you got about 85%. If you got a +2 turnover ratio, you're going to win 85% of the time. 3, then of course 5 should be close to 100% winning, and that's exactly what happened today. You're listening to Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We're live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside. On the Score, Sports Radio 670. Obradovich on the phone, 312-644-6767. Celebration Limos. Celebration Limousines has been in the business since 1984 with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Visit celebration.fm or call 708-599-2102 for Celebration Limousines, where every ride is a celebration. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Tony on the north side. Tony, you're on the Score.
Hey, how you doing? How you guys doing? I love you guys' show.
Thanks, Steve.
I got a couple questions real quick on the defensive line.
Sure.
And on our safeties. First question on the line. If we have no pass rush whatsoever, it's already relevant now. Why don't they use fresh legs? I mean, switch it up and get some guys who are going to be hot running in either on the defensive end and have them just run in. I mean, defensive tackle, and vice versa, rather than keeping the same guys like for the whole game, like Pia for the whole preseason. We haven't even seen him. We've seen that guy Zach Mitter earn a spot. All of a sudden, he is starting. Mm-hmm. And then the second part would be with our safeties. It kind of looked like I don't know why I saw one play. I'm not sure if it was Connie or Rice, but one of them looked like before the play started that he ran out, and then all of a sudden, like if they're going to throw a bomb or if he was going to cover a bomb, but it ended up being where they threw like a 30-yard pass that ended up being a touchdown. I was like, we've been seeing that a couple weeks with our safeties. I'm not sure if it's, do they study that or what, or what's up with these guys, but I've noticed that with their coverage. You could just clarify that?
This depends on the coverage. I mean, if it's, cover 2, obviously, though, it's safety, it's got to be the guy that backs up the corner. The corner taking
right.
Short, and then your
but
safety goes
like
over.
He was just, spaced off, and
yeah,
all of a sudden it was...
He didn't close on it. Now, I don't know what the coverage was on that, but usually what happens in that cover 2, those guys get their ass over there real quick.
Yeah.
And he did not do that. There's no question about that. I look at the defense on. You talk about bringing in guys. Usually what happens, you play your best guys all the time.
Right.
That's who plays. I mean, that's why your guys, and you have to be in shape to play all the time, right? You don't just put a guy down just to rest him.
No.
You got better ball players.
Absolutely. And I'm going to tell you something, Tony. Doug, you're absolutely correct. And when you get at this time and at this level, and these coaches and general manager, they know what they need. They know how to get a good pass rush, okay? And this has been a problem for a few years. Our people up the middle trying to cave in an offensive line and create havoc, and we haven't seen it. It's just a fact. And if you just bring in fresh legs to do what? To maybe that's going to break them loose or that's going to do it. I don't think so. You play your best players. And by the way, Tony, again, this is 16 games. And if you're a football player and you're not in shape, because obviously every game counts, you don't have 100 and some odd or whatever, and you're not in shape, you have no business being in this league. And as a coach and general manager, you have no being coaching or being a GM if that's your philosophy. 16 games, you better be ready to play every play.
Especially defensive line, because of the fact that you see what the tempo is now throughout the league. It's not just one team. Everybody. They're lining up fast. They're going quick. They're getting yourself out there. You have to be ready to go automatically. It's not that rest that maybe back in the day they used to get. Now it's real quick, Ed.
But sometimes, can you switch them in and out?
Well, you do that.
If you have, Tony, if you have a quality backup, okay, or 2 quality backups. Depends on how many defensive tackles. Right, very few do. Because it's tough enough to find 2 front guys to begin with.
Exactly right. Let's go out to Palatine Bob. Palatine Bob.
Hey, guys.
What's up, buddy?
There was a helmet, a Steeler player butted one of our guys with the helmet in the chest. Did you see that? The
I saw it.
Didn't call it.
He didn't call it, but I got to tell you, I didn't mind he didn't call it.
You didn't? Okay.
Because of the fact that, what was the guy going to do? He come in there, he made the hit.
Yeah.
I just didn't think the guy was defenseless, number one. He saw him coming.
Yeah.
But I thought the same thing you thought, Bob. I said, they're going to throw a penalty here because they're trying to enforce that rule.
Well, Bob, what you're seeing in football is, remember like Bostic? I think it during the exhibition season, and he came in on a slant. A receiver came in, and I mean, bang, he flew right out there and hit him. That's football.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care. That's going to happen. You can't ask a defensive player. He sees somebody, and that's where he's got to be. And that guy's got the football, and all of a sudden, oh, wait a minute, I can't do this. I can't. And by that time, that guy with the ball is gone, or he's ran over him. So I mean, it's unfortunate. These injuries, they happen, some catastrophic injuries, but the game is a violent game, and I really don't know how you tone it down.
With the play Bob was talking about, now they didn't make a call, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's not sent in, and then the Football League looks at it, because they can come back, even though it wasn't called by the referee.
Do it all the time.
Yeah.
Do it all the time.
They can penalize you.
Absolutely.
They can come out there and penalize you. There's a certain thing when you're moving out there. I know there's certain things you should be careful of, and I'm happy they're trying to protect everybody. But like you said, it's a violent game, and when you're out there flying around, you're not thinking about, not hitting somebody. That's what you're out there for. You're out there to hit someone, and so try to keep it within the realm of the fact that the player is not defenseless. And if he's not defenseless, then you got to rack him up. There's the reason that what happened with that was the back came into our guy, and he lowered his head. That's what we're talking about here. The back lowered his head and drove it into our defender. They're saying, well, you can't do that. Well, why not? I mean, what are you going to do? Stand tall and say, here, hit me, knock my brains out?
No, absolutely not, Doug. I've seen some of we played, when the rule was, there was no rules.
Exactly.
I mean, you could hang people. You could, oh, my God, you could throw a forearm, a flipper right in their chops. I mean, there's so many things you could do. And as a matter of fact, as we played, Doug, and George Allen brought a lot of this stuff in grounding running backs when they try to, sneak through the defensive lines or come around the end.
Is that called
hang them?
Hang them.
But and that only took a few years. That became illegal. And then trying to cut the receivers, that became illegal. And so the evolution of time and time, I mean, there's only so much you can do. I mean, I wish, we had the best equipment in the world so guys don't, break their neck, concussions,
right,
etc. But it's just the nature of the sport, Bob. And it's a...
Well, I can remember distinctly coming up, you're playing defensive end, I'm playing beside you, and I give you the call. Abe calls the kill. Call hang. Tell Ed to hang. Well, hang meant that back comes out of the backfield. It comes close to you.
You hang them.
You hang them.
By putting your arm out and grabbing them right in the throat.
Hey, up next is Les Grobstein.
Oh, the Grob?
Grob is up next. The best in the business.
I'll be listening to him.
Absolutely.
He's
the best.
Yes, there is. Yes,
I'm I listen to him at nighttime when I'm driving around or somewhere. I love Les.
He's unbelievable.
Oh, thank you to Mark Jolliffe, Dominic Mencino, Rick Kemp. Oh, nobody better than Rick Kemp.
We got it.
He's cracked.
That's right.
Ryan Williams, Kelly O'Connor, and Ashlyn Snuckle. Next week, Detroit. And we will be back right here again.
Absolutely.
At Harry's Bar and Grill. Thanks for listening, and go Chicago Bears.
Good night, everybody.
Stafford takes and hands off. Reggie Bush stutter steps through a hole. Pep got a hand on him, but not enough to knock him down across the 45 and down to the 44 of the Bears. Reggie Bush is exploding right now in terms of when he gets the ball. He's gone in a blur. Jay takes. Everything's picked up. Works the middle, and it's intercepted at the 31-yard line. Over the middle throw is picked up by Detroit's Louis Delmas on 3rd and 3, and the Lions take over inside the 30-yard line of the Bears. First takeaway of the day. Gonna pitch it out to the right. Forte's got some room at midfield to the 45. Big block by Brandon. There goes Forte. 15-10. Outruns everybody to the house. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. 53 yards for Matt Forte and a huge block by Brandon Marshall to make it all happen. Play clock down to 12. Stafford under center. Takes ball. And he lost the ball. Caught it in midair. He is in for the touchdown. He went with a sneak. Lost the ball, and it fell back into his hands, and a slam of the ball in the end zone for the touchdown, Detroit. Jay under center. Takes the snap, back to throw. Gonna lob it to the right side, and it's picked off plain center field down the left sideline to the 30, to the 20, to the 15, and Bushrod knocks the guy out. Grover Quinn on the pick and return. Calvin left with Tillman. One-on-one to the outside left. That's where Stafford's throwing. Pass is caught. Touchdown, Calvin Johnson on Charles Tillman. Saw it a mile away. They were at least going to try it, and they did it. 2-yard touchdown, and another quick strike for Detroit. Takes the snap. The Lions are blitzing. It's picked up for the moment. Now they got Jay and spun him down to the 10-yard line, and down he goes. Blitzing linebacker Stephen Tulloch comes home and sacks Jay Cutler for the first time this afternoon. 1st and 10 at the 37. They're going to run at the Bush straight ahead as he breaks a tackle. Now 2 to the 20, to the 15, sprinting to the 10, to the 5 end zone. Out of bounds at the 2 or 3-yard line. Charles Tillman.
Are you sure? I think it's a touchdown.
I thought he had him standing there at the 3-yard line, but I guess not. Touchdown, 37 yards. Jay Cutler takes the snap. Jay steps up. Jay gonna whip it middle of the field, and it's overthrown and intercepted. Intercepted again, going for Alshon Jeffrey at midfield, and Jay is picked off for the 3rd time today. Second by Louis Delmas. Snap is back. Jay sidesteps in the pocket, hit by Sue. Ball is out. Ripped it out. Barely picks it up at the 5. He's in. Touchdown Detroit. 40-32 is the final score here in Detroit. The Lions get the win. The Bears are 3-1, and so are the Lions. We play the Pack next, and the Bears host the Saints next Sunday at Soldier Field.
And now, live from Harry's Sports Bar and Countryside, it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to get your business. We are live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside.
There you
That's
go.
it for Harry.
There you go.
Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose 40-32 against Detroit. Boo is right, and the game was not that close either, by the way, 40-32. It was I have to put it bluntly, it was a terrible game for Cutler. I thought Cutler in that first half, Ed, if you take a look what he did, he had a quarterback rating of 35. He ended up with a quarterback rating of 65, and he was 27 for 47 for 317 yards, but he had 3 interceptions. He had 2 touchdowns, and he had a fumble. I don't know what was going on with him. He missed a lot of players out there. And don't tell me about the fact that, the offensive line, he had time to throw. There was time for him to get the football to get back, so don't blame it on the line. Cutler just had a poor game. There's no question about it. And the other thing, too, you have to look at our offense. You can't go 1 for 13 on 3rd down and win a football game. You just can't do it. 1 for 13, that's almost impossible to try to win a football game going 1 for 13. And why in the hell that happened, I don't know. But when all is said and done with, the Chicago Bears basically went out in that football game, and a lot of people went the way they thought it would go, that playing to beat Detroit at Detroit, it wouldn't happen. And it did not happen. But does that mean it's over with? Does that mean put a fork in it? No. We've seen other teams do this, make mistakes, lose football games on the road. But the key here is for the Chicago Bears, obviously, to win. But next week, it's New Orleans. Do you think they're going to have an easier time with New Orleans? Not. And Ed, I'm going to put this to Ed right now. Our main problem, Ed, I want you to talk about the defensive tackles for the Chicago Bears.
Well, before we get to that, which we will, Doug, we were looking at the first half of the game. Obviously, we didn't perform very, very well on either side of the ball. I was amazed. Martellus Bennett, he wound up with 8 catches for 90 yards. He should have had 18, folks, or 20 catches. Over the middle, the first half was open the entire first and second quarters of this game. Why they didn't go to him, why, I have no idea. And finally, they figured it out late in the third quarter and fourth quarter and throw underneath and hit Martellus Bennett. It was there, Doug, and to our listeners, in the first half. Again, why we didn't go there, I have no idea. But one thing, Doug, you want to talk about what's going on in this league. I mean, where 49ers are in Green Bay and the amount of points that are being scored. Like today, total offense from both sides was 804 yards. 804 yards worth of offense. No, basically almost third down conversions. I think, Detroit had 2 out of 10? 2 out of 10?
2 out of 10, right.
We had 1 out of 13. Again, I think what you're going to see in this league, folks, is that it's not really about defense. It's about offense, and the thing that's going to hopefully pull you through if you can get the turnovers. We got 3 turnovers. They got 4 from us. You alluded to Jay having a bad game. Guess what? He did have a bad game. He really did. The offensive line, I think Doug gave him the time. A lot of times I think he should have ran with the ball. He didn't, but he just had a bad game. But I'm going to tell you, I think what you're going to see, folks, is every game, you're going to see a track meet here. You're going to see 30, 40 points. You're going to see yardage, unbelievable yardage given up by either defense, no matter what game or when it is. And, again, Doug, the way this league is going, like defense, does it really matter? I mean, you give up 459 yards last week, and we win a football game. And so I think defense, the way the rules are set up, Dougie, it just doesn't apply. It's about passing the football, moving it down the field, and on defense, it looks like it's basically turnovers, because I tell you what, nobody's really setting it on fire in the National Football League on defense.
Again, too, we're going to go to update, but Ed, talking what you're talking about, the turnovers. So you have to force the turnover. And to force the turnover, you got to put pressure on somebody.
Right.
And somebody's got to make a mistake. And so either they make some mistakes, throwing the football, make some mistakes. After they catch the football, that's what's got to happen. That's where defense has gone.
Doug,
not so much on the yardage.
Right. You should refer to the defensive line. Mm-hmm. Doug, the problem is inside, not our outside men, our inside men. That was already so far this year. It was last year. It was the year before that. It was the year before that, and the year before that. It's just plain. It's simple, folks. It's right in front of you. We've got guys, they can't cave anything in.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show. We're going to go to an update. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. We are live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside. Let's hear it for Harry's. That's for John and Jacob, by the way. Obradovich in the phone, 312. Who said go Packers? Security. 312-644-6767. Bears lose 40-32 to the Detroit Lions.
Dougie, going in after 3 games, our offense ranked 23rd in the league, and our defense ranked 24th.
Yeah. And again, too, you take a look at this, you break it down, you see what the hell happened here. Once again, a lot of the stuff always comes back to the quarterback. What did the quarterback do? How did he throw the football? Did he hit the people who were open? All those things. And it didn't happen today for Cutler.
Doug, did you think there was something wrong with him today?
He didn't look right to me, Ed. I don't know what it was, especially that first half. That first half, he had a quarterback rating of 35. And he came out, and it seems like he was not only off, but the time he got hit in his leg, you thought maybe there was something wrong with his knee.
Yes.
When he come out of that. Remember you said he threw it in the sidelines?
Yes.
You said like maybe he might have buckled. I'm not quite sure. I know Denton. He wasn't on that second half especially. He wasn't there. And does it happen to quarterbacks? I guess so. But see, for Cutler, you want to see more consistency going. and that's the key. And that's what we'll see what happens next week against New Orleans. Let's go out to Chip in Glenview. Chip on the scoreboard, will be in Doug.
Hey, guys, listen, Jay Cutler is our quarterback. Jay Cutler is the same guy 2 weeks ago that was bailed out by his teammates in the last seconds after the same kind of mistakes. Jay Cutler has got all the weapons he's always wanted. He's got a number 2 wide receiver, one of the top NFL running backs. He's got everything that he always was lacking. And Jay Cutler is no better as a quarterback than he was when he didn't have these guys. Listen, his mechanics are poor. He has not improved at all. I mean, some of these throws today, they were just terrible throws. He is not, some of them were so bad that, he should have had a few more interceptions. This guy has not improved. And I challenge anybody, what does he do in the offseason? He has not improved. We've had him how many years? He's still the same Jay Cutler. He's not a top-flight quarterback. The Bears will win a lot of games. They'll beat a lot of teams, but they're never going to get over the hump with this guy at quarterback. He is just not that good a quarterback. And tell me, he's got everything he wanted, and now he's making the same mistakes. This is the same guy that played 2 weeks ago against the Vikings. No difference. He got away with some mistakes. Today, you saw what happened. It's the same thing. When he's got a pass rush on him, he acts like he's not going to get hit. He's not aware of anybody rushing him. And time after time, he's tell me how many times that guy's fumbled in his career at the Bears. It just is not getting any better with this guy.
Well, Chip, it sounds like you're not a Jay Cutler fan.
Well, you take a look at the fact that when he fumbled the ball, he held the ball too damn long. He sat back. All of a sudden, he's waiting. You know you're going to get nailed. That ball has to come out of your hand. It didn't do that. And a lot of times he was, he misfired. He missed guys that were open. But you see some of those passes, that's why you drives you nuts. He throws passes like in the end zone, those back shoulder passes, and that was just unbelievable. You say to yourself, what the hell's happening? What's going on here? That's our only chance, boys.
Chip,
think about it.
Yeah, Chip.
Without him, we're not going anywhere. If he doesn't make it, we won't go anywhere.
Go through the league, 32 teams. And tell me there's 32 top-flight quarterbacks that can take you to the Super Bowl. They're not out there, Chip. This kid is good. But in my opening remarks, when I'm sitting there watching the first quarter and then we're in the second quarter, why aren't they going to Martellus Bennett? It was wide open. They gave you the underneath all the first half to any receiver. And why you didn't go to him, I have no idea. And the first half, we really stunk it up.
Yeah, because if you look at the Detroit Lions, the last 2 games, and I'll have to look up the stats on this, the tight ends facing the Detroit Lions were murdering them. 156 yards coming across that middle. Murdering them. That's why I thought Martellus Bennett would have a hell of a game today, because that's what you would do. Go back to that middle.
Absolutely, Doug. Thank you for pointing that out. I don't know why the hell they didn't go to him. Did they make somewhat of an adjustment at halftime? Yes, they did. Good. But by that time, Doug, the jailbreak had already happened.
By the way, this game ball is going to be brought to you by Al Pimani Ford. Al Pimani, very, very nice guy and a very fair guy. Al Pimani Ford. Visit apford.com, and the game ball goes to good old 55 Lance Briggs. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. We are live. That's right. We are live out here at Harry's Cafe Bar and Grill in Countryside. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. And digging into the numbers is brought to you by Julie. Call 811 before you dig or visit IllinoisOneCall.com. And those numbers, and that number that'll kill you, is the Chicago Bears offense was 1 for 13 on third down conversions. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, great to talk to you. Something about today's game. One thing is the last few games the Bears won because their defense bailed them out on the turnovers, but you're not going to get that every game.
No, you're not.
And you just didn't see the Bears take advantage of good field position today when Hester got them. And I don't know, Cutler, you guys, I agree with that first caller a few callers ago. That guy was right on the money. I was a Jay Cutler supporter, but he has all the tools. I know it's early in the season, we got to see what happens, the next few weeks or so. But if he doesn't change his ways and he's like this by the end of the year, I most certainly wouldn't, sign him to a big contract. And I know there's not a lot out there, guys, but if he's not going to lead you to where you need to go, I mean, the guy is so great. I mean, he threads it right in there, and you see him make these plays. In a lot of ways, he looks like Rodgers. Then he turns around and he looks like garbage. I mean, he makes the dumbest throws, dumbest decisions, and I just don't know where his head's at. And and the other thing, guys, real quick, and I'll hang up and listen, is I'm really concerned about their defense because, last year, their secondary is really bad, and Drew Brees is going to pick them apart. And the other thing they can't do is they can't stop the run. Last year, they were much better at stopping the run. Now, what do you guys think about that?
Well, here, let me jump in there
start
real
with
quick.
Defense.
Yeah, Bears defense, Mike. Last year, in defense, they were ranked 5th. Excuse me, 5th in the league, 3rd with points allowed, and number 1 in takeaways. But they did rank 5th. Right now, we're ranked 24th after the 3rd game. But I'm going to tell you something. I don't know how it's going to get better. You saw Detroit run right up the middle, and this is going to be going on and on. And what can you do about it? The only thing that you can do, again, which Doug, I just keep saying this, is you got to move that line to stronger weeks, and you got to come with blitzes. But then again, Rob and Peter, from Paul, I'm telling you, it's a problem. And what they're going to do about it, I have no idea. They don't have anybody in the inside that can turn around and be a world beater. Not unless you take Julius Pepper from right end and put him in the inside, and then you're really robbing yourself and taking away from yourself because that's where he operates, at right end, and that's where he's the most effective. But the middle of our defensive line, boys, watch it. It's going to be bad all year.
Well, the fact is, you take a look at that defense, and you're right. I mean, they're having a problem stopping the run. They don't have the defensive tackles to do a lot of damage inside.
No, they don't, Doug.
But the one thing you did look at going into this football game, the Chicago Bears had 11 takeaways. And they had 3 defensive touchdowns. They led the league in both venues. So what you're going to do right now is the fact that you have to keep that pace up, or you have to come back with a better defense. And the other thing about Cutler, you're correct, but here's our problem. We have nothing. What are we going to do? He's our only chance for us to do something to go to playoff is Cutler.
Exactly.
That's our only chance. And so what we got to do, we know he has the ability. We know he can throw the football. But today he did not look good whatsoever. I agree 100%, and I'm a Cutler fan. He did not look good. There's no question about it. You can't look good with a quarterback rating of 35 the first half and end up the game with a 65 quarterback rating.
Doug, I'm going to put a little bit on the offensive coordinator for coming up with that game plan. Again, I don't know how the hell you don't go over the middle at this team. And again, the prior games, where did they move the ball on Detroit with the tight ends? First half, what did we throw to them? One time?
Yeah, they didn't throw them to him enough. There's no question about it. I mean, they gave you that. And you know what? Teams have that. Unfortunately, it happened to the Chicago Bears today. I mean, a lot of good teams, things happen. What happened to San Francisco last week? San Francisco couldn't play dead. Everybody said, oh, that's San Francisco overrated. You see what they did Thursday night? It happens in the National Football League. But when it happens to us, we get all excited. We start, and including myself, by the way. I'm not throwing myself out of this deal. Is that maybe Cutler can't play? Look what he's doing. Look, that happened. It happens to the best of teams.
He had a bad game.
He did have a bad game. But does that mean next week it'll be bad? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. But all I know is that he is our only chance to win. Because if Cutler goes down, put a fork in it. Get ready for a Cup game or White Sox for next year. Let's go to...
wait, let's not go that far. Jesus.
Let's go to Mike in Clinton, Iowa. Mike, you're on the score.
Hi, fellas. I'd like to know, you're both defensive players, and I loved watching you both. How come Chris Conte gets to wear a uniform? He was horrid.
Well, you're talking about that some of his coverage plays, too, obviously, on a double coverage. He wasn't there. You're talking about a lot of times on the tackles. And you know there are a couple times, too, Major Wright came up. And you saw when Bush made that long run, Major Wright missed the tackle. You got to have your safeties got to be able to tackle. They got to come up and make plays. There's no question about it.
Last line of defense.
That's it. And those kind of guys make and strengthen your defense. And we're not seeing that. We're not seeing that right now. And you're right. You're correct. There's not much you can say about the defense, exactly what's going on with them as far as stopping the run, doing certain things. But what you said about the deep ones, they were opportunistic. They got the turnovers, Ed. They got
yes,
the
they did.
takeaways.
They got 3 takeaways, 5 last week, and that's great, and they've got to continue to do that.
Let's go out to David in Louisville, Kentucky. David, you're on the score.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, David?
I love listening to you guys. You guys always tell it exactly how it is.
Thank you.
But, hey, I'm not here to talk about Cutler. I'm not here to talk. If there's anything we should talk about offensive-wise, it's like you said earlier, and that's they should have went over to the tight end early in the middle.
Absolutely.
I do agree with that.
Absolutely.
I do agree with that. But, however, if I saw a blaring reflection of anything I've ever seen the Chicago Bears, is they were playing Lovie Smith football today. They went down early, and what do? They quit. They laid down. They gave up. And the only thing I really could take a positive from today is that Trestman made them go out, and he made them play until the clock said 0. How many times, as a Chicago Bears fan, have we seen the Bears go for a 4th and 4, 4th and 3? It doesn't matter if it's late. It doesn't matter if it's early. They went out there and they played to at least make the game respectable. At least they were in it. I'm not going to say they were in it close, but at least they gave themselves an opportunity to be in the game. It's embarrassing. It is embarrassing when you sit there and lay down. And Trestman showed them today that this isn't Lovie Smith football. You're not going to lose the game in the first half and just go out there and just go through the motions in the second half. You will play the full game. And if you're going to be embarrassed, you're going to play hard doing it.
Well,
I'll hang up and listen.
Yeah, well, the fact is, when you take a look at this game ran away from them in the first half. In 3 minutes and 20 seconds, the Detroit Lions scored 3 touchdowns. 3 minutes and 26 seconds, the Detroit Lions scored 3 touchdowns. That was the ball game. That's it. He blew it wide open. Now, I don't think they quit. I don't think that was a big problem. I just think they just didn't have it. Cutler didn't have it today. Why? I don't know. It happens. I played long enough for 14 years and then played 12. It just happens. And I can't explain it, but you can't happen every week.
Yeah, the one guy you don't want it to have it happen to is your
quarterback. Right.
That's for sure.
Yeah, and that's the main guy.
But he just, Doug.
He didn't look it. He did not look it.
He was not there today at all, mentally and physically. I mean, some of those passes, Doug, they just took off flying through the air.
And a lot of them were short. Even the one interception he had.
Bouncing them in.
Bouncing them in, throwing it up short, that kind of stuff. And I said, and Ed looked at me and I said, is there something wrong with this guy?
Yep.
Is there a problem? Is it his knee? Sometimes, I don't want to get into that part about,
Hey, here, what happened here today? I think you got to put the coaches, they're not going to walk away from this one, Doug. Because I think the game plan, especially offensively, was not the right game plan at all, not even close, especially what teams have been doing, what they've been doing to Detroit's defense and who they've been using to do it to them. And we did not until late in the second half. Then we finally figured it out.
Well, they started out, too, the same way they started out last week. They started out with the San Francisco, they call it West Coast offense. Ding, dang, dunk, ding, dang, dunk, clock up, and then go for 3 points. Fine. I'm all for it. But the fact is, after that, then they try to open up a little bit, and Cutler was on his own, making some open plays. He's rolling around up back there, but not come up with it. No one come up with the throw. He usually comes up with that throw when he gets loose, when he's back there, when he's rambling around, but did not do it today. You're listening to The Score, Sports Radio 670, Majestic Star Casino postgame show. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside. 9901 West 55th Street in Countryside. Obradovich and Buffon and Eddie.
Dougie, let me jump in there with a couple of things I'd like to get out.
Sure.
Last night, went to my favorite French restaurant, Ann and I, La Vichyssoise in Lake Moore, and I just missed Jerry Venisi. Anyways, for the people that don't know who he was the general manager when the Bears won the Super Bowl in '85. He's a great guy. And by the way, Doug, John Renzi, who's the president of York Furriers, he would like to make you a pair of earmuffs, either mink or fox. In orange. York Furriers would like to do that. John would like to do that for you.
Well, I prefer beaver.
I told him What's that thing that's black and white? What do you call those things? Skunks.
Yeah. Good call, Ed.
All right, but John.
No, I want beaver. I want beaver.
You want beaver? I'll tell John.
All right.
York Furriers, they're great.
This segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended. Let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mark in Toronto. Mark, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB, how are you?
What's up, Mark?
Well, I was watching the game today, and, I saw that the defensive line, they were not very good. They opened up lots of holes. And, I also thought that maybe we saw Mark Trestman's inner quarterback with his play calls in the second half. They aired it out way too early. I thought they could have run the ball with Matt Forte. He looked like he had a game going, and it's too bad that we had to go to the air so early. And last but not least, I got to give out a shout out to JoJo and his fiance Steph.
Oh, somebody must have cut you off. JoJo, and we forgot the rest of it. Why don't you send them a beaver hat, too, while you're at it?
No, it was earmuffs.
Oh, earmuffs.
Yes. Mark, let me just, you referred to the defensive line and obviously talking about our inside guys. One of the things that you've got to have, especially when you play at this level, in the inside, you got to be big, you got to have all that stuff, but one thing you better have is balance. You don't want those two inside guys playing from their belly or on their back. And the other thing is, when you get walled off, you've got to fight pressure. If you got to spin back in, but you got to fight pressure. You can't let that guy continually ride you out, which I saw today. So balance is a big part of being a great defensive tackle. And number two, fight the pressure. Don't cave into it.
If you take a look at the Chicago Bears today, and you say, okay, whose fault was it? And if I had to put them in order, the offensive line will come dead last. It wasn't their fault. If you take a look at this football game, was Cutler's fault? Cutler wasn't pressured that much during the course of this game.
No, he was. Cutler stunk.
He stunk.
And I'm going to tell you, the offensive game plan
stunk. Part of it stunk as far as the defensive line was concerned and holding people off. And they scored 3 touchdowns, like I told you, in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So we probably normally, if this was last year, would say, well, the offensive line, boy, I'll tell you, they were terrible. They were this, they were that. They're not. So that should give you some kind of hope, Ed, as far as making your offense cook. If Cutler is on, if he can throw. I can understand how people out there now looking at it and going, wait a minute here. That's the real Cutler. That's the old Cutler. That's the Cutler we know. I got to tell you, he is, and I'll repeat it, he is our only chance. And without him, you can put a fork in it. So let's hope for the best. Let's hope he comes back and play like he did the first 2 games. Let's go out to William in Plano, Texas. William on the score.
Hey, Opie and Doug. How are you guys?
What's up, my friend?
Well, listen, I'm a Jay Cutler fan.
Okay.
And I totally agree with you, Doug. He's the only hope that we have. And I'm going to just say this. Jay may give you 2 lousy games, but the rest of them, he's a winner. You can tell from last year. He's a winner. You're right. If he goes down, we're done. But I'm telling you, people just got to realize he's the only hope that this team has, okay? And I applaud Trestman. The last 5 minutes of that game was outstanding. Look what we did. We scored touchdowns.
Well, there's no question that, you shouldn't be or you don't want to be in that position, though, Ed. You know what? It's too much pressure on you. It's too much pressure trying to make plays happen. And they did make some plays happen.
Well, the thing here, I put it on the coach's head to begin with. They're part of the fault. But then again, in the second half, Doug, Trestman, they stayed in there. They didn't panic. We didn't try doing things that we possibly cannot do. They went back to underneath. They went to Bennett, and they stayed in the game. And was that game like the score? 40-32, kind of close.
No,
it really wasn't, folks.
No, not even close.
But as good as coaching job as they did late in the second half, it's a poor job they did in the first half.
What concerns me, though, is the third down situations for the Chicago Bears when you're 1 for 13. That is a big concern. Because if you can make some of those, you keep the clock going on your side, the defense is not out there, you're making the ball move, and to go for 1 for 13, that's not much of an offense. Let's go out to Mel on the South Shore. Mel, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Mel?
I'm kind of tired of people bashing Jay. I mean, he stunk today. You could tell that he was tight and his head wasn't in the game. But Jay doesn't play defense. He's not the gunner on special teams. He doesn't tackle, and he doesn't catch passes. So this one is entirely, it's not entirely his fault. Yeah, he had something to do with it, but despite the fact that he had a 35 quarterback rating, we scored 32 points. So I got to put this one on the team, especially the defense, because they were just miserable. They were horrible.
They're not going to get any better either, Mel.
Mel, if you take a look at it, you got to put it on the whole team, the whole effort that was put out there. That wasn't the defense that we really looked at. It wasn't the offense we really had. So the fact is that they all had something to do with it. Unfortunately, if you have a bad offense, which we had a bad offense, the defense sort of covered up for that. Well, it didn't happen. And the reverse happens, too. If you have a bad defense, the offense would cover up for it. It didn't happen. Or special teams would cover up for it, or Hester would run. It didn't happen. So you got to give this a team loss on this deal. Let's see how they bounce back against New Orleans next week. That's the key. How do you bounce back after you get your brains beat in? And I thought they got their brains beat in, to be honest with you. It was 40-32. That doesn't mean a damn thing to me. They controlled us in this whole football game. I want something to happen like what happened at San Francisco. They got whipped the week before. Last Thursday night, they come back and tore the Rams apart.
Doug,
that's what I want to see.
Yeah, the one thing that should be a bright spot is the offensive line.
Yeah,
they didn't turn
problem.
around. They fought in there. They gave Cutler the time. They made some good blocks. I like some of the running plays we had, misdirection plays, Doug. And so the offensive line, if there was a bright spot today, I would say it would be the offensive line. Why? Because they didn't cave in for 4 quarters. Those young kids stayed there and fought and kept Jay upright until we got it going late in the third and fourth quarters.
You're correct, Ed. He had time to throw.
How many times have you seen him?
He had time to throw the football.
How many times do you see our offensive line for years and years and years? When they got beat, they didn't. Are you kidding me? Do you think they pulled together? They got mauled after they got beat.
There's no question about it. This can't go on the fact that, Jay didn't have time to throw. He had time to throw. He had plenty of time to throw. He just threw it to the wrong people. Let's go out to Pete in Lake Geneva. Pete, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I call you guys every week, and I try to defend Jay, and I can't do that today, obviously. And that's not my intention, and I'm not going to make excuses. But I have 2 points, okay? And then I'll hang up and listen. One is my concern is Trestman and his making adjustments. I did not see that whatsoever. And my second point, and I know it's going to come across like it's an excuse, but it is a reality in life. Jay is a type 1 diabetic. People that are type 1 diabetics do fail DUI road tests because of that condition. And that could be a possibility. So, like I said, I can't defend Jay or the team. I'm not blaming Jay. The whole team was horrible. But if you guys could, not so much the diabetic thing, but if you could address the adjustments. There was no adjustments.
Hey, Pete, I started to bring this up at the beginning of the show, and I didn't want to get into it. I'm a diabetic, and Ed's a diabetic. And I understand what you're talking about. And most people who are not diabetics don't understand it, how they can affect you. How at one time that your sugar could just go up sky high onto the bottom of the floor, and what it does to you. I don't want to bring that up and say, okay, that's part of the problem, whatever. I know they check on the sidelines and do a lot of stuff. But there were times today that Jay just didn't look right. He just doesn't seem like everything was there. And so, once again, this is one football game. This is one football game. And I'm not willing to throw the towel in on one football game.
No, not at all. And again, this is the league, the way it's turning out now, Doug, that I'm going to tell you what, any day and any Sunday or Monday or Thursday, anybody can beat anybody. And, I mean, look at the points they're putting up, 72 points in our game. Look at the points that they're scoring. As a matter of fact, the Bears rank third in the National Football League after the 3 games at, 31.2 points per game. So what you're seeing is an up and down the field, score points, and unfortunately, you got 16 games to do it, pal, and you don't want to have too many bad games. And Cutler, especially him, because he's our guy. He has a bad game, Doug, we're in trouble.
Absolutely. There's no question about it.
I don't care what the defense does.
And I'll tell you something, that's with every team in the National Football League. If any quarterback has trouble in that football game, I don't care who it is, you're going to have trouble winning that football game. That's just the way it is. Let's go out to Nick. Is it Nick? Yes, from Michigan. Nick, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB. Nice to talk to you guys. Always trying to get through. Finally did.
All right, buddy.
Nick. Hey, I just had a couple quick things I noticed today. You know, first off, all isn't lost. I'm sitting here on my couch at first like, oh, my God, we lost Detroit. But, you know, the stat lines are pretty even down the board. And like you guys are saying, we're going to live and die with Jay this year, you know. Talking about like 1 for 13 on third down. You can't do that. Well, Detroit went 2 for 10 on third down today.
Right.
Like the big change in play for me was that second quarter fumble on the goal line. You know, that could have changed the whole thing. They ended up scoring, and then we come back, and instead of just settling down and maybe running the ball or trying something over the middle of Bennett, we throw in a double coverage up the sideline, you know, interception, return. That changed the whole thing, you know. And another thing I noticed with Jay, you know, in Pittsburgh, he put the game away and gave us a ton of momentum when he checked down and ran the ball and threw a shoulder. Today he had a lot of chances to do that, and I noticed he held up at the line of scrimmage and threw at guys' feet and over their head. So that was something interesting I noticed.
Good point.
That changed from last week.
Good point.
Yeah, the time you were talking about it was 3rd and 18, and I thought he could have ran the football. And he didn't. He threw it, and, of course, the interception happened. But like I said, we take a look at this football game. We dissect it. We take a look and say who was bad, who was good. The one thing, and this is good news, and Ed talks about it, I can't fault our offensive line that much.
No.
You know, usually that's the first thing we put up. Our offensive line sucks. We got to get a new offensive line. I can't do that today. I can say Jay sucked. I can say the defensive line sucked. I can say our special teams didn't do that damn well of a good. But I can't say our offensive line sucked.
Absolutely, Doug. And I'll tell you what, Kyle Long, he stood in there against the Dominican Sue and the big tackle from Detroit. And I tell you what, he pretty much held his own. I was proud of the kid. You know, one time he got overwhelmed, but that's going to happen, Doug. You know.
Yeah, the one time, I can't remember now. Maybe you can help me here. They called the penalty on one of the linemen. Was it Long? About in the face? They put the.
Oh, that
was that stupid call?
That was a god-awful call. That's just
that was
football.
Stupid.
That's Dominican Sue coming in, trying to overpower Kyle Long, and Kyle stood his ground and held him up. And the guy
said, well, he hit him in the face.
Yeah.
15 yards.
Well, they showed the replay, and you tell me.
Yeah. That was, I was so irate when I saw that. Come on, guys. Don't turn it into a Girl Scout convention. That was what happened. The guy comes in, he hits him. That was it. You know, it's aggravating.
We got a boatload of callers, Doug. We're going to get to all you guys, I promise.
You listen to Majestic Star post-game show on the Score, Sports Radio 670 Bravich and Buffon. We're live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside. We're live at Harry's. That's right, Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside. Let's hear it for Harry. John and Jacob. It's his son. What two great guys. What a great place they have here. Also, you know, we're going to give a special thanks to John Sheldon from the Majestic Star Casino for all the backing he's given Ed and I, and also Craig Gelfie, the GM down there. We thank you so much, Majestic Star Casino, who is the post-game show head guys, presented also by Motorworks. Ed, let's go back and talk about the defensive line a little bit for the Chicago Bears. what do you do, though? I mean, you can't go out and get more players.
No.
Can't find somebody else. Do you switch people around or what?
Well, you're doing just exactly what you saw today. And you have, as a matter of fact, started a little bit last year by putting Julius Peppers in on the left inside or the right inside.
You don't agree to that, do you?
No, I don't. I think you accentuate the positive. Where he's best at, where he causes the most havoc, is the right defensive end, and let these other guys step up and take care of the business they're supposed to. But what they're doing now, Doug, they're moving him inside. They're bringing Wooten inside, and I remember when I said the week before they played Pittsburgh, we have no pass rush, so it's got to come from up the middle, and the only way you can do that is through blitzing, and they blitzed the hell out of the Steelers last week.
Not today, though.
Not today. There weren't a lot of blitzes. But I'll tell you what, Doug, it's something that, how do you fix it? There's only so many things that you can do. Again, move the line stronger week, come with blitzes, and hope to hell some of those guys have a good game. Because I'll tell you what, Doug, trying to put Peppers inside and think that that's going to solve the problem or whatever, it's not.
Let's go out to Baby Farr in Atlanta, Georgia. Baby Farr, you on the score.
Hey, Doug, it's Baby Fab. Long
time.
Oh,
Fab.
Guy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Fab. Baby Farr.
Hey, yeah, I know. Hey, I want to be realistic. But I don't want to see Cutler to sign a big deal. And here's why. I think because you need like Anthony Munoz, Larry Allen, Jim Covert. You need Hall of Famers on the line for Cutler. Now, after watching the Bears game, I was watching the Denver game, and no one could be like Peyton. But he throws, only throw that I see Peyton is good at is that back shoulder throw. But if you look at Manning, the ball is released and the receivers are like turning around, the anticipation in there. Unless Cutler has a perfect lane and the receiver's wide open and then he has to be set up mechanically correct, that's the only way he gets the ball in there. And I'm looking at the time management at the end of the game. It was horrible. I think we could have had like 2 minutes left with all the time that they wasted. I just don't think he's the leader. I saw 4 college guys yesterday that I would rather have than signing Jay to a long-term deal. Now, I'm not saying Jay is the worst player this year. I hope he does well. I hope he proves me wrong. I hope we go to the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. But just looking at when Cutler goes wrong, when things go wrong, he's not the guy that can lead you to make things right. You get what I'm saying, Doug?
Yeah, I get it, and I understand what you're saying. I think I can go back last year. I think it was last year. The Peyton Manning had, 4 or 5 interceptions in one game, and bounced back. We saw what Eli Manning again, too. This year, I mean, he was terrible. I'm looking at him saying I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt to find out what he really is all about. And you're right. If it doesn't happen this year, then it's not going to happen because they gave him the wide receiver. They gave him Jeffrey. They gave him the outside guy to Marshall. They gave him the offensive line. He's got the running back. If he doesn't do it with this group, then he shouldn't be here. But he should have the opportunity or the right to go out and find out. And that's what I'm looking at right now. The game won't tell you if he is the guy or not. So take your time. It's going to be a long season. And like I said, I only think Jay Cutler is our only chance for him, for us, to be good. And if he's not good, we're going to fail anyway.
I'll just step out here a little bit, Doug. Say he is going to be our quarterback. And he is our quarterback of the future, whether you like it or you don't. But now finally we have some people that are playing up in front of him, the 5 guys, that looks like they can take care of business, Doug. And again, I know this is, we don't want them going out there. This isn't training wheel time. But I'll tell you what, there's nowhere else you're going to go to find another quarterback. And I think this is the guy. And we got to hang in there and we got to hang with him and somehow get this thing going because there really isn't a lot of time.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino post-game show presented by Motorworks. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino post-game show on the Score Sports Radio 670. Presented by Motorworks. And, by the way, how's Paul doing anyway? You've talked to him?
I had lunch with him, Doug, probably 10 days, 2 weeks ago. And he's looking great. He's feeling fine. And I know he's back at work a little bit. And he's an old friend of mine. And he's strong like a bull, Doug. He'll be fine. Trust me, he will be.
He is that. There's no question about that. We are live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside. And this hour is brought to you by Arlington Heights Ford. And also, this segment is sponsored by Mercy Hospital Medical Center. Let me tell you this about Mercy Hospital. My doctor down there, my cardiologist, Dr. Paul Jones, is the best in the world. For superior heart and vascular care, go see Dr. Jones and Mercy Hospital. They are the best. Let's go out to Dave in St. Charles. Dave, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Listen, I'm more concerned about the Bears showing their hand to the whole league. The whole beginning of the game, the Detroit was like running right through them, and they simply refused to put 8 men in the box.
Right.
And I think it's because they don't have confidence in their backs.
Well, no, but you put 8 in the box, in fact, then you have a problem. See, here's the problem. The problem comes to the wide receiver. And they did a good job today on Calvin Johnson. You put 8 in the box, that means the guys are man for man. That's why they don't do that. They go back and they play cover 2. And so that's going to be part. They wanted to take Calvin Johnson away, which they did do. He only caught 4 passes. But meanwhile, like you said, by doing that, you don't have another guy in the box, and they're going to run the football. They're telling you that they want your 4 down linemen and your 3 linebackers to take care of that run. They don't want to put the other guy in the box because then that weakens the passing defense, which with Calvin Johnson could cause a problem. But they're going to have to get tougher. There's no question about it. And they're going to have to get tougher with their safeties. Their safeties, Conte and Wright, are going to have to come in and make those plays and make those tackles.
Well, I'll tell you what, Doug, I couldn't agree with you more. And it's all about being aggressive. And we're going to have to be more aggressive defense, Doug, because we're just not good enough to go man-on-man, 4 down linemen just going, 3 linebackers behind them and 4 D-backs or a nickel back or whatever you want to call it. Doug, we're not that strong. We're good as a unit, but individually, Doug, we just don't have those power pack safeties. Peanut Tillman, God forbid he should go down. We're going to have some problems, Doug, if that happens.
Again, too, we'll go back to what the Bears do. And remember this football game, Ed, there was a couple times we caused turnovers, but we didn't get the fumble. Normally we end up jumping on that football.
Right,
we just didn't do it. So we're still causing the fumbles, but the fact is we have to get the takeaways. There's no question about it.
5 takeaways, 3 takeaways. I mean, even if you get 3, Doug, that's a good point to win in a football game. But, they had 4.
Let's go out to Tom and Medina. Tom, you're on the score.
How you doing, guys?
What's up, Tommy?
I have a couple of questions. One about the defense, and it's got to depend on your experience. I mean, first with the defense, they've ravaged the defense. I don't know the defense and the special teams. These coaches have not produced the results that have been up to Bear standards of the past. In essence, I'm asking you, wouldn't it have been better to pay Urlacher a little extra money to get his experience in the middle, even on one leg, because they just ran us up the middle, even if he could only just jam his body in the hole? Wouldn't it have been better? I know at the end of a guy's career, they always say it's business, like they did with Olin Kreutz and Urlacher. But isn't that just a bad management excuse? No one expects a football player to play like it's a business, because they expect you to sacrifice your body for the team. And if you didn't sacrifice your body for the team, you wouldn't be playing, the management wouldn't be happy, and the fans wouldn't be happy.
Tommy, who are you talking about? I missed something here. You talking
Wouldn't
about
it have been better to give Urlacher?
Oh, Urlacher. Okay, go ahead. That's better. Go ahead.
Wouldn't it have been better to give him the money to have that experience in the middle?
No.
Okay. On the second hand, do you really think that Cutler had the character and the leadership capacity and the composure to win big games against quality opposition? His past says no. He's only been in the playoffs once, and he has one game, even though he's amassed really good statistics. Today, if you just looked at the statistics, he had 317 yards. Stafford had 242. But he doesn't seem to be able to perform in big games. And I understand where you're coming from. You say, he's our quarterback. But I don't think we'll win anything significant with him either.
Well, I know this for sure. We won't win him without him, because our chance is hidden because the fact that you saw last week what he did, made those couple plays in the fourth quarter, the first 2 games or so, he made those throws. And I agree with you 100%. He's going to have to convince all of us, this whole town, that he can win the big game, Let's see, they're going to go against New Orleans next week. What do you think that's going to be like? And so that's going to be time, but he's going to have to come out and perform. I'm telling you, this game, It was really terrible.
Next week you want to talk about a shootout.
Yeah.
New Orleans coming into Soldier Field. I'm going to tell you what a game that's going to be. You want to talk the ball being airborne.
Now, can we handle that? Can we go out and fire with fire? I don't know about that, Ed. I do know Breeze. He'll throw the football 40 times, 45 times if he has to. But the fact with Cutler, once again, we're getting into this. We're 3-1, and everybody's looking at it and saying, "Well, there's the same old Cutler again." I don't know the answer to that.
Doug,
I want to see more.
There was something wrong with him today.
No, there's no question that. It wasn't
physically,
right.
There was something wrong with him.
Right. Again, he don't miss that play, especially when he's
Doug, some
out
of those
there rolling
passes
around.
he was throwing were like, what? That's Jay Cutler?
They hit the ground. One was too high, one was too low. And especially the time when he rolled out of the pocket and got out of the pocket on the run. He's deadly on the run. Wasn't anywhere close to
Bounced it in.
So let's go out to Ned in Glenville. Ned, you're on the score.
Hello. Thank you for taking my call. I'm a Green Bay Packers fan.
Uh-huh.
And the Bears are lucky
Ned,
that they're
booing you here.
They're booing you. How old are you, Ned? Ned?
You scared him to death. You scared him off the
I didn't scare him. You said they were booing him.
They said they were booing him.
Oh, was booing him?
Ned, call back.
Yeah, Ned, call back. Come
on, buddy. We're only kidding you, for God's sakes. Let's go out to Carson in Milwaukee. Carson, you're on the score.
Hey, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking my call.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the reality. Potential is an ugly word. As of tomorrow, it's going to be the end of the first quarter of the NFL season. Now, you guys are saying that we can't make a change at the quarterback position. Right now, as of today, Tim Tebow would be a better option than Jay Cutler.
Are you nuts? Wait a minute. Did you fall down and hit something on your head?
Hear me out.
Stop yourself.
Hear me out. Was Brett Favre, who was going to be a Hall of Famer, was he good his first couple of years? Was Doug Flutie good? Okay. Was Kurt Warner good? No. How about Alex Smith of the 49ers?
So?
Kansas City, undefeated. Okay. Tebow can run. He's going to complement Forte a lot better than
He couldn't play dead, Tebow. What is wrong with you?
Here's $1 million question. Do we want a broken down soldier and color, or do we want a secretariat?
Who's secretariat?
Tebow is. I'm telling you.
You're definitely smoking something that's wrong.
From a couple years.
It's a phony.
Chicago, the only light we're seeing is in a skyscraper. Okay, we got to make a change today. And I'm sure if Tebow can learn the Gator playbook, he can learn the Bears playbook.
No,
not rocket science.
I don't care if he can learn the playbook. He can't play quarterback. That's what he can't do. I don't care who teaches him what. The guy is not a quarterback. You want to make him a tight end? Fine. You want to make a running back? Maybe. But not a quarterback. The guy cannot be a quarterback. That's a fact. And so if you're telling me that you want to come in and bring Tebow in to replace Cutler, are you pazzo? Are you nuts? What is wrong with you guys? I understand Cutler had a bad game. You're telling me now he has a bad game. You want to bring Tebow in? I don't buy that. I don't see that. If you can't see Tebow is not a quarterback, then you are blind and you're a moron. That's exactly what it is.
So, Doug, it sounds like you don't particularly care for Tebow.
No, he's not a quarterback, Ed.
I understand.
I mean, come on. These guys, they pull the wool of everybody else. If he was that, Jacksonville would have taken him. You know why? Because they need people to go in the stands. They'd had him down there. They said, they ran him out and said, here's Tebow. They know the guy can't play.
Where's Ned? Has Ned tried to call back yet, guys?
I don't know. You ran him off.
I did not run him off, you
No, not yet. Not yet.
Gary and Carey. Gary, you're on the score.
All right, guys, how you doing today?
Good.
2 simple words. Don't panic.
There you go.
Cutler's got to buy into what Coach Trestman's telling. He's still okay. He's under so many different offensive minds the last few years. I'm a firm believer in what Trestman can sell them. And just other than that, I thought the offensive line did a pretty decent job. But when you're down 20 points, Detroit, I felt, was much hungrier, and they wanted it a lot more than we did. They capitalized on their turnovers. It's hard to beat a team when they're treating it like it's their Super Bowl.
Yeah, Gary, we didn't lay down and play dead either, though. I mean, they came back late in that third quarter and that fourth quarter, and they fought like hell to get back in and win that football game. So you got to give them credit for that.
I think Gary's point is right. Don't panic. it's one game. There's no question that Tebow. I almost said Tebow. There's no question, the color has to get better. We know that. We know the fact that, there's certain things that have to be done with a defensive line. But everybody else has problems also. The only ones that don't have problems in my mind is Seattle. For some odd reason, they got everything going for themselves. Let's go out to Tim in Lake Villa. Tim, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Guys, how's it going?
What's up, Tim?
Hey, I agree with the last guy. Don't panic yet, but I am a little bit worried about the special teams so far.
Okay.
More penalties than I can remember than Tuke's entire tenure here. Mistakes, not being able to cover punts. I think Pavlich, I've been saying this since last year, I think he's got to go. We're paying him, $2 million a year to have him kick a bowling ball down the field? Hang time is a second. By the time our guys get down there, he's already gone. And I don't know, we're trying to angle punts away from guys that aren't named Devin Hester, and I don't know. I thought that's where the game really turned today. We have a low-line drive punt that's 40 yards, it beats one guy, and now it's inside the 5-yard line. We gave him 3 times. We basically gave him 21 points. The the fumble recovery, then the 2 punt return and the interception. That you put them inside the 5-yard line, they're going to score, especially in today's day and age in the NFL. I don't know. I didn't think the defense played as bad as some people thought, but I don't know. The special teams have me worried. I think Pavlich, he's got to go. So I'd like to hear what you guys say.
Tim, I'm glad you brought that up, and this is an excellent point you brought up. You're absolutely correct. How in the hell do you kick line drives down there? You kick line, you're supposed to have hang time. You're supposed to put up in the air so your guys get time to get down there. That's a great point. I forgot about that. And I looked at it, I mentioned it to Ed, and Ed looked at me, what is this guy doing? But, during the course of talking about quarterbacks and talking about defensive line, we misstepped that. The fact is that you're right. You got to have a better punter. You have to put that ball up in the air and it doesn't cause you field position. Let's go out to Jeff in Wheaton. Jeff, you're on the score.
Hi, guys.
What's up?
As a father of a type 1 diabetic, I would just like to say that I think that he might have been low today.
Might have been.
He seems to have at least 1 or 2 games every year since he's been with the Bears where he has the same kind of condition, where I don't know if he's not taking enough insulin or he's not eating right. So certainly shouldn't the Bears physicians be on top of that so that we know that Jay is okay to play football for that game? So I don't think that he was right today. I don't think he was all there. I don't know. This is just my opinion. He is our quarterback. He is a great quarterback, but he has a disease that needs to be monitored, and I don't think the Bears sometimes forget about that and don't pay attention to it, and they need to make sure he's ready to go for that game. So I don't think he was ready today for the game.
I'm sure that the Bears are ready for that because he's been here a while, and I'm sure they check it, and I'm sure they watch over it. But sometimes you can't control it. Unless you've had this disease, this diabetes, you don't understand what it can do. And it does strange things. I'm not saying that's the answer. Maybe nothing has to do with being diabetic. Maybe it has nothing to do with it. But I'm going to tell you something. Ed was right. There was something wrong with this kid today. It didn't look like he was into the football game.
No, it didn't.
Not that first half
really
especially.
Didn't.
He had a 35 quarterback rating, and it looked like he was in a daze. So, check it out if you want, and, do what you have to do. But definitely there's no question he's going to have to get better. Let's go out to Big O in the West Side. Big O, you're on the score.
Good morning, gentlemen, Hall of Famers.
What's up, Betty?
And nothing but 3 points. One, every great quarterback is going to have a bad game or two. Have the people call back, and when these guys Peyton Manning always get hit a bad game, have them call back, remind them of that. 2, the Bears pride themselves on always being in the right position to make the plays they need to make. And 3, with that being said, did you guys notice today how much marvelous faster the Detroit Lions were than the Chicago Bears? It was glaring. You could see the difference. The Detroit Lions looked at 10 times faster than the Bears today. Nobody's talking about that. They ran circle around this guy pretty much. And that defensive line was up the field every play. Sack or no sack, those guys were pushing full steam ahead.
Yeah, there's no question. Reggie Bush really helped that football club. You saw what Reggie Bush was doing. You saw Reggie Bush hit the line. You saw him run for over 140 yards. That was a big part of it. There's no question about it. So the fact is, they came into this football game. They must have a decent offensive line because Stafford was only sacked twice. Well, the Bears quarterback Collar was sacked 3 times coming in this game. So yeah, there's some talent there. That's not a tomato can we played today. That there was some talent there. Once again, too, though, they got to come back down here, and there's no question that home field advantage is there. So the season's young yet. And I'm willing, like I said, don't panic and give the benefit of the doubt.
The whole 360, Doug. They stayed in there. I didn't see anybody running and hiding, and I think they stayed in there and they gave it the best they could. Some people had a bad day. Unfortunately, it was our quarterback, and these things are going to happen. The only thing you don't want it to happen, there's not many games. We're a quarter of the way through the season already.
That's the key when you look at this football game. Before Ed and I would talk about a game, especially last year or the year before that, we would say, boy, our offensive line sucks. Our offensive line can't give our quarterback time to throw. Our offensive line can't run block. Our offensive line can't do this, can't do that. I can't say that anymore. And to me, that's a big plus. If you get your offensive line in order, then the rest of it could fall in place. Color could fall in place. We saw some of those catches made today. You see some of those catches made by our wide receivers? Jeffrey, Marshall. I mean, there were some great catches there. So the fact is, though, that for that to happen, to even get to that point, you got to have protection. And that protection, I think, is getting better and is there. So that's the big plus when it comes down to the Chicago Bears.
Well said.
Let's go out to Kevin in the South Bend. Kevin, you're on the score. Kevin! Kevin.
You're on, Kev.
Kevin, you're on.
Yes, how you doing?
All right, good. Who are you talking to, Kev?
What's that?
You're talking to somebody.
No, am I on now?
Oh, you're on now, yeah.
You're on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Doug and OB. This is Kevin Bartzak. The game, they had a couple bad calls against the Bears. Is that correct?
Well, I thought when Ed saw him, too, the offensive line.
That one when suit, and they got Kyle Long for jamming his fist right in his face mask. That was a bogus call. God, for God's sakes, it's football. It's one guy trying to overpower the other guy and the other guy fighting like hell, and that's what it was. And to get a 15-yard penalty for that, it's a joke.
A total joke, and I agree with Ed on that one. No question about it. This hour is brought to you by Kanaz. That's right, Kanaz BMW. Let's go out to Eric in Oshkosh. Eric, you're on the score.
Eric. Oshkosh.
Oshkosh, Eric. Who is talking to who in this
Oshkosh, by gosh. Hello.
Eric, are you talking to Tim Tebow? Are you? Well, get off our line, okay? Let's go out to Todd in Fox Lake. Todd, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. You guys are absolutely the best. I just wish I could still see you guys playing. In my comment about Cutler, and obviously I'm not bashing him in any way, but, in my life, and I'm in my mid-40s, I don't remember anybody in Chicago that has gotten praised for doing less and more excuses. He had no line, we got him a line. He had no receivers, you went out and got him, one of the best in football. He's got one of the best running backs. He's had a very, very good opportunistic defense and the best return man in football. And all I hear is he can make all the throws. And granted, he's better than anything we've seen in a while. But here's my concern, is because he's the best we've seen in an anemic position for a half century, I'm worried that they're going to go out and sign him for $100 million because they have no better option. And my question to you guys is, I agree we have no better option, and you're 100% right, Dougie. If without him, you're not going anywhere. I mean, that's the bottom line. But you've got him this year. I see no reason to do anything but franchise him because you can do that 2 years in a row, if I'm not mistaken. By then, he's 34. Let him walk. Who cares? But to give this guy $100 million when he's really – all I've heard is how good he is or how good he should be, and he's just not really there. And like I said, granted, he's better than what we've seen, and he's all we got. But $100 million, that's probably what it's going to cost, isn't it, guys? Have a great one. You're the best. Thanks.
All right, Todd, thanks. Todd, I can tell you with George McCaskey, who's the president of the Chicago Bears, Doug, and you know George well, too, and I know George. And I'm going to tell you what, I like the changes that George made with the general manager, with going out and getting a new head coach and with an offensive philosophy, et cetera. George McCaskey, Doug, I would say this, that there is no way in the world, if Cutler can come in, let's say we get in the playoffs or something like that. Do you think there's any way in the world they pay this guy $100 million in any way, shape, or form? I don't think George would allow that to happen.
It would happen.
You got to win a Super Bowl, pal.
Just like what happened last year with Flacco. Flacco decided he's going to play out that game. Play the contract out and see what happens. Flacco won the Super Bowl. Flacco got what he deserved. It's the same thing with are you talking about Cutler? If that doesn't happen, then
you got to win the Super Bowl. They're not going to pay him $100 million.
And I'd franchise him. That guy was correct. It's a business. You got to franchise him. If he doesn't show it, then you're not going to say, okay, here's a contract because you know what, you're close. You can't be close.
Doug,
you got to do it.
If he doesn't show it, we're in a world of hurt, pal.
Oh, sure. Unless we go out and we're going to find a quarterback.
Where the hell are you going to find a quarterback?
That's why Cleveland traded off Richardson, because they're looking to get a number one. They're willing to give up 2 number ones to go get a quarterback. And by the way, this Bridgewater from Louisville, school I happen to go to, hell of a quarterback, number one. So let's just think about that one. Let's go out to Mike in Antioch. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, Mike?
I just want people to realize they need to understand that Jay Cutler is the same guy that we've seen for the last 3 years. We're going to win games because of him, and we're going to lose games because of him. Today he had 4 turnovers, and to me, that's the game right there. They lost by 7, and yes, of course, it was the defense that Detroit played. They went into prevent, but 4 turnovers, you're not going to overcome that 99% of the time. The defense has played pretty much on par for the first 4 games. Every game, to me, they seem to play about the same kind of game.
Turnover-wise.
So it's Jay Cutler.
Well, here's the point. The point is, the fact is that they're 3-1. Now, I understand what you're talking about. We see a game today that didn't go their way. We saw a game today that didn't go Cutler's way. We saw old Cutler today. That brings back memories for us, and all of a sudden now, we panic. We panic and say this is the way it's going to be all year. I don't know if it's going to be that way all year. I don't know that.
Doug, I can jump in. I'm going to tell you something. It's not going to be. He is not going to play this bad next week and the following week.
I don't believe he will.
That. He is not going to. He's got more talent, more sense than that, and more ability than that. And it's just working with Trestman and getting the offensive game plan, working with the offensive line. We've got a fine receiving core now. I think it's Doug. I don't think you couldn't get any worse than he was today.
No.
Okay?
No.
So I think all we can do is look forward, and I think we'll get better and better, hopefully. Now, if it's enough to win the games, I don't know, because nobody seems to play defense in the National Football League.
Except Seattle, for some odd reason. Let's go out to Steve in Mount Prospect. Steve, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Guys, when you buy real estate, it's location, location, location. When you play football, it's tackle, tackle. The Bears couldn't do it today. They couldn't tackle anybody. 20 points. It's the most points the Bears have given up in a long time. We have new problems. We have to deal with those, and that's the name of the game.
Well, the tackling is the name of the game. Blocking is the name of the game. And the fact is they changed the game. They changed the game where guys, how they practice and what they do and what they do hit. I'm for all taking dummy machines and going out there and tackling.
Absolutely.
Do that.
No question about it.
I saw Wright come up to make a play on Bush, and he whiffed. You can't do that. You got to bring the guy down. So, yeah, tackling is a major problem. You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score. Sports Radio 670. We'll be right back. Let's go out to Scott.
I lose a lot of sleep over that, Doug. It really bothers the hell out of me.
Let's go out to Scott in Arlington Heights. Scott, on the Score.
Hey, gang.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, you guys are a little bit more friendly than you were last week. I think I called in. You guys were ready to choke each other.
Yeah, well,
it was close. It was close.
Yeah, they won last week and they lost this week, and you guys are buddy. I don't know. I don't get it.
You don't get it.
Neither do we.
I caught a snippet from the last update. 1 for 13 on third down. Podlesh was 1 for 5, I believe, inside the 20.
Yep.
Special teams is an important part here, and I seem to always call on special teams, but come on. We need to get back to the glory days of Maury Buford or Todd Sauerbrunn where he buries that ball, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So are they going to cut this guy or what?
I don't think so, Scott. I don't think they'll do that, but you're absolutely correct. The best, one defense, when you play defense, the 12th guy is the punter. If that guy can take that football and put it inside the 20-yard line, you know what it is, the effect it has on the defense? How good does it make you? It makes you a hell of a lot better. And I haven't seen it. Like today, he hit a line drive, and the guy picked it up and ran for 54 yards or whatever it was. You need hang time. You need to stick that ball inside the 20. And I agree with you. There are special teams that have got to get better.
Well, that too. I mean, if you're not going to get it done on third down, somebody's got to pick his teammates up, and that's got to be the punter.
Yeah.
If you can't get it done on third down, it's got to be the punter. I'm sorry.
Well, no, you're right. I mean, you count on that punter. You count on that punter.
He's got one thing to do. You better be good at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go out to Eric in Oshkosh. Eric, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, two things for you guys.
What?
First thing, Forte. Why doesn't he break more ankle tackles? It seems like there's a lot of yardage after the ankle tackles that he should be getting. I forgot my second thing. That was the main thing I wanted to call about.
Okay, Eric, I understand what you're talking about.
Eric, it's pretty hard to criticize Forte. I mean, he does it on the round running the football. He blocks. I tell you, when he comes out of the backfield, as good as anybody in this league. And he goes out in the flat for the passes as good as anybody in this league. And I find it awfully hard to criticize the young gentleman. I really do, Doug. I don't think
I remember
Forte is any part of the problem whatsoever.
No, I saw a couple plays today. I think that's what he's talking about, that he went down.
Well, that's going to happen.
It looked like he went down easily, but like he said, those things are happening because otherwise, he'll run 53 yards. He'll catch the football coming out of the backfield. And the other thing he does well, too, pass protection and blocks very well. Let's go out to Lisa in Ingleside. Lisa, you on the score with OB and Doug.
Lisa, are you there?
What?
Lisa, you're up. You're on.
Hello?
Hello.
Lisa, you're on.
Oh, now?
You're on the radio. You're on right now, Lisa.
Okay. Hello. How are you?
Hi, Lisa.
Hey.
Okay.
I just had a observation on it was fourth quarter. The beginning of fourth quarter, we were down 2 or 3 scores, and it wasn't looking good for the Bears.
Uh-huh.
So why didn't they do anything with Podlish when they punted? Why did they punt and not try to do anything to spark it again? We had a spark in the beginning, in the first quarter, but then obviously it took a turn for the worse. So I don't know why. I know we were probably a little deep, but if you're down 3 scores and it's the beginning of Q4, what are you going to do? Or quarter 4, what are you going to do?
Well, are you talking about instead of punting the football, go for it on fourth down? Or are you talking about doing a fake punt on fourth down? Or you said something with Potash. I don't quite understand.
Yeah, like some type of a fake punt.
Fake punt, okay, yeah. I don't know. Trestman doesn't seem like be that kind of a guy thinking that he could get back in the football game. Depends on the yardage, too, how much you needed for the first down. We've seen this happen before, though, with other teams. They'll come out and they'll do that fakes. They'll make those fakes.
Lisa,
Bears haven't done that.
Yeah, I can tell you this, Lisa. Every team, when they're in that situation and we're punting the football, the punt return team for Detroit, that's the first thing out of their mouths. Remind everybody, watch for the fake. Look for the fake. Believe me, they do it every time. So it's pretty hard. And, it's the old trick play. And sometimes when you try, Doug, pulling those trick plays, it backfires at you.
It does.
But Lisa, believe me, they do. They fire that out sooner before that ball snap. Watch for the fake. And you've got everybody who's designated to take if there's an up back who's got the punter. So it's a pretty tough play to make.
And the other point, too, is like last year, if you remember, Green Bay Packers did it with their guy holding the football. Obviously, he got the ball turned around and rolled out and got up a first down or a touchdown. I can't remember which. But the fact is, though, it's easier, I think, to do on a field goal, Ed, by making a fake, especially if you're down like the 14
that
or 15
would
yard line.
be a little more.
Yeah.
I think you'd have a better chance of doing it, but being a punter, I don't think so.
So you know that I had 2 fake punts when I played. I ran the football twice against New Orleans and against the Jets.
All right. Okay. Against New Orleans, how many yards did you get?
35.
You did? Did you guys win the game or lose it?
Well, we won. Because
Okay.
kind of what happened to me, and I did the fake, and I called the fake, and they snapped me the ball. I was the up guy.
Because of your greatness? Okay, what was the other one?
I'm trying to be humble. Ed, I'm trying to be humble. For
I
God's
understand
sakes.
that, Doug. What was
All
the
right.
other one?
The other one's against the Jets, I think. Yeah.
How far did you go then?
2 yards.
2 yards.
2 yards.
You blew it up, huh?
I was short half an inch. Let's go out to William in the South Side. William, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, there's two things. First thing is this. the Bears, the defense made that guy look like Barry Sanders, where he was juking and jabbing and spinning, and I was like, what is this? What is this? And the next time they come around, I hope they do keep that in mind. The next time that they play Detroit, that watch out for Reggie Bush.
Oh,
don't let him
absolutely.
be doing that juking and jabbing and stuff. And the second thing is, if you've seen the Detroit Lions schedule, believe me, this will be their last week in first place. You should see some of the games they got coming up.
Yeah, they got tough games. You're right. You're absolutely correct, William. They got some tough games coming up.
Well, it's great. Well, they're playing Green Bay next week, I believe.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Well, you know what?
Green
Bay's got to watch out themselves.
I'm telling you, this team is not a pushover football team. You take a look what they're doing. You take a look at their offensive line. You take a look at their defensive line. Now, their secondary.
Green Bay's defense is just as porous as our defense.
Yeah, they are. They'll give it up, and they want to make a big play, but they can score a lot of points, though. See, the difference, and we don't score really that many
William,
points.
what you're going to see in this league, and again, Doug and I mentioned it the last couple of weeks because of what's going on here. I mean, this is going to be a crazy year. I have no idea. I know people think Denver and Seattle probably the Super Bowl. Maybe they're right. I don't know, but we got a long way to go yet. 12 more games?
Sure.
And the way this league is going, I'm going to tell you, it's crazy. I couldn't predict anybody going to
And
Super
it
Bowl.
makes it even worse, the fact is injuries. You get a key guy that's injured in your football club, you don't say that sets you back.
Let Bush go down in Detroit.
Think about it.
That's half the offense gone.
Absolutely. You think about the whole league. You think about a quarterback going down. You think about, maybe even I was worried about Tillman today. Tillman came out and played a pretty damn good game. I was worried about it with the groin, and when you get older like that.
He spent a lot of time on the sideline also, Doug.
Yeah. So, again, it comes down to how many guys can you keep saved. They won't get hurt. They're out there ready to play. Depth is a big part of it. Let's go out to Will in Peoria. Will, you on the scoreboard? It'll be in Doug.
Hey guys, how's it going?
What's up, Will?
Listen, I just had a couple things to say. Why weren't the Bears making defensive adjustments in the second half of the game? I don't understand that. I also don't understand why it is that we seem to fail in almost every category, from offense to defense to special teams. But yet, we only lost essentially by a touchdown. I mean, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is why a lot of Bears fans are frustrated, like myself, because even though we know Jay Cutler is a great talent, we don't put him in the elite category of the other quarterbacks because he just seems to make too many mental mistakes. Now, you said it yourself that Green Bay's defense is as porous as ours, but I got news for you. When we play Green Bay, Aaron Rodgers just doesn't make those types of mistakes that Jay Cutler makes. I mean, am I wrong?
No, you're not. I mean, the fact is,
you're not, Will.
We will. We're not saying that. We know that Jay Cutler's not.
He's not Rodgers.
He's not Rodgers.
Very few people are.
No, but I guess my point is that we expect Jay after so many years in the league now to kind of just tighten it up a little bit, and be more conservative with the football. People are not open. It seemed a lot of times during today's game that he was really making some risky throws.
Well,
now, granted, if it wasn't for Detroit's receivers not catching, who knows what could have happened?
He made some very poor throws today. I mean,
he had guys open, by the way.
They were there, and he floated that ball. I mean, that ball took off way over their heads, and we don't exactly have a bunch of short people at receivers anymore. And I'll tell you what, I was really, I just kept on looking at Doug and said, what the hell is going on with him today? I mean, he was way off.
Not that far off, especially when he gets out of the pocket and he starts creating plays.
He's as accurate as anybody on the run.
On the run, and he was
bouncing them in.
Bouncing the football. Yeah. I mean, you say yourself. You know what? Again, too, most of the times what'll happen, we'll talk about it. We'll say, boy, I tell you, the pressure was on him. There was no pressure on him. I mean, normal pressure. Every quarterback gets pressure, but nothing that was abnormal, saying that he had to get rid of the football or
let me tell you something.
Get time to step up into the pocket and throw.
Bring that up again. Our offensive line. Detroit's got a pretty good defensive line, my friend.
Yeah, big.
Believe me, folks, they really do, especially those two inside guys, Fairley and Sue, and they're a force to be reckoned with. And our young guys, they stood in there, and they fought them tooth and nail for 4 quarters. Proud of them.
And that's a plus.
Absolutely.
I mean, we have to go from there. Let's go out to Mike in Columbia, South Carolina. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, Mike?
I'm doing fine. I don't know if anyone said this. I've been in and out of consciousness listening to you guys, but something that makes me feel a bit better about Jay is comparing him to two-time Super Bowl MVP, Eli Manning.
Mm-hmm.
Eli has had some terrible, just horrific games, and I'd like to say that Eli's lows are even lower than Cutler's lows. So to all the Bears fans freaking out right now, Eli's been able to make things work. Cutler can too.
Well, the thing about Eli, the fact is he's gone to Super Bowls and won Super Bowls. He's been there. Now this year starting out, he's been absolutely terrible. But his whole problem, his whole team's been terrible. Once again, you get an offensive line, which they don't have. They're having problems all the way around with the New York Giants. They got slapped around today too, didn't they? They lost again. So
it's unfortunate. Well, whether it is or it isn't, Mike, that you're measured as a quarterback. Super Bowls?
Mm-hmm.
Have you won one?
Yeah.
And then when you do win one, then you compare him to another quarterback. Well, he's had 3 Super Bowls or 2, and you only had 1, so you're not as good as him. I don't understand that system sometimes. Believe me, I don't.
You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show on the Score, Sports Radio 670. We'll be right back. Well, Bradovich and Buffon.
You don't mind if I put my headsets on, do you?
312-644-6767. We're live at Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside. A great spot. And let's go back out to the phone lines, Eddie.
Yes.
Let's go out to Rick and Rockford. Rick on the Score.
Hey, guys. Great to talk to such a distinguished panel as yourself. Great to see you guys getting a lot today for once.
Yeah.
I wanted to expound upon something a couple callers ago brought up. I think he was a little extreme. I think he wanted to cut Podlish or something. But,
yeah, I'm not
he kind of saw the game the same way I did. The offense isn't getting it done on third down and everything. And you know what? If he's not going to put the ball into set to 20 on fourth down, I kind of think that the offense needs to work the trick plays a little bit, the fishnet, rubberneck, bootleg, all that stuff, and try to get that first down. If the punting game isn't going to work, get that first down. You know what I mean? Keep the defense off the field.
Yeah. Well, there's no question there's things could be done. But the one thing that really, and the caller was right. You pay a punter, and you look at your punter. Your punter not only has to punt the football 45, 50 yards or whatever, hang time and put it inside the 20. That makes a big difference what's going to happen with the defense. And that really helps out the defense. Eddie, we got a caller tonight, buddy.
All right, Dougie. We got the Saints coming in.
Saints coming in, right.
And gunslinger Drew Brees. They're not
That's
doing so bad this
one.
year. But I'll tell you what, let's hope the Bears get it all together, everybody. And what I think, Doug, they are capable of doing it. And we're in our home field. And let's take care of business. Let's just crush the Saints.
Our thank yous to Connor McKnight, our update guy, producer Ethan Shaw, producer Mark Joliffe, promotions, Dylan Grassi. That's right, promotions, Danny Bocca-Colono. Belanco, that's what it is. Ashley Schnuckel, Dominic Medicino. Is that right, Dominic? And also to our
He's
guy.
over here, Doug.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dominic.
You're having a bad day, pal.
And to our crack producer.
Yes.
Our crack producer.
That's it.
Rick Camp. Up next is who's
Hall
playing?
of Fame, Doug.
That's right. Atlanta. Who's playing Atlanta tonight? Who? Patriots. They're coming up next. On behalf of Obradovich and Buffon, next week we will talk about New Orleans, and hopefully it'll be a better outcome. Thank you, and
good night, everybody.
Snap is back, the blitz is on, and Jay Cutler is hit. The ball is out. It is scooped up by the Saints, and they rumble inside the 10-yard line. It was a blitz by Malcolm Jenkins and recovered by Cameron Jordan, and the New Orleans Saints will be first and goal. Shotgun snap, pressure coming on the blitz, and they get to Jay Cutler, and down he goes. Tommy read it, called it, and the sack by David Hawthorne, the former Seattle Seahawk, came to the Saints in 2012, and that's the second sack of the afternoon for New Orleans. Drops Jay for a 7-yard loss. Breeze under center with an I formation backfield. A pair of receivers tight to the formation. One safety deep, play fake, gonna throw. Sets at his own 45. Lost the left sideline. Leads Graham to the 10, to the 8. Makes the catch and brought down to the 7. Major riding Chris Conti, and Jimmy Graham being heard from loud and clear. He and Drew Brees hook up on a 38-yard strike. Play fake, though. They're going to throw to the right flat. It is caught. Diving for the end zone. The ball out. Pierre Thomas, though, in for the touchdown. Pierre Thomas comes home and scores on his Bears. 2 yards for the score, the first touchdown of the game. And Pierre Thomas out of Thornton Fractional South in Lansing is on the board. Garza sends it back to Cutler looking left. Cutler has an open man. High throw. Snagged out of the air. Alshon Jeffrey to the left side. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Cutler to Jeffrey. 3 yards and the Bears are on the board. Takes the shotgun snap. Has time. Steps up now. Throws outside right. It's dropped by Earl Bennett at the 20-yard line. And the Bears give it back to the Saints. That was the play, and it was there for Earl. Keenan Lewis had the coverage for New Orleans. It was a perfectly placed throw, nowhere where Lewis could get it on the hands of Earl Bennett, and he couldn't come up with it. Cutler under center. Little hand behind the back, gonna throw to the near side. Back shoulder caught. Brandon Marshall, touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Bears are inching back in it. They're going to go for 2.
Yeah, you got to stay on the field. You got to stay in for 2.
Live from Durbin's in Palos Hills, Illinois, it's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffone and Ed Obranovich. Brought to you by UV Vodka on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio with Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Durbin's in Palos Hills. Obranovich and Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears lose to New Orleans 26-18. And take a look at this football game. First of all, let me say this. The better team won. I mean, there's not a fact. You can look at this all you want to. Say we need this, we need that. The better team won that football game, and that was New Orleans. So, but other things did happen in that football game. The one thing we know for sure, Ed, there's no question about it. The way our team is set up right now, the Bears team is set up now, if you don't get takeaways, you're not going to win. If the Bears don't get takeaways, they're not going to win. That's just a fact. And the other thing, too, if I was the Bears, I'd be out there looking for some defensive tackles that look like Coke machines. You need some big guys in the middle, which we don't have. You can't put Peppers in there and put Wooten in there and shift them back and forth. So that, to me, is a problem. And then, of course, we had an opportunity. I mean, Bennett drops that football, which would have been a first down. That was a big thing. We were on the 5-yard line, Ed, and we couldn't score on first down. Couldn't score.
Doug.
So, we end up with a field goal. So, all in all, when you take a look at this, you say, I can bring all these things up to you, but if you really want to be honest about it, New Orleans is a better football team, and that's why they won this football game.
You say Breeze is a better quarterback than Cutler?
I would say so.
Okay, just thought I'd ask you a question.
I would say so. You don't?
Well, I'm going to tell you something. Cutler, it's the good Cutler or the bad Cutler, the whatever Cutler. I'll tell you what, though, this kid plays with a lot of heart, Doug. And he didn't jump in a hole today. I mean, he fought. I thought the offensive line played pretty good football today. I know that New Orleans came with a lot of blitzes, safety blitzes, linebacker, corner blitzes, and I think we kind of did a pretty good job after we got pummeled a little bit, Doug. But, I mean, we adjusted, and I like to see the adjustments. I see coming out at halftime, I see adjustments. And that's what I like to see. But I'm going to tell you one thing. I want somebody out there to answer this question for me. What the hell is Tillman doing on the punt return team? This is probably one of the finest cornerbacks we've ever had, or one of the finest to ever play in this game. And at his age now, and he's got a couple of hurts, what is he doing on a punt return team?
You put your best
players
out there.
We have other, Doug.
Best players.
Oh, BS. Don't even go there with that.
Come on, that's football talk.
What are guys on this roster that barely make the team and are on special teams? Now, some of them have to be sitting on the sideline, and you tell me Tillman, as important that he is to this team, he's out there on a punt return team? Mm-hmm. Are you kidding me?
No, I saw the same thing. I wondered why. But a lot of times, you take a look at players, you say, why isn't this guy playing? His uniform's all clean. He's sitting there nice and cool, happy. Yeah, I don't know what Tillman. And Tillman's, not only is Tillman a great ball player, but like you said, he comes up, he's got a groin, he's got a knee, he's got a lot of problems.
That's right. And what is he doing on a football field? And by the way, Doug, back in the day, folks, there was a coach when we were playing, Doug, Butkus, we were all on about every special team that you could think of. Kickoff, punt, whatever. And Dick Butkus went to this coach, and I've told the story before. Absolute unbelievable answer. He went to the coach. He said, why aren't these guys out on the field? By that, I mean the guys that are the special teams players. Why are we out there? And he said, we can't trust them. And then Dick said, well, what the hell are they doing on this team? What the hell are they doing here?
Well, that's the whole point. You know, the point of the fact is you want to use everybody that you have on that bench. Now, getting back to what was going on out there, I mean, you take a look at this football game, we talk about quarterbacks. You want to talk about, you know, Cutler, for example. What was his quarterback rating? 120. Pretty damn good. What was, you know, Breeze's quarterback rating? 126. So you see both of these guys were right there, but it was just a matter of making plays during the course of this game that cost the Chicago Bears. And again, too, they didn't take advantage of certain plays. And that one certain time was when they were on the 5-yard line and didn't go in to score. That hurts. And then, of course, when Bennett drops the football, that hurts. So you're looking at a lot of things that needs to be changed on this team. And the fact is that if I'm next year, I want to go look at the next year already, I'm going to find myself, like I said, 2 Coke machines out there that I'm going to plant and put in defensive tackles. Because that's where we're really weak at.
Yeah, Doug, you know what? I think each week we got to get Forte more involved. I mean, he can break any run and he can catch any pass coming out of the backfield. And today we saw a little bit more of him. But, Doug, you alluding to what you're talking about, looking for those 2 Coke machines, that New Orleans, I think it's about the 3rd round, they drafted a kid out of Georgia by the name of John Jenkins, 6'4", 340 pounds. And he's somebody to be reckoned with, Doug. You mean to tell me we can't find somebody like that, which we will get into later? But are they out there? Yeah, they're out there.
Well, there's no question, you know, again, too, Ed, you need some beef on that defensive line. You know, the one thing, too, I watched McClellan very closely today, and, you know, it just seemed like he's just too light in there. It just doesn't seem like he's got enough power to be involved as a defensive end. Now, you take him on the outside, maybe as a 3-4 defensive linebacker. He's got a lot of speed. You can move him around. But when it comes down to strength and power in handling that defensive line, I just don't think he has it.
What's a little disturbing is to see Wooten, who is a defensive end, Julius Peppers, who's a defensive end, both playing inside, and you got McClellan and maybe Bass sometimes on the outside playing defensive end. It doesn't make sense. If you have our 2 tackles went down, don't you have a backup ready to go that can step up and play in there? What the hell is Peppers and Wooten playing more often? They played a lot of games inside, Doug.
Sure.
Okay? I mean, a lot of downs. And what are they doing in there? What are you trying to do here? Both of them are defensive ends. One 6'7", the other one 6'6", 6'7", and both of them can rush the passer. The problem is find somebody in the middle that can bust it up there, and if you can't, you better get creative with blitzes.
Well, the fact is they brought in Cohen, defensive tackle. They brought him in, and they came from I think Dallas, and Marinelli was taught him down there. Once again, like you said, and you talked about this many times, the guy's a defensive end. When you take a look at a defensive end, he has a particular type of body build. I am telling you.
Doug, we have guys that are playing out of their natural position.
I understand
This is the National Football League the last time I checked.
That's called desperation, Ed. We're at desperation at this point in time. We're desperate. You know, they got to put somebody in there. We can't ask the band for the Chicago Bears to go in there and play defensive tackle. So these guys, put their hand up and says, I'll do it. I'll try it. But that's not the best situation for the Chicago Bears.
The answer's not good enough.
All right, I'll try again after we come back. You're listening to Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We are live at Durbin's. That's right, Durbin's in Palos Heights. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Obradovich and Pavone. We'll be right back.
Snap is back to Cutler, stepping up against some pressure. Jay sliding right now, rolling right. Jay throws open. Jeffrey makes the grab at the 37-yard line to the 40, and he's hit down hard by the Saints. Just 9 seconds left in the game. 7-6. They got to hurry to the line of scrimmage. And it's not going to make much here. 2 seconds left. No. Jay won. That's it. They got nothing out of that. The game is over. It's 26-18 the final.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio with Jeff Joniak and Tom Fair on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody Works like motor works. And we're talking about now the Chicago Bears loss to, who the hell did they play today? I forgot already.
New Orleans Saints.
But you know what the thing about it is, you and I were looking at these these stats.
Yeah, folks.
Let's go through the stats. Ed. I'm going to start out with it. I'm going to give you the. I'll bring it up and you tell me what they won. All right, the score was 26 Saints, 18 Bears, right?
Correct.
How about total yards?
Bears 434, Saints 347. Basically 900 yards more almost.
Thank you. Maybe 100 yards more.
Now the next one is really unbelievable. You've got the Bears, 24 out of 33 attempts, okay? Doug, what the hell was the average per pass? That is unbelievable.
10.3. Now, if you get a 10.3 average.
That's through the stratosphere, folks.
That's all pro time. That's unbelievable. You say 10.3. Now, go back to what Breeze had. What did Breeze have?
Breeze had 100. He had, 29 out of 35, 281 yards, 8.3.
All right, so we bettered that one.
And he had, here's his quarterback rating at the end of the game, 120. Cutler, 128.1. Now, in just a couple of those stats we read, who would you think would be
well, so far,
exactly.
If you didn't know the answer, you'd say, well, the Bears.
All right.
Let's go to the next one. Rush attempts, yards and per attempt.
Okay. New Orleans had 28 for 66 yards, 2.4 yard average. Bears, 18 for 94 for a 5.2, which is good to see, Doug, because we're seeing things that we haven't seen offensively, offensive runs in the last several years here. Tosses, sucker traps. Nice to see that.
All right, we brought 3 stats out. The Bears are 3-0. Okay, let's go to first downs.
Wow. New Orleans Saints, 17. Bears, 20.
One again.
Third down conversions. New Orleans, 6 of 16, 38%. 4 of 10, 40% Bears.
So we won that one.
Here's a killer. 6 penalties, 43 yards. They just had 2. We had 2 sacks. They had 3. No turnovers by them. We had 1 turnover. But the fact, if you look down at these stats and if you try to equate who the hell won the football game, wouldn't you think it would be the Bears?
Absolutely. Digging into the numbers is brought to you by Julie. Julie, call 811 before you dig or visit. Here's another stat for you, and it's just unbelievable. We had all these yards, more per attempt, whatever. But the time of possession belonged to the Saints. 36 minutes to the Bears 24.
Wow.
And I figure we did all this stuff in 24 minutes. But yet again, they held the football more. They had more plays than us. They had about 11 or 12 more plays than us. So,
the thing is here, Doug, can you really find fault, for 4 quarters with the Bears defense? Can you really find fault with the offense? So I thought we started out very conservative the first half, and then we came out firing a little bit more the second half, obviously. But Doug, I can't, where do you rip them? How do you do it? I think they're playing better football, and I think this coming Thursday night at around 10:45, we're going to be 4-2.
I do believe this, and we saw the game today. Usually when you and I talk about a football game, something will jump out right at you. The offensive line was brutal. The Cutler threw the ball on the ground, whatever. Our only biggest thing that we talk about now is defensive tackles, and we think we need more help. But we need that help before we got into the football game. But when you take a look at this game, you look at those numbers, you look what they did, that they had a good chance to win this game. But I'll still say this, though, New Orleans is the better football team.
Yes, they are.
That's a fact.
Yes, they are.
That's why they won. But taking a look with the Bears, I think the Bears played the best of their ability at this point in time. And so, once again, it's tough to rip them and say, okay, what's wrong with them? They're going to win their share of games this year, Ed.
I think they are. And again, they will beat the Giants.
Yeah.
We're playing right here at home, and we're going to take down the Giants, and we're going to be 4-2, getting near the middle of the season. Not that bad with a new head coach, totally, completely, all new coaching personnel, new philosophy. It's not so bad.
Let's go out to Chris in New Jersey. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, first of all, football players don't worry about stats, okay? That's for statisticians. Football players play football.
You want to don't bet on that, my friend.
Listen, and let me say this. Anybody watching that game with eyes that can see with vision can see that the New Orleans team played a better game than the Bears. I don't care about stats. I don't care about 120-something rating. The point is he put the ball on the floor again. Okay? That put us in an awkward situation. We weren't moving the ball like we were supposed to in the first half. Defense was on the field for almost 6 minutes. I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Too much time. Trustman came in here to run the offense. That's why we paid him the money. That's why he's here. Every week now it's an excuse. No, it shouldn't be an excuses. We should be better.
Well, yeah, we should be better. We didn't say that. But what we're saying to you, the fact is that, take a look at what they've done. When you see a quarterback rating, and I will guarantee you this, go look through all the quarterback ratings during the course of this weekend. You see a guy that has 126 quarterback rating, I will guarantee you 99.9% of the time they won the football game. There are some good things out there. And believe me, I wouldn't be this excited about this team if I didn't believe that. New Orleans is a better football team. That's a fact. That's why they won. There's no question about that. But the fact is the Bears are going to win their share of games this year, and hopefully they can get better. Let's go out to Stuart on the south side. Stuart, you're on the score.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Yeah, look, every week I watch the game, and I see the Bears come up with this short ball game. They play short ball for 3.5 quarters until it becomes critical, and then they open the game up. They start throwing long. They got all these wide receivers, 6'4", 6'5", that can do the job. And they don't use them until it's almost an impossible situation.
Stuart, that's a good point. I mean, your point is well taken, but you got to understand what this West Coast offense is all about. The West Coast offense is all about short play. It's all about 1, 2, 3, 4, and get rid of the football.
Rid of the football.
1, 2, 3, short yardage. 1, 2, 3, short yardage. But when you take a look at this and you see what's going on, and Ed brought it up, the fact that look at pass per attempt. The Bears was 10.3. That's pretty damn high.
Stuart, that's huge.
That's very huge.
That is huge. And when you look at what the Saints did, they played their offense was the same thing. Underneath, he didn't throw a ball over 10 yards, 15 yards. I don't even know. Maybe even the first full half.
Yeah, and the kid Gresham caught that one football for 32 yards. We're going to go to an update. Eddie, we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. That's right. We're live at Durbin's in Palos Heights. Obradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to New Orleans 26-18. And Eddie, the game ball is brought to you by Al Pamani Ford. Al Pamani Ford. Visit apford.com, and that's going to go to Jeffrey, who had 10 catches for 218 yards, which is a hell of a day for a wide receiver. 218 yards. Let's go out.
That's just back to all the statistics.
Yeah, I don't get it.
That we have her, and then we're on the short end of the score.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I was totally shocked when he gave us these statistics.
That flies in the face of us saying we lost to the better team. We outgained them all the way across the board.
Well, somehow they're better.
And we're telling you. Yeah. No, excuse me. You're saying.
I'm saying.
Yeah, you're saying we lost to the better team.
Yeah, and I got to tell you though.
Wow.
A lot has to do when you do certain things. There's a lot of times when you do certain things and you make a big play. Like for example, we talked about the Bears not scoring with going into the 5-yard line, not scoring. That counted. And we talked about also when Bennett dropped that football for a first down, that counted. And then also don't forget. When they come out, and Ed and I looked at each other, and they're going to play, they're going to pull the old Indian trick of a fake punt. They're going to try to draw you off sides, and wouldn't you know it, Briggs jumps off sides.
And of all people. Him.
And he's playing a hell of a game. He's got ahead probably about 12, 13 tackles. So they draw him off sides. That gives them a first down. So it's the little things like that during the course of a football game make the difference in the team. And that's exactly what happened today. Let's go out to Black Physicist. Black Physicist, you're on the score.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Hello, physicist.
Hey, you guys have stolen my thunder. I mean, Briggs, he's a veteran. He doesn't realize not to get tricked by getting pulled offside. Late in the third quarter, when the Bears were first and goal, why are they trying to pass the damn ball instead of running it? And that onside kick that Robbie Gould tried, it was sick. Anyway, gentlemen, have yourselves a great day.
Thanks, Black Physicist. Again, too, the onside kicks we were talking about, I think, going into this football game, I think 12 were tried. Only one was ever had in the NFL at this point in time. And the reason for that is you can't overload one side or the other anymore, right?
No, you can't. No, you can't.
They used to put all the guys on one side and kick the ball over there and had a good chance of getting it. Now, you're not allowed to do that. You can't line up that way. Let's go out to Rashad in the south side. Rashad, you're on the score.
Doug and OB, I think I'm on par with everything you guys have said as far as the New Orleans Saints being the cream of the crop in the NFC.
Mm-hmm.
But based on those statistics, I think that shows that we can play with those type of teams.
I agree.
But I called today just to get your feel on two things that are starting to be growing concerns with me. One of them with Coach Trestman waiting to the third quarter or the fourth quarter to establish a damn run game. It's ridiculous when we start off slow every week and we refuse to give Forte the ball early. Also, playoff caliber quarterbacks have made Chris Conte look ridiculous on the deep ball this year. I just want to see what you guys think on it, and I'll sit back and listen.
You know, Rashad, the game starts out. First play of the game, toss to Forte. They fumble it. They dropped it.
Yes.
Okay? But here's the one where I agree with you on certain things. I think that even Ed and I talked about this, and I understand about West Coast offense, controlling the football, doing all these things. But there are times you have to take your shots. You can take your shots downfield. And I don't think we're doing that, Ed. I don't really believe we're doing that.
Well, I tell you what I've seen. We are
at the beginning of the game.
We're not coming out and firing the football all over the place. There's no question about that. We're trying to establish the run a little bit, but I think that maybe we might have to open it up a little bit more, Doug. And I think you might see that come Thursday night. I really do. I'm not predicting that, but I'm just kind of thinking it just might happen that we might come out firing the football.
You know what? It's amazing, too. If you take a look at this and you look at all the stuff that the offense
We've got
did.
the receivers to throw to.
Right.
They've got the height. They've got the ability, and they get separation. Let's take advantage of that. We've got a better offensive line. There's no question about that. Let's move, Jay. It's everything is a lot better than it has been. Let's get better at it. Let's accentuate the positive, and let's start piping the football to these guys.
Why is it, though? Why is it, though, that if you take a look at the Chicago Bears, that if they don't get the takeaways, we don't win? I don't give a damn what their offense did. Why is that?
That's Doug, that is an unbelievable.
It's a mystery.
It's a great point. You know, in the first few games, we're getting all kinds of takeaways.
And score, and everything's going great.
And, well, you know what you got to do? You got to have power on the offense, Doug. And you got to have smart coaching. And like they said, the first half here, I don't think we have to play laid-back football. Not with the talent that we have right now on this football team. Receiving, we've got Forte, phenomenal runner, burst of speed, coming out of the backfield, catching passes. We've got a tight end that is good as probably about almost as good as anybody in the league, wideouts. Let's take advantage of it. Let's be more aggressive offensively.
And against, too, we have to give credit to the Saints for how they played.
You know, Doug,
what they're doing.
Listen, let me tell you something. The days of the defense in this league are over with. And especially the Bears, the last decade or so, dominating on defense, which they did. And kudos to them, it's wonderful. But you don't win Super Bowls today with a defense. You got to have that football in the air. It's got to be moving. Now we have the people to do it. Now's the time to take advantage of it. Doug, we're 3-1. Again, Giants coming in Thursday.
3-2.
We very well could be 3-2. Excuse me.
Yeah.
We very well could be
4-2.
4-2. But I think we have to open it up.
No, I'm going to tell you something. I don't know. Normally I'd be disappointed if I didn't see something that says, "Hey, hold it."
How the hell can you be disappointed
with
looking
that?
at these
Exactly.
results? You know, I'm talking about we need more of it. My God. He passed for what? 340 yards. Cutler did. 10.3 average?
10.2 average, 10.3 average. You know what that's like? I mean, so come on. Guys are at 6 and 7. That's really terrific. 10.3.
But a lot of that came.
And yours for 10.5
A lot of it
at
came
the
in
end.
the second half.
Yeah,
a lot of it came in the second half. Let's be more
Right.
aggressive in the first half. I mean, is that the answer? I don't know, but damn it, try it.
You listen to Majestic Star post-game show presented by Motorworks. Obradovich and Buffon. We're live at Durbin's in Palos Hills. 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears' loss to the New Orleans Saints. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks, brought to you by UV Vodka, VUV. We are live at Durbin's in Palos Hills. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to the New Orleans Saints. And also talking about how great the stats were. And I know people are saying, wait a minute, Doug. Stats don't matter. Winning matters. But I got to tell you something. It gives you an indication what you can do. And that's kind of encouraging for this football game. And if they play some games like this, let me tell you this right now. If they had played like this last week, they'd have won the game. That'd beat Detroit. But the fact is they didn't win it.
But I think what's going to happen, Doug, all year, I think we're going to be looking at all the remaining games. I think it's going to, unfortunately, it's going to go down to this, to the last few minutes. That's why I'm saying let's be more aggressive the first half.
I think we saw where Indianapolis beat Seattle today. They beat them. I mean, there's some games out there that you say, well, how the hell did that happen? That's going to happen in the National Football League. Let's go out to John in Rolling Meadows. John, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, how are you?
What's up, John?
All right, John.
Hey, when you look at Drew Brees right now, I think he's probably playing the best football that he's played in a long time. And, they got Peyton. He's got his buddy back, Peyton back on the bench, and that's a big plus for him. That's his comfort zone. Defensively, I saw New Orleans today playing Chicago-style football, taking the ball away, stepping the run, being tough on the pass, not making too many mistakes, no turnovers, boys, no turnovers, and that's a big thing when you're on the road. And you're going to win those games, especially on the road. If you don't turn the ball over, you take care of the ball, you manage the game the way that Drew is right now. Hey, look, they're going to New England next week. And the Patriots better straighten out whatever's going wrong out there because New Orleans will run right over them.
Well, the thing about it is they're well coached. You can talk about New Orleans, and you're right about Breeze. The guy is a perfectionist. There's no question about it. He has a guy like Graham. Graham, that first half was just unbelievable. He was catching everything like he's been doing prior to the Chicago Bear football game. But once again, you take a look at these teams, you say to yourself, how do we improve? How do the Bears get better? Well, there's certain situations, and stats are important, but they're not important as situations that happen during a football game. And there are 3 or 4 of them I can come up with right now that would have changed this game and turned it around. And there's no question the one they were on, the Bears were on the 5-yard line, if they'd have scored a touchdown. The other one was, Lance Briggs, as good as the games he had, and he had a hell of a game, jumping off sides, giving back a first down. Bennett dropping that football. So there's a lot of things that adds up for you to lose a football game. When you are playing a good football team, you can not do that with a good football team. With the tomato cans, you can still beat them. You can beat a tomato can any time of the day, make a lot of mistakes. You can't really do that with a good football team. Let's go out to Andy and Glen Allen. Andy on the score.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Andy.
I had 2 points. First of all, they had packages where they had Forte and Bush out on the field, but we had an empty backfield, and I didn't understand that. And then the other point I wanted to make was a couple of the sacks didn't have anything to do with the offensive line. The one where Cutler fumbled the ball, that defensive back the tackle was covered. Defensive back came in. Cutler's supposed to read that, get rid of the ball. And then the sack where Forte had 2 guys to block and he didn't block either of them, Cutler had to get rid of the ball then. So, when you're starting to talk about statistics and the fact that he got like 40 yards at the end of the first half, but we didn't throw it into the end zone, those are empty statistics. They don't mean anything. But his decisions when they had blitz packages on us, Cutler failed every time.
Yeah, but that wasn't all of his fault, though. And when you talked about the one about Forte, Ed, tell him about Forte. You and I talked about that.
Exactly what happened on that play, Andy. They came with the blitzing, excuse me, from the outside. And when you're the remaining back there, anytime there's a blitz and you pick it up, you take the inside man first. Every time. You don't concern yourself about the second. You take the inside man. He whiffed on a block. Okay? Forte whiffed on that block.
On the inside guy. And try to get the outside guy on top of it.
Excuse me. Yeah. So if he'd have hit the inside guy, and Jay knows well enough what to do, maybe there's a possibility there was a little aisle there where he could have stepped up and maybe made a pass.
Exactly right,
but
Ed.
What happened? Forte blew the block.
You take that block, he gets that block. What happens with the quarterback then? He can step up and he can throw the football. That's not Cutler's fault. I mean, that goes back to what's going on with your running backs. It's the little things like that. I mean, you take a look at it because it's very taught. Football.
That's how you get a football. That's how you get a quarterback out for the season too. By the way.
Let's go out to Robert in Villa Park. Robert's on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, hey, OB, hey, Doug.
What's up, buddy?
Yes, I just want to say, like you guys were saying, that the New Orleans Saints was pretty much a better football team. What sickens me is hearing the stats, and we didn't win the game. But you got to also respect that Rob Ryan is a good defensive coordinator, because to me, it looks like he had Jay Cutler thrown off balance in that first half. And also, everybody forget about the fact that Weeks got that 15-yard penalty and backed him up to the back up in the end zone. So don't forget about that. But other than that, New Orleans to me was a better football team. And I hope we beat the Giants next week. And thank you guys for taking my call.
I forgot about the Weems mistake too. You're
Yeah,
absolutely correct. You can't make those kind of mistakes.
No, you can't. I mean, there's a guy. I mean, I don't know. That Weems, Doug.
Yeah.
Well, whatever.
He aggravates you. But here's the other thing. Rob Ryan comes to New Orleans. Last year,
He brings heat.
New Orleans last year, they gave up over 7,000 yards. About 7,000 yards in the history of the National Football League. From the time that old man Hallis put his foot on the running board in Decatur, 7,000 yards they gave up. That's what happened. He comes to New Orleans, changes all that. And I don't know why Dallas let him go. They didn't think he was doing a job down there, but he comes around, coming into this football game, teams were not scoring. They scored 55 points against them. They had the number 4th or 3rd best defense in the league.
Right. I think they were ranked 3rd. But the thing with Rob Ryan, you could see what he does. Boy, in the outset of the game, he wants to set the tone. Did they come with the heat, Doug? They came with it from the first series of down, second series of down. They came with all these blitzes, and he wanted to set the tone, and they did.
They did set the tone. I mean, the fact is, then again, too, like I said, talking about Forte, that's so important out there. It's a little thing. But if he takes that block on the inside, it's not worried about the outside guy.
Cutler can step up.
Cutler can step up. I mean, it's very simple. Let's go out to Tom in Kalamazoo. Tom, you're on the score.
Hello, boys. Love your show.
What's up, my friend?
I wanted to make the point about the stats are all well and good. However, if you don't make the play in the clutch, to get the timing right, it kind of falls by the wayside. Being at the 5, 1st and goal, and we can't score, and that critical 4th and 2, and we can't get a first down, that just really hurt. Those 2 players would have really turned that game around.
Tom, you're right. You're absolutely correct.
Can't argue with you, kid.
Can't argue, buddy. Can't argue with it. But what it does show you, it says to you that you have the ability to do these things. And so if you have the ability to do these things, because before Ed and I used to look at these games, I didn't see anything. We couldn't see anything that says, hey, this team could possibly be better. You saw that today. But again, you're absolutely correct. It's when you do certain things. And we didn't do those. Well, again, not getting that first down, which we should have caught that football. Let's go out to Ed in Maywood. Ed, you're on the score.
Good afternoon, man. I agree with the point that the Saints are a better team, but every now and then you have to steal one from a team that's better than you.
I agree with you.
New Orleans is capable of scoring 50 on you, and they only scored 26. So this game was in reach. You look at how the Colts beat the Seahawks,
right?
Which is probably a better team, but they stole one, and the Bears should have been able to steal this one. Thanks for your time.
You know what? That's a good point, because every game, every week, something is different. I mean, there's something happens in a football game. It just changes. But the one thing you have to look at, you say to yourself, you know what? On the long run, in the long haul, does this team have something or enough to compete with the good teams? Not the tomato cans, because they can take care of the tomato cans. Can they compete with the good ones? And we saw today. Did you see New England win today? They lost. It's going to happen. You're going to get your certain times that you just can't do it. And so what happens now is the Bears got to go back and look what they would do. Ed and I know what the hell the improvement right away would be with this football club. Well, I mean, first of all, we'd go out and find 2 defensive tackles. That's the first damn thing we would do. But we can't do that now. It's impossible. So now you got to think on your feet. That's why they got guys moving around.
Well, I'll tell you what, Doug, real quickly here. The improvements they've made overall, I think you and I agree, and I think probably most of our listeners agree. Offense, that's where we had to go,
Absolutely.
And we did it. We've got a line that can actually move and block somebody. And again, we got receivers that I think, Doug, in time, when we get this offense set and become a little more aggressive, I think they're going to be one of the finest receiving cores in the game. With Bennett, Jeffrey, I'm going to tell you what, Doug, we've got the people. And again, one more thing, Doug. We have to come out and be more aggressive. We can't play scared to death football in the first half, get behind, and hope that we can get takeaways to keep us in the game and win it down on the end of the game. No. Go after people just the way New Orleans came after us. They fired everything at us that first quarter, second quarter. They set the tone. We didn't.
And the fact is you just said something very important. The fact that, you have to learn how to win by not getting takeovers, not by not getting set up for defense, not by a return.
That's what the stats bear out today,
Yeah,
Doug.
I know. They don't get all that.
They clutch all the way across the board.
No returns, right, Ed? Look at the returns.
I know.
He wasn't set up for field position. No interceptions. No fumble recoveries. No touchdowns on the defense. Your offense certainly have to be able to take over. This segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit gerbercollision.com. They come highly recommended. We'll be right back.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, live from Durbin's in Palos Hills, Illinois. Brought to you by UV Vodka.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We're live at Durbin's in Palos Heights. O'Bradovich and Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears' loss to New Orleans 26-18. And Eddie, let's get out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Og and Waukegan. Og, you're on the score. OG.
Oh, hello?
Hello, you're on, buddy.
I'm an electric black man. I'm not no art.
What? Og, what kind of electric black man? What are you talking about?
Hey, Doug, I haven't heard from you in a long time.
How you been, my friend?
Hey, life is doing me well.
That's good.
I'm gonna tell you something, Doug. I go to this church called Hope, the Church of Hope.
Yeah.
You know what they say, Doug?
What do they say?
They say the older you get, the closer you get to the truth.
That's true.
And then the truth is that damn Conte can't play.
Chris Conte can't play.
Right.
Yeah,
Secondly,
go ahead.
you talk about being aggressive. Aggressiveness, when you come out in the nickel pack on the second play of the game, you're not aggressive defense.
Mm-hmm.
You got to force your will. You got to come out here and say, hey, we're the Bears, we stopped the run. You just saying, they're not even stopping the run in the first half, and that's what's killing them.
If you take a look at that stats, too, about the running game by New Orleans, not that damn good. Right, what was it?
Well, here, rushing.
Yeah.
The first half, Doug, the Saints had Pierre Thomas, 7 carries for 21 yards.
Uh-huh.
Then we had Sproles for what?
Sproles,
excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
2 carries for 5 yards.
Yeah.
And I think, was it Robinson? He had 2 carries for 8 yards.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where you're going.
So they had basically total for the game. They had a total rushing of 66 yards at 2.4 yards per carry. You're not going to get much better than that. 66 yards to 28 carries for 2.4 yards per carry. So, yeah, I understand where you got to get better. That's why I'm so confused here. I'll use that old line I always use. I'm so confused as a baby in a topless bar.
Is that right, Doug?
That's right.
Have you used that a lot, Dougie?
I've used that, Ed.
Well, I'd give that one up.
Stop it.
I would, yeah. I'd let that one go by the wayside, pal.
All right, I'm sorry. Okay. Let's go out to Gary and Kerry. Kerry, you're on the score.
All right, guys. How's it going again this week?
What's going on, buddy?
Okay. I know everybody's talking about the stats. The only stat that I noticed was that it's awfully hard for the Bears offense to win when you're on the bench for almost 40 minutes in the game and they're moving the ball on you and they come out in the second half and consume 7 minutes of the drive. It's they gotta find a way to get key stops and key times.
Gary has an excellent observation, because the fact is the time of possession for the Saints was 36 minutes, and the Bears had 24 minutes. And the plays, the Saints had 65 plays, and the Bears had 54 plays. So you got a good point there. The fact is, if your offense can't get out there, but it's amazing, too, they were out there limited time, talking about the Bears offense, and look at the numbers they put up for being out there a limited time. So what does that mean? Go back to the defense. We have to get stronger. We have to make a hold because basically what's going on with this defense is we've gotten this attitude of bend, don't break. In other words, we get all the way down to the red zone area and then they try to stiffen up. We try to do some more things because without the takeaways, they can't play that way because you're going to have to get better field
Doug,
position.
Defensively, let's go down and break it down all the way. You're talking about difference makers.
Mm-hmm.
You got Briggs.
Yep.
Who else we got? Peanut.
Yep.
Who else we got, pal?
Well, we're supposed to have Peppers, but not today.
Now, where do you go from there?
Yeah. And your linebackers are decent. You know, you play your DJ Williams is decent, Anderson decent. Jennings, don't forget Jennings on the outside making interceptions. But the problem could be with Conte and also with Wright. They've got to get better in their position. There's no question about that.
The other thing, Doug, and
our defensive tackles, we have to get.
Oh,
God.
I didn't want to talk about that anymore, Doug.
I know.
And you know what? When you play like a zone, 2-deep zone, Doug, there's a certain area where you have to be in a zone. You don't have to be at the back of the zone, okay? I mean, I saw Major Wright sometimes go back, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not only say out of the screen, he was back there like 25 yards. He doesn't have the ability to come up to the front part of the zone and take somebody on and run with them.
Well, the thing about it is probably he's taught that way, Ed. I'm not sure. I do know that one time he did get beat. The catch was made against him, and he didn't look up. Remember he was running on the sidelines with the guy?
Absolutely.
And, once again, I mean, there's no question they have to get better. They have to get better at that. If you want to play the better teams, you have to get better. But I'm still encouraged what I saw. I mean, it's hard to say that, and say, look what Doug, they just lost to New Orleans and they lose to good teams. But there was something there that says to me they have the ability to go out there and maybe beat some very good teams. Now, we know the Tomato Cans, like I said 100 times before, they all handled them. They'll handle the Giants. There's no question about that. Let's go out to Linnell in the southeast side. Linnell, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, how y'all doing this afternoon?
What's up, Linnell?
Hey, you know what? What I've noticed, the first half of each of the games that the Bears played, it seems as if they struggled offensively. I'm not going to get necessarily too much on the defense because considering the type of offense that they were playing, I think personally that they did quite well. But offensively, it seems like we can't make any adjustments until we get to halftime. Now, I'm curious to know, particularly about this game, is it more on the coaching being able to make in-game adjustments as they see what the defense is doing, or is it up to the quarterback to recognize what they're doing and make adjustments? Because it seems like the second half was they were able to move the ball, they were able to run, they were able to get downfield, the protection became better, but it seems like it didn't happen until the second half. So I'll hang up and listen to what you all got to say. Thanks for taking my call, y'all.
Well, the one thing you have to take a look at is the fact that when the Bears come out, and I guarantee you they have I would imagine, Ed, their 15 or 20 first plays scripted. It's already scripted.
Yeah, and Linnell, the thing is the way I see it is that first half, what just Doug said, pretty well scripted. The pass plays, the formations, and the audibles that are going to be, they're going to let that run for the first half. Mm-hmm. In other words, they're not going to go 2 series in the first quarter or 3 series and then all of a sudden throw everything in a garbage can and then come out and fire audibles for like the second quarter. They're pretty much going to go with what the set game plan is, both offensively and defensively. Now, where the good point is, we are coming in at halftime. Do you remember not too long ago? We made no adjustments, none. But at least they're making the adjustments in the running and passing game and blocking schemes, and it's proven to be pretty good. And all it can do is get better.
That's the thing you have to look at. You have to look at, you say to yourself, what is really very good about the Chicago Bears? What could be very good? And Ed brought it up at the beginning of the show. The wide receivers.
Wow.
You're talking about guys that can catch the football. You're talking about guys that are 6'4", 6'5".
Finally.
You're talking about a tight end. You're talking about Forte coming out of the backfield. You know how important that is? And then throw that on top of that, your offensive line is nowhere near what it was the last 2 years.
Those are great weapons to have offensively.
So that gives you hope that there's something going on here. Like I said, if I had to talk about anything about the Bears, it would be defensive tackles. Now, I know Melton got hurt. We saw today where Collins went down. That's a problem. And you can't find these guys on the street. Tell you this right now. And that's what's going to happen with New England. New England lost one of their best players. Trust me. In Wilfork. Wilfork went down. That big defensive tackle they have. That kid causes havoc everywhere.
Unbelievable. When they play that 3-4, Doug,
Yeah.
that guy, nobody plays that position better than him, and he comes all the plays he's in there. Now, he blew out, his Achilles tendon?
Achilles tendon, yeah.
How old he is and how much he weighs, I'd say it's pretty much over with.
Let's go to Fredo in L.A. Fredo, you on the score.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Long-time listener here.
Thank you, buddy.
I'm so old, I saw you guys play at Wrigley Field.
Well,
what does that tell you? All right?
You're ancient, pal.
I'm a dinosaur, okay? Well, first of all, I love you guys. You guys tell like it is. In L.A., you don't get these kind of shows, but I want to tell you a couple things about the Bears that I see. Connie's got to go. He's a pile hopper. He's not a big play guy. I'm used to Mike Brown. I'm used to Polamalu. I'm used to Ronnie Lott. Give me somebody who's going to cause some havoc, knock the ball out of the guy's hands, make a big interception. He's running around in circles doing nothing, okay? You're right about Major Wright. Same thing. Anybody can get a pick once in a while when you're up by 20 points and you're cheating a little bit. You know what I mean? But Drew Brees, the Hall of Famer, I get that we got beat by a better team today. We're a couple players away, but you can't keep sticking these circus midgets in the secondary and expect them to cover these giant receivers, just like you guys talked about the last caller about the receivers are getting bigger. It's a passing league now. Give me a physical D-back. Give me a physical, strong safety. We're not that many players away.
The thing about it is you talked about the safeties, and that has been a problem for the Bears for, the last 5-6 years. Trying to get a duo together that can play together and stay together. Now, there's no question that Wright and Conte have to get better. It's too late to do anything this year about it. I mean, that's just the way it is. Yeah, you saw where New Orleans got a safety. You see that safety in New Orleans got that rookie? What's his name? Vaccaro. And Vaccaro was a guy that was really ranked really high. You saw how he plays. That's what you're looking for from that free safety. Let's go out to Dennis Dennis on I-90.
Hey, boys. How's it going?
What's up, Dennis?
Love your show. First time calling. Love the fire. Love the passion.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Hey, just wanted a quick point. I just really would have liked to see Robbie Gould go for that 62-yard field goal at the end of the half. He has a hell of a leg for it. Would have taken the points over a dump-off pass for 17 yards for nothing. A good 60-yard field goal would have definitely boosted up the energy for the stadium for the second half. But other than that, I thought the defense could have done a little better. Thought that the line could have done a little more for us. But, hey, I can't win them all, right, boys? Thank you.
The thing about it is...
Doug, let me jump
go
in.
Ahead, go ahead.
Just let me tell you something, Dennis. When you can hold the New Orleans Saints, okay, to a 2.4-yard average rushing and give up only 66 yards and to probably one of the very, very few to go down in history, one of the most prolific passers, and he threw the ball 35 times, connected 29, but he got 281 yards, not 300 or 481. And when you can hold a dynamic offense that the last several years has just proven to be exactly that, that's not a bad job.
Ed,
that's not a bad job.
Eddie, what was the number yardage that Breeze threw for today? What was the number? What was that yardage?
He was 29-35 for 281 yards.
It's the first time. First time in the last 10 games. He has not thrown for 300 yards.
He hasn't thrown for exactly correct.
He's over 300 yards for all these games.
And give up 66 yards rushing. Yeah. What I just think that we have to do, where do you find these fixes to find the inside guys and guys here? Well, we've got the people that we've got, and we've just got to get better about it. The only thing, Doug, and I know how you love to see the game played, I just like us to be, in general, come out more aggressive in the first half and more aggressive defensively in the first half. Just like the Saints came after us, and they set the tone early by blitzing time after time.
Do you notice, Ed, in the last two games we didn't blitz that much?
No, we haven't.
That one game, I forgot which game it was, Minnesota or whatever it was, we were blitzing all the time. Probably today, I don't want to imagine we blitzed maybe 3 or 4 times. Now, I think we had Briggs got a sack, but we really not going after him that much. Maybe they're worried about the guys can't cover. Maybe they're worried about the safeties. I don't know about that answer.
Yeah, but Doug, Wait a minute. This is what, the 5th game? You can't play scared to football in this league. Period. You just can't.
Well, you can't play stupid either. If you got guys back there that can't cover, Ed, you can't put them in that jeopardy. So I guess you got to take a look at it both ways. You're listening to Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. We'll be right back. Obradovich and Buffon. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. And nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Durbin's. That's right, in Palos Hills. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss to New Orleans. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. And this segment is sponsored by Mercy Hospital and Medical Center. Chicago's choice for superior heart and vascular care. I should know. My doctor, I'm there.
You're there.
Dr. Jones, who is my heart doctor, I'm telling you, just phenomenal. Trust me, the guy is phenomenal, and so is Mercy Hospital.
Well, I want to give a shout out to Jake Livingston. He's a physical therapist, and I call him a rehabologist myself. But anyways, to Jake and his very beautiful fiance, he just got engaged to Jennifer Smith. And he showed me a picture of her, and I told Jake, "You way in over your head, pal. Wow, that good-looking girl with you? Couldn't believe it." But anyways, Jake and Jennifer, congratulations. Have a wonderful life.
And also, too, I'd like to say real quickly, Buffon.com. If you want more football, talk about football, want to see something, go to Buffon.com. You'll be surprised and happy with that. Let's go to Fernando in Maryland. Fernando, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Mr. Buffon, Mr. Obradovich, good to talk to you guys. I have no Bears fans to talk to out here in the DMV outside D.C. I have to keep bringing up 73-0, and it's getting really annoying because they're getting pissed off at me.
Okay.
But guys, my take was, how do you feel about Matt Forte's use in the offense? Now I know he's been consistent. He's made plays, but I feel like he can be used more. There's more ways to use. He's one of the most versatile backs in the league. Why isn't he being used more?
Fernando.
You've seen a couple of plays where Alshon Jeffrey's double covered. You see Brandon Marshall, he got 3 guys on him in the end zone. Martellus Bennett, we don't know what happened to him. He went to Mars. So how is it that, Matt Forte is floating around by himself and he's not getting the ball?
Well, a lot of times, whatever those pass patterns call for, a lot of times he's looking for a blitzing linebacker or a safety coming in, which he has to do. And if they don't, then he checks down or goes out into the flat, Fernando. But I agree with you. I mean, with what we've got with receivers, I still would really love to see Forte involved a little bit more, Doug, and from the get-go, by the way. Not second half.
And I agree. The fact is this, though, a lot of times, as you had mentioned, Ed, Dave Forte, he chip blocks. In other words, he'll chip block that defensive guy before he goes out. But the one thing you saw...
But if he doesn't, Doug, he can,
Yeah, but you saw New Orleans, Ed? They do that screen. I like to see Forte get more screens. They did it with Pierre Thomas, remember, scored screen for the touchdown.
Yes.
There should be more of that with this guy because he does stay in quite a bit a lot of times to check. Well, then if he sits in his check and then all of a sudden that linebacker takes off, you got an opportunity there to make a play.
And especially playing against a team like we played against who's a very aggressive defense and they blitz a lot.
Absolutely. Let's go out to Adam in Downers Grove. Adam, you're on the score.
Hey, a lot of guys earlier were talking about how the Saints are just a better team than the Bears and they're elite and we're not. But the way I look at it is the Saints were being this unbelievably great team. The Bears were just seeming to make them look like they're this unbelievable team. I think a lot of it is there's a lack of fire and hunger in them today. I look at 3 things. I look at our secondary, where we're a defense that lives and dies on the takeaway. But Tillman and Conte were playing off the ball. They're letting him catch them, and then they're worried about huge breakouts after the catch. And the most telling thing for me with that is that Graham, I believe was in the 3rd quarter, gets a 15-yard reception on the sideline. He has to jump in the air to get it, hands over his head. Conte's right there, ribs exposed, the thing elite defensive backs dream of. Conte lowers his shoulder, drills into him, and Conte crumples like a Toyota Corolla, and Graham's momentum isn't even stopped. And it's just a lack of fire in the secondary. And then you look at on the offensive side of the ball, the sack and fumble by Cutler. You have 3 Saints, 93-32, and then the guy who ended up getting the sack up against Garza, Slauson, and Bushrod. Garza picks up 93, Slauson picks up 32, Bushrod looks confused, double teams 32, and the eventual sack not even touched. Later in the second quarter, I don't remember if it was a sack or just a tackle for a loss, Bushrod doesn't touch anybody, straight in for a sack or a loss on the Bears, and it just seems that the left side of our line was just confused being out there.
Well, you're going to get confused coming to Rob Ryan. He's going to do that. Understand one thing, and I watch these games too, and I'm like you. But I'm going to tell you something. It's easy to pick all this stuff out after it's done with. How do you think the New Orleans are 5-0? Because every team did the same thing what the Bears did today? That's because New Orleans don't make the mistakes. Because New Orleans are a team with Sean Payton, who's been there for years. You saw what happened when Sean Payton left last year. So they got their stuff together right now. All I'm saying to you is this, very simply, that potential for the Chicago Bears is there. I wouldn't say this if I didn't see it. And neither would Ed. Because we've went through this before. I've gone through this for 18 years. And I know the damn difference between what possibly could be and what can't be. This thing could be, Ed.
Now we finally have some firepower.
That's right. Let's go out to Calvin. We got time for another one? Or we're going to wait for it? We got to take an update. We'll be right back.
Scoreboard update.
4:30, and from the Chicago Wolves Update Studio, I'm Connor McKnight. Grab a Wolves fan 4-pack, 4 tickets, hot dogs, soda, and popcorn starting at $88. Go to ChicagoWolves.com. Bears now 3-2 after losing to the Saints 26-18 out at Soldier Field this afternoon. Head coach Mark Trestman said he wasn't happy with the red zone offense.
I'm disappointed offensively in our red zone today. We had a couple opportunities to convert, and we didn't do that. And again, that starts with me. We've got to do a better job. The last 2 weeks, we haven't been efficient the way we were in the first 3 games.
Jay Cutler finished 24 of 33 for 358 yards and 2 touchdowns. Alshon Jeffrey, a huge day. Bears record 218 yards receiving on 10 catches. Did have a score as well. Some other finals around the NFL. Bengals over the Patriots 13-6. It was the Packers over the Lions 22-9. Rams over the Jags 34-20. Ravens stopped the Dolphins 26-23. Colts over the Seahawks 34-28. Chiefs still undefeated. They beat the Titans 26-17. Giants, they're the opposite of that. Still winless. They lose to the Eagles 36-21. It's, of course, the Giants and Bears on Thursday night. Pirates and Cardinals underway in Game 3 of the NLCS. Top 3, the Pirates lead it 2-0. Cardinals do have the bases loaded. Dodgers host the Braves in the second game tonight. That series is tied at 1. Hyunjin Ryu and Julio Teheran will start that game. Catch the A's and Tigers in Game 3 of the ALDS tomorrow at noon, only on the MLB Network. Find your channel at MLBnetwork.com. The Score is your radio home for the Bank of America Chicago Marathon. Listen live on Sunday, October 13th. Coverage begins at 7 a.m. I'm Connor McKnight. You're listening to the home for the Private Bank Bears Monday, starting at 5 a.m. with Mully and Hanley. They'll break down the Bears-Saints game with continuing coverage throughout the day on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's sports station.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich, live from Durbin's and Palos Hills, Illinois. Brought to you by UV Vodka.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show, presented by Motorworks. And also, let me tell you about Majestic Star, thanks to John Sheldon and Greg Gelfie. Ed and I have been with them for a couple of years, and they're very good.
Great steakhouse.
Yes, terrific food. I mean, there's no question about that. So thank you to those guys. And we're talking about the Chicago Bears' loss to New Orleans. Today's play of the game is brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance. The Auto Owners agent of the week is Fazio Insurance in Joliet, Illinois. Contact Paul Fazio at 815-727-2611 or visit their website at fazioinsurance.com.
Doug, we got a ton of callers to get to. We'll get to you, folks.
Let's go out to Calvin on Southside. Calvin, you're on the Score.
Hey, guys, it's always great to hear the two Hall of Famers, Doug and OB, man. It's also great. I'm looking at the stats here, and I don't think the Saints have more plays than the Bears. Well, in my opinion, why? The Bears didn't run the ball enough. That's been one of the biggest problems outside of the lack of pass rush. Now, 12 rushes, 55 yards, and then Michael Bush has 12 yards. Some kind of way, those two or one of them has to equal 100 yards plus every game. Because why? You got to get defenses to put 8 in the box. I heard Brandon Marshall, upset about why they're not getting the ball. We're not getting the ball because you're getting double teams.
Well, the fact is, I understand about 8 in the box. And you talk about Minnesota Vikings, when you play against Peterson, you got to put 8 in the box. And, of course, it opens it up for your quarterback. But the thing about it is that, you take a look at New Orleans, they only ran the ball for 66 yards. And so, the key here is you get so many opportunities in a football game. And if you take a look at the opportunities the Bears blew, down in the red zone, they had a chance on the 5-yard line, 1st and 10. On the 5-yard line to score. That's 7 points. And then they drop a football for a first down, a big play. And then Lance Briggs had played a hell of a game, but jumps off south sides on a punt. So these things add up. And, of course, when you got a good teams, those little things like that will show you to say, hey, hold it. You don't deserve to win.
Well, that's all. How many times you hear coaches, we got to play smart football.
And little stuff, yeah.
And those things, as little as they be, like Lance Briggs jumping offside, one stinking play out of 65, 75, 80 plays or whatever, sometimes it will determine the outcome of a game.
Absolutely. Let's go out to Dean in Wisconsin. Dean, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Yeah, I was wondering what you guys thought of the bye week. I think it's kind of ridiculous because that gives teams a definite advantage. And I think after the 8th game, if they want to have a bye week, they should have it after the 8th game and have a replay of a Super Bowl classic, like maybe the 85 Super Bowl where the Bears won or something like that. I'd like your opinion on it.
My opinion about that is this. I think that Thursday night football games are terrible. I don't think you should play on Thursday nights.
Get rid of them. Get rid of them.
I don't think you should play on a Sunday and all of a sudden come back Thursday. You're asking these guys in 2 or 3 days to get back and ready to play. I think that's part of the problem right there. You wouldn't need a bye then. I mean, the fact is, those Thursday night games are killers. And I just look at that way, and I don't see it.
Doug, I agree with you 100%. But what I say, and all the fans across this great land of ours, it doesn't matter. It's television and it's money in the owner's pocket and Goodell's pocket, okay? That's what it's all about, unfortunately.
Yeah, no question about it. That's exactly what it comes down to. Let's go out to Charlie in Connecticut. Charlie on the score.
You're on, Charlie. Charlie.
Real quick, I just don't understand why the Bears can't put together an offense in the first 2 quarters of the game, and then in the 3rd and 4th quarter, when it gets late and we're down by 2-3 scores, we start picking it up and moving the ball all up and down the field like nothing. But we can't do it in the first half of games lately. And I just don't understand it. They went out and spent all the money on offensive linemen and receivers this year. And it seems like they haven't put together a solid effort for the first couple of games. They were doing good, and now they're just slacking.
You mean, Charlie, come out a little bit more aggressive the first and second quarter offensively? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, they definitely need to be in more of an attack mode instead of being comatose in the first half. It's like they're in a coma in the first half, and then, Jay and the rest of them wake up late in the 3rd quarter and late in the 4th quarter when we're losing by 2 scores.
And that's part of the West Coast offense. That's part of the problem with the West Coast offense. That's part of why I never quite really liked the West Coast offense. But again, too, they script 14, 15, 16 plays. They come out and they script them, and they don't want to make any mistakes early. They don't want to get down early. They want to control the football. They want to get out there and control the clock. They did it at the beginning of this year when they played their first game. The Bears did. But once again, too, there are times when you have to take that football down the field and try to score more. And I'm sure they're going to, eventually come back to that. They're going to do that. The fact is they know they can do it. You see them do it in the second half.
We finally have the weapons,
yeah,
Charlie.
You got the weapons.
Finally got the weapons. Let's put it this way. Hopefully we finally got them.
No, I agree.
That we can run past the football and do some damage.
There's no question in my mind we have the weapons. There's no question in my mind we have a tight end and the 2 wide receivers that we need and Forte coming out of the backfield. And that offensive line is so much damn better than we've ever had in the last 5 years. So, once again, it's something that's going to have to be worked on, manipulated, put together, and all of a sudden then one day your seat's going to explode.
I just want them to be more aggressive on both sides of the ball, period, from the get-go.
Let's go out to Nick in Michigan.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Second week in a row, I finally got through. Gosh, I'm going to be the forever optimist here.
Go ahead.
We're still going to get through this, guys. This time I made the commute. I'm on my way home right now with my mom and dad. I flew in from California for this one, and I'm going to the game on Thursday, and we better rebound. I'll put that off first. But secondly, all right, so we got Detroit losing 3-19. The Packers are looking pretty good, but we're still on an even playing field. The difference this time is last week I was watching on my TV and analyzing it that way. This week, we got some guys stepping up. We got Alshon Jeffrey is really looking good. And we got this who's this Bass guy?
Oh, the new kid, 91, yeah.
Where the heck did he come from?
He
I was
on the
screaming his
taxi
name in
squad.
the stands. I'm loving that guy, And we're going to be, okay, right even in the division. We're going to get, hopefully, God forbid a collapse, we go and get a win with the Giants, and then we go into the bye week, and then we regroup, and then we hope for...
no, we don't. I think we take on... who was the next game after the Thursday night game? The following Sunday, we go to the Redskins, Washington D.C. Then after that, Nick, we have the bye week.
Yeah, and the Redskins, who knows what the hell they're going to be at that point in time. But the fact is, you're all talking about the same things. But here's the one thing we're all talking about, and Ed and I are both really leaning in that direction. Trust me, if I thought, or if Ed thought, that this thing was hopeless, that the Bears lost to New Orleans,
you'd be hearing us.
You'd be hearing it. I'm telling you. I've seen a lot out there. I've seen there's things that can be done. And the most important thing is, Ed, is that I think we can score. I think we got wide receivers that can catch the football, and linemen can block, and guys can run, and all these things, and quarterback that can throw.
Then the next thing that flies in your face, we're on a 5-yard line first
We
and
can't
10,
score.
and we can't score.
Right. So, I mean, you say to yourself, okay, fine. Those are things that happen, but at least the potential is there when we play the better teams. And I'm telling you, New Orleans is going to be one of the best teams we play all year. There's no question about it. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Hang in there, guys.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We're live at Durbin's in Palos Hills. Also brought to you by UV Vodka, BUV. Well, Bradovich on the phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. And Celebration Limousine has been in the business since 1984 with an A+, Better Business Bureau rating. So contact Celebration Limo at celebration.fm or call them at 708-599-2112. Celebration Limousines, where every ride is a celebration. Eddie, let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Mike, who is calling from Saudi Arabia Air Force.
Wow.
What's up, Mike?
Can you hear us okay?
Oh, like clockwork. Sounds like you're next door.
Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Oh, yeah, I got you. I got you now.
We got you. Go ahead.
All right. We're all a bunch of Chicago goofs. But here's what we think.
Go ahead.
The previous caller, about the offense in the first half and stuff.
Uh-huh.
The problem with that is everybody we plays sustains drives.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't let the offense get into kind of a groove. What we see, the five goofs as we call ourselves, is the defense isn't anywhere near like it used to be. You can play the cover two, but if you don't have the linebackers that can cover the middle of the field, you got a problem. And everybody we play takes the middle of the field away from us. We think the offense is going to be fine. We think it's a work in progress. Everybody forgets this is Jay's fifth game with this offensive coordinator. He's going to be fine. We love Trestman, but the problem we think, if we have a problem, is that the defense has got to get better.
Mike?
We know we got injuries on the defensive line, but you've got to get some steam on the quarterback. Look what Rob Ryan did today. They don't have the best defensive line in the league, so he comes up with all the schemes to run linebackers, corners, safeties. You got to change this up. Cover two won't work anymore. So we just want to say we miss you guys, and we're going to hang with the Bears because we're the 5 Goose.
How about these guys, Mike from Saudi Arabia, from the Air Force out there?
That's
You come up with some good ideas. There's no question about it. The fact that the Bears defense looks like it's bend don't break, that kind of a deal. And when you do that, the fact is you give the other team more chances to be on the field.
Doug,
and if you look at the time of possession, it's exactly what it ended up to be.
Doug,
New Orleans had the time of possession more than the Chicago Bears.
Right. Let me jump in here. Yeah, Mike, I don't know if it's going to satisfy you or not, but our Bears defense. Last 10 years or so, 12, whatever it's been, they've been one hell of a defense. I mean, they're always 1, 2, or 3, 4, or 5 in the league every year. But this is defense. This is all changed now. The problem with the Bears defense is, do we need help on the inside? Yes, we do. But who do we have? We have Tillman, we have Peppers, and we have Briggs on the other side of 30, starting to get nicked up a little bit. Starting to lose it a little bit. The other guys are not the difference makers. We have those 3 guys, and they're fighting and struggling, Mike. And I'm going to tell you, we don't have enough difference makers right now where we could dominate like we used to. Age is caught up with them, and listen, Urlacher gone, that hurts also. But our difference makers are older, and they're very few and far between. And so we're going to have to be, like you said, a little bit more creative on defense because basically, again, not to talk in circles here, Mike, a little bit older, be difficult.
Yeah, and the thing about it is that if you play cover 2, there's 2 things for certain if you play cover 2. Number 1, your front 4 has got to get pressure on the quarterback.
That's
number 1.
That's why it works.
Yeah, that's the only reason why it works. You got to have pressure. Number 2, if you do get that pressure, the fact is why the cover 2 for the Bears in the past has been so successful, because the fact is not that they were stonewalling everybody, is that they got takeaways. We got 0 takeaways today. And I tell you, every time you see the Bears get 0 takeaways, they're going to lose. That's exactly how this thing is set up. So, again, Ed put it rightly, our guys are not like they were before.
No.
They're not the same people, which is understandable. You see Peppers, he's not the same guy. And so I thought Briggs played a hell of a game today, 12, 13 tackles. But the fact is that middle of the field is open. But again, too, if you don't put pressure on that quarterback, Eddie, he'll chew that cover 2 right up.
There's no question about it.
Chew him right up. Let's go out to Mike in Joliet. Mike, you're on the score.
How you doing, fellas?
What's up, Mike?
Great. Hey, my question is, shouldn't we throw the ball downfield a little bit to just kind of soften up the defense?
Ed brought this up, and I agree with him. I think there are times when, if you played enough defenses like Ed and I have played in the past, with the Bears and that, you got to put a little scare into a defensive player, especially a back. If they have they're not afraid that somebody's going to bust loose on them. In other words, if there's going to be a guy out there. Now, this was so important when Johnny Knox was playing. He was always worried about Johnny Knox going deep when teams would play against him because he was having 17 yards a catch. So you run a couple down there to say, okay, fine. We will do this if you keep messing with us and try to smother us and bring it up close. Because everybody knows the West Coast offense, you throw the short passes. And Ed brought it up, too, right at the beginning of the show. Throw deep, go deep, do some of that. And they didn't do it. So I think maybe down the road they will do it. But again, too, we look at those numbers. Boy, I tell you what, folks, I'm telling you that if you're a stat guy, if you look at stats, boy, they were damn good. Again, the outcome wasn't the way it should be because obviously the most important stat is the win and loss.
What's the old saying? Statistics are for the losers.
That's right, yeah. Let's go out to Jeff in Holbrook. Jeff, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, fellas, how you doing out there in Chicago, huh?
Good, buddy.
You got to set the tone on the kickoff team.
Uh-huh.
You do. And this is why we need another Rudy Kuchenberg on that team.
Kuchenberg, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, no, there's no question about it. You get down there, you want to stuff those guys. You want somebody down there who's going to hit somebody, make plays. And again, too, I think our special teams are talking about even returns. Well, we can't get the damn returns because now they're kicking the football out of the end zone, number one. But we don't have those returns anymore. We don't have that going back in the day, everybody said, well, geez, look when Kester was playing. Yeah. We had field position. We always had field position. We're not getting that now. And then on top of that, long drives are happening against the Chicago Bears. 71 yards today, 72 yards today. By doing that, not only that you scored at the end of those 71 and 72 yards, but the fact is, Eddie, you took all the time. You took all the time off the clock.
Exactly. And again, Doug, you and I talked during the game, and sometimes you look for some answers, and like, well, what if they did this? Well, what if they did that? What if they moved somebody over here? The fact of the matter is, which I mentioned earlier in the show, was the fact that I don't like the idea of taking Wooten out of his position, defensive end, Julius Peppers out of his position at right defensive end, because you do what they do best, and you take them, and several times they were our defensive tackles. Now, that goes to show you, number one, how weak we are at that inside position. But we're taking these guys from what they do best and hopefully praying that they can blow up the middle and get up in there and make something happen. We're taking away from our strength. Accentuate the positive. And by the way, when we have a tackle or two go down, why isn't there another guy ready to go? Why do we have to start the game with Wooten, a defensive end, starting at tackle? Just exactly why is that?
This has been brought to you by UV Vodka, BUV. Obradovich and Buffon, the Majestic Star postgame show, presented by Motorworks. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show, presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We're live at Durbin's in Palos Heights. And also brought to you by UV Vodka, BUV. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 644-6767. That's area code 312. Eddie, let's go out to Chip in North Carolina. Chip, you're on the score.
Uncle Fuzzy and OB, the best Bears post game in the business, baby.
Well, thank you,
nothing
Chip.
But.
Thank you, buddy.
No problem. Good to hear you guys every week. It's a must tune in. On the offensive side of the ball, we've got some bad weapons, baby. We have Marshall, Jeffrey, the Black Unicorn, Forte. We got some dealers right there, and no defense can stop them if you release the hounds. And I'll tell you why I think they don't release the hounds. And it's because of meatball fan base that will sit there and call for Cutler's head. Now, with the people that want his head on the plate, why don't you go through that free agent list in 2014 and tell me who you'd rather have in town than Jay Cutler? Because Jay Cutler is the best quarterback we've had in this town ever, period. Sit down, meatballs. On defense, every week you don't play John Bostic, you're wrong. Because Jimmy Graham ran wild and free today at 6'7", 270. You got a big man, you got to hit that big man in the mouth. And I don't think John Bostic's opposed to doing that. Jam him at the line, show him who's boss. And with the secondary, oh boy, Conte, I don't know what to do. You gotta do some really unorthodox things, and I think the really unorthodox thing would be to get more bang out of your buck out of Hester. But I think we tried that before, and he can't do it. So we're kind of stuck with the ponies we're dealt.
Well, Chip, thanks. Again, too, you brought up some things, and the one thing you brought, Bostic has nothing to do, really, with slowing down the tight end. That belongs to the outside linebacker. But that's changed. Not when I came up, when I played. You probably don't want to hear this kind of a story, but let me tell you something. I lined up on that tight end, and I beat the living hell out of him. And if I didn't beat the living hell out of him, if I didn't redirect him, I was on the bench. That was a totally different ballgame. Now, everybody plays off. They let him come off, do what he wants to do when he wants to do it.
That's foolish. I think they should. You can say all you want to do is get him, Doug, so he doesn't fly off.
Exactly.
Get that deep
Slow him
seam
up.
down the middle. Just one pop.
Slow him up and redirect him. We got to thank you all of you for listening. Our producer, Ethan Shaw, engineer Dominic Mendocino, our promotions guy, Matt Santa Maria, promotions, Ashlyn Snuckle, promotions, Kelly O'Connor, on site, Rick the Man Kemp, our producer, and also Connor McKnight, who did the updates. Connor will be hosting the show until football tonight with the 49ers and the Houston Texans. On behalf of Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, Thursday, get ready. Lockhorns, we got the Giants coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Receivers, Manning. Here comes a blitz. He's hit as he throws. It's intercepted by Zach Bowman right on the back 20. 15. Brought down inside the 15. They've intercepted Eli Manning, and the Bears are going to be in business. Four-man front for the Bears. Now they bring a fifth on the blitz. It's thrown left to pick up Tim Jennings. Goodbye. They're not going to get him. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. They've done it again. Timmy Jennings. Play fake. Sidesteps to the pocket, going to wind up, throws over the middle, the pass is cut, shedding it, it's Fiametta right 30, 25-20, to the 15 of the Giants, and he's cut down inside the 10. Tony Fiametta makes an appearance in the Bears offense, takes the snap with time, winds up, open middle of the end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! Brandon Marshall comes through, and a 10-yard strike from Jake Cutler, and Bears are up. Brandon one up on the right side. And that's where Jay's throwing back shoulder, throw right side, front pylon, touchdown, Brandon Marshall. Terrell Thomas did not know what to do with him, and Brandon's in from the 3, and the Bears are back in front of the Giants from their 19. Takes the snap. Big pressure. They get him, and down he goes. Sacked on the plays. The Bears bring Lance Briggs, Corey Wooten. They share that bad boy. 7-yard sack of Eli Manning, and the first of the night. Shotgun snap to Jay Cutler. There is pressure coming. Floats it right. Caught by Forte at the 40, and he runs for a first down. It appears out of bounds. Just shy of the 45 to the 44. Snap is back. They play fake it to Jacobs. Eli Manning arches back to throw. It's intercepted on the deflection by Tim Jennings. He puts it down to the 25, and there's your takeaway, and that is a big one. The deflection to Timmy Jennings' second interception of the night. And the Bears have turned away the Giants.
It's time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich on Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago's home for Bears fans.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. And the Chicago Bears, 27, and the Giants, 21. And I was nervous at the end of that game.
Doug, this is a team the Bears should have hammered. This is a team where we should have, in that very first series, second series, third series, just went after them and tried to put their lights out.
Well,
and again, Doug, I think we're a little conservative, but I'm going to tell you what. Defensively, Doug, this week I was really disappointed. I mean, especially, we keep on going to the defensive line. Doug, I'm telling you, week after, these guys are getting worse. They bring Wooten in, who is a natural defensive end, Peppers in, who's a naturally plays right defensive end, and that's where they do their damage. We bring them in to play left and right inside defensive tackles, and Doug, you're taking away from what they do best. They're defensive ends. Do you think if you're going to put them inside after, 5 games, they're not going to make a difference inside? Where if they're going to do damage, it's going to be from the outside position.
Well, that's part of the problem. The problem is finding defensive tackles, and now you have to go to the defensive tackle store to find one. Bahia didn't show up today.
Doug, my point is this.
I know what your
point is. You can't take your Peppers in and put him at right defensive tackle, left defensive tackle, and think he's going to be a world of difference. Or the same with Wooten. They're best at defensive ends.
And what they're saying is they're better than what they have at defensive tackles, which is wrong. The fact is, when you take a look at it, you say, okay, they're better than the defensive tackles you have, but now you weaken yourself on the outside by not having a natural defensive end.
Doug, let me tell you something.
Peppers.
You mean this defensive coaching staff, they didn't know that?
Well, all I know is this.
They didn't know that coming into the season where the problem was. Doug, this is not this year. This is last year, the year before, and the year before.
But not as bad as now, Ed. This is the worst I've seen.
Oh, these guys.
This is the worst I've seen it because at least Melton at one time when he was healthy was a big part of what was going on. And, the fact is when you take a look at this, there's too many drives. 86-yard drive, 80-yard drive, 58-yard drive, 48-yard drive against the defense. Just a lot of it. And at the end of the game here, I thought down deep that Manning was going to get us. And Myers should have had that catch.
Oh, yes, he should have.
He tipped it up near Jennings made it.
Doug, there's no question about it.
The beginning of the game, there's no question about when Jennings threw when Manning threw the football. Obviously, the Randall ran the wrong pattern, so we get the interception. Granted, we've been talking about our offense, but I know I'm seeing the final stats. Cutler in the first half with his 140 quarterback rating. There's nothing wrong with basically. You take a look at our offense. We've got to take a good look at what's going on defensively.
Doug, don't forget we're playing the New York Giants.
Yeah.
Well, okay? Let's not get crazy here.
I'm not getting crazy because
we got another victory. That's great. We're going to have 11 days off. Then we got to go to Washington. We should get another victory. Then we have 2 weeks to get ready for the Packers. So, schedule-wise and the way it's turned out this year with the Giants, absolutely god-awful football team. And boy,
did we catch them?
Did we catch them at the right time?
Well, I'm going to tell you something, though, Eddie. What scared me was...
Doug, they played us to a standstill today.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's a Thursday night. It's a national television game. It's, Coughlin saying, look, and you guys better get your head out of your ass. We're going to play the Chicago Bears. We can beat the Bears. We can do this. Manning can do that. Well, they didn't do all that. Our defense really didn't come up to what we needed to do to get on Manning. We had one sack, I believe, and Cohen had a sack. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, I know we had to win the game. I'll tell you, I'll be honest with you. I said to myself, I don't care if we win by one point. I want to win this damn game and get the hell out of here.
On one of the plays, Fry was at cornerback, Doug, and they were on, I want to say somewhere's around the 15-yard line, 20, something like that. He lines up on the wideout, Doug, on his out, plays him up tight, but lines up on his outside shoulder.
And gives him the inside for the slant.
Manning, you got to smile. Bang, the slant right to him, lined up on his out. What is he thinking about? It couldn't be possible, Doug, that a defensive back coach told him, this is the way I want you to play. Is that possible?
That's possible because then you have to say to yourself, and here, let me just throw you back to my memory of playing linebacker.
Okay. Yeah, you're going to have a linebacker drop in.
Right, exactly. If you're going to if you are going to take the outside of that wide receiver, you tell that linebacker, and then that linebacker plays the slant. He comes firing out for slant. Now, if you do the reverse, where the cornerback's going to come in,
I understand that,
and take you.
Didn't happen,
and then he's going to take the out. The linebacker's going to take the out. Well, it's not there, but when it's all said and done with that, it really comes back down to the defensive line. And not only that, our linebackers really today, a lot of times, at the beginning of the game when Jacobs was running the football, he was annihilating some of our people, some of our defensive backs, especially our safeties and that. So, yeah, we come out with the win. And that I'm so damn happy about, the fact we did win it. There's no question about it. But I have utmost respect to what's happening now with Cutler when I see how he's playing football. That first half, he had 140 quarterback rating, Ed.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what was in the second half. I do know this. He looked control of the game. Though, Marshall, do what you want to say. Wear next week, wear chartreuse shoes. I could give a damn. That guy made some nice catches tonight for touchdowns and for keeping the ball alive.
Well, Doug, again, it was the New York Giants. And Doug, they won.
It's still Eli Manning, though, Ed.
27-21. This is a team we should have put away in the first half. This team we should have put away and walked away from these guys. That is a god-awful football team.
The fact was, when we intercepted the ball, remember we got it down there and we went for the fourth down play and didn't get it, and they got the football. Well, that started it. It started the ball rolling a little bit. But the one thing you said is absolutely correct. The New York Giants are a bad football team.
Wow.
I saw the Carolina Panthers, who couldn't play dead, who couldn't score. They have scored probably the least points in the whole National Football League, beat the Giants 38-0. 38-0. But when you look at this football game, I don't have nothing to say much bad about our offense. Our defense, to me, is a real problem at this point in time. A real problem. And they're going to have to get to the bottom of this because we have yet to go up against the teams like Green Bay Packers yet,
Doug,
Baltimore and those teams.
I'm going to tell you one way that they're going to have, and again, for about the fourth time, I'm telling you, put Wooten back at end and Peppers back at end, and you better find a way to make it do. The middle of that line, whether it's coming with constant blitzes with your linebackers or whatever it is, or shifting them over to weak and strong, your two inside guys, you better do something. Putting those two guys in the middle is absolutely destroying us.
If you take a look at the third down for the Giants, they were 7 out of 11 for 64%. That's way too damn high.
We were 5 out of 11
for 45%. So defensively, we didn't get the job done on third down. There's no question about that. They had an average yards of running of 4.7, and the average of throwing was 8.9. So, again, they had 355 yards. I'm talking about the New York Giants had 355 yards.
Hey, Doug, you know what? The New York Giants, running the football, coming in this game, averaged 56 yards. They had 60 yards first half. Wound up with 123 yards for a 4.7-yard average.
And Jacobs, the first half, the first quarter, I mean, he ran all over the Bears. There's no question about it. So right now, if we had to take a look at this football club, yes, we're happy they won. Yes, we saw some great plays offensively. Yes, we saw Cutler play. We saw some great catches. But no, our defense is not up to par. If you want to win continually on to the better teams, you're going to have to, you know what, you know what's amazing to me? We've been talking for all this time, you and I have been doing this. We've always talked about the offensive line. We talked about the quarterback. We talked about the offense. You can't put points on the board.
Right.
They're scoring now. They're doing all these things. And now we're reverting back to the defense that can't stop anything. You can't let these kind of drives go. 86 yards for a touchdown, 80 yards for a touchdown. I mean, this is something that the Bears defense, and I don't know the answer to it. I don't have the answer to it. And where do you go find defensive linemen? You don't find them right now because they're not out there. If they would be out there, they'd be on some teams.
Doug, I told you last year, and even with Melton, and everybody, I'm going to tell you something, Doug. You remember? He'd make it. Sometimes they wouldn't even block him, but he would get a sack, and he'd have a good game, Doug.
Yeah.
Then you couldn't find him for 5, 6, 7, 8 games. He gets knocked off the line. Doug, we've had a problem there. Tommy Harris was the last defensive tackle we had when he was healthy. Okay? And again, listen, you're going to get to the Super Bowl. You better have somebody better be cooking, and usually it's that defensive line. And we got a problem.
Well, the thing about the problem, and the fact is that even when you had Peppers on the outside, we're not getting the production out of Peppers. We're not getting the production out of McCollum either, by the way.
Yeah, you're never going to get it out of him. But Peppers in his defense, Doug, they put him at right end. They put him at left end. They put him at right tackle. They put him at left tackle. They do everything but leave him alone where the hell he does the damage. He does it at right defensive end. It's not a mystery.
Then you're saying the same thing then about Wooten. Then Wooten should be on the left end and leave him there. Let them die there, both of them on the outside.
Absolutely.
And find some stuff in the middle where you can do. And I don't know where you're going to find all these people.
Well, if you have a head coach and you have a defensive coordinator and a defensive line coach, an assistant defensive line coach, and you can't find one guy to play in the middle.
Well, the fact is that the defensive tackles right now, they'll go out and get Cohen, who probably played better than most tonight as far as the defensive tackles were concerned, because he finally got in there and made a play that if he wasn't in there, they would have completed another pass. But once again, we come up with the turnovers, the takeaways, the interceptions. Are we lucky yet, or are we good by doing all these things? We've been doing this. Last week we had none. Today we know they fired. They got the interceptions.
I just want to bring about Peanut Tillman. The first thing, Doug, last week, I believe the first thing out of my mouth was, what the hell was Peanut Tillman doing on a special teams, on a punt return? For what reason do you put Peanut Tillman, a difference maker and one of the most valuable players on this team and in this league, and after all these years, you have him playing special teams? And when they punted the football last week, Doug, he tried to jam the gunner, and that's when he got called for a penalty, and he slipped, and he fell, and I think that's when he re-injured his groin or his knee. He had 2 dings coming into the game last week.
I was shocked. I was shocked that he was out there.
And what is he doing on a punt return of Peanut Tillman? I mean, Doug, it doesn't make sense. Somebody's not thinking up there.
And this segment is brought to you by El Pomani Ford. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show. Well, Bradovich and I will be back in moments, presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We'll be right back.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich.
Play clock being milked as Jay tries to snap every second out of that clock. He takes, he gives, and it's Bush again, and a big collision. They'll stop it. And the clock continues to go, and the Giants cannot stop it. And that's going to do it. Fade to black. Bears get their 4th win. The winless Giants drop to 0-6, and the Bears are 4-2.
To the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Obradovich and Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. And those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. And Eddie, we're going to take the play of the game. The play of the game is brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance. The Auto Owners Agent of the Week is Cohen Insurance in Aurora. Call Jerry Knutson at 630-897-4239 or visit their website, Conan.com. And the play of the game has to be the end of the game, the interception by Jennings to stop the Giants from scoring and help win the game for the Chicago Bears. Let's go out to Mike in Rockford. Mike, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, how are you doing?
What's up,
great
Mike?
to talk to you. Obie or Doug, one of you guys last week on the post-game show said this: the only way the Bears are going to beat anybody defensively is if they get the turnovers. They got the turnovers.
Doug said that.
I said that,
and he's correct.
Yeah, you said it, Doug. And you know, they still barely won. I mean, their defense is god-awful. They didn't just take a step back this year. They took 10 steps back. They're terrible. Not only, guys, and I know that this Jacobs guy, did they pick him up off the he was cut, and then what, did he come back from New York? I wasn't sure on the story on that guy, but he wasn't their starting fullback, from what I understand. And the guy runs for over 100 yards, and he plows guys over. And the other thing, you know, it's not just that their, you know, front four is terrible, but they're missed tackles. They can't tackle anybody. They're missing tackles left and right. And even if you're getting a wide receiver or a tight end out in the flat, they still missed a tackle. So, you know, I'll just hang up and listen. One other comment too, or question, guys. Is there anybody, could they make a trade, and do you think that'd be a good idea for them to trade away a draft pick at this point in the season to get somebody in the middle there?
Here's my opinion on that. Whoever is out there are going to stay the team with their team because they're hard to find. The defensive tackles are hard to find. And that's what you have to be looking at, the defensive tackles. And, you know, and we said it last week. The Bears have to get turnovers to win. Well, we got the turnovers today. What if they didn't get any turnovers today? What do you think would have happened? We wouldn't have won this football game. And a lot of them were gifts. That last one was a gift by Myers not catching that football and it bouncing up in the air, and Jennings gets it. You know, they could have moved in and could have scored a touchdown. And the first interception, Randall runs the wrong pattern for the wide receiver, and we get the interception. So, yeah, the problem is when you take a look at this defense and you want to talk about Jacobs, the Giants cut him. You know, 2 or 3 years ago, he was a pretty damn good back. But, you know, he was laying on the couch. They brought him back. The kid went fired up, ran for 100 yards. But you're right. We had a lot of missed tackles. We didn't have any kind of pressure whatsoever inside.
Giants coming in 0-5, Doug, and also they were decimated on offense. What is there, 5-6 starters out?
Linemen,
something like that, that are out on the Giants on their offense side of the football. But, boy, I'll tell you what, I really thought, Doug, because we were letting them stay in the game.
Yeah.
Here we go. Up pops the devil. You're letting these guys hang around, 27-28, but it didn't happen. We won, thank God.
Yeah, that is. And the one thing we said, we talked about it, and we said, okay, just win the damn game. Get away from this, and let's see what we can do, and see what happens next week. Well, the fact is we did do it there, but I think it came real damn close to us blowing this football game. And I think when they take a look at it, and they start to see, I see our offense, the arrow is going up on our offense. The arrow is going down on our defense. Now, we always keep saying we got to have that offense. Well, we got to have some kind of similar defense that not only depends on takeaways, but we also got to stop people.
Doug, I still think our offense is trying to find its way.
I think it's almost there, Ed.
I disagree with you, partner. I don't think it's there. Listen, let me tell you something. If when you struggle and you got miracle plays come up from the defense to win a football game against a team that's 0-5, and they rush for 56 yards a game, and they got their brains beaten out 5 times before they came here, Doug, we win games at the end of games, and we struggle. But I still think, I think we've got the right people. I think it's going to take a little bit more time. But the one thing, like I said last week, and I'll say it again this week, Doug, I want our offense to be more aggressive. We come out those first few series, I don't know, we're just nitpicking here or there or whatever. Just let's come out and let's trounce somebody. Let's make a statement.
Well, the fact is, when I look at this, and I look at this football club, I say to myself,
you had a team that was 0-5.
But that to me, Ed, the offense is on its way up. I see hope there. I don't see any hope for the defense. What I see in the defense is missed tackles, guys that can't put the pressure on the quarterback, and again, too, a couple guys saved the day by having interceptions. The offense, I can see. You see Cutler throwing that football today. You see the catches made by Marshall. You see all these things. Jeffrey, you see this stuff. You see Forte coming out of the backfield. You see things that are good. Tell me something good about defense. Tell me something that's going on out there that really says to you, hey, Pepper's really rushing the quarterback. Oh, yep. No. Look at the linebackers. Look what they're doing. Oh, only one he's got is Lance Briggs.
Yeah, Doug, Briggs is playing as hard as
That's the one.
Is playing as hard as he can play. Pina Tillman is going as tough as he can go. And Peppers, they say, where's Pepper been? Where's he been? My God, they had this guy playing everywhere. And he's, you know what, Doug? Could it just possibly be, since he has been here, I mean, it's all about Julius Peppers. He is the only one that has really, devastated an offensive line. He really has had no help. Don't you think maybe year after year after year, getting a little tired of it, and now they're putting him all over the place? What is he supposed to do? He's not Superman.
No, he's not Superman, and also he's older. And there's that question. You can see the decrease in what he had before we got here, Ed. That's part of it. I understand
they start, when you play the game long enough,
you
Doug,
break down.
You get nicks in here, and it gets worse.
And it's tougher on the inside, too, by the way.
And it happens.
Yep. Let's go out to Chris in Henry. Oh, no, in Jersey. I'm sorry. Chris.
Yeah, Jersey.
Jersey, buddy.
Hey, we're not being killjoys or anything, but the Giants are not a good team.
No, we know that. They're 0-6.
And that D-line ain't worth a damn besides Peppers. One play, I think on the first drive they actually scored. We dropped, I believe, what do we have, 8? We dropped 8, and we had 3 rushing. Now, we barely get a rush with 4. What makes you think we're going to get pressure on them with 3?
Well, maybe that's what they thought, though. They might have thought the fact that let's put another backer back there.
The other thing I want to say, the other bright side of it is, and I've heard you guys say this for a long time, but what a difference does the tight end make, huh?
Oh, yeah.
It's like night and day. It's night and day. And again, too, like I said, the components for this offense is there. I see it. I feel it. I do not have the same feeling for the defense. I do not have the feeling that all of a sudden this defensive line is going to tear loose, rip people's heads off, and go get that quarterback.
That is never good. If these people are here, Doug, that will never happen.
Right.
Never.
And so you say, well, somebody says, let's go out and get a defensive tackle. I'm telling you, you're not going to go out and get a defensive tackle. You know why? Because if guys any damn good, no team in their right mind is going to let a defensive tackle go.
Bingo.
No, not. They're worth fortunes. Let's go out to Steve in Sarasota, Florida. Steve, you're on with OB and Doug.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
All right, Steve.
Before I weigh on my main point, I wanted to talk about, Tillman for a second. He's more than just a splash player. I mean, when you look at the Detroit game, when he was in there and we were giving up turnovers left and right, when he was out there, we were forcing Detroit to settle for field goals. He gets hurt, they score touchdowns. Tonight he didn't play. The Giants, scored touchdowns. My point being is you can't have that guy, out there, especially in that field, that worst-looking sod in the NFL, risking injury. Now, my main point, our offense, we gotta work out the details here. I mean, attention to detail. The last minute of the first half and the second half, I just wasn't pleased. In the first half, Cutler could have spiked the ball a couple of times, could have had a couple of more throws. When you got teams going back and forth on touchdowns, we were fortunate that we got the ball to start the second half. Otherwise, settling for that field goal would have been bad. And secondly, with a minute and 30 left, Giants only have one timeout. Why do we not take a knee a couple of times? To me, you put your second string running back out there to handle 3 carries. Could have been a fumble.
Yeah, again, too, I think the Bears did the right thing. I don't particularly like going on this one knee routine. You run the football. You got Bush, you kill the clock, you try to get a first down. I mean, that's the way I look at it. And as far as Tillman's concerned, yeah, you're right. I mean, they needed him out there. They want him out there. He's good for this football team. He's good for the defense. But again, too, when you take a look at and dismantle this team and look at it, the first thing that's going to come to your mind, and we're going to keep saying it until something's done about it. How many damn years did we talk about getting an offensive line? Every year. Get an offensive line. Get an offensive line. Get an offensive line. Well, I think we're pretty damn close to that. And now we're screaming the other direction. We have no defensive line. There's no defensive line. We can't stop anybody. So that's going to be a big problem. Unless we're going to shoot it out every game. And the fact that the Bears coming in this football game, I think they're like number 1 or number 2 in the National Football League in scoring points with 145. But also on top of that, we gave up 140 coming in this game. So there's no question in my mind where the help is needed, and the help is going to be needed on the defense. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffon and Ed Obradovich.
Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Obradovich and Buffon. Our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 27-21 over the New York Giants. And this segment is sponsored by Mercy Hospital and Medical Center. Chicago's choice for superior heart and vascular care. I should know, that's where I go. Dr. Jones, the best in the business.
This hour is brought to you by Townstone Financial.
Let's go out to Mike in Plano. Mike on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys, couple things. First off, how odd is it that after all these years, it's the defense that's giving problems and it's the offense that's playing great? I am so used to it being the other way around. So at least they got that going for them. But the other point I wanted to mention now, I know you guys don't like Peppers and Wooten playing defensive tackle, but let's face it, guys. That's the best they have. They don't have any defensive tackles on the roster right now that are any good. And the only way that can be fixed right now is to make a trade. And Phil Emery is not going to trade draft picks or roster players right now for defensive tackles.
Mike, hold on one second. The reason why I say that is that Peppers and Wooten, they don't make a difference inside.
Right.
If you go game, they don't. Where they do make a difference. And if, few and far, but where they do it is that defensive end. So you've got to be a hell of a lot more creative as a coach, as a D-line coach, as a D coordinator, and you've got to come with blitzes. Look at what the Saints did to us last week. They set the tone. They came after us with every blitz you could think of. And that's what we have to do. We have to be more aggressive defensively, but you're not going to make a difference with Peppers and Wooten in the inside. Where you will make a difference, they may not get there all the time, but they'll do more damage at their respective positions, not putting them inside.
You're right, Obi. You know defensive line better than anybody, but you can bet that Phil Emery is going to address this in the draft next year because Paya and Melton, as good as they are and as much potential as they have,
they're not there. They're not the answer.
Yeah, exactly. They cannot stay on the field. They get hurt way too much. They're in and out of the witness protection program. When you're in and out of the witness protection program, you're basically no good to the team. Thanks, guys.
All right, you're absolutely correct, and it is right. I mean, you try to get the best out of your ball players and put them in the best position to play.
You're hurting yourself by doing it. I'm just telling you, this isn't an I think, Doug, and I'm telling you, what they're doing, sticking those two guys inside, is the wrong philosophy.
Because you do not have another defensive end. Shane McClellan is the guy.
Oh, my God.
That he's not there. He's not a defensive end.
Did you watch him tonight?
I watched him. And I watched him every other game. And so that's going to where the problem lies. And so that's why, you say to yourself, you're weakening yourself on the outside by putting somebody inside. And they say, well, you're strengthening yourself on the inside. But basically, when it comes down to it, you take these guys, they're not built like defensive tackles. You know and I know. They all defensive tackles should be Coke machines. They should be wider than the field. And that's exactly what covers it. That's what does it. And the outside guys are like thoroughbreds. They're coming flying. So that's why we take a look at this and say, hey, hold it. I know damn well you're not going to go find any more defensive linemen anywhere in the NFL right now. Let's go out to James in Elwood Park. James, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Evening, fellas. A couple comments and a couple questions. First up, the gap discipline has just been god-awful. And I am so sick and tired of seeing Bowman staring into the backfield trying to make an interception rather than playing coverage. But my questions for you are this. There's two guys that I'm curious that the Bears haven't even talked to. One is Amobi Okoye. I know he's not that good, but he's got to be better than some of the bums we have playing tackle. And I know he's a little older, but what's up with Richard Seymour? I hear he wants some money, but isn't it worth bringing him in for a workout?
Well, you could take a look at them, but here's my personal feeling about guys who've been laying on the couch for the last 3 months. Yeah, they'll go back to the couch just as fast as they got off the couch, and especially in alignment. And so, that's taking a shot. I don't know what kind of shape Seymour is in.
Doug, what was the name of the Giants running back today that almost killed our defense?
But he was at training camp, though. He was there. They released him.
He went to the couch.
Yeah, but he went to the couch. But this guy, Seymour's gone to the couch a long time. And so I don't know if you can go out there and find a guy that's going to come in and be in shape to play like that.
You know what? I'm going to tell you something. I would take a look at anybody right now. Okay, we're 4-2. We got 11 days off, and we're going to go play another horrible football team. And it's very well we could be 5-2, and then you're off basically 15 days before you play the Packers. So the schedule is great for us, Doug.
The guy though that maybe has something is Cohen. The new guy they picked up that came in from Dallas.
Doug, we have nothing.
Yeah, but you got to have something, Ed.
We have nothing. Let's go on to the next caller.
Yeah, but you still got to have something. You still got to play the handout.
We have nothing.
Okay, but you still got to play him. That's what I'm saying.
Doug,
let's go out to Brad in Champaign. Brad, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, Brad.
Sam McClellan is, Doug, you talked about it in the wrong position. He should not be on the field at all unless it's 3rd and long. He got his butt whooped by a tight end the entire first half, and they ran at him every single time, and it's just ridiculous. He can't set a block. He didn't get close to Eli, and he's in a wrong position. I'm not saying for him to be a tight end or a linebacker or anything, but he should not be on the field for 4 downs.
Brad, the fact is, when you take a look at this kid, and we said it from day one, I said, first of all, I don't think he's a defensive end, number one. Number two, I said he might be a linebacker. You might put him at linebacker. Number three, if he's going to be drafted, he should have been drafted for a defense that has a 3-4. where he stands up on the outside. But you're right. As soon as he gets in that football game, what do you think they're going to do? What they've been doing. They're going to run right at him because he doesn't have the strength, the power enough to avoid blocks.
You know what's disappointing? I mean, and the kid gives it all.
I know he tries. I
tell you, he tries so damn hard. He gives everything he's got. But they kind of like slap him. They throw him around out there, Doug.
And the thing about it is that I thought maybe, okay, fine, here's what we do. You remember our old Lexus and Rexes where you cross? Move the kid. Move him, make him, stun him to the inside, stun him to the outside. Because that's the only way he's going to be effective. He's not going to be effective standing straight up.
Not that those stunts work every time.
No.
But sometimes they do work, and you just can't sit there like cigar store Indians and get picked off.
Let's go out to Jeff in Midway. Jeff, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, what's up, man? I believe the anger here is being a little bit misplaced.
Mm-hmm.
Now the defense is missing 3 defensive tackles, a starting cornerback. DJ Williams went out. The difference between the Bears and they gave up 21 points and scored 7, so it's for 14 points.
Mm-hmm.
The difference between the Bears and a good team like the Broncos, the Packers, the Patriots, the Bears scored 3 points in the second half. Those teams put their foot on the throat's opponent. The Bears let the Giants hang around. Cutler looked awesome in the first half, and then all of a sudden they go on this run up the middle for 1 yard, second and 9, run up the middle for 1 yard, 3rd and 8, and then they throw an incompletion and punt. They could have scored 45 points today, but they just stopped playing offense. I just don't know what to say. It's more
Jeff,
on the offensive coordinator. What are they doing?
You know what? I kind of have to agree with you through these first games. I thought offensively what it was the right philosophy because this game is about passing and it's all about offense today. And I thought this team, and I said last week, I want them to come out and be a little aggressive, be more aggressive. I thought they would come out against the Giants and just go right after them and just rip their throats out. And they didn't do it, Doug. And the thing that I would like to see is for this offense to be more aggressive. Because I'll tell you something, we played a real horrible team, probably the worst team in the National Football League, and we're lucky we won the damn game.
I think also, too, what they're trying to do, Ed, they jumped up, they had a lead tonight, again, too, was controlling the clock, controlling the ball, running the football, have Forte back there, but again, too, a lot of that didn't work. And a lot of times, old Cutler came out and bailed us out on many situations. So yeah, there's a lot of work to be done. But I see here's my problem, Ed. I can see and I can feel that this offense is going to get better and better and better.
Doug, I understand.
With the defense, I see it's going to get worse and worse.
We have some guys on the offensive line that, guess what, can play in this league. We have, I believe, the right wideouts. I believe we have the right tight end.
The right back.
I think the players are now, and they just got to get more cohesive, and we got to be more aggressive and go after people. Defensively, wow.
Exactly.
We have got problems, folks, big time.
Exactly right is wow. And the fact that what you're saying is then, okay, fine, here's what we have to do then. We're going to have to score 35, 40 points a game. You're saying turn them loose.
Wait till we start playing the good teams, my friend.
Turn them loose.
Wait till we start playing the good teams. Then we'll find out what the hell we have.
Here's an example of talking what you're talking about. The Denver Broncos beat what? What was the score? 50-48 or something?
51-48, I believe. The Cowboys.
Beat the Cowboys. Where was the defense on either side of that team?
Missing in action.
Right. So, but you had the potential to do that.
Right.
And I see some of that coming along with what's going on with the Chicago Bears offensively. They may have the potential to do that. But what we're saying is just give me half of defense.
We kick a couple of field goals and we get a pick six. Okay?
Yeah.
My God, that's 13 points. We're not going to, hey, listen, if you think we're going to get to the playoffs or get there with a Super Bowl, and because if for us to win a football game against a pathetic team like this, you're talking about miracles here. And are they going to pull us off every week? I don't think so, Doug.
Well, no, we did that last year with the defense pulling it off. We can't seem to get everything together. I mean, even the special teams things are not.
Offensively, they got it right. Defensively,
they don't have it.
I mean, and I know the game's all about offense now, but for God's sakes,
see what you're not asking for, Ed. You're not asking for a top 5 defense. You're saying if you get an offense going, give me 20.
Give me 15,
yeah, right,
20.
right there, and I can hold my own. But and you're seeing what I'm seeing. I'm scared to death because I don't see it. I do not see it.
The things that when the Giants got in as a wild card, 3 years ago, they were 9-7. They won the Super Bowl. Their defense ranked 27th total, folks. Listen to this. They ranked 27th, and they won the Super Bowl and got in on a wild card with a 9-7 record. But you know what they had? They had 6 down linemen that nobody could stop. And when you get into these pressure games, when you're in the playoffs, and those guys get turned loose, and you have 3 linebackers and 4 D-backs or 5 D-backs that can take your passing game away from you, and the quarterback is running for his life every play, that's what you want. We would love to have 4 down linemen that can do something. What we have now, after all these games, Doug, and each week it seems like it's worse.
Yeah, exactly right. And the fact is, how do you compensate for that? You compensate for that by blitzing? Well, then what happens is you put a lot of pressure on your outside guys to go for man. If they pick it up,
like
you
the
could
other
get
team,
burned.
Whoever you're going to play every week, they know where your weakness and your strengths are. And I'm going to tell you what, like they know they're going to, for them to get to us and hurt us, they got to blitz up the middle. They got to do something up the middle. Okay, because if they don't, here's what we can do to them. So
let's go out to Richard and Joliet. Richard's on the score.
Hey, guys. Doug, OB, how you guys doing?
What's up, Rich?
My biggest question is the absence. The absence of the premier guy on the defense.
Right.
And we all know who we're talking about.
Sure
here.
we do.
I mean, how significant was that to lose a guy like him? Even though he was old, even though he was out of his prime, but I felt that he made everybody aware of the situation at hand. Regardless of what team he was playing, he knew what they were about to run. He knew what they were going to do. He knew what audible they were going to call. Now, I'm not saying Briggs can't do that, and I'm not saying that Briggs is not the answer, but how big is that? How big does that affect our defense? Because right now it's really affecting us, and I feel that he's maybe not the best. I mean, I feel he is in our system, but he seemed to have everybody in line.
Well, let me say this. I know what you're saying. You're talking about experience. And experience won't help this football club if your defensive line can't rush the passer. Last year they got some. They got some stuff out of their defensive tackles. And Peppers was playing. You're not getting that this year. And one guy won't change it. I mean, it has nothing to do with Briggs. The calls are coming in anyway, basically from the sidelines. This, in fact, comes back down to one of the most important things that I remember Jim Finks taught me, the former GM of the Bears. He said, all accounts, really, is offensive lineman and defensive lineman. And that's what the problem is, and we don't have them.
The game has been, is now, and forever will be one up front.
That's right.
It's not a mystery.
Question
it's
about
not a
it.
mystery.
Because everybody thinks how good the linebacker is. Well, sure. We all play that. We want to play at our best, but you do your best when you get that defensive line or that offensive line blocking. Let's go out to Lionel on the south side. Lionel, you on the score.
OB, Doug, how y'all doing?
What's up, Lionel?
What's up, Lion?
Oh, man. As it relates to the previous caller, you're absolutely right, Doug. It makes no difference about experience if you don't have the talent. Now, if we had this offense type of style last year.
Yeah. Now we're talking.
With the prime, with the defense being at its highest peak, then, like you said, we're talking. But then you got to take the consideration that we might still have Lovey. So, you got to take the good with the bad with that. But my plight with this particular game is with 8 minutes left, for us to be the offense similar to like the Saints, to be similar like the Saints, we need to be ball control.
Mm-hmm.
8 minutes left. The onus was on that offense to keep the ball and either get 3 points or 7 points out of that drive to put that game away, to take the pressure off the defense. When you see that the defense don't have it, the offense need to step it up. That's the problem that I have. I see all the components just like you, but it's time now for them to start executing and taking over this game.
I agree with you.
Jay Cutler wanted to be the leader. now it's time to lead. Now, you have to be better on third downs. Those conversions that we didn't get, those are things that are causing these problems. This is why I had the concern. I know about the defense. We can't go out and get no defensive tackles. We have to blitz. But when you're struggling like that on defense, it's time for the offense with 8 minutes left. 2 times we had that ball in an 8-minute span, and we couldn't put them away.
That's
my concern.
And I agree with you, Lionel. That's we were sitting and talking about. That's my concern too. They let these guys, this god awful football team, they kept letting them hang around. Lucky we came out with the win.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Obradovich Emba phone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Obradovich Emba phone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. And we're talking here about digging into the numbers is brought to you by Julie. Call 811 before you dig or visit IllinoisOneCall.com. And what number should we look at? I think you take a look at Cutler's numbers. And I think the one number that I liked real importantly was the first half. He had a quarterback rating of 140, and he ended up with 106.
Yeah, 106.5. Right. Let me dig you a little further.
Dig me some.
Defensively, Doug.
Okay.
Tackles. Okay, you don't today, but tomorrow morning, they always
Cough a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, 10 tackles, you wind up with 17. Yeah. But anyway, tackles, right, 10, Conti, 6, Briggs, 5, Bowman, 3, Fry, 3. Fry, 3. So that's 5 people.
No defensive lineman, huh?
Not a one. And especially when you've got the way we play defense, our defensive backs, safeties are back there 23 to 25 yards. He was the leader with 10 tackles.
Yeah.
Major.
I said he was down by the Museum of Science and Industry. That's how deep he was. Come on. Let's go out to Bill in Rockford. Bill, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up, Billy?
Bill? Hey, it kind of stinks to feel sad after a victory. I'm like, what am I doing?
I don't think we feel sad. I just think we're trying to.
No, I'm not sad. Here's my point.
Bill, it's reality is what it is.
Hey, I know. I've been laughing half the day. I'm listening to you guys. I'm sitting here laughing. I'm in my garage trying to be quiet. My kids are asleep. I'm laughing. Couple things. Hey, I agree with Doug. The offense to me is on the uptick. If you look at the second half, we scored on the opening drive. I think we scored on every possession in the first half except that first one on 4th and 2. We go second half. You score on the opening drive, and then you come down and you get the holding penalty on Garza after the nice run down to, I don't know, 10 or 15. Mm-hmm. Then you get the intentional grounding, which was a bad call. And then you get the 3rd and 4, I think it was, and Cutler throws a 20-yard sideline pass to Bennett, which I couldn't understand on 3rd and 4. It was disappointing. So, to me, some things you can clean up. I'm disappointed. Special teams, I'm far from special. How do you get offside? I've never seen an offside on an extra point. Kickoff returns. I've seen 12 men on the field against the Vikings. That's disappointing. And second, if I'm the GM, Phil Emery, and you think this is the year, that you guys have a chance, you got to look at these teams that are 0-6, 1-5, and you got to make a trade for a tackle. I know you guys say there's no one out there, but these other teams may be rebuilding for the future. You got to go find somebody, or this is going to be 8-8, 9-7, 7-9. What do you guys think?
Well, no, I think you're on the money here, because the fact is that how good can our offense get? Can it get to a point where it can cover up for some of the mistakes the Bears defense makes? Can they do that? Or can the Bears defense still get the takeaways? Now, don't forget, they did come up with 3 takeaways tonight. And every time they come up with takeaways, we win. But the other factor is that we're not really stout when it comes to certain things. And one of the certain things is rushing the passer. And you talked about going and trying to get a defensive tackle. I am telling you, you're not going to trade for anything, because they won't give them up. Because you don't want another defensive tackle. You want a defensive tackle, one that's out there, outstanding. Something like Peppers used to be, right, Ed? At defensive end. So if you don't get that guy, and that's what Ed was trying to say, listen, you put the 2 defensive ends into the defensive tackles, it doesn't make a difference because it's not better. They're better on the outside. So you have to get yourself and find yourself a legitimate defensive tackle, and you're not going to do that this year. You're going to have to work with what you have. Let's go out to Fernando in Washington, D.C. Fernando, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug, OB, how you guys doing?
What's up, Fernando?
Hey, Doug, OB, what's going on?
What's up, buddy?
You're up. You're on.
2 things. The first thing, offensive line, they played great. They kept Jay Cutler clean, for the most part, and that's one of those things that's like the unsung hero is Phil Emery. He actually worked on the offensive line. We haven't had that in a few years. The other thing, second thing, I heard it earlier in the broadcast, watching it on the NFL Network. The guys were talking about Mel Tucker was an interim head coach, and he deserves to be, eventually he'll be a head coach. He could barely coordinate this defense. I know the defensive line, we're struggling. We don't have tackles. We don't have the right personnel there, but you have to be able to make adjustments. They've got cornerbacks playing 7-8 yards off these receivers. Hakeem Nicks, Victor Cruz. These guys make catches. They make plays. Why are we playing so far off of them? There's no reason we can't be a little more physical. Why can't the Bears be a little more physical to push them off the line and try to make it a little more difficult for them to make those plays? It just seemed like it was really frustrating the way, they let Eli get in a groove to just sit there and complete a pass, and, yeah, great. Tim Jennings made a couple of good plays, but we shouldn't have to rely on just an errant throw here and there just to just to ice the game down.
Well, you take a look at it, and you're absolutely right about them playing deep. Because you know what they're saying? They're saying we're going to bend, we're not going to break, and we're going to let you make the mistake. If you think about it, it's exactly what happened in New York at the end of the game. They made the mistake. And the Bears are right there to capitalize on that mistake. And that's how they're playing football. I myself particularly don't like that type of football. I mean, I would like to have more, but maybe they're doing the best of what they have. There's a lot of questions unanswered here. Mel Tucker, too, by the way, has to be under a microscope and see what he is really doing and what's going on with that defense. Only time will tell, but I do know this. I'm very happy when I'm seeing what's happening with that offense. I'm happy to see it because I know it's going to get better. Let's go out to Dan in New Orleans. Dan, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, good to be on the show. I've been a Bears fan since you were playing with them, Doug.
Oh, thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Danny.
Hey, my point is I'm glad I followed the guy who was talking about the special teams. Did you see the altercation between Hester and Robbie Gould?
Yeah, I saw some of that, yeah.
Yeah, so what is Hester doing? He hasn't done a thing since 2008, and he's messing with Robbie Gould. We don't need this kind of chemistry on the team. I think this is the kind of stuff that Trestman's going to fight against. I mean, he's really pushing that, we're a team, we're a family, you cover the guy next to you. This kind of stuff should be happening on this defensive line, and it don't seem like we're getting it. I'll listen to you guys on the air.
Well, we're problem. Ed and I were talking about the special teams, and the one thing too, Hester wanted he ran it out of the end zone, and he was flying. He wanted to get going. There's no blocks there. I mean, there's nowhere to go. I'm really disappointed, too, Ed, on the special teams, what's going on a lot of times. I think Hester was legitimately trying to fly out of that end zone, but he's getting tackled on the 15, on the 12, instead of going down on one knee, but he's trying to make a big play, trying to make something happen. But I don't see the blocks that are needed to break loose anybody back there.
Well, I tell you what, I'm more disappointed, Doug, and our kickoffs with the coverage.
Mm-hmm.
With the coverage. You always have somebody that goes on each side. On the outside, he goes as deep as that ball. He doesn't slice in when he gets down there and commits. He goes as deep as that ball is. And I don't know, a couple times they broke it to the outside. I you know what? We won the football game.
Yeah. That's the sad part about this whole thing.
I'm trying to...
You're trying to be positive about it, but you know what it is, though? I mean, to get better, Ed, you got to address the things that can hurt you down the road. That's what's happening to you and I, basically, every time we look at these games. We say to yourself...
Today, we're looking at scratching at what the hell are we want? What's going on here?
Yeah. And like I said, my my feeling for upness
Doug,
is the offense.
Here,
I
real
think it's
quickly,
going to
we'll
be
get
good.
to the next caller. You say, offensively?
Yeah.
And I agree, Doug. And I think the personnel is there. And, hey, listen, guys, we're, 4-2 now to 6 games? Doug, I think our offense should be moving more, should be more cohesive, and should be tacking down the field and really coming out and not playing scared-to-death football. That's what I see. Are the people there? Very encouraging. But I'm going to tell you what, when you play a team like the New York Giants to basically a standstill, there still is a problem, Doug.
Yeah, but again, too, Ed, you take a look out through the National Football League. Last week I saw Brady come out with a quarterback rating of 52. I saw Kaepernick barely can get out of his way. What happened there, though, what took over was the defense took over for him and also the running game with Gore. So, yeah, there's certain things that we have to get after, and I think we're trying to put this all together, and maybe too quick and too fast. Let's go out to Adam in Schaumburg. Adam, you're on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, gentlemen, I kind of want to make everybody relax because I felt like the Bears came out here relaxing in the first place because they didn't even play Peanut Tillman when they could have.
Oh, they couldn't have. He couldn't play. Trust me, Adam. If he could have played, he'd have been out there.
Okay, well, at the same time, I didn't feel like they needed to because they were walking into this like the Giants were this, and that's what they did.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It was just kind of like a walk-into game where they knew they needed to play, but they didn't really have to play the best, so they didn't play their best, and they still won the game.
See, I think they tried to play their best. I think they went out there. They knew they could. This game could have been a trap. This game could have been a trap with Eli, Manning having a bad year so far. But here's a team 2 years ago won the Super Bowl, and so they're saying maybe the Giants thought they'd come out of it against the Chicago Bears, and I think that was in the back of their mind. And I definitely think that they didn't come out there with that kind of a feeling.
Yeah. Hey, Adam, let me tell you, we got 16 games, and you've got to get ready to play every game, obviously mentally and physically, and the same with the coaching staff. They have to be ready, the game plans, etc. Believe me, nobody goes out there thinking they're going to win and only play at half speed. That just doesn't happen.
You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. And nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Obradovich and Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears win 27-21 over the Giants.
Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Eddie, if you want to know more about football and you want to hear some more about football, go to buffone.com. And buffone.com will give you some more information.
Well, it's a wonderful website, and which I've said year after year for a long, long time, Doug, nobody, and I mean nobody in this town knows more about football than you. There's some guys out there that think they're geniuses, but I'm going to tell you what, nobody, pal.
That's really nice of you. Let's go out to Greg in Waukegan. Greg, you're on the score.
Ed and Doug, thanks for taking my call. Hey, we're in the car here, and we're just going crazy over the last couple of years between Lovey and Trestman now. Your first quarter, do you run the play on fourth down, or do you take the point? Philosophical question. I think, all of us, and probably Trestman, the offensive genius, was sweating a little bit during the game, and if that interception didn't happen, we lose by 1 point.
That's, yeah.
What? I don't get it. Why don't they take the points?
Well, I'm going to tell you something, and normally...
I'm just going to hang up and listen.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg. I understand what you're talking about. I'm glad he went for it. I'm glad he took a shot at it, and I would have too. because you got to turn around. And if you don't get it, then of course they got a football and they're in the hole. You're talking about the Giants. I think it was the time to take the shot. I really do. I didn't particularly like to play, but I think that in itself shows that offense. Look, I got faith in you guys, and we can try to do this, and we can get this. And it didn't happen. But you're right. If this thing would have came down to the field goal and we'd have lost the game, you'd heard a lot of people yelling.
Well, I think how we have a tight end that is what, 6'6"?
Yeah.
Something like that?
6'6", 250.
Okay, we've got Marshall, who's what, 6'4", 6'5"?
6'4".
All right, Jeffrey is 6'4",
6'4",
yeah.
Why not?
You want to know what? Just be like a basketball player. Cutler get the ball, give it a little two-hand set shot, throw it up about 11 feet, and let the guy catch it.
The only thing that I kind of was discouraged on, and I told you how I thought the offense was going up, I would hope that our running game got better, Ed. We averaged, I think, like 3.8 yards per carry. And that's not good enough. You got to be in the fours somewhere along the line, and I just would like to see our running game get better. I know they're calling the plays, and they try to make that one quarter where they were going to try to run it more, and it didn't happen. It didn't work. But, the better that running game gets, the better off than your passing game will become because of the fact that defenses have to start to stack up on that back and put that extra guy in the box.
Well, just real quickly here, Doug, what I see, like I mentioned, like about a half hour ago, so the talent, I believe is the talent is there up on the line and with our wideouts, okay? And I've been looking, especially the last couple of games, for more offensively, and it's not happening, pal. It's just not happening. Let's go to the next caller.
Well, I don't know, Ed. That's where you and I differ a little bit. But the fact is, because of I see the upswing. I see the potential. I see them doing stuff that they've not done in 9 years. Let me say this right now, very quickly, Ed, just quickly. If we really had this damn offense from the 9 years that Lovey was here, they'd have been in the Super Bowl every damn year, the way that offense is cooking.
Or close to it.
Let's go out to George in Dixon. George on the score.
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
What's up, George?
Okay, my question is, I remember when Trestman first came in, there was talk about the Bears going to the 3-4. And now they're keep moving Peppers and Wooten into the tackles.
Bad move.
Okay. Now, is there a possibility they're trying to set up the possibility of going to a 3-4 next year? Because you've got McClellan, 99. He could possibly play linebacker. And all they'd have to do is go out and get a nose tackle.
Well, that's the key. You just hit it right on the head. You couldn't change this year, obviously. I don't think you're saying that. You're talking about maybe next year. Let me tell you something. Without that nose tackle, ask New England about Wolford not being in there. Without that nose tackle, you got major problems, especially on the 3-4. That guy is taking on the center and the two guards. He literally gets the hell beat out of him. But usually what he is, like I said, he's a coke machine. He's wide, he's strong, and he got lower his pads. Go to the 3-4? I don't know.
Well, I think
but you don't have the guy right now that can play the nose tackle.
Yeah, well, I think maybe what George is like talking about next year, Doug, is referring that, listen, we're trying to find one tackle, okay, and we really don't have any tackles, and then I'm not excluding anybody. I mean, we just don't. So I don't know. Do you try to find that one guy and go to that 3-4, Doug, that can play that nose tackle and can cause some damage up front instead of trying to find two guys? Listen, we've got 4 defensive tackles, 5, 6 defensive tackles. We had gone through injuries and whatever have you. I mean, we have tackles that do nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I got to tell you, next year, when you see the defense, the players on defense, it's going to be a whole new ballgame.
Well,
I'm talking about everybody.
Before we get to that, I want to see our offense, and I know we've got the talent there now. I mean, come alive. Move the ball down the field. Put some points on. Doug, if we don't have the interception, Doug, we lose this football game.
I know, but here's the point.
Are you kidding me, to this team?
I think what will happen is that they'll find out what they have to do to win the football game. I thought they could win the game tonight just by the way they were playing. And they
Quit
played
playing
that way.
scared to death offense. Go after them.
But the fact is, though, you take chances of making mistakes by doing that. Yeah, you turn Cutler loose. All of a sudden, you say Cutler's too wild. He's throwing the football.
Doug, if they're worried about making mistakes, then they shouldn't be in the damn football game to begin with.
Ed, that's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to make the fact is they do what they have to do for teams they have to beat. What you're talking about is you're absolutely correct. You're going to go against the better teams. You're going to have to open it up to beat the better teams because your defense is not going to be good enough to beat that defense.
And the reason why you better, that offense, if they're moving the chains down the field, Doug, eating up the clock, keeping your defense off, I mean, it's something that's got to happen. They've got the talent. And let's see what happens in the seventh game, 11 days from now.
Let's just do a little forecasting here. When they come out to play the Green Bay Packers, okay, what do you think the game plan is going to be when you play the Green Bay Packers?
What do I think the game plan is going to be?
Should be, yeah.
Well, for us to beat the Green Bay Packers, we cannot do it with our rushman. So what you're going to have to do is what the Pittsburgh Steelers did. I'll get to that. What the Pittsburgh Steelers did when they won the Super Bowl as a wild card. They blitzed every play and came back. Even though each opponent knew they were coming after them, didn't matter. They blitzed because they didn't have the D-line to get it done. And they did a great job of it. What are we going to have to do? We're going to have to blitz the hell out of the rest of the season, Doug. If we play the Packers, you let Rodgers sit back there, he's going to eat us alive. The only way we can do it is go after him, and hopefully we get to him and disrupt him. I know he could eat us alive, but as it stands, a defense standing on its own, 11 guys, ain't going to happen, Doug.
No.
He'll kill us if we don't get to him.
And you're right about that. But my point was the fact that you may have to match point for point. And this goes back to what you're talking about. Now you have to turn your offense loose.
They have to go. Yeah, you can't be worried about making mistakes. Everybody
depends who you play.
Okay.
You got to have the points. You're right. You think that Rodgers is going to sit back there? You think our defense can handle Rodgers right now?
Not the way we play defense.
No, I don't either. Let's go out to Paul and Joliet. Paul, you're on the score.
Yeah, how you doing, guys?
All right,
what's up, Paul?
Your last caller and you guys are feeding right into what I got to say here, and I know you guys are going to probably pick it apart a little bit, but I think this makes a lot of sense. Obviously, you're right. This year we got to do a lot of blitzing because obviously the D-line is not going to get it done. My suggestion is Shea McClellan, very bad defensive lineman. There's no doubt about it. But for whatever reason, there's something about this guy. I think we got another Urlacher here if this guy was given a chance. And I think he could play middle linebacker. And he could do a lot better than the middle linebacker we got in there right now. And with Shea, with how fast he is and how he can move around, he could be our perfect blitzer, and he could take care of it a lot. You also got Bostic. You got Green for next year, if they want to go with that 3-4 like you're saying, because I think it's time to get rid of the 4-3 and switch to the 3-4 with these linebackers that he has drafted Emery here and go with the 3-4. But for this year, I don't think it would hurt us at all if they gave McClellan a chance at middle linebacker, and then you could do a lot of blitz and everything. I really think he could be the Urlacher, just like what happened early in Urlacher's career. And the next thing you know, we got our linebacker for many, many years, and it could be the exact same way with McClellan if they give this guy a chance. I want to hang up and listen to what you guys got to say about that.
Here, Paul, the only thing wrong with that is that you remember when Urlacher came to the Bears, and he was that middle linebacker, 6'5", kid could run, weighed 260. You know why he excelled those first few years? There was a guy named by Washington and Traylor. One weighed like 350 and the other one weighed 360. And those guys dominated. Every team that they played against dominated the center and the guards. Urlacher, if you remember how free he ran from side to side, nobody touched him. When things got tough, at the end of his career, and there was no D lineman, no defensive tackles in front of them, it was a little bit of a difference, Paul. A little bit of a difference. Excuse me, a bigger difference. So the question is, you're not going to put Shane McClellan at middle linebacker, and all of a sudden that's going to cure all the ills, and he's going to play like Urlacher. You're a middle linebacker, and you'll be playing behind the defensive tackles you got a problem, pal.
This segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended. And Ed, what you said is absolutely true, because here's another little tidbit. You can't learn that position just throwing yourself out there. I said when they first drafted him, he should have been a linebacker. And that's where he should be. But you can't just say, okay, now I'm going to be a linebacker and walk out there and play it.
Right.
It just doesn't work that way.
Right.
So the other thing, too, is what they're talking about, the 3-4. You think we have problems finding defensive tackles? You go find a defensive tackle that can play the nose on a 3-4. I'm going to tell you something. They're hard to find. Very hard to find. You got to better have some big, big bodies to do that. So right now, they're stuck with what they have. And so they're going to have to try to adjust. And adjust meaning, and this is what Ed brought up at the beginning of the show, was the fact that if I can't get to you by moving my guys inside, I'm going to move them back outside, and then I'm going to do is I'm going to come after
where they might do damage.
And I'm going to come after you on blitzes. That's what I might have to do.
You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it, but that's what we have to do.
You do what you have to do.
That's what we have to do. Try to stop us.
Because the fact is, if you don't do that, you can't sit back with the good teams and become a punching bag. And you beat the tomato cans, okay, fine. But the beating the tomato cans will not get you to the playoffs.
Is that Chris? That's up to me. Hang in there, Chrissy. We'll get you.
All right, we'll be right back. You listen to the Majestic Star Casino post-game show. Obradovich and Buffon. We'll be right back.
To more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame, presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffon and Ed Obradovich.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffon. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. The Chicago Bears, 27. The Giants, 21. Bears go to 4-2. Eddie, let's go out to Chris on the south side. Chris, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hi, how you guys doing?
How you doing, Chris?
I just want to know, was Eli that bad, or was defense doing all right, making them, forcing those picks and, making them feel uncomfortable in the pocket and throwing those picks?
I got to tell you, Chris, I didn't think he was that uncomfortable that many times. Now, the couple times, it wasn't Eli's fault. The first interception, you take a look, the receiver, Randall, ran the wrong route, and he threw the football, and, of course, we intercepted. The other one at the end of the game, the tight end, Myers, he should have caught the football. And that would have been big problems for the Chicago Bears if he would have caught that football.
There was nobody behind him. He was gone.
So the ball goes up into the air, and then there's Jennings. We lucked out on that. So it wasn't so much it was all his fault. But the fact is, you're opportunistic being in the defense. We got our chances, we took advantage of it, and we won the football game. It could have went the other way, but a lot of times you talk about games, coulda, woulda, shoulda. You know how that goes?
Chris, the thing that bothers me about this game is just in general, this Giant team, this is a team, if we really wanted to show who we are, we should have really put this team away. Put them away. They can't score. They're just awful. They give up a ton of points. They're 0-5. We're playing at home in front of our family on a Thursday nationally televised game. We should have destroyed this team. That's what bothers me. And if you take the 2 field goals away, you take the 3 turnovers away, one with a pick six. Guys, we just put up a few points offensively in 60 minutes of football. If you want to look at it that way, and that's the way I'm looking at it.
And I guess you can also look at it.
Against
a bad team.
Against a bad football team.
Yeah.
That's what bothers the hell out of me.
And what the pluses are, though, the defense, offensively, he had no turnovers. And so he had 3 turnovers, takeaways. So that's a +3. And usually when you get to +3, you're going to win 80% of the time.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Let's go out to Jim in the South Loop. Jim, on the score with OB and Doug.
Jim, are you there?
Jimmy.
I'm here.
All right, buddy. You're on, Jimmy.
You're on.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys.
It's all right.
The only thing, I'm going to tell you guys something that's going to make your guys' life a lot easier. You've got to let go of the idea that the defense is going to keep you in the ball game.
I let go of that a long time ago, Jim.
It's not but I'm with you guys. We should have beat this team by 40 points tonight.
Oh, God.
We should have massacred this team.
Yes, there's no question about it. That's what bothers me.
Yes, but on the flip side, you got to remember it's not the Jacksonville Jaguars out there. It's Eli Manning. It's Victor Cruz. It's a team that should not be 0-6. I think you guys can agree with me on that. I mean, a couple things here and there. Their defense is not playing the way it used to, but this is the same defense that sacked Cutler 9 times in one half. Remember, that's the same defensive line up there, except for Jason Pierre-Paul. But so it's not a terrible team. They just a couple things haven't gone their way. They've been in every game they've played, so I still walk away from it feeling pretty good about it. But I agree, the offense needs to do more. Is it just me, or does it seem like the offense just second and third quarter they just kind of let off the gas pedal a little bit? I feel like that way in every game. Like they come out strong, and then fourth quarter they play really good, but like second and third quarter they just go into like idle. The offense just goes into like a sleep mode almost. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but that's how I feel about it. And I expected more out of Trestman. This is not. I don't really see that much of a difference from what we had last year as opposed to this year. I thought the offense. This is an all-star offense if it's run right, in my opinion.
See, Jim, I disagree with you on that. This offense is so much better than last year's ridiculous. And I can see what's going to happen down the road. Now, you're talking about the defense, yeah, no question about it. And you talk about stepping off, off the gas pedal. I think that's correct, too. But, what they did was, let's try to kill the clock. Let's do this, try to win this particular football game. There's no comparison of last year's offense to this offense. Not even close. And the potential is there. And you want to see them improve, that's what I want to do. And I want to see Trestman improve. And I want to see them probably, and as Ed says, we're going to have to put more points up because our defense is not as strong. But yet again, this damn defense will turn around and get you 3 takeaways.
Let me tell you what, Jim, we're going to, coming up in our schedule, we're going to play some teams that are pretty damn good. And when they get you down, they know how to put their foot right in your throat. And we've got to be, Doug, it's our off. I mean, I'm just like frustrated is that the talent is there. And I keep saying to myself, what the hell are we missing here? Why aren't we putting points on the board? Christ almighty, you got an 0-5 team coming in here, your own damn living room, everything, and we struggle to the last second of this game to win it?
Don't you see, though, Ed? I mean, I understand what you're talking about.
I do see what you're talking about, Doug, but somehow we got to be more aggressive.
And I think it is the fact that depends who we play, but again, that could happen against New Orleans, too. We could have opened it up more against New Orleans, which we didn't do. Again, too, and I have to get away from this feeling, and so do you. Our defense is not going to help us. The only way they're going to help us, and what they've been doing and help them win, is get the takeaways. That's the only thing.
That's the only way. They're not capable of doing a lot of other things.
Sacking quarterbacks, stuffing people. Let's go out to Doug in Aurora. Doug, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hello, it's a pleasure talking with you. I listened to you through the years. I agree with Trestman going with it on 4th down in the first quarter.
Uh-huh.
But what bothered me was Bears' lack of offense urgency before halftime. And they had about 2 timeouts, and they took their time trying to score, and they eventually scored, I believe it was a field goal. I was wishing they would go for the touchdown. I want to hear.
Yeah, Doug.
We've got a little problem with clarity here.
But I understand what he's talking about. You brought it up to me.
Yeah.
It was right before the half. You don't know how we talked about the offense with the quick get up or get the huddle, get the.
There you go.
We killed the clock. We had, a minute something left to go, and we're nonchalantly going up there because in the back of their mind, they settled the thing. We're going to settle for a field goal.
And that's the thing about Trestman. Everything is that offense. Hustle, plays over, get in the huddle, get up there, let's go. Boom, 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 boom. That was his theme when he came in there. What the hell happened to it?
You guys are right on that point because the fact was it was there to hustle it up and to go for the 6 instead of the 3. Let's go out to Ethan on the northwest side. Ethan, you're on the score.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Yeah, you know what? I felt like after Brandon Marshall ran his mouth this week, I love Brandon Marshall to death, but you know what? We targeted him more, and it seemed like Cutler looked at him more this week. Yeah, he made some tough catches, but you know what? Are we going to have to keep doing that, or are we going to have to, look at more receivers? I've seen Alshon Jeffries make some nice catches, Martellus Bennett make some nice catches, but are we going to have to rely on, Brandon Marshall making these catches, or are we going to, trust our offense on this? And I'm going to hang up and listen to you guys.
I wonder, Ethan, I wonder if he's thinking about, like Brandon Marshall came out and kind of made an issue, so to speak.
That's what he's saying, yeah.
Of, hey, you got to throw the ball to me more.
That's why I dropped the ball, because you know what? You're not throwing me the ball enough. That's what, look at me with attention. I'll tell you, tonight he grabbed, 9 receptions for 87 yards. Bennett had 6. Forte had 6. How about the fullback getting a 30-yarder? Pimenta. And Jeffrey had, couple? So Bush had 1. But when it's all said and done with, and I think Cutler said it correctly, and this is the way it should be, I will throw the football to the open man. And that's the way it should be. If you're going to double and triple Marshall, then certainly down the road somebody else has got to be open. And that's the guy you go to, whether it be at the tight end, whether it be Jeffrey, whether it be the fullback coming out of the backfield or Forte. Let's go out to James in Berwyn. James, on the scoreboard, OB and Doug.
Hey, boys.
Hello, Jay.
Absolute pleasure.
What you got, buddy?
What you got, pal?
Well, I got to tell you, you know what? You can't dissect it too much there, kid. You just got to look at it and say, hey, a win's a win.
Mm-hmm.
And, hey, they probably shut the motor down a little bit, Hey, you got the early pick 6. Spirits are high. So,
well, James, you got a good point there. I mean, there's no question about that could happen in the course of a football game, especially when you're favored to go into the game and say, look, you're playing a real bad team, a rotten team, a team that's 0-5 that couldn't stay with you, and you get all of a sudden you go on top of them. You could fall asleep. There's no question about it. But you shouldn't fall asleep. And the thing about it is what you had to remember was the fact that it's Eli Manning. And Eli Manning was 2 years ago, was in the Super Bowl. And that was a year, and OB brings up a lot, they had no defense. I mean, none. They were ranked, 30th, Ed?
27th. When they won the Super Bowl, they ranked 27th.
27th. So, yeah, there's certain things happen out there. No question you fell asleep a little bit here or there. We're trying to come back to the point in saying that when you play the better teams, you don't have the luxury to fall asleep. That's just a fact.
Yeah, James, and I'll tell you, and it's here. We've got, 11 days off now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then we go down to Washington, D.C., play the Redskins. And you think they'll change the name by then? But anyway,
yeah, I doubt it.
And I'm counting that in the win column. I believe somehow we will win that football game. And we're sitting at 5-2 with almost half the season gone. But then we're going to start to play the big boys.
And that's when you're going to have to count on everything that you're learning right now, offensively and defensively, to win those football games.
Everything. I'm going to tell you what, you cannot play scared to death football.
No. And it may come down just to points. And scoring points, just like Denver did with Dallas. They'll just outscore you. Let's go out to John in Elmhurst. John, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. I want to talk about a play that happened in the fourth quarter. There was about 4.5 minutes left on the clock. Bears are up by 6. And we have a third down. If we make the third down, then we continue the drive, maybe put us in a position for at least a field goal.
Uh-huh.
The field goal puts us up by 9 points. In other words, they have to score twice. And instead of, you got to pull a play out of your playbook to say, what's that play that can get us 5 yards on third down to continue the drive so we can win this game? And instead, they go to Earl Bennett 30 yards down the field on a long out. What do you guys think about that? I was just throwing things.
Well, no, I agree with you. Again, too, we're talking about the Bears should open up, should do this, should do that. There should be situations tell you what to do. 3rd and 5. that's when I would really look for my tight end or look for Forte coming out of the backfield because I want to get a first down. That's all I want. I don't want to score a touchdown at this point in time. I'm trying to kill the clock, take the football, and just keep the drive going.
Especially with the receivers we got.
Sure.
Are you kidding me? Especially our tight end. Are you kidding me?
Let's go out to Nick and Addison. Nick, you're on the score.
Dog OB, what's going on, guys?
All right, Nick.
Big fans of you guys. You guys,
Thank
best
you.
Bears breakdown anywhere around, I think.
Well, thanks, Nick.
Listen, I was calling in just to say it. I'm happy with our offense. I think we're a good offense. I think we have the potential to be great, but just like anything, it's going to come with time. Look at Aaron Rodgers. He's been sitting in the same system now for, 4 years? He knows the playbook inside and out. He knows what plays to run, what formations. It's going to take a little bit of time, I think, with Cutler. And as far as our defense, we're missing the pass rush, guys. That's the big difference this year from last year. Last year, we were able to pressure the quarterback, make force quarterbacks into bad decisions, and it's not there this year. I see no pressure. And Eli Manning, I was watching some footage of the game against Philadelphia. I mean, they were just pressuring him, getting to him. That's why he was making the mistakes. We couldn't get to him, and that's why he was able to pick us apart there for a little while, Eli Manning.
Well, Nick, I think what we're going to have to do because, it's right in front of you who we are defensively, okay? and what we're going to have to do is we've got to come up with blitz packages, strong, weak safety, corner blitzes, Mike blitzes, Sam blitzes. Will we're going to have to a lot of line stunts coupled with the blitzes. It's just what we're going to have to do. And so what if the other team knows that you're going to do it? They got to stop you. And that's how the Pittsburgh Steelers won a Super Bowl a few years ago. They came in as a wild card and won a Super Bowl, and they went after everybody. They just blitzed everybody, and everybody knew they were going to blitz them, even supposedly the Colts, the Indianapolis Colts, who were supposedly way better teams, but they just went after them, and they won out. They won out, and they weren't afraid. Let everybody, this is what we're going to do, block us. Because what we're doing today on our line play, that's not going to get it done, guys. I'm just telling you, it is not going to get it done.
You're listening to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business.
Motorworks.
Obradovich, Buffon, 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
Goodbye.
Oh, this is goodbye? I didn't know it was goodbye. We were still going strong.
The Groffer's coming up, all right?
Is Groffer coming up?
Yeah.
Oh, we want to go another hour. All right. Thank Herb Lawrence, Joe Ostrowski, Zach Withers, and Rick Kemp. The Groffer's up next. Hopefully next week we win the football game. Who are we playing at?
We play down in Washington.
And we'll
Washington
be 5-2.
Redskins, and we're going to win that game somehow. But I tell you what, just come out firing, guys. A little more confidence. Let's get it done.
Thanks for listening.
Good night.
I didn't know.
18-yard line on first down on a quick snap. They hand it up. They lost the ball. They roll past it. Griffin going to let somebody else pounce on it. And the Redskins in a cover-up at around the 35-yard line. He did not try and dive into the pile.
Nope.
Thought that was interesting. From center, from the one. Taken down. Peppers puts down the fullback in the end zone. Let's see if they're going to give him the safety or not. They're marking it just inside the one on the handoff up the middle with a quick hitter to Darrell Young. RG3 play fake, settles in the pocket, winds up, throws, tall, intercepted. Charles Tillman 40, running right 30. Charles 20, Charles to the 15 and inside the 10. Charles Tillman on the first takeaway of the day. And the Bears are in business, and a tie game at 3 picks off RG3 Tillman with his third pick of the year, 36th of the career. Here's Cutler now getting off to the right side. Forte hurdles the ball. Goal line right. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. Matt Forte, and it looked good doing it from 2 yards, and the Bears have taken the lead on Washington. And the Redskins now the 14-yard line. They're going to run it left. On the cut to the 10 to the 5. Goal line, Charles Tillman muscles Halou into the end zone, but it's a touchdown to the Skins. It opened up quickly on the near side. Halou does have speed that Alfred Morris does not, and he sprung free. Play fake, sidestep to the pocket. Jay in a tight pocket, throws left high, juggled, and it's intercepted by the Redskins. Running right, Brian Arapko's going to get into the end zone for the touchdown. Off the deflection of Jeffrey. Not a clean grab. And Brian Arapko has the Redskins in front on the pick six of Jay Cutler. Snap is back to Jay Cutler. They're bringing extra bodies. He's in trouble. Leaving the pocket. He can't do it. Brought down and sacked. Sack made by Chris Baker. Cutler tried to get away from the blitz. And Cutler now the most sacked quarterback in Bears history.
Mark, we've been told that Jay Cutler's questionable with a groin injury. What's the latest that you can share with us?
That's the same as I've heard, Zach.
Do you believe he can play in the second half? When will you make that
determination? I would say he probably won't be back.
This out of the hole to Podlish. Snap placement made. The kick up by Robbie Gould. His kick is no good from 34 yards. His first miss of the season and the first since one in 07 at Philadelphia from 39 yards. That ends a streak of 46 in a row. Shotgun again. They run it to Matt Forte up the middle, makes a cut left, and he's away. 30, 20, Matt Forte, end zone touchdown. What an open field cut by Matt Forte. On a block provided by Brandon Marshall, he goes 50 for the touchdown. First and goal at the 6 out of the gun. They're going to hand it off up the middle to the goal line, end zone. Touchdown, Matt Forte. Touchdown, Bears.
It's now time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, live from Bar 63 in Chicago, and brought to you by UV Vodka, BUV.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio 670, 780. Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We are live at Bar 63, 6341 North Broadway. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767, and talking about the Chicago Bears loss, 45-41. And Ed, if I told you that the Chicago Bears would score 41 points, would you think they'd have won that football game?
Easily, especially against this team, Doug, where the Bears the better football team. Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. But, Doug, you go back to some of the problems we've had this year in the last few years again, you got to go back to the defensive line. We get one sack by a guy by the name of Anderson. He just happens to be the linebacker. We hit the quarterback 3 times all day. 2 hits by the defensive line. No sacks. 2 hits by the defensive line. No sacks by a defensive line in 60 minutes of football where they were throwing the ball all over the lot.
Now, we had a lot of injuries. There's no question about that. We're talking about, Briggs, he got hurt. Now Cutler was out. I thought McCowan did a pretty damn good job being in there. I thought he had that football team. He moved them. I think there was exchange for scores, 8 times. But when take a look at it once again, we're getting back to what really the problem is with the Chicago Bears. They have no defense. I mean, that's where it's at. I mean, let's face it, because you score 41 points, I would believe that you should win the football game. And on top of that, Hester gets an 81-yard punt return, which is outstanding. You got Forte, who scores, 3 times?
Doug, and another little thing, we had in that first half, that is absolutely unbelievable what went on in that first half with us.
Nothing went on.
Passing attempts, 9. We were 3 for 9. Cutler's rating was 8.9. I don't think I ever recall anything like that. And then the rushing, 7 attempts for 24 yards. We had a total of 16 plays in 30 minutes of professional football. My Lord.
The first half, they had 247 yards rushing. The first half, 247 yards rushing. So, obviously, there's some major problems here with our defense. I think our offense is good enough. I look at the offense. I mean, they're putting points up. They put 41 points up. They scored. Once again, I thought we got stiffed on the damn trying to get the kickoff. I'm so pissed I can't even talk.
Doug, in the first quarter, we had, the Bears, we had some pretty good field position. In the first quarter alone, we started on our own 26. Not bad. Second possession, we start on their 40-yard line. Third possession, we start on their 10-yard line. We had things going for us, and then you look at the stats by the end of the half, and they fall under the unbelievable category. Is that possible? You could play that little, that bad for 30 minutes of football in the year 2013?
Well, they did. And the other thing, too, defensively, Ed, you saw it and I saw it. I don't know who's covering the edge. When you say the edge, who's got the defensive line? Is it a defensive end? Is it a linebacker? Usually the defensive end has the edge.
Usually the defensive end has, and you can't get hooked.
Couldn't find ours.
That's your job to do. And if the ball goes away from you, you
stay back.
Stay back and stay as deep as wherever that ball goes.
And we didn't see it today. We didn't see it from Peppers. We didn't see it
Basic
from
things
McCollum.
that you're supposed to be doing.
Trust me.
And then, Doug, when they came down and the block and the run was going out, the defensive lineman, and you saw it all day. We talked about it. When they're taking an inside move and the guy's trying to move you down, even though you're taking it, you got to fight the pressure.
Yeah. I don't know who's teaching these guys, but I'll tell you what, there's a lot of things going on out there that's not right. But anyway, you take a look at this. I say to myself, 41 points. I mean, we couldn't score 41 points last year in 4 games. So we got 41 points sitting there for us. And, and there were some things that did happen. I thought, hey, first of all,
Doug, hey, we started.
Let me say this, Ed, before we get started. This Merriweather, I'd have him thrown out of the league the way this guy plays. It's just not only today 2 times. This guy is going to end up hurting somebody seriously. So he gets, he makes the hit.
That's all he does.
That's all he does. That's the only damn thing he does. Is wait for the guy catches the ball, you hit him right. He did it here.
That's why Belichick got rid of him.
Yeah. Well, that's another story again. I'm getting carried away here about what's going on. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, I want to give some credit to McCollum for what he did and how he took that football team over, how he moved that football team, how he scored points, how they did what they had to do. And that in itself means something to me. But once again, I don't know what the hell you're going to do with the offense. Where are you going to go find players? Now you've got Briggs. I don't know what the story is there. Of course, got Tillman comes out of the game. He's out. Our defensive line is nowhere to be found. Even Peppers is sometimes nowhere to be found. What are they supposed to do? And you can't go out into the trade market and say, well, go out and get a trade. Go get it. Who in the hell is going to give you a defensive tackle or a lineman? Nobody. They're not going to get one.
What I won't give them up. This week, I'm going to tell you, Doug, we've got not until what?
We got a bye, which is good. We got a bye,
and then we won't play till a Monday night. Mm-hmm. I would go back if I was Trestman and his coaching staff on both sides, offense, and I'd go back to the basics. Because, Doug, I saw a lot of maneuvers out there there's basic things, folks. Trust me, as a D lineman, as linebackers, and as D-backs, that you do. There's basic rules.
And they're not doing them.
They're not doing it.
No, they're not.
So how can they improve in a couple of weeks plus? Get back to the basic rules. When a defense is called, where are you supposed to be, and what are you supposed to do? If it's a blitz and you're a defensive lineman and you got to engage the offensive line and drop back, do it.
And the other thing, too, is that onside kick. I don't know how they called that one. I know it was close, but the fact is it was a good onside kick by Gold, although he missed a field goal, which would have made a difference in this football game. But the fact that onside kick was there, we recover it and we lose that. There were some calls made in that football game I didn't agree with, but I'm not going to blame it on no referee because we had every opportunity in the world to do something. And the fact is, when you score 41 points, I'm going to say it again. If you score 41 points, I'm telling you that there should be no damn reason whatsoever to lose a football game. None at all.
Doug.
And that's the thing that pisses me off was the fact that we could never score before and we had a defense. Now it's the other way around. We have an offense and we can't stop anybody.
We put 41 points up against a Redskin defense, Doug, that going into this game, they ranked against the pass 24th and against the run they ranked 27th. And the first half it just didn't happen. Came back the second half, but we came back the second half and did what we're supposed to do to a defensive team like the Redskins. Where the hell were they the first half? What were the coaches thinking about? I have no idea. And again, especially in that first quarter, Doug, when you can make the statement and you're on the road and you have all it going for you and you have field position and it doesn't happen.
It didn't happen. Let's go out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to Pat in Davenport, Iowa. Pat, you're on the score.
Take my call. You guys always know how to cheer me up whenever there's a loss.
Thank you.
Okay, first of all, you guys hit it right on the head with the defense. You know, I don't even know what to say about the defense anymore. That defense, it's like you said, it's the other way around. I mean, honestly, I think the Jacksonville Jaguars could put up 30 points on our defense. That's how bad I think it's gotten. And
go ahead.
You know, I don't know. Like there's no pressure, and then you keep losing guys like Tillman, and then you lose Briggs, and there's no one behind them. There's no one to step up. You know, where does it all start? And you go back to my second point I wanted to bring up was the offense. You know, it just seemed like the play calling totally changed in the second half, and I was wondering where was that in the first half? I was saying in the first half, we need to run the ball more, we need to throw more screens, and we need to throw more passes out to the flats like we did in the second half. And you saw what happened. We were moving the ball, we were scoring, and where were those adjustments in the first half, I guess? I mean, I don't know. It gets frustrating watching this week in and week out, especially like when you guys said earlier how our offense can now put points on, but it just seems like our defense, it's the other way around, basically from where it's been the past few years.
The part of the problem in the first half was the time of possession. And the fact that, the Redskins held the football for 22 minutes. We held it for 8 minutes. They had 42 plays in the first half. We had 16. So that's where the difference is.
Doug, you can go back. I can't believe Cutler's rating was 8.9. I thought we got the wrong stats here.
No.
I couldn't believe that. That's got to be one of the worst halves of any team anywhere. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, when we come back, too, we're going to talk about Conte and some of those defensive plays he made back there that were not very, very good. You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670, Majestic Star post-game show. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Majestic Star post-game show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We are live at Bar 63, 6341 North Broadway. Ed Obradovich and Doug Buffone. Our phone number, 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss, 45-41. And, the other thing, too, Ed and I were talking about was the fact that what happens when they come up with great teams that are coming along the way.
Wow.
On a Monday, there's Green Bay, next one, but at least they have the bye to get some of these guys healthy.
Well, Doug, you know what? I think, the National Football League, with all the rule changes, and I've said it before and again, they wanted a track meet, and that's pretty much what you're seeing this year, and that's what it is. It's a passing game, and what are you going to do?
We're going to have the game ball is brought to you by Al Piemonte Ford. Al Piemonte Ford, visit apford.com. And this is going to go to Josh McCowan. And Josh had a quarterback rating of 119. So he did his job. He was out there, and I thought he moved that football team very well. But the other part, the defense, they better sit down and have a long talk about what the hell is going on out there. Let's go out to James in Princeton Park. James, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up, James?
Good.
I've been a Bear fan for 50 years, and I have never seen a defense this poor. It's a shame that they had to lose in such a manner. And we don't have a free safety. Why is he even out there on the team? I don't get it. Conte.
Here's what happened with Conte, and there's a couple plays. And Ed, talk about the one play. I mean, the fact that when he was playing free safety, he was in the middle of the field.
Right. Well, you knew damn well where the ball was going. And at the snap of the ball, Doug, I think they had, I don't know how many yards, 50-some yards ago, or 40-some-odd yards ago for a touchdown. At the snap of the ball, I saw him. He was exactly 16 yards back, and that's when Tillman became like a trailer, staying underneath.
Mm-hmm.
That was his guy. He had all day. If anything that should have happened on that play, it should have been an interception, period. That's what should have happened. He let that receiver come off they came off the line of scrimmage, runs by Tillman, runs down to the goal line, and Conte is about a half a step behind when he's 17 yards already behind the guy. And he hits him, he falls down, touchdown. when it should have been clearly an interception. Either he doesn't understand it, he has poor timing, or whatever it is, Doug. But I'm going to tell you what, when this guy gets to step up to the plate, a lot of times you don't find him. And that was one critical time that he had to be there, and it should have been an interception. It was clear. The play was called. He was set for it. And what does he do? Runs into the guy, and he falls down.
Another time, too. Remember, they were down near the goal line, and they're coming out, and they have Reed spread out wide, and Conte sitting inside. And all of a sudden, he goes out there. I think that was his man.
No question about it, Doug.
I mean, you got to play it tougher than that. If you take a look at this, and the guy that called before talked about the defense, you know it and I know it. And I understand this. I always said, okay, fine. We have defense. Let's try to get some offense going. I'm not asking for what kind of defenses we've had in the past. I'm not asking for them to be that great. All I'm asking is to be in it, to do something to stop them. We gave up 499 yards today. Now, I know there's injuries, but damn it, somewhere along the line, somebody's got to be, whose fault is this? 499
We've been giving up a ton of yardage, Doug. And not only, Doug, you're talking about first downs. The Redskins had 28 first downs. They converted on third down, 7 of 13 for a 54%. We were 2 of 8 for 25%. But they were 7 of 13. And how many times they threw the ball, Doug? We should have been there. It's either the guy blitzing or one of our defensive linemen should have been there in 60 minutes of football. That was wide open football.
The other thing, too, is we don't win the takeover ratio. We're not going to win the football game. And we didn't win the ratio. The thing about it is that, what's so discouraging is this. And now I'm going to go back there just a little bit. The fact that all the time, in the past 9-10 years, and even when Lovie Smith was here, we kept saying, boy, I tell you, I wish we had an offense. I wish we had an offense. I wish we had an offense. If we had any kind of an offense, we'd have been in the playoffs. When you know it, this year, where's the defense? If any kind of a defense, we should be in the playoffs. If you win this football game, you know what it is? If you're 5-2, you got 70% chance to go to the playoffs. And the fact is, when you take a look at this, you say to yourself, wait a minute, why? I'm not asking for a number 1 defense. I'll take number 15. But the fact is, when it comes down to it, you can't play like that. And I don't want to hear that damn story about how we lost this guy, we lost that guy. Everybody loses ball players. The Green Bay Packers lost 3 of them. So the fact is, somebody else has got to be there, step in there to play. We don't have it. Let's go out to Chris in New Jersey. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, guys, I love you, man. You guys do a great job. I love calling into the show. But I have to say this, and let me start with, I think you guys owe McCown an apology, because you said we can't win without Cutler. Let me say that. That performance he put on in the second half was spectacular. I don't think we punted once. Now, your boy Cutler, let me say this about him. He came out with an agenda. Last time he played against D'Angelo, he threw him 5 picks, and he started to go to that guy's side again, almost threw 3 early. That's why his ratings were low. At what you call, Doug, what you say about 8-something quarterback rating?
Yeah.
Right. That's why. Now, I'm going to say this. In the past, we've seen Cutler lead the game, and we not have a chance. So, trust him, what he's doing is effective. It's good. But on the flip side of the defense, let me say this. There are no more good defenses. Thanks to Goodell, there are no more good defense. Every week you're going to have to grind, and you see these quarterbacks throwing for multiple 3-4 touchdowns a game and high numbers, high stats. And the last thing I'm going to say is your boy Conte, 2 words, go home. I'll talk to you guys next week.
Okay, the fact is, when you talk about McCown, there's no question he had a great game today. But let me tell you something. Let's don't fool ourselves. That Washington Redskins couldn't play dead defensively. They're not any damn good.
We were, and we still are, I believe, a better football team than the Redskins.
You put up 41 points, you should win the football game.
You should win the football game, but when you give up almost 500 yards,
you should
and
lose.
That's happened 2 or 3 times already, and we're almost halfway through the season. And I'm going to tell you what, Doug, you can jump on the coaches, you can do whatever, but sooner or later, there are still difference makers on that defense, and we have young guys that are on that defense. Guys, at this level, you guys got to start stepping up and taking responsibility. My God, there's basic fundamentals out there at every position. And when defenses are called, for heaven's sakes, play your position.
You're listening to Majestic Star Post-Game Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. We'll be right back. O'Bradich and Buffon.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks, live from Bar 63 in Chicago. Brought to you by UV Vodka.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks and also presented by UV Vodka, BUV. And talking with Chicago Bears, ex-Chicago Bear Ed O'Bradich and ex-Chicago Bear Doug Buffon, talking about the game, talking about the 41 points that the Bears put up and still couldn't win. The Bears lose. So what we're seeing here is that the fact, Eddie, that we have to change something. I don't have to change anything, neither do you. But the fact is that the defense something has to be done. And the one thing that I'm worried about, and maybe you don't have the players, why is it, and you played the defensive end position, why is it the edge? Doesn't that belong to that guy?
Yeah, it's, and we have talked about this.
I can't.
He has containment, okay?
Right.
And the only thing that would change that, if there's a blitz and you have to go inside, and then it would be the
linebacker.
The linebacker would take it.
Right.
And if he goes inside, then the cornerback has containment. It is so important, especially in this game today, when you got quarterbacks scrambling from one end of the field to the other, trying to wait for somebody to get open, okay? And all you have to do, when that ball goes away from you, you go as deep as that ball and you stay. That's basically what you do. And when it comes toward you and you got containment, you got to get them out and you got to scoot them back inside. Why? So the backside containment can come and catch them and get them. But when you don't do that, and Doug, we watched this again today, last week, last year, the same thing. So again, what I think that they have to do, Doug, to get better in a couple of weeks, Doug, go back to fundamentals defensively. I mean, we gave up almost 500 yards again today. Now, there's a breakdown of what? There's a breakdown of fundamentals. My God, if at this day and age in football and what these players are being paid and what the coaches are being paid, and you can't play to a level of respectability, we have a defensive line. I don't even know if they had a sack this year. I don't even know if they had. To play 60 minutes against a quarterback that runs all over, 3 hits all day. 2 by defensive linemen. No sacks again. Come on.
You know what's scary, Ed? It's not just
That's
one.
It's reality.
But it's not one person.
You wonder why you lost a football game?
It's just not one person either. It's not one defensive end. Go name
Right.
a defensive end. You saw Peppers get hooked in. You saw all of them. You saw that defensive edge, and I keep saying to myself, well, what? Don't they go through this? Don't they talk about this? Or they forget about it? Or are they not taught it? Or what?
At this level, you got to be held accountable.
Yeah.
Okay? The hell, you only got 16 games, and you don't want to be looking to fix it all in the 14th game. This should have been fixed before we even went in. This all of a sudden just didn't happen about stakes and not being where they're supposed to be, Doug. Again, you look at Conti on that play, Doug. That is unbelievable that he winds up on the ground and it's 7 points. It's 6 points against us when it should have been an interception.
Let's go out to Nick in Naperville. Nick, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. Quick question for you. On that onside kick, aren't we able to throw the red flag on that play?
You know, I don't know the answer to that. I don't know the answer to that. That's a good question. You're talking about challenging the play, challenging the call.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. So you can find out, Rick. I think why couldn't you challenge that? It's like any other play, isn't it? The fact is that, the kid was just a tad. Not even a tad. What's smaller than a tad? I mean, a tid? Whatever it is. The fact is, what is smaller? And that's what he called. That was so Mickey Mouse, it was ridiculous on that call. In fact, this referee's made a lot of calls I didn't particularly like. Let's go out to Mike in Clinton, Iowa. Mike, you're on the score.
Hi, fellas. Yeah, I want to pile on
Chris Conti. I just really do. He cost us 21 points this game.
Yeah. Well, 21. I don't know where you get the 21. I know 2 for sure.
Well, yeah, absolutely 14 points because he didn't know where he was lining up on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And they threw the tight end, and he was just damn wide open. I mean, is there any reason that he should have a uniform next week?
I'm going to tell you something. You know, you can't afford to make a mistake. And we got to go back. I want to see what that defense really was all about and if that was his guy. It seemed like it was. But the fact is, too, there's another thing, too, about professional football that I'm really starting to hate. You know, I'm really hating this, and I don't know why.
I know where you're going.
You know where I'm going?
Yes.
You're going to let that damn tight end off the line of scrimmage? You're going to let Reed beat you to tight end? It's not just the Bears. It's the whole damn league. You can't let these guys come off the line of scrimmage without redirecting them. You expect the safety to pick them up. These guys are 6'6", 6'7". There should be somebody on top of them, beating the hell out of them. And it's not just the Bears. Like I said, it's the whole league. I'd like to come back as a tight end. In fact, I might come back next year.
Doug, the first half, he had 6 receptions.
Yeah.
The first half.
6
receptions the first half.
And you do it the whole league. Look at the tight end. Look at the tight end. Nobody touches the tight end. Let's go out to Robert in the south side. Robert's trying to score.
Yeah, I got to say something about 2 things. First of all, this Robert Conte, okay? Okay, here's the thing. It seems like all the replays you see about these safeties and these other teams, they're coming over there. They're always there to wait on this interception. They're playing center field. But with him, he's never there. He's never there to make that play. He's always late. He's always late. And then he tackles the guy after they make the reception. And it's like, I agree with the other guy. He should not have a uniform on next week. They should need to, looking for a quarterback. They need to get another safety because this guy is horrible.
Well, there's no reason to, and the one you brought up in the cover too. Just I want to get into all the football explanations, whatever. But that's when you got to cover deep. All you got to do is take off and run because you got the deep outside. And that happened last week. He got beat. And this free safety thing that he had this week, and Ed said the guy lines up deep. There's no question about it. But he should have come over that. And Tillman thought he was going to be there to make that play.
That was the perfect time for that interception.
Mm-hmm.
It was set up for it, Doug.
That was a duck.
Yes.
That's exactly what they threw up was a duck. James on the southwest side. James, you're on the score.
Yeah, I've been listening, y'all, but I'd say the answer to all of this that we missed Brian Urlacher. We should went here and pay him the money. We missed the defense. The defense make the offense look good. The offense we got is real good, but the defense, I'm just saying, it's going to come back and bite us. And what we're going to say, I'll let you get the rest of your other calls. Thank you.
You know, James, and I understand about what Urlacher did for you. Missed the Brian Urlacher, who was Brian Urlacher 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago. You don't miss the Urlacher that was last year. That's exactly what's going on here.
Brian even said, basically, when he retired, that he couldn't get there.
Can't get there.
And when we watched him the last couple of years, Doug and I, and we were just sitting there watching him, saying, the guy, he can't get there. And you talk about getting there. He was like lightning all over everybody, whether he was dropping in pass or going, if it was an end sweep or whatever. I mean, he was all over people. But in time, you play this game long enough.
It happens.
It happens. It just happens.
We saw some today.
You
all
got
of a sudden, you see Briggs coming out of the game. Briggs was having a hell of a football game. He was all over the place.
Yes, he was.
And then you see Tillman coming out. When you get older, and after I had 14 years in, you can tell that you know when it's you're starting to slow up. You can't recover fast enough. The year becomes very long. So it's very difficult.
And it's also, Doug, like when you get to near the end of your career, wherever you've got that basic nick that's bothering you, what do you think you get whacked every time?
Right on the nick.
Exactly right.
But as far as Urlacher's concerned, there was no one better. I mean, we talked about Butkus and these guys; they're all in one category. But the last couple of years, it wasn't. It was
especially
not there.
In this wide open game where defense, you got to be all over the place. He was at that particular point. There was nobody better than Brian.
Let's go out to Nick and Darien. Nick, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Nick?
I wanted to talk about the defense. Everybody has been shouting about Conte, and I want to shout some more at Conte. Okay, my dad has been multitasking all day. He's been cutting the grass, making spaghetti sauce, listening to the wife, watching 3 Dogs. I mean, this guy's doing it all. and Conte can't watch his own man. I mean, is there something, was a field slippery? Was he wearing the wrong cleats? I mean, he just seemed to get juked out all the time, and it was very upsetting. I mean, now I got to listen to my dad yell and scream about Conte, and he says, if this guy has a job next week, he's going to hit himself over the head with a hammer or put his head underneath a freaking lawnmower. I mean, that's how crazy it is. Bears fans are very passionate, but, I mean, is he not pro player in your guys' opinion?
I don't know. Last week I did an appearance with Conte. A very nice kid. I mean, real nice guy. We were at Fat Sam's in Orland Park. But you're seeing what happens out there, the fact that it's not just this game. You're talking about the overall performance. And I don't know why, the fact that, like Ed said, he plays deep enough. There's no question about it. Now, I have to find out really what happened on that one play where he ran out to read the tight end.
On a wide out, yeah.
On a wide out,
right.
And the guy made a touchdown, and he beats him man on man. Now, the other play that we talked about, there's no question about it. He was deep middle. He shouldn't play on that. There's no question in my mind.
There's no discussion about that.
So I don't know. We've had problems, even with the right, and our safeties have been a problem. But it's more than that. That's what scares the hell out of you. It's just more than our safeties. It's our defensive line. You can get to cover up a lot of bad stuff with a defensive line that cooks. We just can't do it. We don't have it. There was no pressure. How many times did we hit the quarterback?
3 times all day.
All day.
All day. 2 by the defensive line. Again, no sacks.
And 1 sack by James Anderson, the linebacker.
Yes, that's what this
is.
Yes.
You can't play that way. You just can't play defense that way when you don't have pressure up front. Let's go to Ray in Arlington Heights. Ray, you're on the score.
Thank you, Doug and Ed. Big fans of both of you for a long time.
Thank you, Ray.
My question very quickly, I go far back with the Bears, Sid Luckman and Sprinkle. If you two walked in the locker room after playing a game like this and Papa Bear was still coaching, what would it have been like? I'm going to hang up to listen.
What would that be like if we lost a game like this and our defense gave up that much yardage and there's obvious mental mistakes out there, one after the other? I'm telling you something. There would have been a tirade. And that one word would have been printable or repeatable. He'd have went after everybody, and it comes down. And again, we're not talking about high school here and in college where you got, a ton of players coming out and all that. This is it. This is it. And we had a great shot here to be 5-2. And so your 7th game, and you give up almost 500 yards, and we looked at it for 4 quarters today, and obvious mistakes that were mental mistakes and physical mistakes. And it's the awareness that by some of the guys, I can speak mostly for defense, there's got to be a football awareness. You got to have a little bit of savvy out there, okay, and kind of anticipate, read, and see things, and it's just not happening. And we, again, gave up almost 500 yards now. That's happened 2 or 3 other times. All right? And that's when I said earlier in the broadcast, how we've got time. And how do you fix that? I mean, you can't wave a wand. What do? You get back to basics. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. That's the only way. If it's your offense or defense, somebody's not doing it. And if they're supposed to have the talent that the coaches think that they have, then settle in and work on the basics on every damn defensive call and on every blitz. Go over it and over it and over it.
You're listening to Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Ed and I will be right back. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Also UV Vodka. UV. And also I want to give thanks to John Sheldon and Craig Gelfie from the Majestic Star, Eddie, being our sponsor with the show, and also the Motorworks for what they've done for us. And Ed and I really appreciate the cooperation and the backing.
Out at Majestic, that steakhouse they have there, Doug,
outstanding.
That New York strip, unbelievable.
Let's go to Pat in Oak Lawn. Pat, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and Obi.
What's
I
that?
love your guys' show.
Thank you.
Hey, Ed, quick question for you guys, in your opinion on this. With how much in safety that Goodell and the NFL is going, especially towards head, concussions and everything, how is a guy like Merriweather still allowed to play when he continually targets the head with what looks like an intent to hurt every player he hits?
Pat, you're absolutely right. Ed and I were just talking about that. That guy should be thrown out of the league. He should be thrown out of the league.
When you intentionally try to take somebody out, and don't tell me because he did when he was with New England Patriots,
did same
Bill
thing.
Belichick got rid of him because of that very same thing. And this guy's been hanging around, and he does it year after year, Doug. I don't know how the hell he keeps doing this. As a matter of fact, I'm surprised somebody hasn't taken him out.
Yeah.
Because if that was back in the 60s
Would've
or
taken
early
him out.
70s,
Would've
that
taken
guy
him
would have
right
been
out.
done, trust me, a long time ago.
That is ridiculous what he is. Now, they're being tough. I understand that. And I understand when people say, well, geez, the game is changing.
Doug,
it's
he
not
catches
he
somebody
hits,
in a helpless position.
And helmet
tries
to
rip
helmet
his
right in the head.
Yeah, like he doesn't know he's
Yeah,
doing that.
Bull. Crap. He doesn't know he's doing it. He knows exactly what the hell he's doing. Let's go out to Brett and Fox Lake. Brett, you're on the score.
Brett, you're up, Brett.
Yes, hello. How you guys doing? Love your show.
Thanks,
Brett.
buddy.
Hey, I got a question with Mel Tucker not being able to make adjustments. Griffin was getting soft yards around the end all day long.
Yeah.
And the ends never contained him. And when we used to play Vic in his heydays with Atlanta, we were always able to keep him in the pocket. But yet all day this guy's getting soft yards around the end all day.
Hey, Brett, what I was looking for today, and obviously he, and everybody on this planet knows the Bears do not have a pass rush. So you got to compensate with the blitzes, okay? So everybody knows about it, but you got to stop it. What I would have liked to see more today, where we would have had containment on the end, but blitzes coming up the middle. Blitzes coming up the middle, whether it's the Mike linebacker, Sam linebacker, Will the weak side linebacker, strong side safety. I would have loved to see more blitzes up the middle, and let's see if they can block it. Doug, I don't even know if there was not a whole lot of that going on. So if you want to talk about making adjustments, that's what you had to do, because the quarterback for the Redskins, what he did today was mostly sat in the pocket. You watch it for 4 quarters, and usually that guy's with a rollout, a bootleg, a sprint out, he's doing something. Most of the time he sat in the pocket, and we couldn't get to him. How do you do it? Come with a blitz up the middle. Hopefully, does it work every time? No, but hopefully you'll get him and catch it and maybe get a turnover. But when you don't try it, is it going to happen? No.
Here's the other thing, too, and we talked about the players, but Mel Tucker's going to have to take a real good look at himself also. The fact of what's going on out there. I mean, we expected him to come in here. He said, okay, we'll keep everything the same. Nothing's going to change. This is not going to change. The terminology is not going to change. Well, it has changed.
Doug, if it does, if there's weaknesses, I mean, and you see it into the 7th game or after the 6th game.
I'm saying I don't see it.
I'm saying you see that. Are there adjustments that you can
Sure.
make? Yes, there are.
That's my point. My point of fact is that I expected the defense not to be like it was the last 9 years. I expected the defense to be decent. That's all I wanted. And I wanted the coach to come in to make our offense above decency, which that did happen. But the fact is that you take a look at this, you and I are 2 guys just over the hill, gone history, but we saw what was going on out there in the defensive end. We saw what happened. The fact that you don't control these guys. You don't cave them in. You go and let him get outside. You run a play-action play, and you let the quarterback hold it and then run outside you, and you got all your guys coming right down. Your defensive end's coming down. I don't get it. So Mel Tucker's going to have to take a good look at himself also.
I said earlier, Doug, the players, they have the time off. They got to take a look as well.
Yeah.
Mark Trestman and both coordinators and all coaches on both sides of the line. And they better start thinking about it, and the players also. You got basically the season's almost halfway over with. We're still in the hunt. And they've got to make adjustments, Doug. That's what it's about. Well, if we do this, they'll know we're coming. So what?
At least you're going. That's the whole point. Let's go out to Steve in Kalamazoo, Michigan. Steve, you're on the score.
Gentlemen, it's a privilege. Thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for calling,
Thanks, Steve.
I have never called before. I just had to call today. I'm a season ticket holder. Doesn't give me any more of a right to call. But Mr. Emery has his work cut out for him. I'm a huge Jay Cutler fan. I think we've ruined him. I think these years he has just been beaten to a pulp. I think Josh showed what he can do with this team. I'm not sure Jay is worth $18 or $20 million a year with all the holes we have to fill. I don't see Peppers coming back next year. Conte is just, he tries, but he is not a starting safety. Any other starting safety in the league would have picked off that pass easily today. We need a whole new defensive line. We need DBs. We need safeties. We need the money that would go to Jay. We need the money that's going to go to Peppers. I don't see Pep coming back. He's a Hall of Famer, but unfortunately, I think he is done, and there are huge decisions to be made this offseason. I'm not giving up on the season, but the way this defense played this year, 41 points from our offense has to be enough to win a ball game.
Yeah.
Just want to hear what you say.
Thanks, Steve. You know, it was interesting because if you go back to the first offensive play of the game, remember that, Doug?
Mm-hmm.
When Jay threw, I think, to a wide out, it was
skipped it. Yeah,
hit. If you saw that pass, it almost looked like it even floated and bounced in front of our offensive players' feet. And I looked at Doug. I says, Doug, did you see that? It had no fire on it, and he fires it into the ground, and it's just maybe, I don't know, what is that, a 10-yard pass, a 12-yard pass to the out? And it was like, I thought, whoa, I never saw that before, because Cutler, does he have an arm and can he wing it and put on a rope? You're damn right he could. But I'll tell you what, I thought that was a little strange.
And let's go to an update. By Motorworks. We're live at Bar 63, 6341 North Broadway. Also want to thank UV Vodka, BUV. Chicago Bears lose again at the fact that 45-41, and we get all kind of phone calls, people talking about, boy, the Bears should have won with 41 points. And I agree with you 100%. If you can put 41 points up on the board, there is no doubt in my mind there's something wrong that you cannot win that football game. Let's go out to Mac on the Dan Ryan. Mac, you're on the score.
Yes, sir. First of all, I'd like to say to Doug and Ed, I've been watching you guys for a year. I appreciate what you all brought to the table every Sunday. I heard a word Doug used a while back. It was called accountability. When will Mel Tucker be held accountable for any of this? I mean,
Tonight.
Absolutely right.
Guaranteed, Mac. He will have a sit-down, guarantee you, with Tressman and whoever else would be around. It will not wait till tomorrow.
I would question him. I mean, I would question what's going on. I realize it, and Ed and I both realize the fact that the talent isn't there, especially the defensive tackles. But there's things going on out there that shouldn't be going on out there. I mean, there's simple things, and we talked about the fundamentals. We talked about
basic things that could help you and make you better.
That's right.
And they're not even doing that.
Let's go out to Leroy in Ingleside. Leroy.
Yeah. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I got an issue with Jay Cutler. Everybody talking about the defense. Jay Cutler, that boy is too rigid out there. Everybody talking about how he plants his foot. He got to loosen up. He got like white boy butt or something. You look at Peyton Manning, and I see his face. He ain't Wonder Bread with button legs, pumpernickel. How do we loosen Jay Cutler up?
Well, again, too, it's just tough to jump on Cutler in this football game. I mean, I just, we knew what he was doing coming in. Jay Cutler had a quarterback rating of 95. That's pretty damn good. In fact, that was all they. But that wasn't the problem out there. And I'm trying to take it in there, trying to look at what the problem we're looking at right now. Our problem is defense, just like last year and the year before that. We should say our problem is offense.
And you know what it is? And Jay Cutler, Jay Cutler now he's got receivers. They brought people in the tight end position, which we needed desperately. Other people to help Marshall, Jeffrey, Bennett. We have people, legitimate people at wideouts that can play this. We've got a legitimate quarterback. Now, in 1 year, we've changed the offensive line. The only guy we got back is Garza. change the offensive line. And so far, these guys have held up. Now we've got an offense that's doing it. But this just happened here this year. Believe me, Mark, when now all of a sudden the defense is having problems. We have had problems at that defensive tackle spot since Tommy Harris went down. When he was healthy, he was terrific. He caved in that middle of the line, and he was just unbelievable, just like the great Dan Hampton. And I'm going to tell you something. We've had nobody there, and that's a position that should have been addressed, and we have not. And is it a problem? It's a big problem. All you have to do, sometimes stats do lie a little bit, but I'm going to tell you what, when you're going a couple of 2-3 games here, when you're giving up almost 500 yards and your offense is scoring 30 and 40 some odd points and you're losing, there's a problem.
And that's the fact when this game was getting close down to the end. Ed and I looked at each other and said, this thing, we could lose this football game the way the defense is playing. That's exactly what happened. I mean, you let them drive 80 yards, you let them drive 70 yards. You can't do that. That's not even a defense. Even a mediocre defense does better than that. You know what's sad? We're not even mediocre when it comes to the defense. We are not even mediocre. We got an offense that really, they applied themselves. They looked at the offense. They tore it down. They built it up, and they made something special. What did they do with the defense? This is why Mel Tucker still has got to be accountable for this, too. He's got to take a look at it, and trust me, I'm calling him in. What the hell's going on out there? What are you guys doing? Let's go to Ashley in Northbrook. Ashley on the score.
Doug and Opie, I just want to say, hey guys, love your show. You guys are so cute. Me and all my girlfriends in Northbrook absolutely love your show. And furthermore, I just wanted to put it out there that, when you guys were on the Bears field, you guys really brought the defense out. And today it just really wasn't present. So just also putting it out there, maybe full contact practice back in action at the Bears.
Not allowed anymore.
Not allowed anymore, Ashley.
Nah, Ashley, they control everything. You're not allowed to hit. You're lucky you can put pads on. Do you know when the Bears played on a Thursday night, they didn't even practice one time? They come off a Sunday, they had 2 meetings, and even practice, and they played the game on Thursday. So you're not allowed to do that. I myself personally, the worst tackling team in the National Football League is the Washington Redskins. They miss more tackles than anybody. I think we're right there close to them. So the fact is that, you have to learn to do things. You have to learn to go out there, maybe hit the sleds. But the most important thing to do, and Ed and I talked about it, know your responsibility, what you're supposed to do. If you're supposed to be the guy on that defensive end and you're supposed to contain.
That's what, Doug, that's exactly, and actually that's exactly what I saw today and last week and the week before, is that we have people and there's fundamental breakdowns, physically and mentally.
It just happens. I mean, it happens.
And it has to be corrected.
It can happen, right?
And you know what? Repetition. They come back here again this next 2 weeks, play after play, blitz after blitz, run it, period.
I'll be damned if we go through this again. And I said, if we had this offense with the defense we had in past years, we'd have been in the playoffs. Now I'm going to say the opposite now. Boy, I tell you what, if we had that defense we had in the last 9 years with this offense, then we'd be in the playoffs. When the hell are we going to get them both together? You listen to Score, Sports Radio 670, the Majestic Star post-game show.
Hang in there, callers. As soon as we get back, we'll go right to you.
So for me, it was like, everybody else, the other guys, 45 guys on, that have uniforms on right now, they expect me to go in and play well and give us a chance to win. And so there's no real time to think about, oh, geez, I didn't get this rep or I didn't get that rep. You just got to get out there and go and try to play, productive football.
That was Josh McCollum talking about we're giving him that football game, just going out there and performing, and he did do that.
He answered the bell. Good for him.
Absolutely. 109 quarterback rating.
Could you imagine if people have thought when Cutler went down, he's coming there and they said, that's it. All is lost. I tell you what, did a hell of a job.
And isn't it amazing, too, that fact that that Mark Trestman did something with that offense. For a quarterback to come off the bench and to come in, and he didn't do that well last year when things were that good.
A couple of years ago, he was coaching a high school team in North Carolina.
So obviously, Trestman's got to hold that offense. Unfortunately, no one's got control of that defense. You're listening to Majestic Star postgame show presented by Motorworks. We are live at Bar 63, 6341 North Broadway, Obradovich and Buffon.
Doug, I'll guarantee you and I'll guarantee our listeners, before this night's over with, who's controlling the defense, would be Mel Tucker and every other
Sure.
coach out there, they will know what they're supposed to do after tonight. This will not wait till tomorrow.
Let's go out to Wiley in Logan
Hey,
Square.
how are you today?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, listen, with all the beating that the defense is rightfully taking today, you can't let Cutler hide behind that bad defensive performance. And Doug, I understand. He's got a big arm and he can make all the throws, and he's better than anyone we've had in a while. But in today's NFL, you got to have a quarterback that's going to win games for you. And unfortunately, you wouldn't see Rodgers ever getting an 8 for whatever reason as a quarterback ring. You wouldn't see Manning getting an 8 for whatever reason. Jay's just too inconsistent. He throws too many picks, and he's got no excuses because he's been given everyone he needs to succeed. When the year comes to an end, that other caller he had earlier is right. You can't pay this guy $100 million. You franchise him if he won't take your offer, and you draft somebody for the future. Thanks, guys.
Well, I think that's going to happen. I mean, there's no question they got to draft a quarterback for the future. And the other thing, too, though, I think, I've seen it happen before, quarterbacks with a low rating because of the fact they didn't have the football. We only had the football 8 minutes in the first half. We didn't have the football. They held the football for 22 minutes. We didn't get it. And so that wasn't what lost the football game. What lost the football game is the defense. There's no question about that. And the fact is that McCowan come in and look pretty damn good. And I'll agree with you that all of a sudden he can look good. Why couldn't Cutler look good, too, with this offense? So there's a lot of answers got to be done. But I'm telling you something. We're not going anywhere until the defense becomes not great, not good, mediocre. If they're doing that, if they're middle of the road, then we have a good shot of making the playoffs. Because
yes, we
what
do.
was it? Yeah, tell them about the Giants when they won the Super Bowl.
The Giants, what was that, like 3 years ago now?
Yeah.
The Giants came in at 9-7 as a wild card.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? They went to the Super Bowl and won it. Where they ranked defensively was 27th. But they had 4 animals on that defensive line, and what they did, they created all kinds of havoc. They went hell-bent for leather and knocked out quarterbacks and sacked them. 4 guys. They let the 7 drop back and take care of business because that's what they did. But they were 27th in total defense, and the 2 teams with the best record that year were the Packers, 15-1.
New England.
New England, 13-3.
Hey, where were they, Ed?
The Packers wound up
30th.
There are 32 teams in the league, okay? Worst. And who was right behind them, 31st? New England.
Right.
The team that won that Super Bowl just a couple of years ago or so was the Giants. They ranked 27. So can you get there without a defense? Yeah. But, my God, not this defense.
You know what's sad, though, about this defense? The fact is you look at it and you know it can't get any better. I mean, don't you know that? Don't you feel that? That's a part I don't understand. With the Giants, they knew, like you said, they had some linemen that were studs.
Oh, my God.
There's
Doug,
some guys who are going to come through.
And they let the guys sit and drop back and take care of business because they had the guys to go.
Let's go out to Chris in Midway. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. An honor to speak with you.
Thank you, Chris.
Even though Merriweather, should have been thrown out of the game, and I think that should be a rule. If you get 2 personal fouls for hitting a defenseless player, you should be ejected from the game. D'Angelo Hall did the same thing when Collins was sliding in. He went right at his head.
Yeah, he did.
And that was not a non-call. I don't understand why it wasn't.
I know you're right. He did do that. Yeah, D'Angelo Hall did do that. I mean, but the fact is,
Chris,
Merriweather, that's his signature.
That's Chris. He has a history of that.
Yeah.
And somebody has to sit this guy down or whatever, because I would hate to see somebody come up with a broken neck, that's paralyzed or whatever have you because of this guy who year after year with his illegal hits gets fined, and it's almost like nothing gets done about it. I would hate to ever see one kid suffer because of this guy's whatever his problem is, Doug.
Let's go out to John in Hobart. John, you're on the score.
Hello, Big
Hello,
O.
John. You're on, buddy.
What's going on?
What's up?
All right, John.
This Big O, I'm sorry, but hey, let me just say this, guys. Today, last week, and a couple other weeks, and it's not going on with the Bears around the league. There is nothing physical. There was nothing physical about that game today. You just mentioned the Giants who won the Super Bowl. They might have been close last in defense, but they were extremely physical. Extremely physical. I'm telling you, you guys start to show this. Tight ends are allowed to run free. They know there's no retribution for running those seam routes. There's none. There's absolutely none. There was nothing physical about that game today on defense. I'm sick of that stuff.
Well,
I'm sorry, you guys are great, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I can understand your frustration. I mean, you can understand the fact that, let me tell you something. In 1963, Obradovich and the boys won their championship, right?
Yep.
Their offense couldn't play dead. Yet again, they're winning 10-7, 13-10, that kind of a thing. If you see defensively, if you're a defensive player and you see what your offense can do, man, that's an uplift. It's just like, oh, I never felt that way because I never had an offense when I played. But I can imagine how they feel. They're saying, I got an offense that can score points.
Best
they can put
defense
points
is
up.
what?
Yeah,
A good offense.
offense.
That adage was, is, and for now and forever will be.
And this segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended. Let's go out to Tom in Pekin. Tom, you're on the score.
Doug O.B., how you guys doing?
What's up, buddy?
Long-time listener, first-time caller. Just want to say today was a frustrating loss, and I have 3 comments to make.
Go ahead.
And I will say them, and then I'll hang up and let you guys talk about them. Number one, I feel like Chris Conte has taken a lot of crap and criticism for his play today. I think a lot of that has to do with the defensive line and giving RG3 so much time to throw the ball.
They're all guilty, Tom.
Yes, absolutely. They are. Number two, saw Julius Peppers on the milk carton this morning. Where's he been the last 6 months? I don't know. And then finally, number three, Josh McCown. Should there be any worry in Jay Cutler's mind that his job may be in jeopardy? Because McCown did have a good game today.
You know, that's a good question. You know, the fact that this is a contract year for Cutler. Now, what's he going to do? What's going to happen? I don't know the extent of the injury. I do know this. And I've seen my partner here when he played. A lot of times you get that groin injury. Back in the day, what happened with the groin injury, Ed?
Oh, God. You want me to go into that?
Yeah, go ahead. I want people to know what goes on.
We were playing a game against, I believe it was the Packers. And in the second quarter, I popped my groin. And if anybody's ever done it or ever had that happen, I mean, it is so painful, people. You cannot believe it. I mean, you're lucky if you walk, you could move your leg, 10 inches or so when you're trying to take a step. The pain is so bad. Well, we went in at halftime, and they put me up on the table, and Dr. Fox came over, and they talked, and they said, Ed, we're going to shoot you up. So they get me there, take my pants down, and they get, I forget who were the two of my teammates, one on one side, one on the other. And I said, what are they doing, Ted?
Holding you down.
Which is the doctor. He says, we got to hold you. He says, I don't want to make a mistake with the shot. He says, you're going to pass out. I said, what? So there you go. It's just what I had to do. And he comes out, Doug, and I'm not kidding you folks that are listening. It looked like a darning needle. I said, oh, you got to be kidding me. And he went up, into the crotch area and up into my stomach. That's where your groin is. And that's apparently I didn't even know it, but I passed out.
I'm laughing now, but it's not funny. Go ahead.
I'm not done with the story.
Go ahead. I was there.
I could hardly walk. What I did, put my pants up, and so Fox says, well, how's this feel? He said, move your leg. So I moved my leg, and I felt, like nothing ever happened. I went out there, played the second half. The next 4 days, I couldn't walk.
Yeah.
I couldn't walk.
That's because they mixed that cortisone with painkillers. And there you say, oh, I'm fine. Everything's good. Move your leg. Oh, you're okay. Go out and play.
No, yeah, you know what it is? They said, here, Ed, here's some pills. They're real good for you. What kind of pills are there? Oh, they're stupid pills. Oh, give me 5 of them.
I know it's funny now, but I got to tell you, the
my
pain
God.
with those things are just unbelievable. You're listening to Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks.
At halftime, and why are the two guys holding on to me? You're going to pass out. Oh, thank you very much, Doc.
I think you can still play. Yeah,
oh,
go ahead, Al.
God.
We'll be right back.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks, live from Bar 63 in Chicago. Brought to you by UV Vodka.
You have a lot of reasons.
Welcome back to Majestic Star Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business.
Motorworks.
Motorworks. We're live at Bar 6341 North Broadway. Ed O'Bradovich and Doug Buffone. And this segment is sponsored by Mercy Hospital. I am a guy that has gone to Mercy Hospital I don't know how many times in the medical center. And my doctor there, to my cardiologist, Dr. Jones, the best in the world, Chicago's choice for superior heart and vascular care, and that is no joke.
What did the psychiatrist say?
About me. He said,
he said, don't bother coming back.
Don't come back.
Don't come back.
Yeah. He said, if you ever do anything, he says, go hide somewhere.
You know what, Doug? We got to do something about our music here, guys. We got to change, whatever we should change to some kind of a song from Chicago. The rock group Chicago. You know the other thing about that group? I mean, I love that group, Doug. They're not in the Hall of Fame, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
That's impossible. How could that possibly happen?
Ed,
I mean, they got one hit after another. I mean, they're unbelievable.
My first place I owned, and you were in it many times, it's called the Nickel Bag.
You had them out there, didn't you?
They played there. They played there all, and I mean, you couldn't get in the place.
And that Dick Biondi, he's in the Hall of Fame, Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and he sent his plaque back to the Hall of Fame. Why? Because Chicago is not in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
How the hell they cannot have that group in the Hall of Fame is beyond me. Got to call Pete Chiavarelli and.
Yeah, Pete will do it.
Yeah, he's a hell of a guy. He's a good guy.
Let's go out to Patrick in Chicago. Patrick, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
Hey, how you going? By the way, OB, you right on that one. I grew up in Chicago when they were big and popular.
Oh, my God.
Great band. They were trendsetters, too. They did things that other people weren't doing.
With the horns.
Absolutely. But now that all the Bear players have been rightfully roasted on defense, the officiating. Them guys should go back to their night jobs, their day jobs at managing McDonald's and 7-Eleven, because they were terrible. Defensive holding on a lineman, come on, give me a break. What do you call that? Maybe once a year in the whole league? A Bears quarterback slides, guy goes at him head first, no penalty. There was pass interference calls that missed, but the onside kick, they showed that in slow motion. There was nobody offside. There was a horrible call, and those guys should all lose their jobs for that call. Now, did the Bears stink? Yeah, the defense stunk. Obviously, they stunk. But if that onside kick is ruled the way it should have been ruled, Bears have the ball maybe to go down and win. The holding call on a defensive lineman, hey, come on, give me a break. That was the final drive. That would have been a 4-yard loss instead of a 10-yard penalty. These guys were clowns. And like you said earlier in the game, that Merriman, the guy, Merriweather, whatever his name is, the guy's almost like a criminal element back there. And he needs to be dealt with before, like you say, he hurt somebody really bad. Really bad.
Patrick, I agree with you about the officiating, by the way.
Yeah, Doug said the same thing, Pat.
And I'm going to tell you something. It also, too, the Bears did some. Ed and I looked at, who was holding? Somebody was holding one of the receivers. They didn't call that. But that Mickey Mouse call with the fact with the guy hitting him, the Paille hitting the offensive lineman in the face, it was ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. So I don't know, again, like you said, you can't blame it on the refs. Obviously, the Bear defense stunk. But still, the officiating was terrible. Let's go to Mario in the loop. Mario on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB. Man, really appreciate your show and what you guys did on the field. Honor to talk to you guys.
Thank you, Mario.
Hey, I just wanted to say a couple of things. I think Jay Cutler's getting a lot of unfair criticism. I think if McNown went out there and did some stuff, I think Jay had the potential if he wasn't injured or whatever. So I think he's getting a lot of heat. I think the defense obviously played atrociously today. How many times do we see a reception, especially with like Jordan Reed, he's making a catch, there's not a defender within, 5, 6, 7 yards of him. And a couple of things, it seems like in the past, at least the past 9 years or whatever, the Bears defense could stop one thing or another. I mean, they could stop the run and make that offense or the opponent's offense more or less one-dimensional. We're not seeing that this year. Is it really just personnel, or is there something you think Mel Tucker can do to at least take away one aspect from opponent's offense?
It's a great question. Personnel obviously has a lot to do with what you do defensively. There's no doubt about it. But it seems to me to really ensure yourself of something that you can help the defensive backs or make a defensive back better is the defensive line. And we're not seeing it. They're making mistakes on, holding
That's
the
where
edge.
it starts.
That's where it starts. Jim Finks was a good guy, a good general manager. And he always said that. Give me an offensive line, give me a defensive line, I'll give you a football game. That's where it is. That's exactly what it is.
Jerry Vannesi, the same thing. He knows you win up front on both sides.
Absolutely.
That was Vannesi's philosophy.
And if the Bears don't do that, if they don't start doing that defensively, then it's going to be a long year. Because like I said, and I talked about this many times, 41 points, we would have died. I'd have given my left arm for 41 points last year. 41 points, it should be an automatic win.
And Mario, as far as Cutler's concerned, I don't think anybody's on Cutler. I mean, Cutler is our guy. Make no mistake about that, folks. He's the guy that we're riding with. I mean, and that's it. Nobody's saying anything looked terrible, whatever. But if anybody looked terrible and it's the offense, then it's everybody on the offense. Especially that first half. But he's our quarterback. He's the guy, and we'll see what happens here.
Let's go out to Ben in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Ben.
Hey, Doug and OB.
Hey, Ben.
What's up, Ben?
Guys?
Go ahead.
I love listening to you guys. Actually, it's kind of just a couple things here. I'll go be really quick.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I thought the refs were horrible, just like a lot of other people were saying. Also, during these 2 weeks off, would you guys consider a scheme change to the defense? And if you were Phil Emery, would you consider firing Mel Tucker halfway through?
No, I wouldn't consider the last part of it because, right now it's accountability. I don't know exactly what's going on up there. And the fact is you never change schemes. You can't change schemes. What it is, football can be played if you play within the rules if you're out there. That certain things happen, you do certain things. And so that's what's not happening out there.
Ben, what they're doing, they're breaking down on fundamentals.
Yeah.
There's basic things as a D-line and linebackers and backs that you do. And that's what I see. They're fundamentally breaking down week after week, and it's not being fixed. Now you have time. And that should be fixed because guess what? There's nowhere to go, pal. Nobody can wave a magic wand. We've got to play basic, sound, fundamental defense, and when the blitz is called for it, blitz up the middle. Like you're going to fool somebody at this particular time in the National Football League? Not. Do they know where our weakness is? Yes. So when you got to go after them, go after them. But what I see so far this year defensively, fundamental breakdowns. I mean, is there lack in some positions where we need better talent?
Absolutely.
Yeah. How the hell do you make it better? You go back to fundamentals.
Because the fact is you have to do something about this.
Yes, you do.
You can't let it go because, you're not going to go get somebody. Everybody says, well, hey, go get a sofa spud. A sofa spud is a couch potato, a guy that's been laying there for a year, and all of a sudden he's about 50 pounds overweight because he's gone to too many pancake festivals, and you're going to go out and get this guy? No. You got to make do with what you have. Let's go out to Brendan on the car phone. Brendan, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up? Hey, let me tell you one guy's thing. Hey, OB, nobody's going to feel sorry for the Bears. Okay? Injuries are injuries. This is football. Teams lose guys every week. So
Absolutely.
Stop the complaining, people. Okay? Even if Briggs and Tillman was in the game and the Bears won the game, we still will be talking about how many yards the defense gave up. That's just a simple fact. And if Tom is still listening, you probably Chris Conti's brother or cousin. He was terrible. Don't come up here talking about defending that dude. He was brutal. He was out of position. And when he was in position, he couldn't make the play. And for one more thing, I supported Jake Cutler from the day one he got here. Now I'm all for it. It's not due to the fact of what the backup quarterback did. Jake Cutler makes no one better. I seen that the first half before he got hurt. Okay? Every pass was to Brandon Marshall. That's who he locks in on. And when he threw it to Alshon Jeffrey, that was two receivers. And the third one coming. It's ridiculous. Jay Cutler is a selfish person. We're not going to spend $100 million on this guy, and I'm glad we got the fact to see another quarterback. He makes no one better on the offensive side of the ball. When it's a series is over with and they're on the sideline, he's not over there talking to anyone to get things going for the next series. I seen it today. This guy is not the quarterback of the future.
Well, Brandon, again, too, let's just take Jay Cutler out of the equation today. The fact is, McCowan came in here, and this tells me one thing. McCowan last year, he couldn't play dead either, by the way. Why is he playing better? The reason he's playing better is that Trestman somewhere along the road is teaching these guys something. Not only that, they got people in there to play
Cutler's
with.
stats from last year to this year,
They're
going
night
into
and day.
6 games, absolutely,
Yeah,
Doug.
night and day.
So the coaching
Yes.
aspect offensively has taken place.
And also the players that you brought in. You brought in players to do certain things. You know how much a difference it makes if you had somebody on the defensive line that could cover up maybe for defensive backs that cannot play? I mean, that has to be done. I mean, that has to be done with this Chicago Bear Football Club. Not this year, but it's too late. So they're going to have to figure something
we
out.
brought a tight end offensively that frees up the wideouts.
You take all these things that we added. The guards, the tackles, the tight end, everything. Forte looks better. You see him running for 50 yards. Did you see some of those blocks that the wide receivers made?
Oh, yeah.
They made some hellacious blocks on that run. So, again, I'm not jumping all over Cutler, and I'm not going to call Cutler a name for this or that. All I know is when Cutler came in here, he had a quarterback rating of 95 coming into this football game. And the fact is that we'll see where it goes. I would say this, though, you want to talk about $100 million? It's not my money. It's not Ed's money. It's the Bears' money. They have to make that decision.
It's critical time right now. And, again, as it comes, Doug, we got this little over 2 weeks here to restructure here and rework the philosophy of the defense, Doug.
Mm-hmm.
And can it be done? Yeah, it's been done before. But we have nowhere else to go to get better but from within.
And that doesn't mean changing the scheme either. People will call and say, well, let's go to the 3-4. You put McCallum out there. You can't do that. First of all, you don't have defensive tackle. Do you know what it'd be for a defensive tackle to play the nose guard on a 3-4? Stop yourself. I told you about guys looking like Coke machines in there. This had to be double Coke machines when you play that tackle, that nose tackle on a 3-4. We don't have that. We can't do that. Let's go out to Bob and Joliet. Bob, you're on the score.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right, Bob.
My question is, Mel Tucker came from Jacksonville, didn't he?
Yeah, right.
Jacksonville's defense
Dead last.
a couple of years were terrible.
It was dead last.
Dead last. How do you hire someone like that and don't expect what we have?
I don't know. And that's something I brought up to Ed during the break. And we were talking about it because the fact is that, obviously you don't have the players. And I said, well, when Tucker was down in Jacksonville, their defense was terrible. But once again, you have to say, well, Jacksonville didn't have the quality of players. And we can see that this year. We see what's happening to them this year. So that's something, you have to take in consideration. You have to take a look at everything in this situation, what's going on with the Chicago Bears defensively.
Especially we still have a shot, guys.
Yeah, it's like it's not over with.
I know. We're, like 4-3 now?
Yeah.
A couple of weeks, and then we're taking on a mighty tough team, the Packers. But I'll tell you what, we're there. All hope is not lost. And let's hope everybody makes the adjustments, Doug, and that includes the damn coaches.
No question about it. Let's go out to Matthew and Bradley. Matthew on the score.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking me.
Hey,
you know
Matt.
what? This defense is shot. It's shot, man. They've been limping around the last couple of years, living on takeaways, and them takeaways ain't going to continue. And like you said earlier, 45, 41 points, they've been scoring a lot of points. So if they don't draft this year and hit on defense, it's going to be a long next year, too.
There's no question where they have to go next year, guys. I mean, they have to go to the defense. They have to go to defensive linemen. They have to go to defensive tackles. There's no question about that. See, there's one thing, too. We talk about Emery, about the things he did do. But the fact is he still has one guy, the number one pick, has not had many yet. McClellan. He's not made it yet. He had a number 3 pick, and Brandon, I forgot his last name, had a bad shoulder. He was number 3.
Wasn't it? Harden?
Harden, right.
Gone.
Gone.
4th-round draft choice. I can't recall his name. He's gone.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is there were some mistakes that have been made. But the fact is, you're right. Next year, they're going to have to load up on defense, and there's going to be a lot of guys that that played for the Bears that are older will not be on the Bear team. That's a fact. Let's go out to Jerry and Champaign. Jerry on the score.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Sure.
I'm an old fan of you guys. I've been listening for years, and
well, thanks, Jerry.
At OB, I watched you guys. I watched you in the '63 championship. So
Jerry, was he any good, Jerry?
He was great.
What
else would you want me to say?
He gave me a bad look, Jerry.
I just looked at him. I will talk to him after the show's over with. Was he any good?
Personally.
Give me a break.
I love it.
What you got in mind, Jerry?
This is a question I had. I mean, I guess the question I had is, I want you to rate Bostic's performance and how you think he did, and what they can do, to maybe shore up some of the deficiencies, especially with Conti, or replacing with the Stouts. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like Conti's getting it done, at all to me. So I'm going to hang up and let you guys answer, but it's great talking to you. I'm longtime fans.
Thanks, Jer. Well, he started with Bostic. Bostic, I think, did he have, Rick, 8 tackles in this football game? He had 8 tackles. And you notice as the game proceeded, he was getting more aggressive. He was coming up making these plays. The kid has all the talent in the world to do it, but again, too, he's a rookie. I don't think that's where the major problem is. Again, too, I keep saying it's on the edges. We have a problem with the edges, obviously, with the defensive ends and then with the tackles, not getting that pressure. They were had 3 hits or 2 hits?
3 hits total.
Total on the quarterback.
2 by the defensive lineman, and again, no sacks.
No sacks.
By the entire defensive line.
And so that puts the pressure on the defensive backs, and defensive backs have to make the play. But I'm telling you something, Conti should have made that play.
Oh, Doug, there's no question about that. I mean, there's no other reason it comes into play here. If anybody does, they're dreaming. That was his play. That should have been the interception, Doug.
Anyway, thank everybody for calling in.
Yeah.
Hopefully next week, 2 weeks from now, because we don't have a bye coming up next week. Thanks to Ethan Shaw, Dominic Mendocino, Rick Camp, Callie O'Connor, and Ashlyn Snookle. And I will talk to you next week. Ed will talk to you next week. And then hopefully we'll find out more about our Chicago Bears. It's a Monday night game, isn't it? We're against the Green Bay Packers.
There you go.
You better gear up and start working against Aaron Rodgers. Take care, and thank you for calling.
Have a good week, everybody. Standing ovation.
Standing.
Awaits the snap with 3 on the play clock, settles in, a little pump, now leaving, ejecting right, he's got it up, and down he goes! Shea McClellan brings him down! Would not let Aaron Rodgers totally leave the pocket. A sack of 3 yards on 3rd down and 8. McCown in the gun, Forte on his left hip, trips to the right, snap is back, blitz is on, McCown hit, McCown stays alive, zips it to the end zone, backing up and makes the grab! Brandon Marshall, touchdown, and a penalty marker in the end zone. Marshall made a terrific grab. right behind Seneca Wallace here on 2nd down. Gonna throw. Pass is batted up in the air. Tip to Peppers. He's intercepted and on the move. Inside Packer territory to the 45-yard line. He tipped the pass and picked it off. And Julius Peppers makes a big defensive play for the Bears. And they've got the football in Packer territory, leading 7-3. 5 of the play clock. He'll pull back from center. Gonna run it to the left side of the huge hole. He starts 25-20 to the 15. Ahead of steam and into the end zone. Right down the middle of the field. He gutted the Bears defense and into the end zone for the Packer touchdown. 2nd and goal to 1. Garza on the ball, sends it back. They run it straight ahead into the end zone. Right up the gut. Matt Forte's in for the touchdown. Touchdown Bears. And they've taken back the lead from Green Bay. From the 1, takes turns up the middle. Eddie Lacy's into the end zone. Easy for the touchdown. Green Bay an extra point away from tying it back up at 17. They come in quickly after a 3-and-out by the Bears. Bears went 3-and-out. Here's Crosby's kick. I had a feeling this was coming onside kick. It is up in the air. It is loose. There's a pile up. Who's got it at the 49-yard line? It appears Green Bay has it. I was going to say it, but I didn't want to say it. Well, and I had a feeling. They're coming out aggressive. Green Bay has recovered the onside kick, it appears. Takes the snap. Gives a look left, now throws right to Alshon Jeffrey. He's got it for the touchdown. Over the top, we squeeze the pigskin. For the touchdown, over the top of the defender, House. And Alshon's in the house with a touchdown of 6 yards from Josh McCown. And the Bears lead the Packers again. Here's the genesis of this drive. It started at the Bear 11-yard line with 9:48 left to play in the game. They've chewed 6 minutes of clock, and this is the 11th play of this drive. 3:44 left to play in the game, and McCown's under center with trips to the left side. 1 safety deep for Green Bay and a 1-back set. Jeffrey on the end around, fake it. They pitch it left. There's room for Forte, left 30. Forte slows down and stays in bounds to the 23, tackled by A.J. Hawk. First down Bears, and a smart run by Matt Forte. 15-yard pickup.
It's now time for the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks with hosts Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich. Broadcasting live from Harry's Sports Bar and Grill at 9901 West 55th Street in Countryside.
Those highlights courtesy of WBBM Radio. Tom Fair and Jeff Joniak on the call. Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. O'Bradovich and Buffone, our phone number, 312-644-6767. We are live at Harry's. That's right, in Countryside. Chicago Bears 27, Green Bay 20. Who would have thought that?
Who would have thunk it at it?
Who would have thought that this team would go in there and did what they did? And I think the whole story basically tonight in this football game was Josh McCown.
Doug, I'm going to try to go you one better. You take what happened a couple of weeks ago when Cutler went down and McCown came in, Mark Trestman and Cromer, our offensive coordinator. We didn't lose a step with Josh going in there. We didn't pull him back. We didn't go to a strictly running game, a little short passing game. We didn't lose a step between Cutler and Josh. Come tonight. Guess who goes down? Rodgers, of all people, which you never thought would go down. He goes down, and what is Mike McCarthy? I'm going to give him an F for coaching job. Him and his staff up in Green Bay. They bring Seneca Wallace in, regardless of whether the guy's taking a snap or whatever have you. They showed immediately they had no confidence in him, and what did we do? We came up with 8 in a box. Soon as he came in, we went 8 in a box, and we were going to make Seneca Wallace beat his passing. And guess what? McCarthy played right in our hands. He tried the running game. Everybody runs on us, but it eats up time, and eventually we made some great plays, Doug. But the key, again, was Trestman and Cromer with Josh McCown going out and not skipping a beat with Cutler being out the last 2 games. And take a look what happened when Mike McCarthy, when their number 1 quarterback went down, they went right into a shell, and that gave us a chance to win the football game because they did not open it up. And guess what? We responded defensively, which was a smart move. We went to 8 in a box. Very smart coaching.
Well, the fact was in the first half, they murdered us. I mean, they ran for almost 190 yards. So they thought they could continue.
What the hell do you think Rodgers would have done to us?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They said they thought they could do it. But the 8-man in the box is always the answer to a running team, to a quarterback that can't throw.
That's what they did.
That's exactly what they did.
It was the smart move.
And it was a move that turned everything around. The Chicago Bears come out that second half. Now, I'm still not too happy about some of the defensive play. I'm not too happy about the tackling by the safeties. I'm not too happy about our defensive tackle work.
That Paya, I saw him get buried once, I couldn't tell you how many times I saw him get put back and put on his back.
But what else I'm happy about is the fact that not only the wide receivers catching the football, the wide receivers blocking. Do you know how many great blocks they made out there to set these guys free, to set the Forte free? They did some excellent job blocking. And once again, go back to Josh McCown. Josh McCown is the guy that you take a look at what he does, and he goes within the system itself. He belongs in this kind of a system. It's a system that he kind of understands. He made some great throws tonight.
Doug, and the great thing, what you're saying is obviously that Trestman and Cromer see that in him. Because as soon as he came in for Cutler, it was the same damn offense.
Right.
Nothing changed. Again, you want to see what happened? Look at when Rodgers went down for Green Bay. And again, Seneca Wallace came in. My God, they went into a shell. We recognized it, and we changed our defensive philosophy and put 8 in the box, and went after him.
And the other thing, too, is the offensive line. I thought the offensive line did a hell of a job.
Yes, they did.
The offensive line was out there, and I'm going to tell you something.
They had to beat the Green Bay Packers up in Green Bay, Doug. Everything almost had to fall in right. It had to be almost perfect for us to beat Green Bay.
Rodgers getting out of the football game.
Well,
let's be honest about it.
That's
gigantic. That's a gigantic move.
But it was still, Doug.
It still had to come in play.
It was still the philosophy of the coaching staff. My God, you mean to tell me that Mike McCarthy, if he knew if anything ever happened to him, that he had a quarterback that is absolutely qualified to do nothing?
Well, the fact is, Seneca Wallace, if you listen to Gruden talk, Seneca Wallace didn't take one snap, not one snap during exhibition season. He didn't take any snaps at all.
This is exactly what I just said, Doug.
Yeah.
How the hell is that possible?
I don't know. That is possible. But the fact is, though, the smart thing, and you brought it up, let me tell you something. When you find a quarterback and you're playing defense, and this quarterback cannot throw the football or will not throw the football, you stick that 8 guys up in there, and you take Lacey, you take Starks, you take all these guys out of it. And that's how you handle it.
Doug, you know what? I'm telling you something. That's really impressive to me what happened. And I know, believe me, folks, trust me, I know Rodgers is out. And that is like maybe all the difference in the world. But, boy, I'll tell you what isn't all the difference in the world is the philosophy of our coaching staff and Mike McCarthy's coaching staff. How the hell you have a quarterback on your team, and if this guy goes down for any reason, for any length of time, and your game plan is 0?
Well, the impressive thing is the fact that I don't care what McCarthy does, Ed, but I got to tell you, and I'm going back to what you said at the beginning of the show, the fact is that what Tressman has done
never
this
lost
offense,
a beat. Never lost
what
a beat.
he's done with this offense. Josh McCown was teaching school last year, high school. He was a high school teacher. He's 34 years old. The guy comes in and looks like, and I'm going to tell you something. I'm not so sure if I'm worried about Cutler coming back next week or not. The fact the way this kid played. And they said Cutler might come back next week. So you got to figure if that's not the case, if he doesn't come back, you got McCown sitting there who was playing an outstanding football game, who had a quarterback rating 2 weeks ago against Washington of 119. I think it was 107 this time. Didn't throw any interceptions, did he? Didn't turn for the football over. Plus, our running game started coming back in order. What we have to look at, and our problem right now, is the defense.
Yeah, Doug, offensively, McCown, the first half, his rating was 107.4. Seneca Wallace, his rating was
47, wasn't it?
I don't even think it was that. No, it was 37.
37.
Yeah, 37 was his quarterback rating.
And so that's the difference. And then again, too, take a look at how could the Bears win tonight? There's no question. I'm not going to, jump
Doug,
up and say
no
Rodgers
what
didn't get hurt. That happened, but they stepped up. They stepped up to the plate. I mean, that's exactly what you need to do.
You know what? A victory, Doug, will sometimes hide a lot of ills. But I'm going to tell you something. The inside of our defensive line, folks, I'm going to tell you something. I've been around this game for quite a while, played the position there for quite a while. These guys, I mean, it is absolutely unbelievable. Their first move, Doug, I'm talking about our inside men. Their first move, Doug, they stand straight up in the air, and then just watch them. For you people that taped it, just watch them. They stand straight up in the air, and they get pushed back and land on their back, or they get pushed to the side, or they get turned. When you're a defensive tackle, number one, you got to have balance. Number two, your first move is low. You have to go low and strike a blow into the numbers of the guy that whatever gap you have to go. That's your move. And that's basic fundamentals, Doug, and that's what they should have been doing. And again, they haven't done it. And why haven't they done it? Because that's all you saw tonight. They stand up and they get pushed all over the place.
It's called pad level. And here's the other good news, though. The good news is I thought I saw the old Peppers playing tonight. He just made some nice passes. He had a deflection, interception, had a couple of good pass rushes. This guy was all over the place. So that's the good news. At least he got somebody coming there. And I thought McCullen came in and did a fair good job, Eddie, coming from the outside. Now, I know he got bounced around a few times, but let's face it, he's the one who put Rodgers out.
You know what's funny? Rodgers is rated as the best offensive player in the league. And according to the stats, is it McClellan rated the worst defensive?
Well, not the worst, but he's down at the bottom of the pile.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And guess what happens?
He puts him out.
He takes out Rodgers. Oh, my Lord.
And that in itself was obviously a big move. But the fact is, you take a look at Peppers. Now, the linebackers, I watched them play. I thought Anderson blew an interception. Anderson had a type to do an interception. That would have been a lot of damage. He let the ball go right through his hands. Bostic come in. There were times I thought he was out of place, out of position. But one thing I do know for sure, I'm not too damn happy with the way the tackling is going on with our safeties. With Conte and them. I'm not happy at all with that. Because I understand.
When you make them play football, Doug, it seems that we have a slight problem.
When they come up, and I understand the defensive line's not slowing up that back, Ed. And what happens, the guy's going 100 miles an hour up the middle, and he sees him coming running. You got to go up and stick the guy. You got to stick him.
You see how Conte hesitated?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying.
You don't do that, my friend.
You got to bring those guys down. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks. To earn your business. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Chicago Bears 27. The Green Bay Packers 20. We'll be right back.
That's how you finish a game.
Back-to-back sacks.
How long was that drive again?
18 plays.
8:58 on the clock. 2 sacks to finish the job. Fade to black from Lambeau. Bears are 5-3, so are the Packers and the Lions. Detroit off the bye comes to Soldier Field on Sunday afternoon.
That's a happy Jeff Joniak, and that was exactly right. That last drive was just phenomenal and ended up with 2 sacks. Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. We're live at Harry's in Countryside. Bears 27, the Green Bay Packers 20. And Ed, we're looking at these stats right now, and I want to give you one stat, a third down percentage. Now, we talked about the fact about the Bear defense, and there were some problems, some major problems. But the one thing they did do well was third down. The Green Bay Packers were 1 for 9 on third down, 11%. You know, coming into this game, and I know Aaron Rodgers was the quarterback then, but they were 65% on third down. In fact, in the last 5 quarters, the Green Bay Packers have not punted before they met the Chicago Bears. So that's a big stat. And Eddie, what about the total yards for the Bears?
Total yards. It's really nice to see. 442 yards. 22 of 41, 272 for McCown, 90.7 rating. Rushing attempts, 33 times, Doug, 171 for 5.2. First downs, 25, and like you had mentioned, 6 of 14 for 43%. I'll take 5 sacks, Doug. Time of possession, obviously, was with us. But then again, you can call it any way you want to call it. What I call it was great coaching. Even when Cutler went down, nobody panicked. Trestman didn't panic, Doug. Cromer didn't panic. They went with McCown. They didn't change their offensive philosophy one bit. Doug have stayed with it now 2 games. Detroit's coming in next week. We're right now in the middle of the hunt, and we know we could do our own destiny right here, guys. Right here at home in Soldier Field this coming Sunday. And I again, Doug, it's Rodgers is out and but it's still what happens. Their number 1 quarterback went down, and look what happened to the Packers. Our number 1 quarterback went down, and in 2 games now, look at what we're at with our coaching staff and McCown. I like that, Doug. That's just great, and especially over the years, Doug, the last several years, we had offensive linemen that couldn't block. Year after year after year, and they would make no changes. Same guys making the same mistakes. Then we have receivers. We tried making Devin Hester, our number 1 receiver. We had receivers, what were they called? The Smurfs? Now we went out and we got some legitimate receivers, 6'5", 6'6", 6'3", 6'4", that can actually play the game of football. And catch a football.
That means blocking too, Ed.
Absolutely. And we go
they do
out
a hell of a job blocking.
And we get free agency, and we draft a couple of young rookies, and they've come through. What a philosophy change in coaching for years again. Doug, the way it was, and in 1 year, look at what happens. Where we really needed help, and we needed to get a lot better because this game is all about offense. We made the moves. We've been in some trouble because of Cutler going down. And, Doug, again, they made the right moves. And I tell you what, I'm impressed with what I saw defensively, guys. We still got a long, hard road ahead of us.
Yeah, and saying that, too, the fact is that in defensively, I think the main thing, Ed, is tackling. We had 5 sacks tonight. That was damn good. And third down, they were 1 for 9 in third down. That was damn good. So we did some things defensively. But I think what happens is we're watching this football game, and we see some of this tackling that's going on. If they could improve their tackling. And also, too,
That's
by the way.
That's fundamentals, Doug.
Yeah, fundamentals and being in the right position. And we definitely have to have our safeties be better tacklers.
Doug,
that's just a fact.
2 weeks ago, the Washington game, okay, I said, what can we do to get better defensively, especially the inside? We can't find anybody. Nobody's going to come down and make these guys better football players. But the one thing that they can improve on, and they had 2 weeks to do it, was fundamentals.
Yep.
That is the only thing, folks, believe me. Our defensive line and our defensive backs, what they can do better is fundamentals. Staying low, staying up by the numbers. The defensive backs coming up, being aggressive. These are things, they're just basic fundamentals, and we've got to get that down because I'll tell you what, I certainly didn't like what I saw tonight. And again, our defensive line, Doug, not to talk in circles here, but I'm going to tell you what, those people, that was a laugh out there tonight.
Yeah, but Peppers played pretty good.
Yeah, Peppers played damn good. There's
very well.
No question about it. But the fact of the matter was, Doug, you can't hide that stuff.
And the other thing, too, that you have to look at, how do you help your defense? You help your defense by possessing the football offensively. We had 75 plays to their 55. We held the ball 33 minutes and 9 seconds to their 26-51. So the fact is that's what that West Coast offense is all about. They call it dinking and dunking, but the fact is you take what the defense gives you, and you move the football. You got to have the mentality for that, and you have to have the quarterback, the mentality to do that. Because quarterbacks' tendency have to try to make a big play. That's why this McCown is the kind of guy that might fit in perfectly for what Trestman is trying to do.
Well, I tell you what, Doug, could you imagine if Rodgers went down, obviously the way he went down, and when he went down, and we couldn't pull this game out and we couldn't win it? That would have really been a black eye and a
absolutely
minor catastrophe, my friend.
The Game Ball is brought to you by Al Piemonte Ford. Al Piemonte Ford, visit apford.com. The Game Ball is going to go to Josh McCown.
By the way, speaking about Al Piemonte Ford,
you and I, yeah.
We're going to be there the 7th,
Thursday,
which is this Thursday from 6 to 8. We're going to talk some football and some chalk talk, and we're going to have some pizza and a real good time, again, by Al Piemonte Ford at 25th Avenue and North Avenue in Melrose Park. Come on out and see Doug and I and see the good people at Al Piemonte Ford. We'll have a good time, I guarantee you.
And we want to thank you for picking up the tab for that, for everything is free.
Doug, I forgot to tell you.
Yeah.
I lied.
You lied.
I lied. You're picking it up.
It is free, though. Come on out and have some pizza and talk some football with us. Let's go out to the phone lines, Eddie. Let's go out to Jordan and Gary. Jordan, you're on the score.
Hey, gentlemen, how are you this evening?
What's up, Jordan?
I agree with you guys. Great job by the offense. Really well done. Nicely executed. Well coached. The defense, yeah, they did. We had our holes. They played better. But were the sacks that they had, were those more allowed to the defensive linemen finding different ways to get around their blockers, or was that the lack of vision or decision-making by Seneca Wallace?
I have just one simple answer. Seneca Wallace. Whoever they play, if believe me, if Rodgers isn't ready to go, you're going to watch and see whatever Seneca Wallace does. That if he starts there next week, if they don't bring somebody in, you're going to see the same thing what you saw tonight.
Yeah, and I thought, though, Peppers made some great moves on the outside. I also thought Wooten made some nice moves on the inside for sacks. We saw Peppers not only get a sack, we saw him bat the football up in the air, intercepted. So he's getting back to where he was before. Now, was he something wrong? Was something hurt? I don't know. But I know he wasn't the same guy the last couple games. But this game, there's indication that maybe after that bye, Ed, that 2 weeks layoff, you start to heal up. Let's go to Mike in Rockford. Mike, trying to score with OB and Doug.
Paul, how you guys doing?
What's up, Mike?
All right, Mike.
Listen, guys, I want to say something. Well, first, one thing. I just saw on ESPN television here that the I think it was the Raiders, they released Matt Flynn, so I think the Packers, they might look at him next week. But anyway, just curious. I know this is putting the cart before the horse, but I know Cutler's supposed to play this coming Sunday, but who knows, if he will or not. But you guys, I got to tell you something. With that big contract that he's going to want, I mean, couldn't they use the cap space money that they're going to have at the end of the year if they didn't sign Cutler, if McCown, they kept him, they built that offensive line a little bit better, got another, drafted another lineman, and maybe through free agency with the money they'd have if they didn't sign Cutler, they could go out and get a good defensive tackle and then draft a couple. They could fix that defense in 1 year. What do you guys think?
Well, Mike, I know this is going to be going through people's minds because the fact is what McCown did tonight. The relationship, what he feels and what he does.
And what he did 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. And so we know we got something here. But don't forget, he's 34 years old. So the fact is that, you're going to be looking down the road. Now, again, I still believe the Bears have to draft a quarterback. They need a young quarterback. They need somebody they have to groom. But people are going to start thinking that way now. They're going to say, hey, how much better could have Cutler played tonight than McCown? I don't think much better. The way this kid played, we had no interceptions. He had 2 touchdowns. He had over 280 yards throwing the football. And the fact is you can see that he is really into what Trestman is talking about. Now, we're going to talk about Cutler. He started to get into it, too. He started to do exactly what the fact was what Trestman wanted him to do. It's a win situation with both of these guys. Now, as far as, what's going to be going next week, I don't know what's – all of a sudden now they say McCown or that Cutler may be able to play.
Well, here, I'm going to tell you what.
I don't know how good that's going to be.
It looked like the pull he had a couple of weeks ago was really, to me, looked very severe. And, I popped my groin a couple of times. And the first time I did it, Doug, I'm going to tell you, wow. You talk about pain, and trying to even walk.
Yeah.
Like even a 6-inch slide walk.
Let alone set up.
Okay, so I think what will happen this coming week, I think if Cutler is like 90%, 95, he's not 100%, I think they will hold him out and they will start McCown. That's what I think will happen. There's no sense in starting Jay because this kid has proved one thing. He's played 2 games, and he's got the same system that Cutler's under, and he's run it real well. We had a hell of a victory tonight. So there's no reason to play Cutler and rush Cutler back and, God forbid, make something and really rip that groin out. So if he's not even close to 100%, Doug, I don't think you'll see Cutler come Detroit.
I agree. And I agree that the fact was you might have seen him if McCown didn't do very well tonight. The last drive was 18 plays for 80 yards. 8 minutes and 58 seconds they took off the clock.
That's unbelievable.
That is unbelievable. That is just falling into what Trestman talks about the West Coast offense.
You're talking about intergalactical records.
Yeah. Let's go out to Chris in New Jersey. Chris, you're on the score.
What's up, guys? Hey,
Hi,
how
Chris.
are you?
What's up, Chris?
I called in. I always call you guys every Sunday. Love the show. But for all the people who were saying that this guy is nothing more than a backup and how Cutler is going to, let me tell you something. I don't want to see Cutler. Not unless this guy gets hurt. There's chemistry right now. Why? Because the guy is a leader, and you can see he's mature. No arguing, no nothing. There's positive energy on the offense. Those guys, Green Bay's defense looked like ours. Did you see them? They couldn't even blitz. At one point, they stopped blitzing. They couldn't even blitz anymore because you saw multiple receivers going out. Everyone was doing their job, and McCown took care of the ball. And I'm going to say this. Moving forward, we draft a young guy, we keep McCown, and what we do is we let him groom the young guy, and we say farewell to Jay Cutler. Have a good night, guys.
Chris, that's going to be planned. There's definitely going to be a plan like that in somebody's mind. And they're taking a look at this and say, this is the way to go. Because of the fact that if it is Cutler, you're talking about over $100 million. And so that's what you have to look at. Now, there's been 2 games that Josh McCown played, right? The game, which was a 109. Tonight was like a 97 or something like that quarterback rating. We still got to find out more. Let's see what Detroit, and I agree with Ed. Why would you want to put a quarterback in Cutler that is beat up with that groin pull and not have a fresh guy like McCown ready to go who does not give you any problems.
They will not play him, Doug, if he's not totally 100%.
Let's take a break, Ed. You're listening to The Score, Sports Radio 670.
We got a boatload of callers, you guys. We're going to get back to you. We promise you.
We'll be right back.
Hang in there.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks with hosts Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, live from Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Country Zone.
Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. We are live at Harry's in Countryside, and the two guys, Cistron, these two guys, Jake and John, Jake the son and John the father.
Yes.
What a great place they have here. So we want to thank them for inviting us here and to be here and talking about the Bears' 27-20 win over the Green Bay Packers.
Well, Doug, I'll tell you what. I am not quite sure, except for Big Doug.
Yeah, Big Doug had it.
Yeah, Big Doug picked the Bears. But I can tell you, to me, for the Bears to win a game, and I said this, they would have to play a perfect game, and I said, I don't believe they're capable of even playing a perfect game. Because when I see the problems in the defense, then I think, come on. I mean, everything's got to be. But who the hell ever thought a few plays into the game and Rodgers goes down and is out, period. And in comes Seneca Wallace, and oh, my God. But the fact of the matter is, we took care of business. It happened. Nobody panicked on our side. Even when Cutler went down, nobody panicked. We went through. We played a full 60 minutes of football. On the defensive side, Doug, none of them gave up. None of them gave up. You could see they were trying to give everything they had, whether they made a mistake or not. Nobody gave up on defense, and nobody gave up on offense. And again, Doug, speaking offensively right here, what you see, you like a little bit more. Defensive line for the Packers, they got a couple of big guys in there. I'm going to tell you something. Every week, Doug, I think our offensive line is just getting a little better, a little better, and a little better. And they will be tested come this Sunday against the Detroit Lions. They have a massive defensive front and some nasty people up there. But anyways, they're getting better. That was a great victory tonight. Unexpected. Totally and completely unexpected.
I'll say this, though. The fact is, after the Washington game, you and I were talking, and you looked at me, and I looked at you, and I said, wow, didn't McCown look good? And you said, it's one game, but can he do this again? I said, we both looked at each other and said, he threw no interceptions. He threw touchdowns. He had a 119 quarterback rating. It looks like he belongs out there and belongs to this system.
But, Doug, the other thing I mentioned, too, a couple of weeks ago was the idea that Trestman and Cromer, I mean, normally when that happens, when your top quarterback goes out, I'm going to tell you, whatever quarterback goes in for whatever team, they pull the reins in. They pull them in, folks. With McCown, nothing. Nothing happened. It was the same
Didn't change
guy.
anything.
Absolutely. They attacked down the field. They ran the bootlegs. They played the same offensive set, the slants, the crossing ends, the skinny posts. They did the same damn thing. And that is confidence that a coaching staff has, and that's the confidence they have in McCown.
Yeah, and the fact is, though, you have people around him to help him, too. The wide receivers, the running back, the offensive line like we talked about.
In 1 year, giant improvements at the two places they need it. Number one, offensive line. Number three, get some receivers instead of the Schmurfs, and they did it in 1 year.
Let's go to Mitchell in Culver City in California. Mitchell, you're on the Score.
Yes, I just want to address a few things. Doug Buffone, veteran, middle linebacker for the Bears, 60s into the 70s. 1979, you come to the grips that your quarterback, Mike Avellini, isn't doing it. So what does your organization do? They go out and get Mike Phipps and Vince Evans, who was there for 3 years, right?
Right.
You win some games, right? And Doug, that Vince Evans is by far the best athlete. So who are we kidding who, right?
Mm-hmm.
The guy can throw a 95. In fact, in the year 1980, the year you actually retired, he actually beat the Packers in the highest percentage game over the last 25 years.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so Josh McCown comes into Green Bay. When's the last time we had a quarterback as a backup that could be play ready, radio ready, TV ready to go up against Green Bay? So we have some guy who's considered undersized, and he takes out their big guy in Aaron Rodgers. Okay, that's a great isolated defensive play. Let's focus on Josh McCown. He's 12 years in the league. He was in the UFL last year. Okay, everyone wants to kind of discount that. I don't. Jeff Garcia was in the UFL too. Okay, I don't see anyone yelling at him. And I see this guy take this offense and having a command of the offense, Doug. He can get first downs. He knows where to get the ball. He's able to kind of, like I call, orchestrate this great system that Trestman has. I spend a lot of time in Canada for work, so I get to visit all the different CFL teams, from Montreal, his old team, to the Saskatchewan, all the way up to BC. I was just there for 7 days. You know what the most people are saying up in Canada? You got our best coach.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. And the fact is, it always comes back down sometimes. It always comes back down to the system. I'm going to give you an example. Have you seen what Jason Campbell is doing, the quarterback that was here with the Chicago Bears? He couldn't play dead here. He goes to Cleveland. In the last 2 football games, last week against Baltimore, he threw 2 touchdowns. Another game, he threw 2 touchdowns. Once again, it's the system that can help you be better. Now, that's exactly what's happened here. This kid, McCown, fits right in to what he's trying to do. And they believe in it. And once you believe in it, you start carving people up. For example, you can't go 80 yards in 8 minutes and 28 seconds at the end of the football game unless you're not doing something right. And have patience in doing something. Let's go out to Kenny in Hammond, Indiana. Kenny on the score.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi,
Kenny.
All right, guys. I heard some static. I don't know if you can hear me.
Go ahead.
Yeah, listen. My question is, are you guys getting a little bit concerned that the Bears GM might not be able to rebuild the Bears defense like he's done the offense? I know he's spent his first round picks since he's been there on the offense, and you got to give him credit for that. But when you don't have a first round pick that you can use, you got to go out and be able to find those guys in the second and third round. Like in this case on the defense, that are going to be able to come in and play some football and to help out the team.
Well, that's a good point. The point is you want to take a look at the Packers and take a look at the Packers squad. And you take a look at them, they have 50 out of 53. I think 40 are homegrown.
Yeah,
in other words, the 40 are drafted.
Doug, let me just jump in here, too, real quick. Green Bay, I think it was 3 years ago or 3.5 when they went 15-1. They were the worst defense in the league. And I think going into this game tonight, weren't they one of the top better defenses in the league?
Defense and running the football.
Yeah,
They were 20th.
And everybody could run against them, and they cured that in a year or 2 years. So can it be done? Now, can Emery do it, what he did with the offense in 1 year? Well, let's put it this way. If that's maybe 1 year of a track record, Doug, why not?
And here's the point, and you bring this up all the time. We can't find, and I don't want to have a dominating defense and an offense that sucks. I really don't want that no more because you can't win that way anymore.
Right.
You can't do it. I can go back to what you talk about the Giants all the time. The Giants, when they won the Super Bowl, how good was their defense, Ed?
Ranked 7th, and they won the Super Bowl. They ranked 27th in total defense. But when they got into the playoffs as a wild card with a 9-7 record, they had 4 animals up front.
Defensive line.
And those games were do or die.
Right.
Each game was do or die. One and you're out. Okay? And they let those 4 guys go. They didn't give a damn. Let the linebackers and whatever play football. You 4 guys go after them. And that's the defense that they played, Doug. And it worked.
And the fact is then you can make mistakes defensively, but you can be aggressive because you know you have an offense that can make up for that and score points. We never, since I've been, even when we played, in years that I watched them, the last 9-10 years, we never had an offense that controlled that controlled the game.
What kind of game, Doug? God bless the game.
God bless the game.
God bless the game. Always yes, Doug.
I get fired up about this because it's so damn true. How many years did you and I go through defense? Even when you won the '63 championship. I mean, it's all it was. Oh, let's go defense. We're going to win 10-7, 7-6, 5-4.
But the one thing, Doug, we did though, we won a damn world championship.
That's right.
Thank the Chicago fans and everybody. We did it.
I'm saying right now, I'd rather have a better offense than a defense. Let's go out to Mac on the south side. Mac, you're on the score.
Good evening, gentlemen. I asked this question a couple of weeks ago. When will Mel Tucker be held accountable? Granted, the defense only gave up 20 points. But the runs that the Lacey was making, it just didn't look like a defense that was capable of stopping anybody. Basically, you give up 20 points when the opposition can't pass the ball. And defensively, somebody's got to have some accountability, and they've got to play better defensively. You know, you take a running game like the Packers had, and with any kind of capable quarterback, I don't think the Bears would have won this game.
Mac,
I'm a hard Bears fan.
Mac,
but they have to do paper.
Yeah, Mac, listen. I can't argue with that with you, pal. I can't. Because I tell you what, the Packers rushed for 109. Let's say the Packers rushed for basically 200 yards, 29 attempts for a 6.9, almost a 7-yard average against us. Now, that's going to happen to us every week. We have a serious problem inside, and I don't know how it's going to get better. The only way that I can think of in the years that I played the game and when there were problems, there's no word. You got to get back to fundamentals. You got to get to gaps. You got to stay low. These, if you just, again, watch them, Doug and Mac, if you watch why we couldn't stop the run, watch the defensive line. The snap of the ball, what's their first move? They stand straight up in the air like a cigar store Indian. You can't play football that way, especially inside. You're going to get knocked all over the place.
This segment is sponsored by Mercy Hospital and Medical Center, Chicago's choice for superior heart and vascular care, and I can vouch for that. My doctor, Dr. Jones, Mercy Hospital, terrific guy. Terrific doctor, and if anything's wrong with you, go see him.
I would say he's miraculous, Doug. Yeah.
For me, yeah. The guy's a miracle worker.
Yeah, yes, he is.
Let's go. Oh, Ed, you just killed me. Let's go out to Kathy in Frankfurt. Kathy, you're on the score.
Guys, I love listening to you. I'm usually on the early morning end, but I had to stay up for the game tonight. I'm gonna just real quick say I voice faith in Phil Emery because George McCaskey had faith in him, and his scouting background does him well. And you can't forget Alshon Jeffrey last year, who was, third, fourth, seventh round pick?
Second,
I don't remember.
Second.
But that was a good eye, and I think he's got a good eye for not the obvious talent, which will serve us well without having a lot of early round draft picks. But my big reason for my call was if you think Aaron Rodgers is out, you're missing a lot of an important observation from tonight. When he came back on the field, he was wearing a sweatshirt.
Yeah, Kath?
If you've got a significant shoulder or collarbone injury,
sure.
you can't raise your arms over your head and put on a sweatshirt.
Kathy, when he came off the field, Ed and I looked at each other and said, wait a minute, this can't be that bad. Because, first of all, if you break your collarbone or even fracture it, that arm's going to be held up. It's going to be like this. You're going to favor.
And you're going to be bending over,
exactly.
walking.
So that's not the case. The case was they didn't want him to get hurt more, so because they got the rest of the year to work on. So, yeah, there's no question. You're going to see Rodgers again, and there's no doubt about it in my mind. Let's go out to Bill on the south side. Bill, you're on the score. Billy.
Hello.
Bill, you there? You're on, Bill.
Hey, it's Daryl. Yeah, just a couple quick points. I thought that they prepared well, even though they got gashed defensively, to when Aaron Rodgers, the key play in the game, when Aaron Rodgers tried to scramble, McClellan was right there waiting for him, and that's what Aaron Rodgers does. He takes that outside rusher that tries to loop around.
Mm-hmm.
He'll duck in, but McClellan was right there waiting on him, and I think they coached him on that one. And I think Jay Cutler is still our quarterback. Even though I like Josh McCown, played a great game. You love him as a backup, but I think we got this offense started.
and everything clicking with Jay. And I think the offense is still evolving. And I think we just have some work to do on defense. And I like how the outside rushers played.
Well, the fact is, when you talk about Cutler, you want a healthy Cutler. I don't want a Cutler that's 90%, a Cutler that has a problem, because then I'd rather go McCown. Go with a guy that's healthy that can play. Now, if you got 100% Cutler, then you probably have to go with him. There's no question about it, because that's his job. But it's always good to know in the back of your mind that you got a guy sitting on the bench that can walk in at any time and be ready to play.
Well, I'll tell you what, Doug, what you got to look in that first quarter when Brandon Marshall, when McCown saw him, it was a blitz, bang, we had a great read. TD, folks, 6 points. Smart by McCown, great catch by Marshall.
You listen to Majestic Star Casino post-game show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. We are live at Harry's in Countryside. We'll be right back. Join us, Chalk Talk, with food provided by Connie's Pizza. Eddie, you know what we're going to do?
We're going to be at El Pimani Ford this coming Thursday, the 7th of November, from 6 to 8. And we'll be doing a nice Chalk Talk. We're going to have some wonderful food. And there's a lot of great Bear fans in that area. One of the great high schools, Proviso, was in that area, Doug. That's exactly where I went to school. But anyhow, El Pimani Ford, that's an institution. My God, El Pimani's been in business for so many years and done so many wonderful things. And so we're going to be out there this Thursday from 6 to 8, Doug and I. And so come on out. It's at 25th Avenue and North Avenue in Melrose Park. And I'll guarantee you we'll have a good time.
And admission is free. And so is Connie's Pizza.
This is Sports Radio 670 The Score and 670thescore.com, Chicago Sports Station.
Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business.
Motor Works.
Bradovich number phone, 312-644-6767. We're live at Harry's in Countryside. You know, Eddie, we talk about our show, and we got to really thank Motorworks and the guys at Motorworks, for being sponsor of our show. You know, they do a great job with us.
Well, Paul Tamaraz has been a friend of mine, my God, like forever. And Jim Hub, he and I, we go back a long, long, long time. And they've got quite an organization out there, and they're just putting on a gigantic edition, and they're wonderful people, and very, very proud to have them as friends and be associated in business, Doug.
And also, Domestic Star, what they do for us. John Sheldon is leaving.
Yeah, you had mentioned. Yeah.
But we still have, Craig Gelfie's down there, Scott Volk, and they himself, too, also are one of our bigger sponsors. They help us out so much. And just wanted you guys to know.
Craig is a stand-up guy. He's a wonderful guy.
We just wanted you to know that we appreciate it. We don't want to take you for granted, and you've been with us for a while, and you just stayed with us, and we appreciate that.
There's no question about it, Doug.
Let's go out to Tom and McHenry. Tom, you're on the score.
Tommy, you're on.
Up here on the border, we always go to war with the Cheddarheads.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Well, and 3 weeks ago, I stuck my foot in my mouth because the Bears were playing pretty good, and a couple of my Cheddarhead friends, I made them bet that we would beat them in the first game.
Wow, good call, buddy.
Yeah, well, then Cutler gets hurt, right?
Yeah.
So then I'm going to eat crow. And then I see Buffon's picks in the paper, and I said, well, he's more nuts than I am. Jets over the Saints, Bears over the Packers. What was one of the other ones you had there?
They're all contrarian.
Bills over the Chiefs.
Yeah.
They almost won.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I wanted to ask about what you felt about the linebacker play. Was Anderson out of place tonight because of those runs? They ran right by him, or he ran into the middle of the pack and got lost?
Sometimes, first of all, let's talk about the one time Anderson should have made that interception. That was a crucial part of the game. And somebody says, well, at least you knocked it down. No, you can't get that attitude. The attitude is you have to get that football, especially when they almost throw it to you. Now, as far as them against the runs and that, a lot of times, let me tell you this right now. It's very simple. A lot of times being a linebacker, you're only as good as the guys up in front of you.
There you go.
That's the word it is. and I've played enough, and they don't know this, because Ed and I played side by side. The fact is that those defensive linemen make it so much easier for you to play. And there are a lot of times, you know what, you start guessing a little bit instead of being in the gap you're supposed to be in.
The problem is what happens with the defensive line when they start getting pushed around like our line does all the time.
Shove back in your face.
And say like you've got the Mike linebacker, he's got the 0 and he's got the 1 gap, or he's got the 2 and 3 gap. Sam, the strong side linebacker, may come in the 6 hole, he may come in the 4 hole, or he may come in around the 8 hole, and it all depends. Now, if you, as a defensive lineman and defensive tackle, get blown one way or another, and he can't get there.
It's a collision.
And then bang, all of a sudden, there goes the back.
And that's exactly what they need to do better. And I got to tell you something.
That's the fundamentals they got to get to, Doug.
And that's the other thing, too, and that's down the road. But let me tell you something. I think I said this. I think next year you're going to see them draft a quarterback right away, and you're going to see them draft a defensive tackle right away. Now, they went on and got this Radcliffe, Eddie, the defensive tackle that was from Dallas. And again, was an all-pro. He'd been there 8 years, but he has obviously had some problems in an operation. But the Bears signed him. So next week he may join us.
I have a question for you, and then we'll go right to the callers.
Yeah.
I have a question. Would you take Melton and McClellan, package them, and try to trade them?
For what?
A draft choice.
They have to be a number 1, Ed.
I don't know if you get number 1. Would you take it for number 2?
No, a number 1, because that's what I
Right.
put on McCullough was
All right.
number 1.
Okay.
Let's go out to Dave on the south side. Dave, you're on the score. Dave,
you're on. Dave.
Well, we lost Dave. Let's go out to Ike in Columbia, South Carolina.
Hello, hey guys.
Hello, Ike.
Hey, Ike.
Josh McCown has played great these past 2 games, but people really need to calm down. He's played great against 2 terrible defenses, and the fact that there are honestly people out there who are considering letting Cutler go in favor of McCown starting. I'm guessing they're saying let McCown start the next couple years while they let a rookie get the bearings of the pros. It's ridiculous. How often is it that a guy who's been around so long and has been a backup just suddenly it clicks?
Look that good? Look that good is what you're saying.
Yeah, he had great games, but against bad defenses. And, I mean, Trustman. I think Trustman isn't being given enough credit for this.
No, we did. Ed gave him a ton of credit for this.
I'm not saying you, but people who are saying, hey, let Cutler go because we've got this magic man McCown. It's absolutely ridiculous. He's been a career backup.
You remember what Trustman did with what was the kid from Oakland, the quarterback, Rich Gannon? He took Rich Gannon. Gannon became all world. You know, he was
won
a
a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Because I'm telling you something, this is what Ed was talking about at the beginning. The guy has something. I don't know what it is, but the guy has something that says to me that he knows what the hell is going on out there, and he can get it across to a person to play his style of football, which is control the football, don't give it away, and manage the game.
Hey, Ike, you still there? Is Ike still there?
We agree with that.
Hey, Ike, hold on one second, Ike. You're in one of my favorite towns of all time, Columbia, South Carolina, and I'm going to tell you the reason why. I have somebody that's so very, very dear to me. I love him more than anything. That's my older brother, who's a retired full bird, and he lives in Columbia, South Carolina, and I've been there many times. I love the city, and I love my brother, Colonel Obradovich.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep. Anyways, I just thought I thought I'd say that, Ike.
And
okay, no problem.
He played under Trustman too.
Thanks, Ike.
Whatever. Well, here, I'm going to read this real quickly, and then I want to ask you a question. Today's play of the game is brought to you by Auto Owners Insurance. Auto Owners Agent of the Week is Snyder Insurance in Darien, Illinois. Contact Joe Snyder at 630-960-4848 or visit their website at snyderinsurance.com. What play would you think would be the best play?
I don't know, but if I'm surprised if you'd have come out right away and said something, that would have been 2 plays you did not confer with me.
That's right.
So are you in camp?
No, I'm asking
conspiracy?
you. I didn't come up with the play yet.
Well, I'm not going to give you one.
Why not?
Because I don't want to.
Well, then I'll give you the damn play then.
Intercept that one, kid.
I'll tell you the play.
Go ahead.
Turn this game around. Is when Rodgers got hurt.
That would have been my pick. Let's go out to the phones.
You're such a ball buster. You know that? Let's go out. Pretty Ricky. Am I saying this right, from Northbrook?
Hey, guys. A couple pros and cons. I love the game. I love the preparation that the offense had for Green Bay's defense. I thought the line play was really, really good. The cons, we need help at safety. And the other thing that really annoyed me, Tressman pulled a lovey move when he called the timeout, and then they went for it on 4th down. I thought Bennett, I didn't think that spot was good. If you're going to call a timeout there, why not throw the challenge flag? Because you might have gotten the gift and gotten the 1st down. So.
No, I thought in that situation you're talking about was the fact that there was a problem with the headsets and he couldn't get the call in. That's why they called the timeout.
Yeah, and the other thing too. Let's just go back to the basic theory. This guy's not afraid to go for it.
No, he was going for it.
On 4th down. He's not. I mean, he's not afraid. Period.
And I said to myself, don't go for it, punt it. But that's what you want to do. Good, go for it. You won the football game. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Well, Bradford and Buffon will be right back.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks with hosts Doug Buffon and Ed Obradovich, live from Harry's Sports Bar and Grill in Countryside.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Obradovich and Buffon, 312-644-6767. We're live at Harry's in Countryside. What a great place this is. This is our 3rd time here this year, and we want to thank everybody from Harry's.
They still got quite a crowd here, Doug. They
got
a hell of a crowd here tonight. Wow.
They're amazing. I mean, they're amazing. There's so many fans out this way. They're just terrific. Let's go out to Justin in San Francisco. Justin, you're on the scoreboard. It'll be in Doug.
Really appreciated you taking my call. I just want to say I never get a chance to call in because I'm always working, but I really respect and appreciate your guys' wisdom of the game, especially in the eras that you guys played in, and just knowing that how the game's evolved into such an offense-driven league. With that being said, I think McCown did a great job. I think he's been doing a fantastic job, and he can start next week. Let Jay heal. But I think Jay's still definitely the future of this team. It's I'd hate for the Bears to be in a point where where the Vikings are, where they have their quarterback's future is bleak. Also, just one last thing. I love hearing all the plugs for tomorrow's shows, and they're playing the whole Bears win. Let's talk about it. Where everyone, when they were recording it, you knew that they had no idea they'd have to take that plug. No one thought that this was going to happen, and I didn't think so before the game. But thanks, guys. Love the show.
All right, Justin, thank you. Yeah, the fact is that, once again, and I thought Ed had a great point. Yeah, sure, we'd want him Cutler, but Cutler's his number 1 quarterback. We're not doubting that. But if he's not 100%, you don't want Cutler in there.
Not a chance.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to take a shot at it. We saw what we saw with McCown, that he could play, that he can go out there and give you a good performance. And so that's the way I would look. I would make sure that if Cutler's going to play, Eddie, 100%, total 100%.
Yeah, Justin, all you have to do is take a look at that and then flip over to the other side, Green Bay. What the hell do you think Mike McCarthy's doing right now? I'll guarantee he's sitting in his office going over those films right now with everybody. And Thompson, the GM, is there, and they're searching this country to find a quarterback because that Seneca Wallace, Doug, that was pathetic.
What they're going to do, Ed, I think Green Bay Packers, they'll go back and get Matt Flynn back. Now, Matt Flynn
just got released by Oakland, I believe.
Yeah, Matt Flynn.
Buffalo. He got released by Buffalo.
But the fact is, though, he was with the Packers. And he signed a one hellacious contract, millions of dollars, because he had that one game, if you remember correctly.
Yeah, absolutely.
He threw for 500 yards or whatever it was.
Right.
So they'll go back out and bring him in. Because I agree with you 100%. Seneca Wallace is not going to do it for these guys.
Doug, you guarantee him, McCarthy and his staff and Thompson, everybody, it's all hands on deck now. Because what they saw with their team tonight and with the players they had, and when somebody goes down in the backups, Doug, they got a huge problem. They really do, my friend. And I'll guarantee you they'll be there all night burning the oil trying to figure out where the hell do we go?
Find a quarterback.
You damn right, Doug.
Yeah. Let's go out to Steve in Sarasota, Florida. Steve, you're on the score.
Hey, fellas, what a great win. Pumped up. Can't stand the Packers. It's been a while. Two things, a couple of things, rather. Trestman really set the tone for tonight. In the past, this Bears team has played to avoid the loss rather than going for the win. And that's good enough if you want to beat the bad teams and not the upper echelon. But with a backup quarterback, 5-6 passes, aggressive mindset, empowering this team's confidence. And then in the fourth quarter, with 9 minutes to go, you go for it on 4th and inches. I disagree with that other caller comparing Trestman to Lovey. Lovey would have punted the football, and the Packers would have beat us in the last minute.
Steve?
But that's what you need to do if you're going to compete and make noise, is you got to play for the win. And another thing I like to see is I know we're going to have to address the defensive line in the offseason. I really hope that we beef up our safeties. Conte and Wright just look undersized. I don't know if it was just a missed gap assignment or if they didn't want any part of that big man Lacey. But it almost reminds me of that Adam Archuleta guy we had. I'd like for us to get some thumpers like Seattle, the Chancellors and the Earl Thomas. I know Emery used to be with Seattle, so he's capable of evaluating such talent, but just wanted to know what you guys thought, and go Bears.
Yeah, again, too, you talked about the safety, Mike Brown. Remember when he played for the Bears? It's the kind of guy you're looking for. You're looking for a guy that can also cover, but also the fact that he's going to put a shot on you. He's going to tackle you. He's going to bring you down. And so that definitely has to be looked at. There's no question about it.
Well, Doug, what you've seen, when we get in tight situations and it comes down to our two safeties, sometimes, Doug, once in a blue moon they're there, but most of the time you can't find them. They're late or they're a step behind. Not good.
Yeah, they have to improve that. There's no question about that. But again, too, like I said, the draft next year, and I believe in Emery. I believe he knows and he understands what's going on out there. And I believe he knows talent. And I think that's the key. Let's go out to Ray in Northbrook.
You guys are the best post-game show, bar none, but I have to disagree with you about Cutler
Go ahead.
being the future of our franchise, because he's the NFL quarterback who's about the only one in the top grade. He's got a cannon for an arm, but he does not anticipate or trust his receivers to make the cut. He has to wait for them to make the cut, and then he throws the ball. He will not succeed in this NFL doing that. You need a guy that Josh McCown, he throws the ball before they cut, and then they catch it. It's there. He trusts his receivers. Cutler, I don't know if you can teach it or if you can knock him in the head or something, but he refuses to throw the ball before the receivers make their cut.
That's a great point. The point is, though, you talk about Cutler, and you say, okay, fine. Do you know he was absolutely learning this year to play that type of offense? He had a quarterback rating before he got hurt of 97. The touchdowns he threw toward the interceptions, the fact that he still could run the football, that a lot of times he picked up yardage. Well, again, too, McCown did it tonight. He ran for 20 yards.
Right.
So, I think he has an arm. He has a great arm. Once again, it's all in your mind. But this is what a lot of people like about McCown, because the fact is he'll rely on me doing certain things that's going to make me better.
Ray, guess what? The bottom line is this. we found out when Cutler went down that we've got somebody that has been coached, and we went with the same philosophy that Cutler was doing with our receivers in a running game and didn't lose a step with McCown. So guess what? We've got two guys that obviously have shown that they can run this offense, and we can put points on the board, and we can convert on third down. How the hell would you like to be sitting with Green Bay tonight, and Rodgers goes down, and guess what? The place blew up.
There's no doubt in my mind that Green Bay is going to go out and get Matt Flynn.
Oh, God.
No doubt in my mind, because, first of all, he was under that system.
My point to Ray is that if that's a problem for us, it's a good problem to have.
Well, the last two games proved that. Proved the fact that, once again, if we had him in the football game, look what we did. There's no question about in here. I've always been defensive-minded. I've always been that way in my mind. But I'm going to tell you something. I've changed in the last 2 or 3 years. This game has gone offense.
Remember the fights we used to have?
Yeah.
The last 7, 8 years, I was offense, and you were sticking to defense. And we fight like mad on this damn radio station. And it was real, too, by the way, folks.
Yeah.
And I didn't believe with his philosophy. He thought my philosophy was crazy.
But you take a look at Kansas City. They're 9-0. They have a great defense. But basically.
And what were they last year? 1-9?
1-9.
Or 1-8?
You can't win just with defense. You can't do that. You got to score. You got to have a quarterback. And the one thing that we're looking at, this is one thing that Emery did. He brought in people that could catch the football. He brought in people like, Jeffrey, with his 6'4", 6'5". He's got Marshall. He's got the tight end and Bennett. He's got, Forte coming out of the backfield. This is something that a quarterback needs, and that's exactly what we have.
McCown and Cutler, they've got about 4 or 5 legitimate threats that they can throw to that can play on our team, and our receivers can play on any team in the National Football League.
Let's go out to Todd in Plato Center, Illinois. Todd,
you're on.
Hey, what's going on, guys? It's an honor to speak to you two.
Thanks for calling, Todd.
Hey, I just wanted to bring up, let's say Jay wasn't hurt, okay?
Yeah.
And that last drive of, what, was it 18 plays or something, and we only got the field goal out of it.
Yeah.
Right. He might have tried to throw in the triple coverage. He might have gotten it picked off, you know what I mean? Or he would have scrambled and lost the ball. McCown was throwing the ball down. He was living to fight another day, running straight out of bounds. I just don't know if Cutler is the way to go. You know what I mean, in the future?
It's a thought in your mind, and I'm not going to say it's not.
Hey, Todd, you think we got a quarterback controversy?
Oh, man, it's tough, isn't it, guys? And I love Jay. Believe me, man. I love him. But I think he would have tried to push the envelope a little too much there under pressure, and something bad would have happened because it does happen all the time to us.
Hey, Todd, there's a problem sometimes when a guy has too much talent?
Right.
What happens is, that talent, starts to take over.
He believes in himself too much, and he tries to push the envelope, you know?
Right. And we're on the other side of the coin. You're talking about a guy who says, listen, you know what? This is his percentage-wise. We're going to go with the percentages. We're going to take 80 yards, and we're going to throw the football, and we're going to kill 8 minutes of the clock, and we're going to go down and get a field goal. I mean, that is percentage football. That's what's happening nowadays. That's exactly what happens. Nobody wants to give up the football. Sure, you're going to make some of the spectacular throws, but when the smoke clears, you're going to get yourself in trouble. That's exactly what happens to you. Let's go out to Cliff in the west side. Cliff, you're on the score.
You know what, Doug? You just answered my question with the too much talent thing in Jay, because that's my whole thing with him, and I'll take it a step further, because I'll see him on the sideline, and I don't even like the body language stuff, but do you think he learned anything tonight from Josh and how to not just slow his game down, but use his talent more efficiently? And I want to go back on defense for a minute. You guys said something that was very important about they just need basically to get more fundamentally sound. Now, I know they had the second-string quarterback in Seneca Wallison tonight. One little thing I didn't like in that first drive before Rodgers got hurt was there was a pass to Jordy, and that was kind of the linebacker, Bosick, didn't drop back farther enough. But they did keep him out of the end zone. So do you think that the defense is better still with that bend but not break mentality as opposed to being totally aggressive, going all out, and that just seems like they get out of their spot and they get dumped?
You know, that's a great question because myself personally, I hate bend, don't break. But what's happening nowadays, you know, especially if you get against a good quarterback, that's exactly how they're going to play it. If you play the aggressive type of defense, you best have some real top-notch safeties and cornerbacks, you know, that can be out there and can go man on man. So consequently, what happens, defenses go back and play it safe. They want you to make the mistake. And the play you're talking about, you're absolutely correct. That middle linebacker's got to get depth. He's got to get back here. Jordy should never caught that pass. That's what made Urlacher so good was the fact that when they did have that cover two, that guy was back there, and you couldn't throw over top of his head. Consequently, you take away that slant. And so, there's different ways of looking at this, but the fact is you got to use what kind of guys you have on your team.
Doug, here, how a cover two truly is supposed to work. It's predicated on a 4-down lineman. The 4-down linemen, they have to hunt. They have to get to the quarterback. That's what that defense is predicated on. A true two deep, Doug, is they have to have just like Tampa Bay did with Warren Sapp. They had 4 guys that went after him play after play, game after game, and it worked phenomenal for him. And that's the premise of that defense. For that defense to work perfectly, supposedly, you got to have 4 guys that can hunt.
And exactly right, because the other part of the weakness of that cover two, or we used to call it a double zone, is the fact that no one's in the box. You know, they can run on you. If you don't have those 4 guys up front, they're going to get whipped. You got these defensive backs all backing up for the cover two. Both sides, they combo on both sides.
Exactly. That's why you got to have the guys that hunt.
You got to have the guys up front if you're going to play that damn defense that much. Will in Peoria. Will, you're on the score.
Good night. How you doing, gentlemen?
What's up, Will?
Good morning, I should say.
Yes.
Not too much. I was listening to some of the other callers. I just wanted you guys to weigh in. You know, I don't understand it. I thought, you know, isn't the general rule of thumb in football, if you play poorly and you have consecutive poorly played games, you'd sit your butt on the bench. I don't understand why this Conti is out there on this team. I'm telling you, you guys know Ditka, and I was talking to my friends tonight. I said, I just think if Coach Ditka was coaching this team, there would be a lot of guys sitting on the bench. I mean, I don't know how you can go out there in this Chris Conti and show your tattoos on your arms, using the paper the other day or whatever, you know, raising his arms up saying, bring it on, Aaron Rodgers. Well, I got news for you. Aaron Rodgers, you know, if he's not hurt for the rest of the season, he's going to be back, you know, at the last game of the season, and you're not doing your job. This guy can't make open field tackles. That game against Washington 2 weeks ago, he didn't even know his assignment. He had to be, you know, the broadcasters were saying somebody's not picking this guy up, and you know, all he did was basically stand there. He didn't even play any defense. I can't figure out why the defensive adjustments aren't being made. Is it because there's just no one to back him up? I know Stelz, you know, may not be the guy to back him up, but there's got to be somebody else who's hungry or who's willing to step in there and, you know, and do the job that you need to do. That's my one question. What you guys think about that? If Conti should sit next week and for the rest of the season?
Well, I think you answered your own question. Who are you going to put in there? You know, you have Walter sitting down there. You got Stelz sitting there. And so maybe that's the best of the group. The fact is that, you know, eventually you're going to have to try to find yourself a safety. You know, and I've done some things with Conti. He's a great kid, a nice kid. But like you said in the last couple games, that game in Washington where they threw the touchdown, he should have intercepted that ball.
That was a stone-cold interception.
Yeah, and it costed you the game. And tonight they saw guys coming up, even Wright coming up with this tackling bit. When they get a guy that's coming full steam ahead, you know what? You don't see that impact that a lot of safeties have, Ed, where they're going to come right after you.
Yeah, well, sometimes there's just, and you know, we're in the middle of the season, and like trading date, deadline, et cetera, you know, you're not going to, if you don't have something on your team that can step in, you got nowhere to go. So the only thing that you can do, Will, is again, and I know it sounds, anyway, fundamentals, my friend. Where are you supposed to be, Conte, when this play happens, when that play happens, and especially with the defensive lineman? What gap are you supposed to be in? You got to be in the gap, not close to it, in it. And that's called fundamentals, and you got to beat it in their heads day after day, week after week. That's the only thing you can do because there's nowhere to go to get people, Will. until when the season's over with, and then you watch and see a jailbreak.
No, the fact is that's what Emory tried to do. He tried to draft that kid in the third round. Brandon Harden was his name.
Yeah.
The kid with the bad shoulder. He was a safety. They knew they needed safety. And they thought this kid in the third round, in the third round you should be getting something. Well, this kid couldn't play dead because he had a bad arm or bad shoulder or whatever it was, and so they cut him. But that's the third round, but he was a safety. That's what they were looking for.
Emory's draft his first year was a disaster. Believe me.
You're listening to Score Sports Radio 670, Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644-6767. We'll be right back.
No, that shirt was...
That shirt was what, Ed?
Were we on the air at that time?
Yes, exactly.
There was a $9.99 special off the rack on the back special.
Costco.
There you go.
Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Nobody works like Motorworks to earn your business. Obradovich and Buffone, 312-644.
Wait a minute.
6767.
Dana knows how much that shirt cost.
She sold it to you, probably.
Yeah, okay.
It's the first time I ever saw a shirt worth $300. Talking about the Chicago Bears, their win, obviously. 27-20 over Green Bay. And I don't believe there are too many people out there thought that this could happen. But the things happened that needed to be happening. And there's no question. I'm not going to, say, okay, fine. If Rodgers was there, could the Bears have won? It'd have been very difficult. He wasn't there. Nor was Cutler. So the fact is the Chicago Bears won 27-20. Now we're going to find out a lot of stuff next week against Detroit. And that's going to be real, real important that the Chicago Bears knock them off.
I'm going to tell you what. We found out a lot tonight, and I'm going to tell you what. Green Bay looked just, even though, my God, Rodgers went down. Doug, they were stopped dead in their tracks. And again, going back to what Mel Tucker did, as soon as he went out, they come out. We put 8 in the box. And you know what? Seneca Wallace, you beat us with your passing game. I mean, it was smart by Mel Tucker. I mean, load it up and try to beat us, kiddo.
Well, the fact is, when you take a look at it, the first half became kind of worrisome because they were running the damn football down our throat.
Everybody runs on us.
Yeah, and that's what scares you. Lacey, he ripped off that 30-yarder. And they're running
absolutely,
over the top of
Doug.
everybody.
But the fact of the matter, he played the right defense.
Oh, absolutely. He went into the
yes,
the
he
8-man
did.
box and said, okay, you want to beat us with Seneca Wallace? Go ahead and beat us with Seneca Wallace.
You got it.
Ain't going to happen. Let's go out to Jason in Vancouver. Jason, you're on the Score.
Hey, fellas, thanks for taking my call. Appreciate it, and love the show as usual.
Thank you.
Hey, listen, the one thing as a Bears fan, we always wanted that Top Gun receiver. Well, we got him in Marshall. But didn't we always really sort of sit back and watch teams like the 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys and say to ourselves, boy, wouldn't it be great if we had 2 receivers? Guys, we have 2 immaculate receivers.
Absolutely.
What about this Jeffries guy? His hands and guys, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know my football like I think I do, but his hands remind me of Michael Irvin.
Hey, Jason, how about a tight end? We have a tight end now.
Oh, I mean.
Listen, we've got some weapons.
Yeah, we do. Finally, we do. And guys, correct me if I'm wrong here. I'm watching McCown tonight here. I love his footwork in the pocket.
Yeah.
And I like his footwork better than Cutler. Look, I'm a Cutler fan, okay? I support Cutler, okay? But McCown's patience and just his awareness in the pocket it's Tressman. You can see that. That's 100% Tressman. He's a basic upright quarterback. He takes his time, but he knows he's got to release the ball. Maybe that's not great football etiquette, but he doesn't throw the football off the back foot. He doesn't throw it while he's sort of turning and twisting, what have you. But at the end of the day, guys, let's talk about this offensive line here again. When is the last time, guys, we've seen a Bears team in the fourth quarter march down the field for, 9 minutes long? That offensive line, I mean, bring it on, anybody. But at the end of the day, guys, Josh McCown was unbelievable in the pocket. He wasn't, he just, the patience was immaculate. I haven't seen, look, again, huge Cutler supporter, but I haven't seen a Bears quarterback stand upright with that much patience, deliver the ball, And again, Jeffries is, I mean, God, this guy's hands are incredible. Thanks, fellas.
And not only that, the hands, but again, too, Jason, take a look at the blocking. Take a look at the blocking that these guys do on the outside. These guys will block you. They'll come after you. And so consequently, that makes him really a wide receiver that can catch the football, who was 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", and like Ed said, a tight end. Then all of a sudden, you know what? You put this quarterback together. I saw Trustman do it with Gannon, Rich Gannon. I mean, I'm telling you, this guy has something, and he puts it into guys who want to learn it. They want to understand it.
Let's go in front of that, Jason. Let's go in front of that. What you should be really happy about is we've got a general manager that understands what's going on in the National Football League the last 7-8 years. And he got a coach that understands how to do it offensively. They went out. They found through a free agency and draft in basically 2 years for Emery, Doug, basically, and for Trestman to come in and put together on offense and to find the people which Emery brought in on the offensive line through free agency and draft, the receivers. That's what you should be happy about, that we've got somebody up there that finally can figure this out.
Knows what the hell they're doing, because don't you get tired
God.
of bringing in guys like Mano Maliuna, and bringing guys in that like Chester, and guys coming in like Marion Barber and guys that couldn't play dead? This is what they did in the last 2 years. It cost the Bears a ton of money, the guys they brought in. And the guys they brought in couldn't play dead. But you look at the difference in this year. Look at the difference the guys they brought in that wasn't in the draft.
Yeah, Doug, that's what you should. That's what, if any of the Bear fans should feel good about it. Feel good about that situation, that we have somebody in the front office and a head coach, that people, they're in sync and they know what the hell they're talking about it, and they know how to get it done, quite obviously.
Let's go out to Scott and Gurney. Scott, you on the score.
How you doing?
Good, Scott.
You guys must have read my mind with that last caller, because I wanted to talk about Mark Trestman as well, and you just did for about 5 minutes. But look, around the league, you have coaches who are offensive coaches. Some coaches are defensive. But Mark Trestman is like a quarterback whisperer, right? That's part of the reason that we brought him in. And people are talking about you want to maybe put Jay Cutler in next week if he's ready to go. Or some people say Josh McCown because he's got the offense going. He's trying maybe building respect for the guys already. Some people say, well, let's release Cutler at the end of the season, open up cap room, get in a new rookie quarterback, some defensive players. But I think the releasing Jay Cutler and the cap room and whatever we're going to build up defense to get a rookie quarterback, that's for the off season, because that you can't have those kind of distractions during season one. But two, we're in week 9, 10 of the season. That's a different conversation about releasing Cutler and what we want to do with his cap room. But,
hey, Scott, you know what? Let me just tell you something. Kind of along those lines, kind of like what you're talking about. Scott, if you've seen this year when Cutler was at quarterback and he'd come off the field and go to the bench, and he would be there with Matt Cavanaugh, and who was sitting next to him or leaning over his shoulder was McCown. You remember seeing that? And it's nice to see our quarterbacks come and actually seek, or the coach seek out, and they sit down and go over the previous stuff and stuff that they should be doing. And now that you see Jay's down, McCown's there with Matt Cavanaugh, and Jay is right there too. We haven't seen that here. I couldn't tell you what decade. But that is really nice to see, an actual quarterback coach sitting down, going over the game plan from series to series when they come off the field, and both quarterbacks are there. You see it every time they come off. We haven't seen that, Doug. I don't know when the hell.
Yeah.
I mean, or have we ever seen it?
No, and the other thing you haven't seen, and he does this. McCown does this during practice. obviously, Cutler's the guy. Cutler makes the call. See, when the sub-quarterback or the second-string quarterback gets very rarely many reps whatsoever. But what he would do, he would get back in the huddle. He would listen to what the play was called, then run out, and then mentally he'd go through the play where the ball should be going, to who they should be throwing to, what defense was out there. And that, my friend, is studying the game. And you can tell exactly what was going on with him because he knew it. There wasn't any decisions in his mind.
Yeah.
He made them right away.
Yeah, I don't think, Doug, I'd hate like hell to see a quarterback. Come on. It's McCown now.
Yeah,
it's
right.
this. Jay's going to make $100 million. Let's forget about that. The great thing is we have got two quarterbacks through our own. Seeing that physically and mentally they're doing a great job. And we have a great offensive coordinator in Cronin, and Trestman is a head coach. He calls the plays. Folks, that's what a comfortable, if you want to call it a problem, to have. How the hell would you like to have Seneca Wallace?
No, thanks. Lionel in Nevada and California. Lionel, you're on the score.
I love you guys.
What's up, Lionel?
Thanks for all you guys do. You guys are the best. I love the Bears, and you know what? I've been following the Bears for years, and since I was a little baby. And, you guys touched on it earlier. I think the general manager and the coach have finally brought the Bears into the modern-day NFL. The defense will keep us in games, but the offense, we have to score points. And I think the defense finally came around tonight. I think something happened to Peppers, and I'm happy Peppers came around, and he really played well. Shea put the hit that I was hoping that he would put on Rodgers because I was hoping that he would wipe the grin off his face, and he did. I don't like to see anybody get injured and all that, but, it's football. And it's time to make a statement, and I think the Bears made a statement. You guys talked about Emery and Trestman, and I really like the direction they're going. So many people touched on all these good comments, and I do think we should draft a quarterback. I think Trestman can mold a quarterback for the future. I love Jeffrey. I love Marshall. I think they're great receivers. I love the line. I love Long going up to Trestman and saying, hey, if you don't give us this ball now for an inch, then what's the point? We need to make this. It's 4th and inches. You got to give us the ball.
Well, it's nice.
So many things to talk about, and I don't, on a radio show, it's hard to kind of encapsulate it all. It's hard for me. I will root for whoever our quarterback is. It's hard for me to pull for Jay a lot. I will root for whoever is quarterback. If it's one of you guys, I'll root for the quarterback. I think Jay finally saw what it's like to be a quarterback tonight. I looked at him on the sidelines tonight, and he kind of looked nervous. He looked like, wow. This is what it's like. This is what it takes to march a team down the field and beat the Packers.
Well,
it's not slinging it in a box going, I'm going to win it with my arm. I'm tired of people saying, it's the arm strength. It's the arm strength. A lot of quarterbacks don't have rocket arms, but they use their brains and they use their legs.
Well, there's no question. I think a lot of people learned a lot of things tonight. And McCown was one of those guys that you look at and you say to yourself, you feel comfortable with in case something happens to Cutler. But like Ed and I talked about, I don't want Cutler starting next week if he's 90% or 85%.
Not even close. No reason for it.
100% to be in that. And the Chicago Bears win tonight, 27-20 over Green Bay. And I got a lot of thank yous, Eddie.
All right.
John, Jake, Carla, Siskon. That's the guys that own the place. Harry's.
There you go.
Majestic Star Casino, Herb Lawrence, Joe Ostrowski, Dominic Mendocino, Alex Randazzo, Kelly O'Connor, Rick Camp, a great Rick Camp.
Our crack
producer. And up next, a guy that knows everything about everything.
Oh
about
my
sports.
God! That's you know what, Doug? It'll take me a while to get home, but I'll guarantee as soon as I walk in, I'm turning them on. Les is the best. He really is. So I'll be listening to him. I'm too fired up to go to sleep.
Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you next week.
In the shotgun, play fake to Matt Forte, dancing around, coming open, inside the 5, beautiful throw, catch, touchdown! Touchdown Bears to Brandon Marshall! Oh, was that a beautiful throw by Jay Cutler, right on the money to Brandon Marshall, 32-yard strike. He beats Darius Slay, and the Bears have jumped in front. Gonna fake it to Reggie Bush, gonna throw to the end zone, coming open and free to the right side, touchdown Chris Durham. Gets past Timmy Jennings, and it's a 5-yard strike. Durham has become one of his reliable possession targets. They were teammates at Georgia, and Stafford finds Durham with a touchdown, and the Lions are an extra point away from tying the game. One back set, Stafford play fake and a throw. Sets and zips it down the middle, intercepted. Oh, it's dropped by Major Wright. It was ricocheted in his hands. He had it. The carom tom was not retrieved. It was broken up on a pass. Tillman knocked the ball away from Calvin Johnson, and Major Wright had it on his mitt. 4th and 1 is what awaits. But guess what the play is? Straight eye from center. 7-7 game. Handing off Michael Bush. Spun down inside, and where they are running. They're giving him a bad spot. Yeah, they're not giving him anywhere that near. They have to get the 26-yard line. So they are definitely short of a first down, and the Lions take over on downs. 2nd down and goal at the 4. Play fake and a throw. Ball is tipped in the end zone and intercepted by Detroit. Intercepted by Levy, his 5th interception this season at the linebacker position, and the Bears turn it over at 2nd and goal at the 4-yard line of Detroit with 24 seconds to go in the first half. From center, 2-step throw, fade, right corner of the end zone, up in the air with a catch, and the touchdown for Calvin Johnson. Backing up out of bounds, making the grab as he beats Charles Tillman in the corner. It's a 4-yard touchdown throw, and the Lions have taken the lead on the Bears. Snap is back to Cutler, pitch left to Forte, a block from Marshall. A block out front by Bushrod, end zone left, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! How about that block? How about that block by Jermon Bushrod? Because
number 68 offense.
Oh no. Beautiful play wiped out on a penalty by Matt Slauson. Oh, you're kidding me. That's a rip-your-heart-out penalty on the Bears right there. 3rd down and 9 of the 13-yard line of the Bears. Here are the Lions. Joik Bell on the left hip. Stafford going to throw. Going on the fade. Left corner of the end zone. Over the shoulder catch. Over the top of Tillman for the touchdown to Calvin Johnson.
It's now time to break down the action on the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks, broadcasting live from Hawthorne Racecourse, 3501 South Laramie Avenue in Cicero. Brought to you by UV Vodka. BUV. Here are your hosts, Doug Buffone and Ed O'Bradovich.
Welcome to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to earn your business, and also UV Vodka, BUV. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack in Cicero. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. The Chicago Bears lose to the Detroit Lions 21-19, and there's a lot of things happening in this football game. And the main thing I think that's going to come forward is the fact that what was Cutler doing in there? Why was Cutler still left in the football game after the first half? I understand the first drive was terrific at 65 yards for a touchdown. Looked good, moved around well, but we could see in that third quarter that he couldn't move around well. We saw McCown make a move, get out of the way a lot of times on that last drive for a touchdown. I don't get it. I don't understand it. We gave up 10 points. 10 points in the first half by, first of all, going for the 4th down, which we didn't get, so that was 3 points. We would have got the field goal, and of course the interception on a 3-yard line going in. There were penalty opportunities for the Bears to win this football game. There's no doubt about it, but I think the big question, Ed, is going to be about about Cutler. Should he have been playing?
Yeah. Doug, let me get to this. Was a devastating loss to the Bears. Forget about Cutler. This loss was devastating. Green Bay, obviously, they are not going to win today, this afternoon, unless there's a miracle pulls off. And we had Detroit. We had him at home, Doug. And Cutler was supposedly supposed to be healthy. McCown playing about as good as football as any quarterback in the National Football League. And, boy, you talk about now we lost to Detroit twice. We needed this game so bad, Doug, and it was within grasp. Now, folks, this isn't something after the game or during the game that we talked about when we saw Cutler. Doug and I, before this game, we talked about, especially I thought that he should not be playing. I've had that injury, and it takes a hell of a long time, even if you take shots to recover from a pulled groin. And actually, Doug, when you look at the first quarter, then the second quarter, you started to see Cutler a little bit with his movement. He was getting less and less and less.
Time to get him out of there.
Second half, third quarter, come out. It should have been with the other kid, and I know this is second guessing or whatever have you, but I'm telling you, I thought this kid never should have started today. Let him heal. The other kid was running the ship about as good as anybody could in the National Football League. And bam, what happens? Up pops the devil, and we lose this game to the Lions at home. Did we have a chance of winning this damn thing? Yes, we did. And I also want to talk about the effort by the Bears on both sides of the ball, Doug. They played their hearts out. Some of them, as usual, when you get in certain situations, some of our people in the interior line got knocked around and gave Bush a lot of yardage in running, especially the second half. But I'll tell you what, for the most part, Doug, everybody played their heart out. And I thought that the way it came out, I thought we had a good chance of winning this game. And, boy, we let this one get out.
There's no question that we had so many opportunities. And like I said, you gave away 10 points in the first half. And the other things, too, you take a look at what's going on. You only gave up 21 points. Now, I understand, the defense here and there were some problems, but you see Conte come up with a big interception. Yes. At the end of the game, yes. Still there was some calls made. I don't know exactly where that was going. You had Bush trying to get that fourth down play, and he got nowhere near getting that first down, and which cost us, again, like I said, 3 points. But after we look at all of this and we see what was going on, you say to yourself, wait a minute, I'm not blind. I saw this kid, Cutler. He barely could walk. He's going up and down. The first half, that was all different stories.
There were a couple times in the second, especially in the fourth quarter, where I'm going to tell you something. If he could take off and he could have ran, he could have got
first downs.
He could have got a first down or first downs for us. Jay couldn't do it. And I tell you what, as a matter of fact, I thought that's when they'd yank him, put the other kid in there, but they didn't. And he came in, and he took us down the field, put 7 on the board, and it wasn't enough, Doug.
And a lot, too, what McCown put us on the board was the fact that he could move around back there.
Absolutely, Doug.
Especially that one last play he made. Again, too, he's getting out of trouble. Cutler couldn't go anywhere. I mean, basically, he was setting up, he was setting his drops, threw the ball a lot of times very well, but the idea about moving around, and then here's the point that aggravates me. No, I've been behind Trestman 100%, and I still think he's a hell of a coach. But if you're watching this football game and you're seeing your guy out there limping around, you say to yourself, wait a minute, I got this other guy coming off. It's not Haney sitting on the bench. It's McCown, who last 2 games has been outstanding. And there's no change. But now let's change him on the last drive. And then on the last drive, you see what happens. Let's go out to Steve in Claremont, California. Steve, you're on the score.
How you guys doing?
What's up, Steve?
Go ahead, Steve.
Great. I always say you got to blame this on Mark Trestman. Cutler should have never been out there, and if we would have stuck with Josh McCown, we could have won this game. How weird that sounds. Josh McCown has come off the bench. I don't know what more he needs to do to prove that he understands Mark Trestman's system way better than Jay Cutler. He looks like a genius with Josh McCown, but for some reason they keep kissing Jay Cutler's ring. I don't know if it's because he's in a contract or he's whining he wanted to play. He should have not been out there today. What is the love affair with Jay Cutler? During his whole career, he's been to the playoffs, one time? He has 1 playoff win. Why are we so enamored with Jay Cutler? I'm tired of this show with him. You get to the other team's goal line and here's an interception. I'm tired of the same old movie. the same old movie with this Jay Cutler. I've had enough of this guy. We need to go in a different direction, whether it's in the draft, let McCown finish the season. Jay Cutler shows me nothing, and I don't know what the love affair in Chicago is with this guy.
Steve, if you take a real good look at this now, let's don't say that it shows you nothing. The fact is he took that first drive, 65 yards, and made some good passes. What shows me something, a problem, is that when the coaching staff saw that he started to linger in that second quarter, and as Ed said, maybe we'll take a look at him at that third quarter, and if it's not working, let's get him out of there.
Yeah, it's not like they had Seneca Wallace from Green Bay as the backup here.
Exactly. You don't have Haney as your backup. You had a guy that can play, that played the last two games. What I'm saying is, okay, Cutler wanted to be in there. Obviously, he wanted to be in there. But he started deteriorating as the game went on. It was time to get him out of there. He took that first drive, and somebody said, oh, boy, he looks terrific. He did. But it wore on him as the game progressed. And you talk about the groin, they don't talk about the groin. The groin is a problem. It just keeps coming back. Did you see Cutler grabbing it all the time? Even one time when he tripped over a lineman. You know, instead of grabbing the groins and listening to himself, hey, listen, the thing hurts. There's a problem.
Well, where's the doctor on the sidelines? Remember what Trestman said?
Yeah, the doctor
final
cleared
word
him.
is the doctor. Well, if you got somebody on the sideline and you got your quarterback almost after every play grabbing his groin and limping out there, I mean, folks, there's a problem, okay? And oh, my God, Doug, I hate to lose this game.
Shouldn't have lost this game.
This would have set us up so beautiful for the last half of the season. We got the Ravens coming in here next week. There's some teams that we could flat out beat. This game was so huge, it's unbelievable. Cutler came in the first half, Doug, did a great job. But again, Doug, towards the end of the second quarter, you could see it, okay? Now, okay, we came back with him in the third quarter, and boy, by the middle of the end of the third quarter, it really showed. Take him out. Give the other kid the chance. Give the team a chance to win this football game. And it didn't happen. And I'm going to tell you, we got gashed again in the running game, Doug. They had 26 rushes for 145 yards for a 5.6-yard average. You know what our average? We had 20 rushes, Doug, for 38 yards for a 1.9. Excuse me?
Yeah, there's no question about that. And here's the other little part you have to take a look at. The fact is you had Cutler there and he played the first half very well. Now the second half, things start coming on him. What happens to next week? What do you want to do about next week? You don't have that interim of 1 week, bye week, to get healthy and to get ready. What are you going to do next week?
That's all over with.
What are you going to do next week? You're going to say, okay, fine, he's going to be ready? If you want him to be ready for next week, you would have took him out at halftime and you said, okay, McCown, go get him. You're the guy right now.
Doug, even with the shots, again, with the pull groin, if it was as bad as the doctor, because the first thing they said, the doctor said, was 4 weeks, Doug.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you, because I've been there, and when you pop that groin, you've got to take the shots, 2 shots, 3 shots a week, to even get a chance to come out and play in this short of time. I'm talking about shots. Forget about all the therapy and everything else they do. And it was right in front of Trestman, Carmen, or what's our offensive? Cromer, right in front of them, and they didn't see it. It's obvious they didn't see it, Doug. But how could you not see it?
Oh, you had to be blind not to see it, Ed. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino post-game show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to earn your business, and UV Vodka. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack in Cicero. Obradovich and Buffon, our phone number 644-6767, area code 312, talking about the Chicago Bears loss 21-19 to Detroit Lions. We'll be right back.
And the Lions now have beaten the Bears twice, giving them a big advantage when you talk about tiebreakers later in the year. And they go to 6-3 coming off the bye week. They get the win. The Bears drop to 5-4 and 2-2 in the division. And I believe that's their 4th NFC loss.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to earn your business, and also UV Vodka BUV. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack in Cicero. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss 21-19 to the Detroit Lions. Eddie, let's go back out to the airways. Let's go out to Mike in Clinton, Iowa.
Hi, Doug, Ed.
What's up,
I
Mike?
agree with you. Trustman lost the game for him, not for the reason you guys been talking about. How come he doesn't trust Robbie Gould for a 45-yard field goal with the wind at his back, which makes it probably a 40-yard field goal? We win by 1.
Well, it takes it
This
to
ain't
10
the
to 7 at the time.
CFL.
Yeah, but don't forget, too, he got away with it last week, if you remember correctly. It was 4th and inches, and we went for it in the fact that we did get it. This time it was maybe 4th and a yard, and we did not get it. And now we'll say this, I was against both times. I was against last week about not kicking the field goal, and I was against this week about not kicking the field goal. But it didn't work out. That's not the major problem that had happened here. The major problem that happened here is their decision with Cutler. Their decision with a guy that was limping all the way around the football field. And also you had a guy on the bench that played last week and the week before that very damn well, and then you put him in on the last drive, and he drives him all the way for a touchdown. What the hell does that tell you? I can't believe some of this stuff that's going on. It's really driving you nuts when you take a look at it. Let's go out to Chris in New Jersey. Chris, you're on the score.
Hey, what's up, guys?
All right,
First,
Chris.
let me say, thinking about it, you put your guy out there, he's your starter, so you expect him to make plays. And just like in basketball, you come off the bench, you have your minutes, you play, you need to be productive. At some point, they should have saw, after the first drive, the offense was stagnant. He was no longer being productive. Now, I'm a big fan of a quarterback that can move. Once you saw that he was not able to move, like you guys said, you should have brought McCown in, because at the very last play of that game, you saw McCown make a play with his feet.
Bingo.
Now, here's my thing. Whose decision was it? Now, if I'm Cutler, I man up and I say, look, I'm not feeling well. Let me bow down. Let me give the ball to McCown. Let him finish the game. That was a huge game. Whether it's the coach or Cutler, somebody needs to be held accountable, and I want to hear what the answer is. I'll talk to you guys next week, man.
Well, my opinion is the coach. That's my opinion. I'll tell you why it's my opinion about the coach about makes those decisions. Because Cutler was reamed. How many times was he reamed a couple years ago when he came out of the football game? The fact was they said, oh, he's not tough. He's not this. He's not that. Every guy is going to go and say, I'm going to go till I drop dead. It's up to the coach to make that decision. To say you cannot do the job. We're going to go the best thing to happen for you and for our team, and we're going to make this move with McCown.
Yeah, Chris, what I think happened is I think they had to talk about it at halftime. By that I mean who had to talk about it? I'm talking about Trestman, Cromer, and Matt Cavanaugh, the quarterback's coach. They had to have this conversation, and I would assume the conversation would be anytime we see that really he cannot make the turns or really not step in it or get away, try to get away, yank him. Well, there were plenty times in the third quarter where you saw that. So, I mean, there's other things we could talk about, but I'm going to tell you what, this is the big thing because this is a devastating loss. And I'm going to the other thing, like we're going to run the football. We ran the football 20 times for 38 yards for a 1.9 yard average, and we had to go 2 yards to get into the touchdown. Like we're going to fool them with Forte. Doug, what should have happened is McCown should have bootlegged out or sprinted out, flood the zone with our receivers, either throw the ball up in the air, or if there's a break, he could run it in himself. Instead of handing off in the backfield when our running game was non-existent for 4 quarters. Bad call.
Hey, let's go for an update.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, broadcasting live from Hawthorne Racecourse in Cicero, and brought to you by UV Vodka.
Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to earn your business, and also UV Vodka, BUV. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack in Cicero. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number is 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss 21-19 to the Detroit Lions. And the game ball is brought to you by Al Pamani Ford. Al Pamani Ford. Visit apford.com. goes to Marshall, who had a hell of a day, and our second choice was McCowan. Let's go out to Ed in Maywood. Ed, you're on the score.
Good afternoon, men.
What's up, Ed?
I have a question. In the past, you've had coaches that have gone back and forth with quarterbacks. Tom Landry used to do it with Craig Morton and Staubach until Staubach won him his Super Bowls. Don Shula used to do it with Strock and Woodley. But all of a sudden, it seems like from the 90s on, we've had this notion where you have to stick with your guy no matter what, even if you lose. And I'm just wondering, where did that come from?
You know, the part you talked about, I played against those guys. I played when Dallas was, changing their quarterbacks, interchanging, one going one this way, one going that way, which hurt them in the end. And it does hurt you. You have to get your guy and ride him. There's no question that Cutler is the guy. I'm not questioning that whatsoever. When healthy, he's the guy. But the fact was, he wasn't healthy. When I say he started out healthy, sure, he drove that football beautifully, 65 yards, touchdown. But as you saw, as the game was going on, he deteriorated. And he got to where he's limping, where he could barely walk. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what the hell's going on out there. It should have been up to Trestman to walk up to him and say, listen, you're on the bench right now. You're hurting. We want to make sure you're going to be ready for the rest of the year. McCowan, put your helmet on and get the hell out there. That's what I thought should have been done. And it was not done. And I'm pretty sure if you take a look at it, you'll say to yourself, there were situations in that game that Cutler could have run, Ed. Did you remember?
Oh, there were many times. Many times we could have taken off and hopefully gotten that first down, which he would have done.
Yeah.
When he was healthy. But, Doug, again, just, going back to this, it's if, would have, should have, could have, whatever you want to think about it. It's just, again, to me, how miraculous is it that this kid gets well from a pulled groin and he's going to start against, the Detroit Lions. McCown was playing good. If he was healthy to that, I would have let McCown start the game. If he goes sour, then put Jay in. Now you put Jay in, and don't tell me that there's not a problem with his groin. And has it gotten worse? I'll guarantee you it's worse than when it was. Now, what they're going to do, I have no idea. But, Doug, again, I cannot believe the stupidity of this coaching staff. And I give them all the credit in the world for making the changes and doing everything. And how the hell they let this go on, Doug, in an important game like this, and let it go on quarter after quarter when you got a quarterback, my Lord, that's on one leg.
I'm dumbfounded.
What the hell are you thinking about?
Yeah, I'm dumbfounded with the whole thing. I really am. I mean, I know, and I like Trustman. I like what he does. I like his calls. I like his coaching. But this kind of threw me off here tremendously. First of all, all last week I was on air going, I don't think they should play Cutler. I don't think they should play Cutler. So finally he said, well, the doctor passed him, says he can play. I said, well, that's the decision they made. Well, after the first drive, I said, wait a minute, they were right. He went 65 yards. He took him there. But keep your eyes open. Watch the guy, like you said. See where he's going. Well, he was going nowhere. He was getting worse as it went on. And so fact is, then you had a guy sitting on the bench. You could have made that play and say, okay, fine. Now we're going to go with McCowan. We're going to see what he does.
But also, Doug showed that in the past that he could step in and move the ball down the field and make all the plays.
And he did it. He did it. It was too late. Let's go out to Big Daddy. Big Daddy, you're on. Big Daddy.
Big Daddy.
Big Daddy is gone. Let's go to Carlos in Round Lake.
Hey, thank you for taking my call, first-time caller.
What's up, Carlos?
All right. I always want to say that I'm very crushed for this loss. I just can't believe Trestman's decision. It was very disgusting, very disappointing. I feel bad for the Bears who played really hard. Jeffries, that all the receivers. I just can't believe that this was one of the worst decisions that I've ever experienced by a coach. I think that the only problem we had was Cutler. He wasn't able to move right. I thought Josh went out with the confidence. This guy he's a smart quarterback. I just can't believe Trestman. I hope he goes home tonight and he beats his head in.
Well, I don't think he'll do that, but here's the point. The point is that no football player, but most, they won't come out. How you doing? Oh, I'm doing fine. I'll be all right. I'm doing fine. I'll be all right. Just like a pitcher when he's getting his brains beat in. No, I'm okay. I'm okay. It's not his decision. It's your decision as a coach to say, no, you're not. You know what? For us to win this football game, we're going to need more. You did a terrific job that first half. You did a terrific job in that first round. I want to see you for the rest of the year. So let's go on. McCown, put the helmet on and get out there. It wasn't like I said before and like Ed was talking about. You didn't have Haney sitting on the bench. You had McCown in the last 2 games who played extremely well. You had a legitimate quarterback to go in there. And to prove our point, he comes in there and they drives the first down for a touchdown all the way down the field. And his first time out. So that's the part that really kind of says to me, that irritates me. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to earn your business and UV vodka.
Stay in there, callers.
Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino Postgame Show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to earn your business and UV vodka. BUV, we're live at Hawthorne Racetrack in Cicero. Ed O'Bradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767, talking about the Chicago Bears lost 21-19 to the Detroit Lions. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone line.
One sec, real quickly. When are we going to get Chicago on the music that goes in and on our show? Why can't we have Chicago? The group Chicago.
Talk to Mitch.
Talk to Mitch?
Yeah. Well, Mitch is the Mitch.
You and I want to get Mitch and grab him in the corner.
Slap him around.
Slap him around a little bit.
You want to see Mitch? You want to see bullying? I'll show you bullying. Let's go out to Paul in Plainfield. Paul, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug and OB. It's an honor to talk to you guys.
Thanks for calling, Paul.
Hey, I just wanted to talk about the 4th and 1 in the first half, and also no change of quarterback in the third quarter. I just don't understand why they didn't make the change. The coaching staff had to see Jay Cutler holding his grind.
I agree, and Ed and I have been talking about it because, first of all, let's say we had a running game that was going. We didn't have a running game that was going. We gained 38 yards rushing the football, 1.9 yards per carry. And then in the 4th down routine, Bush, they bring him in to get it. He doesn't get it. And they said, well, okay, fine. We did it last week. We got it. Well, I was against it last week, but it worked out, so it was fine. This week it didn't work out. You could have taken the 3 and moved on. So, yeah, and there was the other time, the interception on the 3-yard line going in. If you had any kind of a running game, you wouldn't be throwing the damn football on the 3-yard line going in. So, yeah, there's a lot of things that, Trestman's got to look the answer to. I like the way the guys handle himself. I like the way the guy coaches, but I just can't figure out the thing with Cutler. If he's out there and he's limping and he can't dragging his leg and he can't do this, he can't do that.
That's maybe starting him because the doctor gave him the okay and everything.
That was good.
Okay, you're our guy when we're going to go with you. Cutler.
Fine.
But my Lord, when you see the kid cannot perform at 100%, I mean, when does common sense prevail?
That's exactly right.
My God, it's right in front of you. The hell are you thinking about?
That's exactly right, because you thought, look at the common sense, say to yourself, hey, hold it. I started him. The Dutch said, okay, in the first half he was phenomenal. He took that first drive, 65 yards, beautiful. But then you see in the third quarter he start to go downhill. 2 things should enter your mind. 1, I got a quarterback that can go in there and win the football game. Number 2, I can get this kid ready and keep him ready to go for the rest of the year. If I get him out of there and don't get him hurt any more than he was in the past. Let's go out to Tim in Peatone. Tim, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug OB, it's nice to talk to you guys.
What's up, Tim?
I just want to reiterate what you guys have been talking about. I think if Trestman would have gone for that 4th and 1 and just taken the points, I mean, you're tied up there. You take the points. You take the lead. You have a chance to go up 3 on the Detroit Lions. I think you've got to take the points there. And my other question is, didn't Trestman come in with this West Coast offense with a no-huddle? I mean, why haven't we seen a no-huddle offense? It seems to put the defense on their heels so much. I don't know where the no-huddle offense is.
It's a great point. And that started out that way. We started out where we were talking about quickness. Get that ball, get up the line of scrimmage, move. It seems like we slowed up, Ed.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have that urgency like we've had before. I mean, I've noticed that too.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tim, it didn't come down that today. And Tim, this game was just a giant game, and I would tell you something. When you sit there and you have your head coach, Trestman obviously, Cromer, and Matt Cavanaugh, the quarterback's coach, and they're looking on the sidelines and they're seeing when he comes down, when they have to punt, he comes off. They're talking to him, and you mean to tell me physically you saw, and when you talked to him, you couldn't read him well enough that he was not able to move at a point where a quarterback has to move if he has to run to get a first down. Jay couldn't do it.
And it was a sitting duck. And the fact is, there were times we saw it many times. Ed and I were looking at each other watching the game. There were times he could have taken off and run. He couldn't run because of the injury that he had. So consequently, he had to pull up, he had to try to do certain things. But then we saw McCown come in, and actually the last play he made, the touchdown play he made, he moved around. He got out of trouble, threw the football. You need to do that. Quarterbacks can't sit back there, expect they're going to get protection all the way around. But that first drive was beautiful. He did a tremendous job. The offensive line, everything was great. Our question is this. You saw him deteriorating. It's not that you don't have a quarterback that have shown you in the last 2 weeks that he can play. That you could put him in there and maybe not miss a step and maybe be better than what you are at this point in time. And plus that, save your quarterback for the rest of the year. Talking about Cutler.
Well, I'll tell you what, going back, Doug, for the 2 points, okay, to tie the game.
Yeah.
You've got a Bennett, the tight end, is 6'6". We got Marshall 6'5". We got 6'4", 6'3". All of our receivers are tall people, and by the way, can catch the football. You knew exactly where we had to go. You weren't going to throw a 40-yard pass around a 2-yard or 3-yard line. All you had to do was get out of that pocket, move, and if there's a chance for you to run, I'm talking about the quarterback, McCown, then you scored. But again, Doug, to flood the end zone with our receivers that are tall enough and can leap and actually can catch the footballs, and what do? We try to run with Forte. Excuse me.
Yeah, and the problem is we couldn't run with 1.9 average. It wasn't like we were blowing people off the line of scrimmage, which we were not. Let's go out there, Rashad in Hyde Park. Rashad, on the score.
Hold on, gentlemen. I think you guys have hit home the point of the botchery from Trestman today. It's absolutely unexplainable, pretty much. And considering Detroit did not play great offensively, which is going to lead to my point, what's up with Robbie Gould not being able to kick an onside? They showed a stat 0 for 11. The guy obviously is getting $6 million to kick 30-yard field goals. Devin Hester is the greatest fair catcher I've ever seen. As well on that, the middle of our defense is a sieve. They can't stop a nosebleed. At some point, I think even though we had botchery on offense, if you look at that defense, considering Stafford was really out of rhythm, he had 17 targets to Calvin Johnson, and we still gave up 6 yards a carry. It's ridiculous. I just want to see what you guys thought about it.
We knew that going in. Going in, we knew that the defense is a sieve. We know the defensive tackles can't play very well, and here's the problem the linebackers are having. They can't distinguish between run and pass. So if you give them a fake run, they're coming up, and all of a sudden you see all these passes behind them. So, yeah, there's a problem there. But the fact is we also know this. We know that we can put points on the board and we can score. And that's the point I'm saying. To make up for what we have lost exactly on defense and our special teams, Hester, the fact is we needed to put more points up the score. And we did that. But when we saw what was happening to our team offensively, which is our strength now, because that goes against everything that we've ever known about the Chicago Bears. Our strength was always our defense. Our strength now is our offense. And so what happened there is that you saw your quarterback deteriorate. In the third quarter, it was time to make a change, to put someone in that football game that could make something happen. You couldn't plan on your defense. Your defense finally came up with an interception with Conti. That was big. That was huge. But you really depend on your offense, and that's the mistake they made.
One thing, Doug, real quickly here on defensive line, you're thinking of, they put this guy in here, move this guy to this position. What I'd like to see him do is take Wooten, put him back at left defensive end, and leave him there.
Yeah.
Put Paya at left defensive tackle. Put Cohen, number 97, Put him at right tackle. He came with a swim move and a couple of moves where he got some penetration, and Peppers at right end. Go with those guys and stop fiddly-diddling around. Put Wooten in there, tackle. Peppers in there, tackle. Let these guys get in there, especially Paya and Cohen, and let them play football. Forget about the shuffling around.
You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. Obradovich and Buffon will be right back.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffon and Ed Obradovich, broadcasting live from Hawthorne Racecourse in Cicero and brought to you by UV Vodka.
Welcome back to the Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to earn your business, and UV Vodka. BUV. We're live at Hawthorne Racetrack in Cicero. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffon. Phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears loss 21-19 to the Detroit Lions.
That was a little bit of Chicago.
Yeah. What's that?
Over the airwaves.
Well, now you happy?
No, I want to hear it all the time. I want to hear Chicago all the time.
Anyway, we're back to the game, and by the way, this segment is sponsored by Gerber Collision and Glass. For more information, visit GerberCollision.com. They come highly recommended. And talking about the Bears against loss, 21-19. Eddie, let's go out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Howard on the Kennedy Expressway. Howard,
I've been waiting to talk to you.
What's up,
Everybody's asking the same question. I'll give you a very straight, short opinion.
Go ahead.
The reason that they didn't do it, all the things that you guys said were accurate, but the simple reason they didn't do it is they all have an illusion that Cutler is a great quarterback. They put a lot of money in him, they gave him a lot of contract, and they think he's a good quarterback even when he is injured. He is not. When he's injured, when he's healthy, he is a really good quarterback. When he's injured, he's an average quarterback. Now, the reason they did it is they have a mindset. I'm a neurologist, psychotherapist. I understand images. I understand illusions. They think that he is good anytime. He's not. They're not mindful. They don't think on their feet. How many x-rays do you have to take by a dentist to find out that you have a cavity? They saw him for a half a football game or more, and he wasn't mobile. He wasn't accurate. He was limping. They didn't think feet. Now, people have stress reactions because they have illusions that they believe. They're false beliefs. They can't get over the fact he isn't that good when he's injured. And they have an ego issue. They think that if they take him out, they're going to lose confidence in him. He's going to lose confidence. Nothing could be further from the truth. They play not to lose. They play with their minds, but they don't play mindful.
Thank you, Howard.
Well, that's a fact. The fact is that, again, too, you look at a quarterback, and a lot of it is confidence. There's no question about that. And again, the point you made about the quarterback being hurt. Most quarterbacks, if they're hurt, they're not going to be as good. They're going to come down to average. But the fact here is you heard Cutler say this. Cutler said that it wasn't the groin that bothered him today. He rolled over his ankle. That's what it didn't look like to me. He said it was his ankle. So now if you're talking about if it was his ankle, you got his ankle and your groin, you're kind of a limping quarterback.
Well, he kept on grabbing his groin. I didn't know.
Well, he got a high
he
ankle.
Must have the biggest ankle and longest ankle.
He's a high ankle.
High.
Let's go out to Scott in Plainfield. Scott, you're on the score.
Hey, Doug. Hey, OB. How you guys doing?
What's up?
All right, Scotty.
Listen, all I want to say is a couple things. McCown, right? The kid played great for 6 quarters. Personally, in my opinion, being a Bears fan forever, I think that kid deserved to start in the National Football League today. And Trustman could have got out of it by saying, let's just give Jay another week to get 100% healthy. Either way you want to slice it, I think McCown deserved that start today. And the facts prove it, if you would have went in that game at least at halftime, I think we would have done it. And you saw the kid on the last drive. What does he do? He scores a touchdown for us. And that's the other thing. He gets us down. He does his job. He's done everything you've asked of that kid to get them to score a touchdown for us. And then what do? We run the thing to Forte and the 2-point conversion. You know, hey, as a coach, hey, I'm not nothing in the NFL. I've never been an NFL coach, but I can tell you this. If I'm at the 2-point conversion and I need to win a football game, my playbook is completely open. I want to run the best play I possibly can run there to win that game.
Well, your theory is the same as Ed's theory. You're saying you got a tight end of 6'5", you got 2 wide receivers that are 6'5", 6'6", you got big guys there. Then why don't you put the ball up in the air?
Flood the end zone.
Yep. And here's the other point. The point was you wasn't rushing the ball very well anyway. You're 1.9 yards rushing per attempt. There's no question about it.
Bad call.
Yeah.
Very bad call.
And we just thought the fact, too, that, you know, with Cutler being there, I had no problem. Well, no, wait a minute. I shouldn't say that. I did have a problem him starting. But when it came out, the fact that the doctor cleared him, Ed, I said, well, okay. If the doctor cleared him,
that's what
they said everything is fine, let's go with it. And after that first drive, I said, wow, they were right. Look at that drive. 65 yards, touchdown, bing, 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 bing. But then I start seeing him, he starts slowing up. And then he started really gimping, and he started limping. And then whatever it was, going back to the huddle, coming out. And then all of a sudden, that third quarter.
Doug, I don't understand. When they would come off late in that third quarter,
I don't
Jay,
either.
how are you feeling? We see every time you make a move, the play's over, you're grabbing your groin.
Yeah.
And you're limping, stumbling. What is it, son? Can you make it? Can you go? Oh, my God. Not unless you got a sight problem.
Well, it's
right in front of you.
Yeah, and you take a look at, and I know it's a short sample, but McCown's quarterback rating, 123.4. Coming into this game, he was 120 against Washington and 95 against last week. So you're saying to yourself, wait a minute here. This guy's got to have something. And he's probably better than Cutler, than Cutler's hurt. In other words, he's healthy. And Cutler can't do exactly a lot of things he wants to do when he's not healthy, like move around.
Doug, it came down to what you can see it in the second half where McCown would have ran. As a matter of fact, Cutler would have, if he'd have been healthy, to run for first down, escapability, etc. It just didn't happen. And I'll tell you, this has got to go right on Trestman's, boing, right on top of his head.
And now here we got a little message here. Cutler's wearing a walking boot after the game. So, okay, let's say he did hurt his ankle. That even gives you more reasons that he should have been out of there. Okay, he said it wasn't his groin that caused the problems for him maneuvering. It was his ankle. Well, then get him out kind of his ankle.
Doug, you could see it was his groin bottom, too. So if he had 2 injuries, for heaven's sakes, somebody wake up.
See it. Let's go out to Donnie Z. Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, that's it, Big Doug. Hey, Dougie and OB, how you guys doing?
What's up, Donnie? Mount Greenwood, huh?
Hey, yeah, it's okay over here.
Okay.
Hey, listen, so I'm sitting here, I'm listening to you guys. Now, you guys played the game. Now, my thing is this. It's got to be that the Cutler took all the snaps in practice all week, right? Well, why don't they give the second guy more snaps during the week? I know, McCown came in and he played good and everything else, but if he gets more snaps, you're still resting this guy's leg and everything else, and then your second guy is ready to go. You know what I mean? It had to be where they don't want to put him in the third quarter because he's not ready because he hasn't had the snaps. You know what I'm saying? Now here, Cutler's been playing. He's been playing against the Lions for how long? In 7 years now, or whatever it's been. He knows what they're going to do on defense. Get the other guy and get him some reps against their defense. He's been in high school, coaching high school, whatever the hell it was. And get this other guy in there and get him some reps in practice. You know what I mean? That's what I don't understand. It's bad. And I'm not a coach. Never played ball, nothing like that. But we can see it. And okay, the coaches had to see him limping around, but.
Yeah, and in fact, during the course of the week.
Donnie, you know something? It's a great question. Somebody asked Trestman.
Well,
why did Jay all of a sudden have to take 100% of the snaps, and the kid that won you the games the prior 2 weeks, and he gets nothing? What if Jay gets it pulled in his groin in the first quarter, second quarter?
Well, I think the answer to that is pretty simple. Is the fact that they wanted to find out if Jay could play. They wanted to see if he can play. They wanted to put him out there because he could have become rusty because he was laying off.
There's something screwy here, Doug.
Well,
there's something more to this than we know. This is something. Something's just not right.
Well,
here.
it doesn't add up the fact that you have a quarterback that shows you that it's a backup. Now, most backup quarterbacks, they don't get the time.
Here.
They don't get the time to do that. You know that.
Yeah.
They don't get the plays to do that. But this kid McCowan, he'd go in every huddle. He'd mentally figure out what the play was called in practice. He would mentally say, this is where the football is supposed to go. And that's what he did. That's why he's ready. That's why he become a real successful backup guy. With the example, you just said it. Even if Cutler's ankle was bad, then it should have even been changed for his ankle, but he had a bad ankle and a bad groin.
Absolutely, Doug. And just to reiterate here again, Doug, I'm going to tell you what. There's something on here that maybe we all don't know about. It just doesn't pass the test there, Dougie. There's something wrong somewhere with a game this important, and for it to go the way it went, a lot of questions, my friend.
Let's go to the professor in Northbrook. Professor, you're on the score.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Listen, both you guys played. If you lose to a superior team, it's one thing. But if you lose because you're stupid, because of stupidity, that's another thing. The Bears were certainly better than the Lions today, and they should have won. When you guys gave the kudos to the two Bears for best players of the day for the Bears, it really wasn't them. The offensive line was the best player because they protected a guy who was not able to move at all, and yet they protected against one of the best defensive lines in the country. And once the Lions knew that he was immobile, it was all over for the Bears. Actually, the worst thing that happened was that there was no pressure from the Lions the first time, and the Bears marched all the way down the field with Cutler. Because he should have been, as everybody else has said, been taken out much earlier than he was. If he cannot do the whole playbook, which means rolling out, moving just left and right, like McCowan did on the last touchdown that he threw, he got away, he had escapability, then he has no business playing for the Bears.
That's why you're called a professor.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the fact is, too, here's the other part. The Bears could not rely on the running game to take some of the pressure off the passing game because the running game was crap. They averaged 1.9 yards. They got 38 yards rushing.
There were no
on
holes.
20 carries. Right.
There were no holes.
There were no holes. So the fact is, yeah, they did pass block well, but they didn't run block well. But when it comes all down to it, then you want a quarterback back there that is maneuverable, that can maneuver around, can do certain things to force things onto the Detroit Lions defense. This game should have been won by the Chicago Bears.
Doug, hey, Dougie, we played a lot, and there's some things like that happened when we played. I mean, when the game's over, you go to your favorite bar, wherever you go, and you get in the corner and you start talking and saying, why the hell didn't they put so-and-so in at quarterback? Or why did they take the running back? We couldn't run anymore. Why didn't they do that? I mean, you yourself on the same team, and you get out in your corner after the game, and then you're questioning their own philosophy, the coaching philosophy. Tell me, what does happen, Doug?
It does. And I guess, too, the fact is that you just can't seem to grasp the fact that we all saw that, McCullough can do certain things, but we also saw that McCown did these last two games. What's logic tell you to do? Logic tells you, listen, Jay, let's sit down in the second half. You were great in that 65-yard drive. I want you for the rest of the season. McCowan, here's the football. Go in there and do what you have to do. You're listening to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to earn your business, and UV Vodka, BUV. We'll be right back.
As the game went on, for one of those last drives, I just had to step up. Normally I'd want to run out of there, couldn't do it, and then I missed the throw to Alshon, so just kind of limited us.
Really?
That was Jay Cutler talking about what Ed and I have been talking about, what the whole world talking about, what the whole world saw that you could not do. So what would be the right thing to do? What would be the best thing to do to get you out of there? And say, listen, I'm limited. I can't move around. I can't get outside the pocket. It's affecting me what I do back there. Then you should have been taken out of the football game. Then Trustman should have said, that's it. Or maybe Jay should have said that's it, but most players will not say that's it, especially Jay, because he got his balls beat up because of the fact 2 years ago that they told him he was a coward because he came out of the football game. That's what we're talking about, and that's what we're looking at. It's up to the coach, and it was up to Trustman to make that move.
You know, the amazing, and I said, about 50 minutes ago, this one, I mean, you right dead on top of Trustman's head. You know what, folks? They have a coach in Detroit. His name is Schwartz. This guy is known for bonehead moves like that or non-moves. We stole a page from his book.
Yeah, and you know what it is the fact that you would never expect that, because I thought up to this point, Trustman was doing a hell of a job, Ed. I mean, getting everything put together.
We're sitting there watching the game, my God, for over a half, saying the kid is not right. We didn't just come up with this after the game. Sitting there into the second quarter,
right?
The third quarter, the fourth quarter. What the hell are they thinking about? You know, it's not like we've got 90 more games to play. There's 16 lousy games in this league.
Does the kid stutter?
For heaven's sake!
Can we play that piece again? Can we have that piece? You got to listen to this piece. They have
as the game went on, it was one of those last drives. I just had to step up. Normally I'd want to run out of there, couldn't do it, and I missed the throw to Alshon, so just kind of limited us.
There. What else do you want him to say?
Boy, this smashes right in Trustman's face.
Really?
I mean, big time, pal.
You got it. I mean, he's exactly right. And then on top of that, you find out that the guy that you bring in, McCowan, who drives it all the way down the field and scores a touchdown. More proof. Let's go out to Jared in Naperville. Jared, you're on the score.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Jared?
Hey, how are you guys?
All right,
Listen,
Jared.
I wanted to make a comment here. Doug, I have to vehemently disagree with you.
Okay.
I know you're in love with Jay Cutler, but here's the bottom line. Cutler threw a major pick in the red zone in the first half. That cost the Bears the game. I really believe that if Cutler doesn't play in that game, they win that game. Cutler hasn't done anything for this team. He's been there 4 or 5 years, hasn't won a playoff game. And you know what's going to happen? He's your starting quarterback. The Bears are going to be sitting at home for the playoffs. Once again, they're going to be 10-6, 9-7. Lee had a team that was 10-6. Trustman took over a 10-6 team. They've already got 4 losses. They've got to go 5-2 just to end up 10-6. And it's not going to happen. They're going to be sitting at home 9-7, maybe 8-8 if we're lucky. So
well, Jared, you said you disagree with me. I didn't want Cutler to start. I mean, my statement was I didn't think he was ready to start. But then they came out and said the doctor said he's ready, so start him. So fine, they did start him. But I'm the one, and we've been talking about it. Pull him out of the game then if he can't do it. Put him on the bench. I bet you thought he wasn't that bad, though, in the first drive with 65 yards. He goes and takes the team all the way down there. Everybody says, well, look at Cutler. Look at what he's doing. He must be fine. You just heard the guy say it. I was limited. I couldn't move around. Shouldn't the coach know that? And shouldn't he have been yanked for that reason? Because you had a guy on the bench, McCowan. The fact that this guy has played so well for you in the last 2 games, and then comes out this game and drives him all the way down for a touchdown with 122 quarterback rating. That's the part I'm making. I'm not saying that, Jay Cutler healthy, sure. I'll go with him, and I told you I've always liked him when he's healthy, and he's got the guys around him. But he wasn't healthy today. He wasn't ready to play. Whose fault is that?
Yeah, I don't think that, Doug, that he was ready. I mean, even though the first quarter, and he had that drive, I'll tell you what, to me, that whole situation of that grind pull and everything and the time and what you have to do to get ready, and I'm still mystified by this.
Well, it is. I mean, you can't grasp it. If you even thought that he should have been started, that's fine. But everybody that took a look at him, and they said, well, he rolled his ankle. Does it really matter if he rolled his ankle or if it was the groin or both of them put together that he couldn't maneuver? What's the difference? So what mattered was I got a guy sitting on the bench who's been really doing really well for me, I think I'll make this move, and I'll push him in there. It didn't happen. Let's go out to the black physicist. Black physicist.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Hello, Black.
Listen, I agree with Ed Obradovich's assessment that the Bears played all out and the fact that Mark Trestman really made a faux pas in terms of keeping Cutler in the game too long. However, let's just also say, and I want to kind of echo your earlier caller, the professor, the Bears, they played some stupid football. Actually two stupid penalties. One was the face mask that Tillman drew that let Detroit drive the ball. They kept possession of it. The second one was, and I want to say this was also in the second half, that really cost them the game by Stawson. He
holding.
Yes, they called that touchdown back, that Matt Forte. I also want to say that there was really bad tackling.
Well, see, all those things are true, and all those things could happen in a football game. But the thing that sticks out in your face is the fact that what could have been done to overcome those things was to have a healthy quarterback, a quarterback that could go out there and move around and cause things to happen. I keep saying it. How in the hell can a guy come in and drive the football 70-some yards like McCown did and score a touchdown, and we couldn't do it? What's the reason for that? You had the guy sitting there. I understand you make mistakes, and I understand about the face mask, and I understand about the holding. They made a lot of stupid mistakes also. Take a look what Detroit did, especially at the end of the game there. They calls that penalty. So you're going to have them both. So that means the quarterback or somebody has got to make a difference. And we didn't have him in the football game. You heard Jay. Anytime a quarterback tells you he's limited, he's got a problem. And that's a problem that he can't get around and move around to make things happen. We're going to take an update. We'll cool down a little bit. We'll be right back.
And now back to more of the Majestic Star Casino postgame show, presented by Motorworks with Doug Buffone and Ed Obradovich, broadcasting live from Hawthorne Racecourse in Cicero, and brought to you by UV Vodka.
Welcome back. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone. Our phone number 312-644-6767. The Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to earn your business. And also UV Vodka, BUV. Eddie, let's go out to Anthony in Jersey. Anthony, you're on the score.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How you guys feeling?
What's up, Anthony?
All right, man. Hey, listen, they got Cutler with a walking boot on now, huh?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh gosh, is anybody buying that? I think that's a crock. So in the words of Chris Carter, come on, man.
Yeah.
I'm not buying it. Listen, I got a feeling this thing's going to miraculously heal in like 1 week. I don't know what you guys think about that. I guess my question is this. I'm wondering what do you guys think this team needs? I mean, every team's looking for a talented, big-armed quarterback, but I'm wondering what this team needs. The 2013 Chicago Bears. I'm wondering what they need. Is a game manager a dirty word? I know everybody wants the big arm, they want flashy, but I'm looking for somebody that could get in there and could run Trestman's offense, effectively. Short passing game, make limited mistakes. I mean, it's nice kind of to watch McCown in there and not be holding my breath every time he throws a pass. When I'm watching Cutler, I'm fearing he's going to throw a pick every time he drops back there.
Anthony, I can tell you this. We've got two quarterbacks, when healthy, and the backup quarterback really came in when Jay went down and proved that he is a quality backup quarterback and probably could start for maybe about 10 teams in the National Football League. Cutler, when he's well, he's as good as there is in my book. But I'm going to tell you what, I never believed he was healthy. And this is just my opinion. I don't think he should have started. And if things went bad for McCown in the first half, early in the third quarter, something, then bring Jay in. But I'll tell you what, to me, the whole thing was a disaster, an absolute disaster.
Let's go out to Dan in Carmen, Illinois. Dan, you're on the score.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Hey, I was calling in to say it looked like Ron Turner was calling those plays on the 2-point conversion. Running the ball, really?
Well,
Danny, I agree with you 100%. We weren't running against the ball. We got nowhere in 20 tries, and we tried a running play to try to tie the game, to get it in overtime, when we have 4 receivers they go from 6'3" to 6'6", okay? And a quarterback in McCown who can move out of the pocket, extend the play, and make things happen. There was a lot of things that could happen on that last play, and they did not see it, or if they did see it, they dismissed it, and they went to Forte on a running play, which is dumb.
Let's go out to D.C. and Sagamore.
Sure. Hi, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, I got a quick question for you. One of the things I've never heard is why not have McCowan start? Because I never saw the offense click like it did against Green Bay with him, and why do we keep considering him a backup quarterback? Maybe he's the starting quarterback. I don't care what Cutler's up to, and I've heard this today, but I think he's a better quarterback.
Well, you may think that, and the fact is that I think when you take a look at the quarterback, the guy is Cutler. That's the main guy. That's the guy who should be leading this football club. There's no question about it in my mind. But the other question you brought up is there. If you put a guy out in the field like Cutler and you say you're the guy, and like he said, I just could not do it because I was limited, and you have a guy sitting on the bench like Cowan, what the hell do you think you should be doing? You should be making the move.
Boy, I tell you what, Doug, I'm not quite sure, with if you could find the words, I mean, how bad that was a coaching decision for over a half of football. I'm trying to look for some kind of an answer, something that made some kind of common sense or whatever, and everything I come up with is there is none.
No.
I mean, the point is that you had to make the move to McCown. I mean, after the game, we're screaming this during the game.
Listen, the fact is that you talk about the quarterback situation. A lot of things happened out there also that blew it for the Bears. I mean, going for that 4th down, they didn't get it. Bush gets the football. They got it last week. But I thought even last week they should have kicked the field goal. I thought they should have kicked the field goal this week when you're that close.
Hey, Doug, we were moving the ball by air with Cutler in there and McNown, okay? That's how we moved the football. For 4 quarters, we could not run the damn football, and when it came down to the last-minute decision on your last play to tie the game to get a victory, guess what play you come up with? For heaven's sakes, what the hell are you thinking about?
So a lot of that, you add it up, it comes out to a loss. But what aggravates, and I know a lot of people out there, this is a game we should have put in our pocket. This is a game that we should have won. This is a game that could have put us on top of that division. But we blew it. There's no question about it. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Majestic Star Casino postgame show presented by Motorworks. No one works like Motorworks to earn your business and UV Vodka BUV. We are live at Hawthorne Racetrack in Cicero. Ed Obradovich, Doug Buffone, our phone number 312-644-6767. Talking about the Chicago Bears lost 21-19 to the Detroit Lions. Eddie, let's go back out to the phone lines. Let's go out to Dan in Deerfield. Dan, you're on the score with OB and Doug.
How are you guys? We talk about offense. We talk about Cutler. We talk about McCown. We were moving the ball relatively consistent. I'm talking about the pass rush right now. I mean, Justin Bieber could sack the quarterback more than any of our defensive linemen. What do we do from a schematic perspective to generate the pass rush, guys. I mean, we need to touch the quarterback. Stafford's jersey was completely clean today. What are your thoughts?
Dan, the only way, we're basically halfway or started into the second half of the season here, talent-wise, on our defensive line, is it there or is it not there? Quite clearly, it is not. We have a huge problem, which we've had for years, on the interior of our defensive line. The only way that you could get better or try to get better is, again, which I've said it the last few weeks, go back to fundamentals and blitz. And when you blitz up the middle. Come with a strong side safety blitz. Your Mike linebacker, your Sam linebacker, your Will linebacker, line tricks. There's nothing you can't wave a wand around here anymore. Our talent is what it is. And I'm telling you, the only way we can do it is get back to fundamentals and put a blitz package and just go after people. Because obviously we can't get to the quarterback. And how do we get to him? That's the only way you can get to him, is put a blitz package together and go after him.
Yeah, the other thing they do is try to find some more players, which they did do.
You can't find any more, Doug.
Well,
there are nobody.
They were hired. They just got Jeremiah Ratliff. Yeah, now Ratliff is one of those guys that, has been on the bench, been hurt. He was an all-pro for 4 years. But how do you expect the guy to come in and walk and start playing all of a sudden just coming off of an operation on his back?
He's not going to come in here and tear up the league. It's just not going to happen.
But that's where they're hurting, though.
You got to have to wait till next year and see what they do in free agency and see where they're going to go in the draft. But I'm telling you, the only damn way that we can generate a pass rush, guys, is we've got to go with a blitz package, just like other teams have done when they don't have it, of which I am talking about Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh has it. This segment is sponsored by Mercy Hospital and Medical Center, Chicago's choice for superior heart and vascular care. I know this for sure. Dr. Jones there, the guy's done a million things with me, and I think he's the best in the business. And anybody who on any heart problem, boy, he's the guy to go to. Let's go to Carmen in Crystal Lake. Carmen, you're on the score.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up, Carmen?
What's going on, guys? Yeah, I love your show.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just got 2 points I want to go over with real quick. First off, like the gentleman that just went through with the defense, our defense is like Swiss cheese. Mm-hmm. You got this guy, I don't know, Tucker. I don't know if he's going with the right calls, but it's not really working. It's not. I mean, they're walking right through us, no matter what team we play.
Carmen.
I mean, whatever defense we put up, whatever running back we're facing, whatever quarterback we're facing, they're just like blowing right through us. It's like it's not working.
Well, the point is the Bears did one thing. Everybody knew for years that the Bears needed an offense. In 9 years or 10 years, the past 9 or 10 years, this team should have been in the playoffs every year. They had a defense bar none. They had no offense. Well, it looks like the thing is reversed now. The offense now is the key, and the defense now has problems. And how do you do and how do you change that? Well, Ed talked about it. You may come up with a philosophy about blitzing. That means your corners got to be a lot better to cover man on man. But you got to do all these kind of things. I don't know about you.
Had nowhere else to go. There's no other ways to fix it.
I didn't hear Pepper's name all day. Did he play?
He's pretty much the only dog that can hunt.
Yeah. And when you don't get it out of him, you don't get it. And so, the fact that last week he was pretty good, but they would come off of a bye. So all I'm saying to you is that, they're going to have to get a defensive tackle in. Everybody's talking about, this guy, that guy. They need a defensive tackle to start it. The linebackers I watched, I think there's a lot of, potential there. But they've got to learn the difference between what's run and what's pass. They show you run. They do all the run stuff. You come up, and next thing you know, they're throwing the ball behind you. That's got to be recognition. That can happen. They need to improve on that. But the fact is, when it's all said and done with, at this point in time, there's two things that can happen. What Ed talked about blitzing and that. And here's the second thing that could happen. You're going to have to score a lot of points. You're going to have to go out there and play big boy offense and score 30-some points a game to win. That's the only way it's going to happen this year.
As goofy as this league is turning out to be, Doug, the Bears are like, I mean, it seems to me that old adage about anybody could beat anybody. Well, I'll tell you what, there's certainly no question about it what's happening this year. And there's ways to get better. And I think Trustman and our general manager, I think we have the people to get better. I love what they did offensively. But, Doug, we are just hurting so bad because every offense, every defense, when you're a real good football team, everything comes up front, offensive line and defensive line, and we don't have 4 dogs that can hunt on the D-line, period.
Well, the fact, too, though, Ed, is then if that's the case, and it is
that is the case.
That is the case. The case is then you have to also go up and beyond that. And this is, a lot of times I hate second-guessing on stuff like with Trestman, Ed.
Yeah.
But I have to second-guess what happened to Cutler
So
today.
what?
Well, I'm just
so
saying.
if you second-guessing, big
but,
deal.
I know, but the fact is that, the guy I thought was doing a hell of a job, but this, to me, was a big blunder. I mean, a huge blunder.
Oh, dead square on his head, Doug. And I'm going to tell you something. He couldn't come up with words, phrases, or whatever to get out of this one. Are you kidding me? You got a quarterback running around there on one leg and a chance to win this football game, and you do have a positive move to make it, and you don't make the positive move. What the hell are you thinking about?
And it cost you. And it cost you for doing that. Our thank yous, our updates, Connie McKnight, Ethan Shaw, our promoter, engineer Dominic Mendocino, promotions Danny Kolenko, promotions Ashlyn Snuckle, and on site, our great producer, Rick Kemp.
He's getting close to the crack producer area.
Up next, Illinois and Jacksonville State basketball. Thank you for listening. We'll be back next week and try it again.
Good night, everybody.